During her high school years, Shumian's spirit was irretrievably drawn to Gu Yanzhi. Gu Yanzhi, wherever you go, I shall follow. Shumian vowed to transform from a mere fish into a glorious koi, declaring her intent to conquer this formidable ice mountain. She would eventually win him over. That summer, Gu Yanzhi embraced her, whispering seductively in her ear, "Who is it that claimed they would conquer me?" Shumian felt a twinge of fear as she observed the subtle smirk on the man's lips, an ominous premonition washing over her, prompting her to flee. "Today, I shall grant your wish and leave you to your devices." This cunning old fox advanced upon her, offering no respite. Chapter 1. A long-awaited reunion. In the throes of youth, 10 years slipped away like water. A decade of unrequited love culminated in silence. Just as she prepared to let go, he swept her back into his tumultuous world. The bus jolted along its route, the scenery outside dancing with the movement. She bid farewell to the small village she had inhabited for 3 years, her gaze lingering on each flower and tree until her eyes grew misty with unbidden emotion. Who would have thought that she had once been the formidable southern river lamb, capable of bearing the weight of a man? Outside the airport, a young woman, exquisitely dressed, cradled a bouquet of gypsophila, patiently awaiting her daughter who had fled home 3 years prior. Upon disembarking, Shumian inhaled deeply the unfamiliar air of NC City, having grown accustomed to the earthy aroma of her rural surroundings. Shumian, over here." Despite being swathed in a mask and hat, she could not escape her mother's discerning gaze. Mom, seeing her mother after 3 long years, stirred a whirlwind of emotions within Shumian, leaving her at a loss for heartfelt words. Her mother, Lin Jun, lovingly presented her with a platter of fruit, and the room was adorned just as Shumian had envisioned her diary, soft blue walls that exuded a fresh comfort. "Shumian, what do you think? Do you like it?" "I love it." Her mother hoped to compensate for the past grievances by recreating the sanctuary her daughter had always yearned for. "Mom, open the door. I forgot my keys." Jiang Zhou, now working as an assistant to the pediatrician at the prestigious NC City People's Hospital, hurriedly entered, dropping the gifts he had brought. "Where is it?" Lin Jun nudged him, revealing Shumian standing nearby. The siblings were reunited after 3 years. Time had transformed Jiang Zhou into a more mature individual, far removed from the boy who once bickered with her mercilessly. Shumian smiled gently, as if the weight of the past had lifted. "Sis." Jiang Zhou playfully pulled her into a light-hearted tussle. Was he doing this on purpose? Their father had perished in the arena when she was 9, leading her mother to remarry Jiang Zhou's father when Shumian was 11 and Jiang Zhou was 10. The blended family seemed relatively harmonious, yet beneath the surface, Shumian and Jiang Zhou engaged in relentless rivalry. Having trained in combat sports and taekwondo, Shumian often left Jiang Zhou with bruises. At the welcoming banquet, the family gathered for a long-awaited reunion. "Shumian, have you considered what your mother mentioned?" Shumian paused, the atmosphere at the table growing tense. Everyone knew Lin Jun was referring to her matchmaking efforts. "Mom, can I opt out?" "No. Look at you, nearly 25, and yet without a boyfriend. I'm anxious for you." In her heart, she believed she could only ever hold space for Gu Yanzhi, the one she had cherished for a decade. How could she let him go so easily? She felt a mix of reluctance and cowardice, too timid to confront him. "Shumian, does this signify my intentions?" Gu Yanzhi leaned down, placing a fleeting kiss on her delicate lips, soft yet ephemeral. Her mind raced back to that summer night after the college entrance exams, when Gu Yanzhi had pinned her against the wall, using that fleeting kiss to reveal his feelings. Chapter 2. The blind date is a secret crush. Having believed that she could escape his world and sever all ties, fate, in its whimsical manner, orchestrated yet another encounter. Shumian meticulously adorned herself, having not worn a dress in ages. Today, she rummaged through her closet to unearth a white sundress. Her chestnut waves were gently gathered with a hairband, and she adorned herself with a simple collarbone necklace, striking a perfect balance between elegance and softness. Gazing into the mirror, she shook her head in bemusement. She didn't even know the name of the person she was about to meet. Yet she was so readily embarking on a blind date. Nevertheless, it was merely to appease her mother's desires, as she had no intention of marriage. "Mother, I'm off now." "All right, make sure to have a good conversation." With her petite handbag in hand and perched upon a pair of stilettos, Shumian stepped out. Once her daughter had left, Lin Jun hastily picked up the phone to call her close friend. Action. Mian has already departed. Received. We will gather at the designated location." This seemingly casual blind date was, in fact, a scheme meticulously orchestrated by 2 mothers. Shumian glanced at the text message from her date and arrived punctually at the agreed venue. In this modern age, one would expect a phone call rather than a text. Today, however, she would bear witness to the birth of an extraordinary blind date. Upon her arrival, she discovered that the meeting place was, astonishingly, a roadside stall. Standing by the roadside, she beheld the singular white figure, and ripples of emotion surged within her. In that moment, her heart was tossed into tumultuous waves. She yearned for him, yet simultaneously dreaded the thought of meeting him. As she approached with a heart full of trepidation and anxiety, her pulse raced and her palms grew slightly clammy. Thankfully, it was not him. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for how to confront the situation. "Excuse me, are you here for blind dating?" The question startled the young man who was eating noodles. "You? Who are you?" Shumian was momentarily taken aback and pulled out her phone to show him a message. "Are you out of your mind, obsessing over men like this?" In that instant, she felt as though her very soul had been ensnared by that familiar voice. It was his voice, one she knew all too well. How infuriating. Despite having seemingly forgotten, why did it still spring to mind in an instant? Tall and slender, clad in a crisp white shirt, with bangs just above his brows, he exuded an air of simplicity and comfort, devoid of any unnecessary embellishments. Gu Yanzhi, the boy she had secretly adored for a decade, the epitome of aspiration she had pursued her entire life, now stood vividly before her once more. She had presumed that after 10 years, her feelings would have dulled, yet reality proved otherwise. Her heart still leaped with the same fervor as it had a decade ago. Eagerly yearning to draw closer, even entertaining thoughts of taking a step further. "Mian, it's been a long time." His voice remained as melodious and gentle as she remembered. Gu Yanzhi's eyes curved into a smile, revealing his charming little canine teeth. "It's been a long time." Reunited after a long separation, Shumian gazed at the steaming bowl of oil-splashed noodles on the table, a dish they had cherished during their high school days at a roadside stall. She was surprised to realize that she had somewhat forgotten. This little stall had actually relocated here. "Try it. How does it differ from what Grandpa Chen makes?" "This? Did you make this?" Shumian was somewhat astonished. In her recollection, Gu Yanzhi was utterly unaccustomed to manual labor. Those hands, aside from playing the piano, would never engage in such coarse tasks. She picked up her chopsticks and took a small bite, still the same taste as before. Had it not been for her makeup and the white dress she wore today, she would have devoured the noodles and savored the soup with abandon. "What do you think?" Gu Yanzhi eagerly awaited her assessment. Ever since her disappearance, he had devoted himself to honing his culinary skills, relinquishing his previous stubbornness. Alas, no matter how proficient he became, her absence rendered it incomplete. "It tastes just like before." A knowing smile graced Gu Yanzhi's lips. This was indeed delightful. The reunion surpassed the initial encounters of the mortal realm, even after 3 years apart. Her heart still fluttered at the sight of him. "Do you know what today signifies for me?" As Shumian reflected, it seemed everything had been orchestrated, and Gu Yanzhi, being so astute, must have known all along. She refrained from mentioning the blind date and instead inquired about his current occupation, engaging in casual conversation. Gu Yanzhi was now employed at the People's Hospital in NC City, and that young rascal Jiang Zhou had truly caught up to his idol's footsteps. "How is your leg?" Shumian lowered her gaze, examining Gu Yanzhi's right calf, which appeared unremarkable beneath the fabric of his pants. "I've grown accustomed to it." The two conversed intermittently, their reunion tinged with a sense of awkwardness and unfamiliarity. Lin Jun and Gu Yanzhi's mother, Luo Bai, discreetly observed from a nearby tea stall, silently watching the unfolding scene. After such an extensive conversation, why does it seem that no progress has been made? Luo Bai, the dignified matriarch of the Gu family, embodies the essence of a refined lady, well-versed and composed, yet she finds a peculiar connection with Lin Jun, who possesses merely a junior high school education. It is perfectly natural for the two children, reunited after a long separation, to feel a bit reserved. Gu Yanzhi truly is lacking in ambition. He must not disappoint our expectations of him. Lin Jun could not help but chuckle, finding Luo Bai amusingly innocent, like a young girl. She was aware of Luo Bai's fondness for Mian, but it was essential for Gu Yanzhi to reciprocate those feelings. "You are so remarkable. You should also find love." Shumian had longed to ask him this. After 3 years apart, he had grown increasingly handsome and accomplished. Surely he must have a girlfriend by now? No, he remained single. The sun shone brightly as Gu Yanzhi smiled at me. The ringtone of Gu Yanzhi's phone nearly startled Shumian out of her wits. The off-key melody was reminiscent of the drunken ramblings from their graduation year. To her astonishment, he still used that as his ringtone. How embarrassing. Upon hearing it, Shumian recognized Jiang Zhou's voice. "In the face of life, love must take a back seat. Allow me to give you a ride." Shumian stood up to fetch the car keys, leaving Gu Yanzhi momentarily stunned. "She can drive now?" "No need. I can take a shortcut through the back road and arrive in just 2 minutes." Gu Yanzhi's tone was urgent, imbued with the weight of his medical profession. He swiftly removed his apron and, without a moment to bid farewell, dashed off in his car. Hey, what on earth is he doing? Furious, Luo Bai slammed the table. Ready to advance, only to be restrained by Lin Jun. Perhaps due to matters at Yanzhi Hospital, we had done all we could. The rest lay in their own hands. A sense of desolation enveloped Lin Jun as she gazed at her daughter's retreating figure, her heart tightening with sorrow. Indeed, the pursuit of love is as distant as the mountains, and separated by the formidable ice mountain that is Gu Yanzhi. Chapter 3. Memories resurface from high school. That bowl of oil-splashed noodles once again bridged the gap between them. This time, she fled from his world in despair, devoid of any courage to pursue love. Upon returning to her room and locking the door, she dragged out a dust-covered suitcase from beneath her bed. Inside lay a decade of her youth, both frantic and forlorn. She stared at the yellowing diary, adorned with images of her favorite fairy-like goddess, Louis Fei, and filled with the hazy lyrics of youthful affection. The pages, bursting with colorful ink, were densely scribbled, still amusing in retrospect. He was undeniably handsome. Adored by nearly every girl, his sun-kissed aura was complemented by the faint scent of laundry detergent lingering on his crisp white shirt. Heavens! Shumian, must be experiencing a turn of fortune. I am actually seated next to Gu Yanzhi. Yet, he exudes such an aloof demeanor, rarely uttering a word. It turns out that sitting beside a top student can be nerve-wracking. Nevertheless, I would cherish the chance to remain his desk mate. Today he spoke to me. Although it was merely, "Your English pronunciation is rather poor," I was elated. This was the first sentence spoken to me by the enigmatic Gu Yanzhi. During high school, everyone would often tease Gu Yanzhi about his name. Whenever discussions arose or authoritative statements were made, it was invariably said that he was correct. His arguments were always sound. And indeed, he was truly exceptional, earning the admiration of his peers. My diary was filled with the fundamental traits of an ardent admirer, detailing all of Gu Yanzhi's interests and hobbies, from his lofty life aspirations to the trivialities of his preferred underwear colors. I knew everything about him. The last page of my diary was sealed with glue, containing Gu Yanzhi's secrets, as well as a profound lesson learned. One summer night during our sophomore year, unable to sleep, I ventured outside for some fresh air and stumbled upon Gu Yanzhi sitting by the riverbank. That night, we forged a shared secret. Upon confirming his identity in the moonlight, I felt a sense of relief as I approached. Initially, I intended to startle him, considering how he, often aloof, never seemed to care for me, his deskmate. If he found amusement in teasing me daily, surely it wouldn't be too much to frighten him a little. Gu Yanzhi. I dared not raise my voice too loudly, mindful that others were resting. I could only feign a scare. Suddenly, I bounded towards him like a rabbit, illuminated by the moonlight, and my heart surged with tumultuous emotions. In that moment, why did Gu Yanzhi appear to have only one leg? No, it was 1.5. I stood there, dazed, gazing at his incomplete right leg, the area below the knee conspicuously absent, creating an unsettling emptiness. Had I seen enough? Gu Yan's tone was stern, clearly indicating his anger. She was the first to uncover his secret, and he was still struggling to accept the reality of his physical disability, feeling a profound shame about his crippled leg. Who was there? The homeroom teacher, Wang Ma, shone a flashlight in their direction, and Gu Yan swiftly pulled her into his embrace, shielding her entirely. A small figure nestled against him, pressed against his chest, where she could hear the rapid, tumultuous beating of his heart. As Gu Yan gazed at Shumian in his arms, his face flushed instantly, and his breath became erratic. The cool breeze by the river gently caressed them, bringing their hearts closer together. Gu Yan quickly released her. Under the moonlight, their faces were flushed as their eyes met. Reminiscent of autumn waters, Shumian seemed to comprehend why Gu Yan avoided physical education classes and refrained from participating in group activities. It was all due to this. After that night, their relationship appeared to have transformed, becoming subtle and ineffable. Gu Yan no longer regarded her with the same disdain. Perhaps he feared that she might divulge his secret. Outside the window, the sycamore trees were left with only withered branches clinging to their trunks, occasionally disturbed by the flight of a few cold crows. Her thoughts followed those crows into the distance, soaring toward the hidden decade of unrequited love within her heart. Everything felt dreamlike, yet undeniably real. Still languishing in bed, Shumian was jolted awake by her mother's thunderous voice. Lin Jun entered and mercilessly yanked away her blanket, sending a chill through the room. The impatient expression on the girl's face incited Lin Jun's frustration. Shumian, today marks your first day of high school. Look at you. Is there not a sense of urgency? After all, we are in high school. All they seem to do is indulge and sleep. The room reverberates with Lin Jun's impatient nagging. She is a full-time housewife with only a junior high education, having never sought employment since her remarriage. Managing her soon-to-graduate middle school son, Jiang Zhou, is particularly exasperating. He is incorrigibly mischievous, always causing trouble. Mom, give me 100 yuan. The school requires new uniforms. Jiang Zhou, with a bun in his mouth, devours his breakfast. The first thing he does upon waking is extend his hand for money. The mere mention of money causes Lin Jun to change her expression dramatically. 100 yuan. Are you out of your mind? Lin Jun nearly leaps up. Jiang Zhou, your excuse for asking for money has become utterly stale. Next time, come up with something more believable. Shumian gazes disdainfully at the boy before her, the son of her mother's new husband. They have never gotten along, only engaging in conflicts and vying for dominance, never managing to extinguish their fiery disputes with grace. You're in the 3rd year of middle school. Why on earth do you need a new uniform? I should be the one buying it as a first-year high school student. Shumian begins to complain about him, echoing her mother's sentiments to belittle Jiang Zhou. Four-eyed brat, be quiet. The battle lines are drawn, and the remaining piece of ham on the table becomes the coveted prize. Jiang Zhou, unwilling to concede, swiftly seizes his chopsticks to contest. Back and forth they go, snatching and grabbing. That piece of ham transforms into a trophy of their rivalry. Fruit is sent tumbling to the floor as Shumian bends down to retrieve it, ultimately leading to the ham's demise. Jiang Zhou triumphantly shoves the ham into his mouth, relishing his victory, oblivious to Lin Jun, who emerges from the kitchen with a bowl of porridge, on the brink of collapse at the sight of this chaos. Jiang Zhou, Shumian. A feather duster fell from the sky, landing squarely on Jiang Zhou's rear. Mom, don't just hit me, he exclaimed. It was sister who started it. Shumian, quick-witted, slung her backpack over her shoulder, casually seized an egg from the table, stuffed it into her bag, and dashed to the door, hastily slipping on her shoes before bursting outside. The summer breeze of NC City was suffocating, and even in September, it stirred unease within her. As she swept her bangs aside, the contrast of her face was striking. Realizing time was slipping away, Shumian hurriedly sprinted down the narrow alley, her short legs moving swiftly as a bicycle whizzed past her. The bike brushed against her, throwing her off balance and causing her to tumble towards the ground. In a moment of desperation, she grasped onto something, holding on tightly. Anything was better than a face-first fall. A sharp, crisp sound echoed. It was the tearing of a fabric strip. Before she could even raise her head, she was unceremoniously shoved aside, landing squarely on her backside. It was then that she noticed. A boy's pants had been torn from the seat down to his calves, revealing a cartoon pattern of crayon Shinchan. Avert your gaze. Shumian berated herself, mortified at what she had seen. She quickly stood up to apologize. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. The boy covered his rear, and laughter erupted from the onlookers, all recognizing his uniform from Nanchuan Middle School. You're done for, he growled, pointing menacingly at her. As he stepped closer. Chapter 4. Encountering the young lad over the wall. As I tumbled over the wall, I turned to find a young lad before me. At first glance, he seemed to be accompanied by a myriad of stars, captivating my soul and becoming my lifelong affection. In the Diary of a Little Overlord. Shumian spent all the money meant for her school uniform on crayon Shinchan. What an unfortunate beginning. On her very first day of school, she found herself bereft of all her possessions. It was all the fault of that cyclist. The next time they crossed paths, she would surely settle the score. Nanchuan Middle School exuded a certain grandeur, but alas, Shumian sprinted to the school gate only to find it firmly closed. Her pleas and protests fell on deaf ears as the gate remained steadfastly shut. Punctuality was paramount at Nanchuan Middle School, which held discipline in the highest regard. What a stroke of bad luck for her today. Shumian stumbled upon the dilapidated iron gate at the back of Nanchuan Middle School. Surveying her surroundings, she noted that the walls were not particularly tall. She could easily climb a tree to scale the wall. With no one in sight, she hoisted her backpack and nimbly ascended the tree. A twinge of guilt washed over her as she cautiously glanced around to ensure her safety before stepping onto the wall. Such trivial matters posed no challenge to her. She was accustomed to climbing walls and breaking windows to enter her home whenever she forgot her keys. With practiced ease, she descended safely to the ground, adjusted her glasses, and brushed off the dust from her hands. It was almost effortless. Shumian couldn't help but commend herself. Just as she turned to make her escape, she was abruptly halted by an unexpected figure. Lifting her gaze, she was instantly captivated by the sight before her, stirring a tempest of emotions within her heart. The young man, clad in a pristine school uniform, stood against the sunlight, his long eyelashes shimmering in the autumn sun like stars. In that fleeting moment, she felt an undeniable connection, a spark that ensnared her very soul. She had always acknowledged that her infatuation with Gu Yanzhi began with a mere glance. What was his name? Which grade and class did he belong to? Arriving late to school and climbing over the wall, according to the 34th article of the Student Code, warrants a demerit. His voice was clear yet resilient, resonating in the ears and striking a chord in the heart. Yet, how could such words be so compelling? Moments ago, I felt a flicker of admiration, but his barrage of words extinguished my interest. I had a special circumstance today. I did not intend to be late, Shumian explained, fully aware that he would not believe her, yet she still felt compelled to struggle for understanding. What special circumstance? How could she possibly articulate that in a moment? As they engaged in their tug-of-war, another figure suddenly approached from behind. The three exchanged glances, engulfed in awkwardness. It was none other than the mischievous child who had extorted her uniform money that morning, now clad in new attire. Gu Yanzhi. Do not mistake a feather for a token of authority. I am a regular here, and you cannot impede my path. Shumian watched incredulously as the little rascal brushed past her, wondering how this so-called Gu Yanzhi could act as if she were invisible. Was he a coward who only bullied the weak? He was late too. Why did he not stop him? Shumian indignantly pointed at the boy who was making faces at her, feeling an unjust sense of bitterness. He was the chosen one of Nanchuan, beyond the jurisdiction of mere mortals. Gu Yanzhi, having spoken, paid her no further mind and continued on his way. Hey, classmate. How do I get to class 3 of the first year? Nanchuan High School was vast, and Shumian was unfamiliar with her surroundings. Upon hearing her, Gu Yanzhi paused. Is this world truly so small? He mused. The indifferent dismissal of 3 words left Shumian rooted in place, puffing her cheeks in disbelief. Indeed, fate is often unjust. Can one flaunt a charming visage to justify such arrogance? Gu Yanzhi observed the retreating figure, her high ponytail swaying like the wings of a bird in flight. Unbidden, images of her clunky black-rimmed glasses and her sparkling eyes surfaced in his mind. Her face still bore traces of youthful plumpness and 2 charming dimples. While she was, admittedly not the epitome of beauty, her animated little mouth was rather impressive. In class 3 of the first year at Nanchuan High School, the stern homeroom teacher, Wang Ma, stood at the podium delivering a lecture. Renowned for his cold demeanor, Wang Ma was the head of the first-year department, and nearly all students under his tutelage were exceptional. Naturally, this excellence came at a price, leading students to affectionately refer to him as Wang Ma, for he provided an unwavering sense of maternal care. One year, a student, in a moment of mischief, shouted Wang Ma during a break and faced the dire consequence of copying. A punishment so severe that it was said the student spent the entirety of high school transcribing it, filling over 10 notebooks. Report. Is that the academic prodigy who skipped military training? Unbelievably handsome. Truly a dreamboat. Whispers filled the classroom, nearly bursting with pink bubbles of infatuation. However, Wang Ma's stern cough swiftly silenced the budding chatter, extinguishing it before it could flourish. The winding corridors of the teaching building made it exceedingly difficult for her to navigate. After so many detours, she finally arrived, a torment for someone as directionally challenged as herself. Report. A shrill and youthful voice intruded upon the tranquility, appearing utterly out of place. As Wang Ma reached the crux of her lecture, she was abruptly interrupted, her expression instantly clouding as she turned to the doorway where Shumian stood. In that instant, it seemed as if the teacher was poised to devour her whole. Gu Yanzhi leaned back in his chair, wearing an expression of amusement. The slouching troublemaker below lazily shook his head and remarked, "She's in for it." Chapter 5, From Top Student to Slacker Shumian, is it? Wang Ma glanced at the attendance sheet, realizing that the only one missing was her. Arriving this late, just as the lecture was nearly concluded, had to be a result of her sneaking in over the wall. Noticing the remnants of dust on her sweatpants, Wang Ma was well aware of the antics of these little rascals. "Teacher, come here, come here." Wang Ma beckoned calmly for her to approach. Shumian, believing she was merely being asked to step forward, stood foolishly at the center of the podium. Nanchuan Middle School was not a place to be trifled with. Consider the effort your parents have expended to provide you with an education. Failing to gain admission to a reputable university would be a source of shame. Shumian was rendered speechless. Before her arrival, she had heard the saying from Rong Xiaoqian, better to enter Nanchuan than to be among the 3rd class. Yet, She had not anticipated Wang Ma's ferocity. In that moment, her self-esteem shattered, her eyes glistening with unshed tears swirling in her eye sockets. Given that you have just transferred from another school, I shall let you off this time, but there will be no next time, understood? Lowering her gaze for a closer look, she realized it was none other than Gu Yanzhi. The classmate in front, Qin Huai, turned around and cast her a flirtatious glance, causing Shumian's heart to tighten. Wasn't he just the little rascal from earlier? All of this seemed to be telling her of a fated entanglement. Most of the top students at Nanchuan High School had ascended directly from the main campus, with only a select few exceptional individuals transferring from other institutions. The moment Shumian was accepted into Nanchuan's prestigious high school, it felt as if a sparrow had soared to become a phoenix. My daughter has been admitted to Nanchuan's elite high school, and to the honors class, no less. The only aspect of Shumian that her mother could proudly boast about was her academic performance. Everything else fell short of being commendable. Classmates, please submit the uniform fees within this week. The new uniforms will be distributed next week. Rong Xiaoqian, the acting class representative of Class 3, was tall and striking, embodying the ideal aesthetic favored by boys with her long, straight hair. Shumian had been troubled by the uniform fees for the past few days, leaving her somewhat distracted during lessons. Classmates, I assure you, this assembly is almost always the first multiple-choice question in the college entrance examination each year. One multiple-choice question equals 5 points. That translates to 50,000 students. Shumian sat there in a daze, while beside her, Gu Yanzhi was engrossed in studying advanced mathematics for a competition. His ambitions lay elsewhere. He had no intention of remaining at school during his senior year. Participating in competitions to secure a recommendation had always been his goal in attending Nanchuan High School, fueling his academic journey. Shumian, if you don't keep pace now, it will be difficult for you to catch up later. Do you know that in mathematics? There's a saying, miss a pin and you miss a whole world? Wang Ma articulated her points with remarkable clarity and decisively gestured for her to stand at the back of the classroom to absorb the lesson, hoping to jolt her into awareness. Qin Huai looked at her with an expression of schadenfreude, stirring discomfort within Shumian. It was only upon arriving at Nanchuan High School that she realized the existence of greater talents beyond her own. Her classmates not only excelled academically, but also possessed a myriad of skills, while her mother forbade her from indulging in any hobbies apart from her studies. Class monitor, why are you working on the sophomore mathematics paper? Shumian glanced around and noticed that hardly anyone was tackling the first unit on sets. But I've already completed that in my first year. What? Shumian's eyes widened in disbelief, her heart racing as she struggled to maintain her composure. By the way, you're the only one yet to pay for the class uniform. Please hand it to me soon, as I need to give it to the teacher. During English class, the teacher instructed the students to prepare the text, and as she listened to her peers enunciate in American accents, Shumian felt too intimidated to read aloud. Although her voice was barely audible, it caught the attention of Gu Yanzhi beside her. Your pronunciation is rather poor, he remarked. A wave of dismay washed over Shumian, and a cold sweat began to form at her back. Pretending not to have heard, she lowered her voice even further. The English words she once struggled to recognize were often pronounced using Chinese characters or pinyin, resulting in her less than perfect articulation. Is there anyone willing to read this passage aloud? The moment the teacher posed the question, Shumian immediately bowed her head, silently praying, please don't see me, please don't see me. She thought to herself, how can the teacher expect us to read the text when we haven't even been taught yet? The English teacher picked up the roll call and, upon seeing Shumian, who ranked second in the entrance exam with a perfect score in English, mused that her pronunciation must be quite commendable. Thus, she decided to use her as a demonstration. However, fate played a cruel trick on her, and Shumian wished she could vanish from sight. Trembling, she slowly stood up, feeling the weight of her classmates' gazes upon her. Please read this passage aloud, the teacher instructed. Gritting her teeth, Shumian steeled herself and began to read, but her pronunciation was riddled with regional accents, stumbling through the lines, which elicited laughter from several classmates. The teacher, feigning composure, quickly interrupted her before she could read the second line. All right, that's enough, Shumian. You need to practice your pronunciation more diligently. Understood, teacher, she replied. Gu Yanzhi shook his head, baffled at how she had managed to achieve a perfect score in the English exam. He certainly did not wish to endure her accented pronunciation during morning readings. It was sheer torment. Qin Huai, Shumian had no choice but to call out to him as he was heading out to play basketball. What is it, little sheep? he replied. Little sheep? It seems you have already bestowed upon her a nickname. Gu Yanzhi glanced at the mischievous Qin Huai. I heard from Gu Yanzhi that you. Shumian suddenly realized that mentioning his demotion might be inappropriate, so she altered her phrasing. Have you paid for the school uniform? Thanks to you. I have already settled it, he replied. Gu Yanzhi, typically reticent, suddenly interjected. Are you two quite close? You're quite chatty. What a joke. Do you doubt my popularity? Gu Yanzhi? Qin Huai retorted. The little lamb from Qin Huai's mouth eventually became the true lamb in his heart. Alas, it was devoured by the wolf, Gu Yanzhi. Why should I give him money? Shumian raised her head, perplexed by Gu Yanzhi's words. This marked the second time he had spoken to her. Nearly a week into the school term, he had only exchanged 2 sentences with her. What are you talking about? I saw you tear Qin Huai's pants that day. Shoo, keep your voice down. Shumian stomped her foot anxiously. She still had her dignity to maintain. I was wrong. I should have given him the money. He has 2 grades left, and there are 5 sets of uniforms. But I didn't know back then. Shumian furrowed her brow, tilting her head to gaze at Gu Yanzhi, only to find herself caught in his eyes. In that moment of shared gaze, ripples stirred within her heart. The boy's eyes were clear and transparent, untouched by the mundane world. Shumian's heart raced uncontrollably. It was the first time she felt such a sensation. She hastily averted her gaze from Gu Yanzhi and pretended to focus on her homework. Chapter 6. Shumian was slapped. At the dining table, Shumian listlessly scraped at the rice in her bowl, appearing as though her soul had departed. What's wrong? You seem so out of sorts. How's your studying? Are you keeping up? Yes. I'm managing. That's good to hear. After dinner, I still need to bring food to your father at the construction site. You two must behave and take a nap at home. Lin Jun couldn't bear for her husband to spend money on meals outside, and worried that he might not eat well, so she made it a point to deliver lunch to the construction site every day, not minding the toil. Mother, I wish to discuss something with you. Shumian could only divert her gaze to the side where Jiang Zhou was eating. The young rascal sensed the ulterior motives behind Shumian's demeanor. What is it? Jiang Zhou, ready to flee at a moment's notice, was certain she intended to impose upon him the chore of washing dishes again. Could you lend me some money? I promise to repay you swiftly. I have no money. No money at all. It was evident that Shumian was aware of how Jiang Zhou had secretly hoarded the funds he usually spent on meals and stationery. Sister is truly in urgent need. Just lend it to me this once. With sincerity in her eyes. Shumian found herself unexpectedly seeking assistance from her sworn rival and was compelled to humble herself when in dire straits. Well, very well. Jiang Zhou extracted his savings only after ensuring that she would handle all future dishwashing and floor cleaning duties. After a few minutes of counting, he produced a meager sum of 50 yuan, which was woefully insufficient. Is this all? Yes, this is it. How much do you need? Just as Shumian had found a glimmer of hope, it was extinguished once more. She had no choice but to beseech Rong Xiaoqian for an extension on the school uniform payment. Are you facing some difficulties? Rong Xiaoqian inquired. But Shumian would never confess that her money had been given to Qin Huai. No, it's just, my parents are not home lately, so... All right then, I must submit it to the teacher by tomorrow at the latest. Thank you, class leader. Gu Yanzhi observed Shumian's despondent state over the past few days and found it utterly hopeless. Time to collect assignments. Everyone, please hand in yesterday's English test papers. Shumian was taken aback. Did she not mention the submission of papers today? The English exam paper lay untouched in her drawer. Did anyone say anything about turning in the assignments? Shumian frantically rummaged through her blank paper, her anxiety mounting like ants on a hot pan. The rule at Nanchuan High School was clear. Today's homework must be submitted by tomorrow. Gu Yanzhi calmly informed her that everyone else was aware of it except for her. How could no one have informed her? What to do now? It was too late to rectify the situation. Shumian's mind was a jumble, while Gu Yanzhi observed her indifferently. Ultimately, it was predictable that Shumian was summoned to the office by her English teacher for a stern discussion. Little lamb. What a coincidence. You haven't completed your homework either? He remarked. Shumian chose to ignore him. The sense of pride she once felt for her academic achievements was utterly absent in this environment. The first year at Nanchuan felt no different from the third year. Everyone had already completed the first year syllabus. The self-learning capabilities of the students from Nanchuan's main campus were beyond her reach. That evening, seizing the opportunity of her mother's good mood, Shumian broached the topic of the uniform money, admitting that she had misplaced it. Lin Jun, however, was not convinced in the least. Misplaced it? And you're only telling me now? Why didn't you mention this sooner? I was afraid you would be angry. How? Do you think I wouldn't be angry now that you've told me? Lin Jun's voice could resonate through 3 floors, and the neighbors could practically hear her reprimanding Yu Shumian. All right, if it's lost, it's lost. I'll just give you more. She finally relented. Yu Shumian's stepfather, Jiang Anha, was generally kind to her, always saving the tastiest treats for her. This very favoritism was what Jiang Zhou despised about her. No way. That is 100 yuan, a sum one can hardly earn after a grueling day on a construction site, yet she casually tosses it away. Mother, I realize my mistake. Yu Shumian's voice quivered with tears. She understood her mother's character all too well, stubborn and domineering. If she said no, then no it would be. Apologies were futile. There would be no new uniform, only the old one from middle school. But mother, all my classmates are wearing the new uniforms. How can I attend a new school and an old one? You brought this upon yourself. Yes, she deserves it. She ought not to have been born. Why must she endure such a life? Daily chaos and ceaseless arguments. Her mother cared only for grades, neglecting everything else about her. She had suffered enough. Why did you choose to give me life? The pent-up grievances within Yu Shumian transformed into a surge of defiance. Slap. A heavy hand struck her face, leaving an enormous mark in an instant. Jiang Anha, seated on the sofa, was taken aback. It was the first time he had witnessed Lin Jun strike her own daughter after all these years. Jiang Zhou was thoroughly startled, instinctively retreating behind Jiang Anha, suddenly feeling a twinge of sympathy for Yu Shumian. Her sister, Yu Shumian, who suffered from rhinitis, found blood gushing from her nose after the slap. Zhou, quickly, fetch some tissue. Jiang Anha, quick-witted, tore off a piece of paper and handed it to her, while Lin Jun, in tears from anger, stormed into her room, leaving behind a sound of muffled sobs that soon faded into silence. Mian, do not take it to heart. It is all your father's fault. His lack of ability has burdened your mother, making her prioritize financial matters, leading to a life of meticulous budgeting. She endured a bloody nose without shedding a tear. And even when reprimanded, she remained stoic. However, when Jiang Anha consoled her, tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls strung on a broken thread. Father, please do not speak of yourself in such a manner. It pains me deeply. I am fine. Yu Shumian sobbed, her breaths hitching, her nose bubbling with tears as she wiped her face. Zhou, comfort your sister while I check on your mother, Jiang Anha said, nudging Jiang Zhou, who nodded in agreement. This was his first experience witnessing his sister weep so profoundly. Though he often found her irritating, in moments like these, empathy welled within him. Sister, please do not cry. Jiang Zhou tore off a piece of tissue to dry her tears, but Yu Shumian turned her face away, refusing his touch. Jiang Zhou steeled himself. He could forego gaming for a few weeks if needed. Sister, please stop crying. I will give you all my pocket money. Under normal circumstances, Yu Shumian would have joyfully accepted the offer, but alas, not now. It would suffice to wear middle school uniforms in the future. That night, Yu Shumian barely slept, and she could not fathom why her father had been banished from their bedroom. When she rose in the middle of the night to use the restroom, she found him curled up on the old, tattered sofa. Yu Shumian, can you not muster some spirit? Look at yourself now. Apart from quarreling, what else can you do? Falling behind in your studies is one thing, but you can't even uphold this shred of dignity. After a hazy hour of slumber, she awoke to find a hefty iron box nestled beneath her pillow. Upon opening it, Yu Shumian discovered a neat stack of cash, comprised of 1 yuan and 50-cent notes, alongside a handful of coins. She promptly closed the lid and concealed the box beneath her bed, taking several deep breaths to muster the courage to step outside. Sis, did you see the things? Jiang Zhou inquired softly as he leaned closer. Yu Shumian nodded, seemingly reassuring him. Where's Mom? She asked, surveying the unusually quiet home. I don't know. She left as soon as I got up. Upon arriving at school, Yu Shumian fretted over how to explain to the class monitor, but was soon informed by Rong Xiaoqian that someone had already covered her uniform fee. Who helped me? She asked. Gu Yanzhi. Chapter 7. The heart still fluttered at goodbye. Yu Shumian glanced at Gu Yanzhi beside her, who sat upright, engrossed in incomprehensible astronomical mathematics. Why did you help me? She asked. Gu Yanzhi closed his book and turned to her, his clear, penetrating gaze seeming to see right through her. It was your money to begin with. It was merely a trivial effort. Huh? It's nothing, she replied. Gu Yanzhi observed her with a hint of curiosity, sensing a subtle change. Yu Shumian, almost entranced, found herself staring blankly at him. Why are you wearing a mask? She asked, suddenly conscious of her own face, still marked by a lingering imprint. I'm unwell and didn't want to infect you, he replied. Yu Shumian hastily concocted an excuse, while Gu Yanzhi merely smiled, choosing not to confront her deception. On the podium, Wang Ma spoke animatedly when suddenly a sharp knock at the door interrupted the mathematics class. Shumian glanced towards the entrance, her heart racing. Why was her mother at school? Quickly, she lowered her head, reluctant to let her classmates know that the woman at the door was her mother. The math class was abruptly transformed into a self-study session, and before long, Shumian was summoned to the office. Shumian's mother, please don't be upset. The loss of money must surely be the result of a child's carelessness. Besides, Shumian has already returned the money. The implication that it was Gu Yanzhi's funds only muddled the matter further. Rather than clarifying the truth, she preferred to say the money had been lost. Since the money has been returned, there is no need to scold the child, one teacher interjected. Mr. Wang, I am not scolding her. I have not given her any money to return. Where did she get the funds? Another voice raised in protest. Shumian remained silent. Sensing the tension mounting in the office, with several teachers unable to mediate the situation. Outside the window, numerous classmates had gathered, their curiosity piqued, filling the corridor with a throng of spectators. Clarify this matter. Where did the money come from? Gu Yanzhi had come to submit his competition paper and stumbled upon the scene of Lin Jun tugging at Shumian's ear. As the class bell rang, the crowd at the door dispersed cheerfully, as if fate intended to grant Shumian a sliver of reprieve. Gu Yanzhi stood at the entrance and pushed the door open. Mr. Wang, he announced. Upon seeing Gu Yanzhi enter, Shumian wished for nothing more than to vanish into a crack in the floor. Pondering how she would face him now. Gu Yanzhi, is there something you need? Teacher Wang, the money for the school uniform was something I found under Shumian's desk. So I paid it on her behalf without informing her. Mian's mother, you see, the matter is clarified now. Please do not be too harsh on her. Lin Jun, relenting, did not wish for her to suffer excessive embarrassment at school and, in a huff, departed from the classroom with her bag in tow. Gu Yanzhi observed Shumian, who had remained silent throughout the day, feeling an inexplicable discomfort in his heart. He watched as the young girl beside him stared blankly at her test paper, aimlessly doodling in her notebook, which had also suffered the consequences. The eraser bore numerous small punctures, and Gu Yanzhi found his gaze inadvertently following the movement of her pen. Shumian. Gu Yanzhi intercepted her at the school's back gate, carrying medicine purchased from the infirmary. Is there something you need? He inquired. Shumian, her head bowed, averted her gaze from him, fixating instead on the medicine. Here. Shumian shook her head, feeling indebted to him already. Gu Yanzhi understood her reluctance to trouble him further. So he reached out to gently slide her mask aside. His fingers barely grazed her skin, a fleeting touch akin to a dragonfly alighting on water. The mark on Shumian's face still bore a faint redness. What? Would you like me to apply it for you? Without waiting for Shumian's astonished reply, which nearly caused her jaw to drop, he proceeded to unwrap the cotton swab and ointment. No, I can do it myself. Shumian's heart raced uncontrollably, as if enchanted. In the early encounters, she had often felt a thrill at the sight of him, yet shyly avoided his gaze. To her, he was a radiant light that emerged from the ground, unmatched by any other handsome young man in the world. Thank you. After expressing her gratitude, Shumian swiftly dashed out of his sight with her petite legs. Chapter 8. I should have taken action earlier. It seemed that everyone had already forgotten about Shumian's mother, and the intense atmosphere of studying left her breathless. Observing her classmates who had completed the first-year curriculum, she felt an urgent anxiety but found herself helpless. Gu Yanzhi, why are you all studying so quickly? Don't you find it difficult to comprehend? Shumian muttered to herself while resting her forehead on the desk, her brows tightly knitted together. It's all the result of summer tutoring. Tutoring? She had never experienced what that entailed, having spent 2 to 3 times longer than others to finish her studies. Her mother often told her that a dull bird must fly early. What others could grasp in an hour, she needed 2 or even 3 hours to fully understand. What is this? Are you feeling a sense of defeat? Shumian remained silent, but Gu Yanzhi understood the sentiment within her heart. Yes, the teacher speaks too rapidly, skipping over some problems entirely. How can one learn that way? It's not that the teacher speaks too fast, it's that you often lose focus in class. Gu Yanzhi directly exposed her, and Shumian leaned closer to see what he was perusing daily, all of which were incomprehensible to her. It smells so good. Shumian silently mused, detecting a faint fragrance of laundry detergent on Gu Yanzhi's school uniform, a scent of jasmine that she adored. For some reason, she felt an urge to embrace him and inhale deeply. What brand of laundry detergent do you use? Gu Yan was rendered speechless. He had anticipated that Shumian would inquire about what he was watching, only to be met with such an unexpected question. What a coincidence! Shumian exclaimed impulsively, suddenly presenting her school uniform sleeve to Gu Yan. I also carry the fragrance of jasmine. Gu Yan frowned. And it was then that Shumian realized she might have overstepped her bounds. From that moment on, Gu Yan never opted for any other laundry detergent. He would consistently remind his mother to purchase this particular brand with the jasmine scent. Later, on the night when Gu Yan finally expressed his feelings to her, Shumian embraced him, inhaling deeply the scent that had long captivated her. Are you a dog? Gu Yan teased her. You are. Shumian clung tightly to him, unwilling to let go. She had finally pursued her secret crush, and she intended to savor every moment. After all, she had chased him for so long. She should have acted sooner. Who could blame him for being so prideful with that icy demeanor? When it came to Wang Ma, Rong Xiaoqian still suggested sending flowers. But Qin Huai was the first to dismiss her idea. Sending flowers to Wang Ma? That's utterly impractical. Then what do you propose we send? Rong Xiaoqian inquired, not the least bit offended, exuding an air of delicate femininity that made Shumian feel rather self-conscious. How should I know? Sending flowers is too cliché. Wang Ma is a male teacher, after all. Little lamb, what do you think we should send? Both Rong Xiaoqian and Qin Huai turned their gaze towards Shumian, who shook her head in confusion. Gu Yan, you surely have an idea, right? Shumian turned to him for assistance, convinced that he must know what to do. Indeed. How insightful. Thoughts indeed differ. Qin Huai leaned closer, resting a hand on his shoulder, only to be gently pushed away by Gu Yanzhi, who expressed his distaste for such nauseating displays. Shumian sang the birthday song, her eyes sparkling with delight, her gaze fixated on Gu Yanzhi. The faint trace of cream at the corner of the boy's mouth exuded a tantalizing aroma, causing Shumian to feel enchanted. Overwhelmed by an inexplicable urge to lean in and taste it, a pure impulse. What's wrong? Gu Yanzhi inquired, observing Shumian lost in thought. Her eyes vacant, as if wandering through distant realms. Shumian pointed at her own lips, signaling to him, Here, there's cream. Oh, Gu Yanzhi replied, casually grabbing a napkin to wipe it away nonchalantly. He noticed Shumian swallow hard, a smile flickering within him. Lately, he found Shumian increasingly appealing. Despite her black-framed glasses giving her a somewhat clumsy appearance, there was a certain charm to her, often revealing a myriad of expressive reactions. Whenever these matters arose, Gu Yanzhi could not escape a playful beating from Shumian. Recently, she had been arriving at school with dark circles under her eyes, a consequence of grappling with exceedingly challenging science problems. The frustration of failing to solve math equations, the despair of being unable to apply physical formulas, and the bewilderment over the principles behind chemistry experiments weighed heavily on her. Why must this experiment employ this equation? Why do we need to study math? Why do I memorize physics formulas yet cannot utilize them? These were the laments Gu Yanzhi heard most frequently. At times, watching her in her frenzy, he found himself amused from the depths of his heart. She, too, restrained herself from inquiring, driven by a desire for dignity, prompting Gu Yanzhi to feel compelled to elucidate the problem for her. Why does one acceleration possess so many intricacies? Gu Yanzhi shook his head in exasperation. Such a simple concept of acceleration seemed to baffle her, and the subsequent topics of electromagnetic induction and particle motion threatened to overwhelm her completely. Shumian glanced at Gu Yanzhi, who was engrossed in his advanced mathematics, preparing to approach him several times but lacking the courage to do so. As the class representative for physics, Gu Yanzhi, noticing her hesitation, decided to give her a gentle nudge. Do you have a moment? Yes. Could you explain how to tackle this problem? Of course, let me take a look. Shumian, filled with excitement, adjusted her glasses and meticulously placed her pen and notebook before him, sitting upright and poised for action. She gazed at him, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. What are you even writing? This problem doesn't require this formula. Without acknowledging her astonishment, Gu Yanzhi began to explain, and before Shumian was fully prepared to respond, the answer had already emerged. Is that it? Is it done? Gu Yanzhi regarded her with a look of bewilderment, realizing she must have missed his earlier explanation. Could you write down the steps? Her request was quite unexpected. Gu Yanzhi reluctantly nodded, as it was his first time explaining a problem in such detail. Do you understand? Shumian nodded earnestly. Then, she took the exam paper and carefully inscribed the character for solution at the beginning of Gu Yanzhi's steps. An application question devoid of the word solution lacks essence. Gu Yanzhi, a beautiful girl is looking for you. A voice, laced with mockery, echoed through the classroom, drawing the gaze of most students towards the entrance. Shumian's attention was similarly captivated, and upon glancing over, she found herself ensnared by an overwhelming surge of jealousy. Chapter 9. The invisible jar of jealousy. Was that just now a classmate of yours? Yu Shumian was not one to meddle in others' affairs, yet for reasons unknown, she found herself unable to resist probing further into his life. Gu Yanzhi, on the other hand, remained nonchalant, revealing without hesitation, just an ordinary classmate, nothing more. His first statement subtly hinted at a deeper connection with that girl, while the latter part distanced him from her entirely, painting him as a rather peculiar individual. Today, Yu Shumian appeared dejected, furrowed brows betraying her troubled thoughts, and she refrained from engaging in conversation with Gu Yanzhi. What's wrong? Gu Yanzhi tilted his head to observe her, noting the pallor of her lips, suggesting that something was amiss. Nothing. There are always a few days like this in a month. She gritted her teeth, determined to maintain her composure, fearing that a stray piece of chalk might find its way to her head. If only she had refrained from indulging in ice pops the previous night. Yu Shumian lamented her choices 1,000 times over. A fleeting moment of indulgence brought forth the torment of her monthly visitor. Wang Ma was particularly attentive to Yu Shumian's needs, her hawk-like gaze fixed upon her. Some individuals, alas, would zone out during class and then act foolishly once it ended. Gu Yanzhi nudged the nearly drowsy Yu Shumian beside him, realizing that even the soothing balm had lost its effectiveness. Yu Shumian, stand up straight. You're on the verge of falling asleep. His concern for her grew as he observed her demeanor, acutely aware that he was not well versed in matters pertaining to girls. Only Qi Baisheng, her childhood companion, had ever uttered a few words to her, words so piercing they nearly brought her to the brink of collapse. The discourse from Wang Ma on the podium felt completely muddled in her mind. Hey, Yu Shumian. Wang Ma noticed something amiss with Yu Shumian and promptly instructed Gu Yanzhi to escort her to the infirmary. Moments later, the class bell rang, and Qin Huai, clutching a basketball, dashed out, only to find the two moving sluggishly towards the stairwell. Hey, Gu Yanzhi, are you even a man? Don't you know how to carry a little lamb? I'm fine. I can walk by myself. Yu Shumian protested in a feeble voice. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Huai discarded the basketball and hoisted Yu Shumian onto his back, drawing the astonished gazes of onlookers. Qin Huai, let me down. Please, let me down. The pressure on her chest was excruciating, and a wave of heat surged to her face, igniting her senses, while her thoughts drifted towards Gu Yanzhi, who seemed to recede further away. I also wished to carry her, but my leg. Gu Yanzhi glanced down at his right leg, as if the multitude of accolades he had achieved over the years was merely a fade. Concealing the truth of his disability, he shunned the reality of his frailty, perpetually cloaking it beneath a myriad of glories. He had believed himself sufficiently exceptional that this scar would remain hidden, yet Yu Shumian had intruded upon his world, compelling him to confront his own blemish once more. Ever since Qin Huai had carried her to the infirmary, Gu Yanzhi seemed to have grown indifferent towards himself. Was that merely an illusion? Perhaps he has been feeling rather down lately, which explains his diminished conversation and sour expression. Little sheep, do you have any free time this weekend? Qin Huai suddenly turned to Yu Shumian, his face adorned with a smile that hinted at ulterior motives. Yu Shumian was taken aback. What did he mean by that? Rong Xiaoqian, who stood beside Qin Huai, shot him a disapproving glare. What is the matter? Yu Shumian replied timidly, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Gu Yanzhi. He remained as composed as ever, like an eternal iceberg that would never melt. A sudden jolt of concern struck Gu Yanzhi, causing the sound of turning pages to become inadvertently louder, seemingly voicing his disapproval. Yu Shumian immediately shook his head vigorously, pointing towards Rong Xiaoqian. You could go with Xiaoqian. Qin Huai disdainfully glanced at Rong Xiaoqian, pouting as he remarked, I just told her, but she refuses, claiming she has to practice the cello. Wow. Qianqian, you play the cello. This was Yu Shumian's first encounter with someone so exceptionally talented. In his previous school, everyone was solely focused on their studies, devoid of any hobbies. Little sheep, why are you so surprised? I can also race cars. Really? Yu Shumian's eyes sparkled at the revelation, but Gu Yanzhi immediately pierced through Qin Huai's pretentious facade. You mean bicycle racing, right? Haha. Yu Shumian laughed heartily, realizing that racing could indeed refer to bicycles. What? A bicycle is still a vehicle. If you're so capable, why don't you ride one and show me? Upon hearing these words, Gu Yanzhi fell silent. Indeed, he had never attempted to ride a bicycle, nor did he dare to try, solely due to an inner trepidation. Little sheep, it's settled then. This Saturday, I shall come to your home to fetch you. Yu Shumian barely had time to decline before the class bell rang. She was acutely aware of her strict upbringing. Everything she did had to be reported to her mother. Recently, her thoughts had been almost entirely consumed by Gu Yanzhi. Occasionally, he would be absent from class, and upon inquiry, she learned that he was attending training for a competition. This time, Nanchuan High School had 2 slots for the national physics competition, one for the first year and another for the second-year students. "Little sheep, hurry, let me copy your English test," Qin Huai exclaimed urgently, rummaging through her desk. Shumian allowed him to do so without a care. "Are you practicing problems again?" she asked casually, unaware that she had rehearsed this line in her mind dozens of times, which allowed her to deliver it so effortlessly. "Yes." Gu Yanzhi rubbed his eyes, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught Shumian gazing at him with a somewhat dazed expression, which prompted a subtle smile within him. "Little sheep, why haven't you completed the correction exercises? Oh, what is it like to study problems alongside our school's flower senior?" Qin Huai's words caused Shumian to fix her gaze intently on Gu Yanzhi's face, a twinge of jealousy stirring within her. "If you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute. What? Is it only permissible for you to be with your childhood sweetheart, the school beauty, while I am forbidden from conversing with little sheep?" Shumian, upon hearing those words, felt an inexplicable surge of anger. She abruptly snatched the paper from Qin Huai's hand and buried her head in silence, ignoring him completely. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she declared, "Qin Huai, I will not accompany you for a joyride. You may go alone. Please, don't be like that, little lamb." Noticing that she was genuinely upset, Qin Huai reluctantly turned away, while Rong Xiaoqian nudged him with her elbow, admonishing him for his careless words that had angered Shumian. Childhood sweethearts? The school beauty, an upperclassman? Such titles resonate as the ideal archetype for countless boys. She felt as if she had already lost before the race began, devoid of talent, grades, or even good looks. Shumian berated herself internally, succumbing to despair. Is she angry? Gu Yanzhi pondered, observing that Shumian had fallen silent after Qin Huai's remarks. Could it be that she was feeling jealous? Chapter 10. The innocent crush not keeping distance due to a lack of affection, but rather due to an overwhelming fondness that renders one hesitant to indulge in their deepest desires. Gu Yanzhi, how do you solve this physics problem? Gu Yanzhi, have you seen my English paper? Gu Yanzhi, where's my pencil? Gu Yanzhi, where's my draft paper? Gu Yanzhi, I would like some water. At present, Gu Yanzhi had unwittingly become Shumian's invisible caretaker, while both Qin Huai and Rong Xiaoqian couldn't help but marvel at Mian's charm, managing to keep the aloof academic firmly under her spell. Recently, as the weather turned cooler, the hot water supply struggled to meet demand. In a moment of desperation, yearning for Gu Yanzhi's assistance with her physics problems, Shumian complied with his request and fetched him some hot water. As she gazed at the glass cup in her hands, her thoughts drifted. During the lesson today, it seemed that Gu Yanzhi had smiled at her. Was this his cup? Yes, I'm here to bring him hot water. A profound yet chilling smile appeared on Qi Baixing's face, causing Shumian to turn away. Unable to meet the gaze of her childhood companion, feeling as though she might be devoured whole in an instant. Do you harbor feelings for him? Shumian's heart tightened at this seemingly absurd question, nearly shattering the glass cup she held. How could that be? Qi Baixing chuckled softly, yet her tense tone betrayed a hint of sincerity. Indeed, who wouldn't he be captivated by such an exceptional young man? Yet behind such brilliance lies imperfection. I fear that no one could truly accept it. That would be for the best, otherwise. It is you who will be heartbroken. Shumian fell silent, hastily departing with the hot water. Standing before Qi Baixing, she felt like a thoroughly exposed puppet, struggling to breathe under the weight of her own emotions. The glass cup slipped from her grasp, crashing against her leg with a resounding thud, shattering on the floor. Her uniform trousers were drenched in scalding water. Yet perhaps numbed by Qi Baixing's words, she did not even utter a cry of pain. The boy nearby rushed to her side, concern evident in his voice. Yet she exhibited no reaction. Excuse me, I was in such a hurry, did I hurt you? Little lamb, what's wrong? Upon finishing his business, Qin Huai spotted a small lamb standing nearby, alongside the school heartthrob, Qi Jingyan. No worries, I shall fetch a broom. The collision left him utterly flustered. Yanzhi, having walked too hastily, failed to notice the situation. Qin Huai, uninterested in their incessant chatter, allowed his mischievous nature to surface, urging Qi Jingyan to leave promptly while he took it upon himself to tidy up with the broom in swift, deft motions. I observed the scene. In the deep autumn, the long school uniform pants enveloped his legs, numbed by scalding water. No worries, I feel no pain. What on earth occupies your mind daily? Thinking of you. Did you not cry out in pain? The time spent in pain was devoted to thoughts of you. Thus the pain is scarcely felt. In a fleeting moment. Shumian questioned her own sanity, reveling in her secret delight, akin to savoring honey. Can you hear me as I speak to you? Gu Yanzhi exhibited a flicker of impatience, inadvertently glancing up to find the girl gazing at him with a silly grin. Oh, let it be. At that moment, as Gu Yanzhi lowered his gaze, an involuntary smile graced his lips, reminiscent of countless stars cascading into his heart. Chapter 11. He shines like a radiant light. All youthful joys are a manifestation of the brilliance within. Shumian dragged Rong Xiaoqian to a cultural shop to purchase a cup for Gu Yanzhi. Rong Xiaoqian eyed the somewhat inexpensive glass cups, knowing full well that Gu Yanzhi would likely never use them. Yet, out of a sense of propriety, she refrained from disclosing this to Shumian, wishing not to dampen her heartfelt intentions. Qianqian, what patterns do you think boys prefer? Rong Xiaoqian's gaze fell upon the comic book, the latest issue of One Piece. As a refined young lady, her pastimes at home revolved solely around studying and playing the cello, leaving little room for other leisure activities. Qianqian, do you also enjoy One Piece? Shumian, observing her captivated expression, took the liberty of unwrapping the comic book encased in plastic. Hey, why did you unwrap it? Do you like it? Rong Xiaoqian shook her head, admitting she found it intriguing upon first glance but had never read it before. Well, now it's yours, a gift for you. Rong Xiaoqian's eyes widened in surprise. This was the first gift she had ever received, especially one deemed by her parents as potentially distracting from her studies. Thank you. Shumian then pondered, deliberating whether to choose the little sheep or the little crocodile. Mian, why was it Qin Huai who carried you to the infirmary last time? Rong Xiaoqian casually mentioned, though she had long harbored the curiosity. I didn't want that either, it was him. Anyway, I don't like it. Shumian struggled to articulate her feelings, particularly in front of Gu Yanzhi. She preferred to keep her distance from other boys. Shumian was taken aback, realizing why she hadn't seen Gu Yanzhi at the competition training recently. What happened? Rong Xiaoqian shook her head, only able to speculate. Perhaps Qin Huai had intervened unexpectedly. What? Shumian, with her wooden head, took a moment to grasp the situation before ultimately deciding to take the small crocodile. Qi Jingyan, who stood behind the bookshelf, overheard their entire conversation and understood the reason behind Gu Yanzhi's turmoil. For 3 years, he had yet to overcome it. The Gu Yanzhi before the first year of junior high was not like this at all. He was lively and mischievous. Whenever the three of them gathered to play games, Gu Yanzhi was always the victor, which often left his younger sister, Qi Baixing, in tears, prompting him to comfort her for a long while. The next day, Gu Yanzhi noticed the small crocodile glass on the table and smiled faintly. Beneath it lay a small note that read, "Hope you like it. Hey, ice cubes. This cup is quite unique. It doesn't seem to match your style," Qin Huai remarked casually. Shumian, who was engrossed in solving problems, immediately looked up. Then what is his style? Qin Huai suddenly flashed a mischievous grin. The style of a weirdo. Gu Yanzhi playfully kicked him, urging him to cease his nonsensical chatter. I like it. You have no say in the matter. After speaking, Gu Yanzhi caught a glimpse of Shumian stifling a laugh, which made him chuckle foolishly in return. Qin Huai, if you can't speak properly, just stay silent. To everyone's surprise, even a refined young lady could indulge in comic books. The conversation quickly shifted to Rong Xiaoqian, who was far less accommodating than Shumian. She promptly seized Qin Huai by the ear, compelling him to beg for mercy. Hey, young lady, I was wrong. Take it easy, please. That'll teach you to be so cheeky. Shumian chuckled behind, astonished by Qianqian's remarkable prowess. Previously, she had perceived her as an aloof figure, reluctant to engage with others, yet here she was, quite spirited. With merely a week remaining until the midterm examinations, her mind was still wandering. Gu Yanzhi gently tapped the top of Shumian's head with his pen. How foolish you are. I have explained this problem to you countless times. Are you trying to drive me mad? Shumian had grown accustomed to him calling her silly or foolish whenever she posed questions, but despite this, she willingly absorbed his words, finding sweetness in them. Under Mr. Gu's guidance, her grades in physics and chemistry soared, and she gradually began to find her footing. How can you remember everything? You know you should only note the key points, right? Gu Yanzhi exclaimed, gazing at her densely packed notebook, which made his head throb. Over time, Shumian had become accustomed to his playful reprimands, recognizing that, being in need of assistance, it was best to heed his words. Dad, she softly called from the doorway, causing Jiang Anha to wonder if he had disturbed her slumber. Did I interrupt your rest? No, Dad. Just don't stay up too late. Get some rest, all right? Shumian replied, feeling a sense of desolation as she closed the door. Uncertain of how she had succumbed to insomnia, she decided to take out her mathematics book and self-study the subsequent chapters. Up late again last night, Gu Yanzhi observed the dark circles under her eyes, instantly aware of her late-night endeavors. Yes, I couldn't sleep. She had mentioned her insomnia no fewer than 5 times recently. Was her sleep quality truly that poor? Was she anxious about the upcoming midterm examinations? Shumian nodded vigorously, though she had not fully comprehended the words spoken, her mind buzzing with the after-effects of a sleepless night. Pay attention in class, and after school, I will take you somewhere. This single phrase resonated most clearly with Shumian. Where's that? You will find out if you pay attention in class. All right, Teacher Gu. With newfound energy akin to a surge of adrenaline, Shumian eagerly anticipated the destination revealed after class, her mind racing with excitement. Let us go. I've finished all my homework. She swiftly gathered her books, her heart brimming with anticipation, longing to drag Gu Yanzhi to the promised place. Are you in such a hurry? Gu Yanzhi chuckled internally, taking his time to organize his textbooks, unable to bear his leisurely pace. Shumian shoved his books into his bag with determination. Isn't this the music classroom? She mused, standing dumbfounded at the doorway, as if a cool breeze had swept past her. The array of instruments inside dazzled her, some of which she had never even seen on television. Come in, Gu Yanzhi urged, noticing her frozen stance at the entrance. He gently tugged at the back of her collar, guiding her to the grand piano. Do even the academically gifted feel pressure? Shumian teased, to which Gu Yanzhi responded with a soft smile, stirring a flicker of warmth in the depths of her heart. Behind the brilliance lies an accumulation of unseen pressures. His fingertips danced lightly across the black and white keys, beginning with a sorrowful melody, transitioning into a mournful tune, and concluding in a hushed, somber silence. The girl's heart swayed in tandem with the music, delicately drawn along the emotional tide. It's beautiful, yet somewhat melancholic. The starry sky is resplendent, yet solitary. Gu Yanzhi gazed at her, his eyes shimmering, unaware of his own emotions. Shumian unconsciously placed her hand on the C key of the piano and pressed it, producing a muted sound. Shumian, this piece Starry Sky is dedicated to you. I hope you find joy in it. In her heart, Shumian silently made a wish as the dusky sunlight spilled across the piano keys, casting a soft glow on the girl's rosy cheeks, her gentle dimples concealing sweet secrets. Chapter 12. A sudden incident at home when he was thought of. He truly appeared. Such is the connection of hearts where sincerity begets consequence. Mian a decade later, Shumian pinned the love story between herself and Mr. Gu Yanzhi into a novel titled Mian. In the deep autumn of October, as the midterm approached, Shumian felt overwhelmed by the pressures from Nanchuan. Despite Gu Yanzhi's tutoring, it seemed a fleeting solution. Gu Yanzhi's fingers delicately caressed the small crocodile cup, and tired Shumian turned her head to catch a glimpse of this moment, feeling a flicker of delight within her heart. Have you finished the problems? Gu Yanzhi, catching the movement from the corner of his eye, turned to look at her and gently tapped her head with the pen. If you keep tapping her, she'll become even more foolish. Shumian playfully protested, seizing Gu Yanzhi's fallen pen tip and gripping it tightly in her hand. You have a tendency to daydream. The exam is next week. Amidst their playful banter, Wang Ma suddenly called Shumian in a hurry. Gu Yanzhi held the small crocodile tightly in his hand, cherishing it like a treasure. Before long, Shumian burst into the classroom in a flurry, hastily gathering the books strewn across her desk. Gu Yanzhi noticed the remnants of tears still glistening on her cheeks and quickly inquired, "What happened? Oh dear, why did you run off with your backpack?" Shumian made a beeline for the People's Hospital in NC City, her tears flowing incessantly, her mind a chaotic blur, utterly disoriented as she searched for the operating room. Mom, how is Dad? Lin Jun was typically a woman prone to tears, yet in the face of such calamity, she remained unervingly composed. Mian, stay here for a moment. I need to step outside. At that moment, Shumian was oblivious to the reason behind Lin Jun's unusual calmness. It was only later that she learned of the argument that had transpired 2 weeks prior, a dispute ignited over financial matters. Jiangzhou required extra tutoring. Yet the household expenses had become untenable. The quarrel escalated, eventually dragging in the topic of Jiang Anha's perceived inadequacy. When they remarried, Jiang Anha had promised Lin Jun a life of comfort, vowing she would never again endure the hardships of the past. However, the reality was nothing but chaos and disarray. In a fit of frustration, Jiang Anha worked twice as hard on the construction site, only to suffer a fall from a scaffold while working the night shift. Upon receiving the news, Lin Jun nearly fainted. Relatives were unwilling to lend her assistance when she had been steadfast in her decision to marry Jiang Anha. They had opposed her vehemently. Shumian leaned against the bench outside the operating room, her backpack clutched tightly, and succumbed to slumber. In her dreams, she found herself enveloped in a sea of white, accompanied by the thunderous cries that echoed in her ears. A nightmare gripped her nerves, constricting her breath until she fought her way back to consciousness. Her eyelids felt heavy and sore, while her eyes were parched, on the brink of cracking. "Father, you must not come to harm." Shumian waited outside the operating room until 9 in the evening. When at last she saw the doctors and nurses wheeling her father out. "Where are Jiang Anha's family?" I am." Shumian trembled as she raised her hand, the habits from school carrying over into this dire moment. "You are Jiang Anha's daughter?" "Yes, doctor. How's my father?" Her gaze remained fixated on Jiang Anha. "Rest assured, young lady, your father has escaped the clutches of death." The lead surgeon handed her the medical billing statement and the surgical confirmation form that required a signature. "Once your mother arrives, have her sign here." "All right, thank you." As Shumian received the payment slip, a weight settled in her heart. She began to count the numbers inscribed on it. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. 100,000. Shock surged through her as she exclaimed, 200,000. In the year 2011, I cannot fathom what 200,000 signifies. All I know is that it is an astronomical figure in our household, a sum beyond our wildest dreams. Later, Lin Jun, having exhausted all avenues of borrowing from her family, found herself compelled to approach the Jiang family, humbly seeking financial assistance for Jiang Zhou. The accumulated funds barely amount to 100,000, leaving an additional 100,000 still required. Just the surgical expenses alone nearly suffocated Lin Jun, not to mention the daily costs of medication and nursing care for Jiang Anha in the intensive care unit. Shumian had not attended school for 3 consecutive days, remaining by her father's bedside. To alleviate the burden of exorbitant nursing fees, she took upon herself the responsibility of tending to her father's personal hygiene and providing meals, seizing every moment of respite to study independently. On the 3rd night, Jiang Anha's consciousness had begun to clear, and his condition from the concussion was steadily improving. Each day, he watched his daughter vigilantly standing by his side, attending to his needs, and a profound sorrow welled up within him. "Minyan, if you are tired, please take a moment to rest. Father is almost recovered and can manage on his own. Dad, you should lie down and rest well." "I'm not tired. Look, I've just completed 3 sets of exercises." Shumian offered a faint smile, yet her heart ached with unutterable despair. A heavy stone lodged within, making it difficult to breathe. A sheen of tears glimmered in Jiang Anha's eyes. He understood that every additional day spent here translated to hundreds of dollars more, and he was acutely aware of their family's dire circumstances. Shumian set her exercises aside, excusing herself to fetch hot water in order to evade the topic. Leaning against the wall beside the hot water room, she wiped away a tear. Her mother must be exceedingly weary now, tirelessly scurrying about to borrow money, uncertain if Jiang Zhou's stubborn nature would allow him to relent. "Uncle, I apologize for the trouble." Shumian immediately recognized the voice of Gu Yanzhi and quickly concealed herself around the corner of the hot water room. In that fleeting moment, Gu Yanzhi seemed to catch a glimpse of Shumian's silhouette, yet he chuckled inwardly, convinced it must be an illusion. Shumian pressed against the wall, only stepping out with the kettle when she realized Gu Yanzhi's voice had faded. However, she remained tethered to the echo of his words, feeling utterly disheveled and not wanting him to witness her state. Perhaps it was merely the fatigue of the past few days that had led her to this distraction, conjuring phantoms in her mind. Gu Yanzhi's voice was slightly hoarse, imbued with a magnetic quality that ensnared every nerve in Shumian's body. Could this truly be Gu Yanzhi? In an unprecedented display of courage, she daringly reached out to pinch his cheek. It was real. "I truly am, you fool." Gu Yanzhi affectionately ruffled Shumian's hair. She remained still, like a docile cat, gazing vacantly at him, etching the boy's actions into her heart. Chapter 13. A different way to accompany you once. Her father shone brightly, but a single misjudgment had shattered half his life. Lin Jun retrieved the last remnants of her savings, the sole memento left to her by her mother. Circumstances compelled her to sever this connection, relinquishing her cherished memory. Jiang Anha, seated in a wheelchair, still unaccustomed to its presence, often left the house in disarray, prompting Lin Jun to grumble as she tidied up. That evening, Shumian entered the room to deliver his medication, only to find her father, illuminated by a lamp, peering at something through his reading glasses. Dad. Upon hearing Mianmian's voice, Jiang Anha swiftly concealed the document beneath a newspaper. Mianmian, let me handle it. Shumian handed him the traditional Chinese medicine, citing her mother's need to wash clothes as an excuse to tidy up the dirty laundry in his room. However, her eyes inadvertently caught sight of what lay beneath the newspaper. An invisible, yet powerful allure compelled her to uncover the secrets hidden below. Seizing the moment while Jiang Anha drank his medicine, Shumian cautiously pried open the newspaper with her fingertips, revealing something that would haunt her through the night. Her father had indeed attended university, and not just any, but the prestigious Sichuan University. Yet, why had he resorted to working odd jobs at a construction site? With such credentials, he should have achieved some measure of success since graduating in '93. Shumian found herself endlessly pondering why Jiang Anha had fallen to such depths. Gu Yanzhi. Why did they regard me with such looks? Trembling, Shumian settled down, nonchalantly opening her backpack to inquire about Gu Yanzhi. You're looking like a panda. Who wouldn't he be curious? Shumian pouted, knowing he always pointed out her shortcomings. In recent days, the rumors about her in class had become quite varied. They claimed Shumian was expelled from Nanchuan for poor grades, or for provoking the icy Gu Yanzhi's displeasure, or even that she had voluntarily withdrawn due to overwhelming pressure. When Rong Shaoqian shared these whispers with her, she found herself stifling laughter. It was amusing to discover that amidst the intense academic environment of Nanchuan, everyone indulged in gossip. Good luck on the exam tomorrow. Gu Yanzhi mustered considerable effort to utter those words, only to be met with Shumian's unperturbed reply. You too. She was still fervently immersed in her studies, oblivious to the ringing of the school bell, continuing her relentless pursuit of knowledge. This singular focus of Shumian left Gu Yanzhi somewhat perplexed. She no longer took the initiative to engage him in conversation, her mind consumed solely by her studies. Was there anything she didn't understand? Gu Yanzhi extended an olive branch, hoping to linger a while longer by her side, as they once used to leave the school together. Nothing? He queried. Well then. Shall I take my leave? A sense of disappointment mingled with frustration welled within Gu Yanzhi as he shouldered his backpack and exited the classroom. Shumian. What are you thinking? Study, study. The gentle strains of a piano began to waft through the air, soothing the tumultuous heart of Shumian. From Richard S. Lyford melody to Schubert's serenade, the melodies played on an endless loop, gradually enveloping the girl's heart. The twilight glow bathed the piano's surface, casting a soft light upon Gu Yanzhi's distinctly defined jawline, the last rays of sunlight clinging to his long lashes. Only when the classroom lights dimmed did the boy cease his playful dance of fingers across the keys. Later that evening, as Shumian pored over her books, she could almost hear the lingering echoes of the piano from dusk. Unable to resist, she opened her diary and sketched the silhouette of the boy at the piano, concluding with a heartfelt line, "May that which resides in the heart be as sincere as truth." Chapter 14. A conscience betrayed by lies. Our youth, wild and vivid, tender yet slightly sweet. To harbor affection for someone, merely gazing from afar, brings a sense of contentment. Lin Jun reluctantly resumed her former trade, resurrecting the crepe stall once more. In her youth, Lin Jun garnered a modest reputation in the small county town of Nanchuan, reminiscent of the legendary tofu shi shi, now transformed into the pancake Zhaojun. The townsfolk, enamored with her delectable pancakes, affectionately bestowed upon her the title of Pancake Zhaojun. Each morning and evening, she would venture to the snack street behind Nanchuan Middle School to sell her pancakes, while during lunchtime, she would head to the market. Yet, she herself could only afford to savor steamed buns with pickles priced at 50 cents each. Jiang Anha endeavored to prepare meals for Jiang Zhou and Mian at home, initially creating more chaos than comfort, but after a few days, his skills improved markedly. After completing her exams, Shumian found herself disinterested in studying, often resting her head on the desk, lost in thought, eagerly awaiting the release of her midterm results, her heart burdened by anxiety. Little lamb, how about a weekend outing? Qinhuai asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Shumian, languidly draped over her desk, shook her head, signaling her disinterest in going out. Oh, come on, after the exams. It's time to relax. Qinhuai exclaimed, magically producing 2 tickets to Pirates of the Caribbean, the Curse of the Black Pearl from her pocket. If her results were favorable, she would surely want to see this rare spectacle she had never witnessed before. However, in the present moment, the results are out. A loud voice echoed, prompting the entire class to surge towards the bulletin board at the back of the room, each student eagerly scanning for their rankings, their expressions filled with urgency and excitement. After much jostling, Shumian finally caught sight of the results. Her eyes widening as the name at the top of the list leaped out at her, Gu Yanzhi. As she continued to read, the absence of her name past the 10th position weighed heavily on her heart. Shumian, 21st. In the first-year Class 3, there were a total of 40 students, and she found herself precariously positioned just below the median. She resolved not to attend. After Gu Yanzhi spoke, a flicker of joy unexpectedly sparked within him, yet he quickly chastised himself for having such thoughts, questioning why he could not wish for Shumian's success. It was over. Utterly finished, Shumian, like a deflated balloon, rested her head upon the desk in silence. Little lamb, it's all right. Let us go out and relieve some stress. Qin Huai had a knack for concocting excuses for any occasion. I really don't want to go. Qin Huai, why don't you and Qianqian go instead? Qin Huai was resolute in her refusal to accompany Rong Xiaoqian, who was currently engrossed in her comic books and practicing her violin. Little lamb, don't be so heartless. Qin Huai even resorted to a playful pout, igniting an unknown fire within Gu Yanzhi. This was her first examination since entering Nanchuan High School, and the unprecedented poor performance left her spirits plummeting, rendering her speechless. Everyone has seen the results, right? Teacher Wang stood solemnly at the podium, her voice heavy, her gaze inadvertently lingering on Shumian. Some students had excelled in their entrance exams, yet this time, they had plummeted 10 places in the midterm assessments. This time, Teacher Wang personally distributed the papers, reading each name from highest to lowest. Gu Yanzhi, 148. Shumian dared not lift her head, feeling as though centuries had passed without reaching her turn. She squirmed in her seat, her heart racing uncontrollably. Sweat trickled from her palms, which clenched the eraser with its myriad holes and tiny eyes. Upon hearing the name Shumian, her heart felt as though it had been pierced by an unseen force, leaving her momentarily breathless. A mere 70. In mathematics, she had scarcely achieved half of 100. As Shumian received her paper, her hands trembled uncontrollably, and she dared not lift her gaze, fearful that the penetrating stare of Wang Ma would be her undoing. Gu Yanzhi, upon glancing at the score on Shumian's paper, felt an unsettling sensation within. His grandparents also resided in this alley. Having received their home as a perk from their workplace, now retired, they sought tranquility in their abode. Yanzhi, what brings you here? His grandfather, adjusting his reading glasses, spotted Gu Yanzhi in the yard and felt a surge of joy, promptly calling for his wife to join him. The elderly couple, upon seeing their grandson, were naturally overjoyed, showering him with treats and fruits. Yanzhi, how has your studying been of late? Is everything well at home? Yes, all is well. And you? Are you also doing well? Gu Yanzhi's tone bore an awkwardness. He had never been particularly articulate, and was even more reserved in the presence of his grandparents. His grandparents had harbored a long-standing discontent with his father, and since his earliest memories, his grandfather had exhibited a clear disdain for him. They would only see each other during the family reunion dinner at New Year. When his grandfather mentioned his father, there was a palpable tension in his voice. No. And your mother? She's quite busy. That is simply unacceptable. His grandfather coughed in exasperation. Gu Qingyi is truly a scoundrel. This child has never been properly cared for by us, and he even opposed our taking Yanzhi in. Come over, urged grandfather, his gaze resolute as he observed the hesitant Gu Yanzhi. Grandfather will take care of you. Indeed, Yanzhi, come and live with us. Grandmother handed Gu Yanzhi a freshly peeled apple, her eyes filled with warmth. Let me think it over. Gu Yanzhi's attention was drawn to the commotion downstairs. It was the voice of Shumian. Jiangzhou, return my diary. Jiangzhou, intending to rummage through his sister's secret stash, unexpectedly stumbled upon Shumian's diary. Youth, the thrill of affection. Jiangzhou's boisterous voice seemed ready to pierce the heavens. Sister, who do you fancy? Shumian's face flushed crimson with anger, as she prepared to give him a sound thrashing. Jiangzhou, nimble as a monkey, leaped about under the sycamore tree in the courtyard. Indeed, just watching someone from afar. That's enough for me. Deliberately, Jiangzhou read aloud from the diary, ensuring the neighbors could hear every word. Shumian chased after Jiangzhou, unable to grasp the diary from his hands. Yet he persisted. Sister, who are you looking at? Jiangzhou, don't make me hit you. Jiangzhou, ever one to forget pain once healed, only raised his voice louder, relishing the attention. Gu Yanzhi observed from the rooftop. Shumian clenched her fists, seizing the little rascal by his collar, delivering a robust beating. Unexpectedly, you possess quite a bit of strength. Gu Yanzhi chuckled inwardly. Yanzhi, see how lively it is here. Grandfather was about to engage him in a heart-to-heart. What prompted you to consider moving in all of a sudden? For in youth, cherishing someone from afar brings a sense of contentment. Chapter 15. Greetings, neighbor teacher Gu. The countless encounters in unrequited love are all meticulously planned. Even a fleeting moment can be savored like a delightful treat. The atmosphere at the dining table was rather tense. This rare Saturday, which should have been joyous, had turned heavy due to academic concerns. The results must be out now? Lin Jun's voice trembled slightly, awaiting good news. Indeed. Shumian kept her head lowered, devouring her food. How did it go? My sister is definitely first. Jiang Zhou blurted out, unable to contain his excitement. That's wonderful. Lin Jun seemed to recall something. Having always been aware of Shumian's fluctuating math grades, she inquired, what was your math score? Shumian, after shoving a generous portion of bean sprouts into her mouth, chewed for a full minute before concocting a lie. 140. She certainly had the audacity to say that. Keep up the effort. Upon hearing that score, Lin Jun felt a sweetness in her heart, believing that all the fatigue was worthwhile. Despite the rigors of study, one must also attend to their health. Lin Jun personally brought the crucian carp soup to Shumian's bedroom, only feeling at ease after watching her finish it. With the indulgent meals of the past 2 days weighing heavily on her conscience, Shumian felt a sense of guilt. Sipping the soup and nibbling on a piece of meat, it felt as though her sins were deepening. The taste of deceit was truly unbearable. Shumian could only seclude herself in her room, studying diligently, vowing to redeem herself with better results next time. Mian, come out and drink the crucian carp soup. Lin Jun placed the soup on the table, preparing to leave. Mom, have you had lunch yet? Having consumed the fish soup, Lin Jun urged to drink it quickly. Today, she seemed to be in particularly high spirits. This crucian carp was a gift from Grandpa Luo to nourish you, a gesture encouraging diligent study. And he did not accept any compensation for it. Perhaps Mother is delighted over this matter? Grandpa Luo usually exchanges homegrown vegetables and fruits with the Jiang family, fostering a familiar rapport over time. The 50,000 for Jiang Anha's hospital care was a loan from Grandpa Luo to the Jiang household. By the way, Grandpa Luo's grandson has also moved in. Grandpa Luo has a grandson? Shumian inquired casually. I just asked. He also attends Nanchuan Middle School. Shumian chose not to respond. After all, it had little relevance to her. Perhaps you might even attend school together in the future. As Shumian finished the soup and prepared to enter the house, Lin Jun's words halted her in her tracks. Do you know Gu Yanzhi? Gu Yanzhi. What did you say? Shumian wondered if she had misheard. Gu Yanzhi. I want to discuss this further. I must leave. Lin Jun hastily changed her shoes and closed the door behind her. Shumian sank onto the sofa, giving her forehead a hefty slap. I didn't miss here, did I? Gu Yanzhi is Grandpa Luo's grandson, and he moved to the alley right across from me. A torrent of dramatic scenarios unfolded in her mind. She felt an urgency to grab a pen and draft a script titled, The Aloof Academic Genius is My Neighbor? Seemingly struck by an idea, Shumian rummaged through the kitchen and found a cucumber that her mother had grown. After washing it thoroughly, she placed it in a plastic bag. Upon reflection, the plastic bag seemed inappropriate, prompting her to swiftly retrieve a pink gift bag from her bedroom. The gift bag, filled with cucumbers, was truly a perfect match. Shumian stood before the mirror once more, deliberately applying lip balm. Suddenly, she felt her bangs were a bit oily, leading her to hastily wash and style them. Once everything was in order, she tiptoed out the door. A figure swiftly darted into the adjacent building, quietly ascending to the second floor. Her heart raced like a startled fawn, and after several attempts to muster the courage, she hesitated to knock. What if it were Gu Yanzhi who answered the door? What should she say first? Shumian's mind was a tumultuous whirlpool. Just as she grappled with her indecision, the door swung open. Shumian? Gu Yanzhi looked at her in surprise, momentarily at a loss. I'm here to deliver cucumbers. Shumian wished she could slap herself for her lack of eloquence. If only she had kept quiet. Yanzhi, is that you? Shumian has come. Her grandmother recognized the voice immediately. Grandpa Luo welcomed Shumian into the house with a warm exchange of pleasantries. Shumian's gaze inadvertently drifted towards Gu Yanzhi, who was tidying up the room. Shumian, from now on, you can go to and from school with Yanzhi, her grandmother remarked. Upon hearing this, Shumian's mind sparked with excitement. That sounds great. She turned to Gu Yanzhi, eager yet uncertain about his willingness. I am willing. Gu Yanzhi silently affirmed this sentiment in his heart. It seemed the two shared an unspoken connection, yet neither dared to voice it. Shumian was so exhilarated that it took her most of the night to fall asleep, her room gazing across at Gu Yanzhi's. She could just see the window of his bedroom, directly facing hers. Mian, the fish soup has been placed on the table. In a whirlwind, Shumian finished the soup and darted out the door. In the past, she would often linger in bed, reluctant to rise. However, times have changed. She must orchestrate an encounter with Gu Yanzhi. As she rushed down the stairs, she noticed the absence of his figure. Odd, for she had distinctly seen him descend moments ago. Shumian glanced around, muttering to herself. To her surprise, do you also possess this habit of peeping? Gu Yanzhi suddenly appeared behind her, startling her. As Shumian attempted to explain, he walked away, lost in his own thoughts. She trailed behind him like a shadow, quietly following. Lin Jun had set up her stall early, boasting to anyone who would listen about her daughter's recent achievement of placing first. It was a daily routine. Each time she encountered different people, she would share the news. Was that not Shumian's mother just now? Indeed, the very same who had caused a ruckus at the school last time. Shumian did not place first, did she? Exactly, how vain. Two girls walked side by side, gossiping. This matter soon spread among their classmates. Aside from Shumian and Gu Yanzhi, everyone else was aware. That day, their homeroom teacher, Wang Ma, happened to visit Lin Jun's pancake stall and mentioned the incident. In the brief moment it took to prepare a pancake, all of Shumian's lies were laid bare. Gu Yanzhi, may I ask you for a favor? Shumian gazed at him eagerly, her expression pleading. What is it? Could you teach me to play the piano? This desire had been brewing within her for quite some time. The first time she beheld Gu Yanzhi seated at the piano, the notes flowing from his fingertips had captivated her soul. What prompted this yearning to learn the piano? I simply adore it. Gu Yan approached her, and Shumian, captivated by his exquisitely defined features, could not help but hold her breath. How is the tuition calculated? She inquired, her cherubic face reflecting a delightful naivety that rendered Gu Yan utterly defenseless. Over time, Shumian prided herself on her innate talent for the piano. After Gu Yan imparted the fundamentals to her, she diligently continued her musical studies year after year. Suddenly, an unexpected downpour soaked both of them, transforming them into drenched messes. Reveling in the rain with someone you cherish seems to be one of the most romantic experiences imaginable. As she opened the door, Shumian was immediately struck by an oppressive atmosphere. Lin Jun sat upright on the sofa, brandishing a feather duster, while Jiang Zhou diligently completed his homework beside her. Jiang Anha, seated in a wheelchair, cast urgent glances at her, urging her to flee. Yet, Shumian, oblivious to the situation, mistakenly believed her mother was targeting the studious Jiang Zhou. To her astonishment, the feather duster came crashing down upon her rear end. Chapter 16. A debt of gratitude to be repaid? That was the most severe punishment she had ever endured. Sitting on a stool was impossible, and she could only perch on her chair, writing her assignments in discomfort. Though I harbored a slight resentment towards my mother, I also felt a twinge of sympathy for her. Yet, my greatest ire was directed at my own lack of ambition. The diary of a little overlord cast in the memories of Shumian's high school years. Her mother's love was laden with excessive expectation and control. Beyond academic performance, there seemed to be no other reason for her mother to care for her. On the night Shumian was punished, Gu Yan faintly heard Lin Jun's scolding echoing through the night. That evening, he lingered by the window, gazing at the room across the way, which remained illuminated throughout the night. The following morning, Gu Yanzhi arrived downstairs early, holding breakfast in anticipation of her. He was internally conflicted about what his first words should be. Shumian descended the stairs slowly, gripping the railing. A moment's carelessness could lead to excruciating pain in her backside. With each step, she was exceedingly cautious. Good morning, Gu Yanzhi, she greeted, feigning nonchalance. Gu Yanzhi, too, chose to remain silent about the events of the previous night. Here, breakfast, he offered. Shumian was bewildered by the sudden provision of breakfast. I've already eaten, she replied. Gu Yanzhi's piercing gaze compelled her to comply, and she reluctantly unwrapped her meal. We have physical education class today, Gu Yanzhi reminded her. What? Shumian gasped, only to quickly regain her composure. Due to the discomfort in her backside, she was reluctant to move once seated. Unfortunately, the heavens showed no mercy. Shumian, come up and answer, called the teacher. With every shift, the friction against her injury was excruciatingly unbearable. Perhaps she could attain a state of transcendence with such suffering. Gu Yanzhi, aware of her plight, had preemptively concocted an excuse for the physical education teacher. Truly, the teacher was a benevolent soul. Shumian busied herself with organizing the sports equipment, which was far preferable to participating in the class outdoors. Gu Yanzhi smiled inwardly. It was not the teacher's mercy, but rather his own efforts that had secured her this opportunity. Since that brutal beating, it seemed all misfortunes of the Jiang family had been dispelled. Jiang on his work injury compensation had finally come through, allowing them to repay their debts. Jiang's legs were gradually becoming less reliant on the wheelchair. Even Jiang Zhou seemed to have found his footing, with his academic performance soaring. We must extend our gratitude to old Master Luo this time. Lin Jun was in the kitchen washing vegetables, while Jiang Anha assisted her in rinsing the rice. Indeed, old Master Luo had made a call to his son, General Gu, otherwise the compensation might have been lost. Shumian stood outside the door, overhearing the revelation that Gu Yanzhi had a wealthy benefactor. In Shumian's memories from high school, Gu Yanzhi rarely mentioned his parents, only occasionally bringing them up during the New Year celebrations. Shouldn't the tuition fees be settled by now? Gu Yanzhi gazed at Shumian as she played the piano, feeling a sense of accomplishment. She truly possessed a natural talent for music, mastering Bach's compositions within half a semester. From etudes to sonatas, she navigated them all with finesse. Gu Yanzhi, unable to resist, playfully pinched her cheek as he admired her eloquence. Such gratitude, is it not? Gu Yanzhi leaned down, meeting Shumian's gaze. The notes ceased their flow, leaving only the gentle breeze and the clarity of their eyes. What should it be? Shumian pressed for an answer. Such gratitude should be repaid with devotion. A teasing smile flickered in Gu Yanzhi's heart, but he refrained from further comment. Simply serving well would suffice. Did she truly consider herself young Master Gu? Gu Yanzhi walked ahead, while Shumian hurried to catch up. In the winter of 2011, the snow fell heavily, blanketing the sycamore trees in the little alleyway. The accumulated snow resembled cotton, draping over the branches. A pale pink camellia swayed in the cold wind. Leaning towards the wall, Gu Yanzhi, Happy New Year. Shumian dashed to the public phone in the alley, dialing Gu Yanzhi to deliver the first greeting of the new year. A smile involuntarily graced Gu Yanzhi's lips. Happy New Year, Shumian exclaimed. Her smile was mirrored by the blooming camellias, which flourished with even greater brilliance. Are you at your grandfather's house? Yes. Can you come down? Shumian asked, her tone laced with a gentle plea. All right. Gu Yanzhi hung up the phone and, with eager anticipation, hurried down the stairs, his red tassel scarf fluttering behind him. Snowflakes danced through the air, settling delicately upon the girl's head as she stood there, heart brimming with hope as she awaited his arrival. Despite the frigid air, her palms grew slightly clammy with nervousness. Gu Yanzhi emerged like a constellation amidst the falling snow, dispelling the chill of the wintry December. Is there something you need? He inquired, noticing her nose had turned a faint shade of red from the cold. He gently wrapped his scarf around her. The faint scent of jasmine wafted from him, enveloping Shumian as his warm breath brushed against her neck and face, stirring a sweet, tumultuous flutter within her heart. This moment marked the closest they had ever been. This is for you, Shumian said, retrieving a small charm from her pocket and placing it into Gu Yanzhi's palm. The charm, adorned with a cluster of tiny persimmons, sparkled with clarity. Gu Yanzhi, may you enjoy success and joy in the coming year. Her laughter, accentuated by two delicate dimples, captivated him. Thank you, he replied, feeling that this was the most delightful gift he had received this new year, and indeed, his first. The charm of persimmons would remain affixed to Gu Yanzhi's backpack, accompanying him wherever he went for an entire decade. In the spring of 2012, Shumian had not a moment of idleness throughout the winter break. She purchased second-hand textbooks for her sophomore year and self-studied diligently throughout the winter break. After the new year, she no longer saw Gu Yanzhi, true to her previous routine. On the first day of school, she stood downstairs awaiting his arrival, convinced he would come. As time slowly passed, Shumian was left with no choice but to muster her courage and knock on Grandpa Luo's door. Grandpa Luo, is Gu Yanzhi not attending school? Will he still come here? She inquired, her curiosity getting the better of her. I don't know yet, Grandpa Luo replied. Thank you, Grandpa Luo. Shumian gazed at the empty seat beside her, feeling a profound emptiness within. Wang Ma had mentioned that seating arrangements for the first week would be based on last semester's final grades. Little sheep, after the new year, you look even thinner, Qin Huifeng exclaimed, energetically expressing his intentions. Little sheep, why don't you sit with me? What? You don't want to sit with me that badly? Rong Xiaoqian teased, playfully attempting to pinch his ear, but he deftly evaded her. Shumian watched them with a tinge of envy. Qin, do you know where Gu Yanzhi has gone? He must be at a competition training session. Will he be gone for long? Qin Huifeng couldn't help but tease her upon noticing her strong reaction. Why are you so concerned about that ice block? Yu Shumian retorted, it's just that we need to change our seats. Rong Shaoqian tugged at Qin Huifeng's ear, silencing him. Yu Shumian's eyes immediately fell upon the little persimmon charm attached to his backpack. Gu Yanzhi. His gentle smile seemed to capture Yu Shumian's soul, leading her thoughts astray. Now that we are changing seats, who would you like to sit with? Yu Shumian was filled with anticipation, tinged with a hint of nervousness. Gu Yanzhi chuckled inwardly, pondering whether she was awaiting his response. No one but you. Upon hearing this, Yu Shumian's heart plummeted. No one else would suffice. Gu Yanzhi deliberately split his statement into two parts, compelling Yu Shumian to oscillate between hope and surprise. Chapter 17. Following her light fate is an exquisite enigma, allowing our paths to cross in innocence, yet separating us during moments of beauty. Lin Jun had long contemplated Yu Shumian's decision regarding her field of study. She had always advocated for the arts on Yu Shumian's behalf. At that time, Yu Shumian was utterly unaware of her own desires. Her education and life seemed dictated by her mother. This time, she wished to make her own choices. She had inquired early on with Gu Yanzhi and learned of his intention to pursue the sciences, which influenced her own inclinations. Shumian, have the results for the Arts and Sciences Division been released? Lin Jun asked at the dinner table. Mom, they will be announced tomorrow. Jiang Anha also began to express concern regarding Yu Shumian's subject selection. That's good. I have already spoken to Teacher Wang, ensuring you choose the arts. Yu Shumian halted mid-bite at this revelation. Mom, why? Her tone shifted to one of urgency. How can you speak like that? Your mother only wants what is best for you. Lin Jun set down her chopsticks, unable to bear the look of defiance in Yu Shumian's eyes. Choosing the arts is easier and less strenuous. Mom, on what grounds do you make decisions for me? Yu Shumian began to respond with calm resolve. Moreover, who claims that studying the humanities is effortless? It is certainly more favorable than pursuing the sciences. Just look at your mathematics and physics. Can one gain admission to university with a science background? Lin Jun was too weary to engage in conversation and simply cleared away the dishes. You must choose the humanities. Jiang Anha glanced at the nearby Yu Shumian, his eyes brimming with tears. Mian, your mother is simply too fixated on immediate results. Do not take it too much to heart. Your father stands by your side. If you wish to study the sciences, you must persuade your mother and alleviate her concerns. Understand? Yu Shumian nodded despondently. After completing the application for the arts and sciences, there would be a test in a month that would truly determine the class divisions. Yu Shumian assured Lin Jun that if she could score over 400 in mathematics and comprehensive science, she would agree to choose the sciences. Why opt for the sciences? Gu Yanzhi had inquired several times, but she had deflected with her fondness for the subject. Gu Yanzhi observed this closely. Despite the struggles she faced with comprehensive science, she claimed to enjoy it. She recognized that she was merely a sluggish fish, and to catch up with the illustrious koi, she must exert effort. Qi Baixing personally delivered the trophy from the physics competition to the class, inciting envy among many classmates towards this golden couple. Congratulations. Yu Shumian seized the opportunity to fetch water, brushing past Qi Baixing and Gu Yanzhi. It was indeed thanks to our extensive practice during the winter break that we achieved such results. It turned out that Gu Yanzhi had been spending the winter break alongside Qi Baixing. Little lamb, give me a sip. Qin Huai indiscriminately snatched Yu Shumian's cup, drawing Gu Yanzhi's attention as well. Hey, that is my cup. Yu Shumian reached out to snatch the cup, but Qin Huai turned, and in that moment, Qi Jingyan seized it away. Isn't this yours? She exclaimed. Hey, Qi Jingyan, why are you everywhere I go? The relationship between Qin Huai and Qi Jingyan was fraught with conflict. When Qin Huai made the decision to enlist, Qi Jingyan followed suit. Upon Qin Huai's promotion, Qi Jingyan became his superior. No matter the circumstance, Qi Jingyan always seemed to overshadow him. This time, you were slower than me, weren't you? Qi Jingyan teased. Congratulations. Let us hope you have a chubby little boy next year. The bride playfully tugged at Qin Huai's ear, scolding him. You have to be better than this. Oh dear. My love, have mercy. Be gentle, or my ear will stretch out from your pulling. Qin Huai swiftly pulled her into his embrace, leaning in close to her ear, whispering softly. Qi Jingyan was mistaken. What do you mean? This year, let us have that chubby little boy. Qin Huai suddenly pressed her down, their lips meeting fervently. Qin Huai. Chapter 18. The turn of a lazy fish, singing Yu Shumian lamented the injustice of fate. Having missed the opportunity to sit next to Gu Yanzhi, Wang Ma deliberately reassigned her to the front row, placing her under the teacher's watchful gaze. Gu Yanzhi. I'm delighted to be your deskmate, she said. Gu Yanzhi responded with a curt nod, his expression stony, leaving their conversation at that. Gu Yanzhi's new desk mate was someone who had long admired him, the diligent class representative, Shumian. Since middle school, she had set her sights on Gu Yanzhi as her aspirational goal, quietly observing him from afar. She had never dared to speak with him. The boy always kept his head down, seemingly lost in thought, fully engrossed in whatever occupied his mind. She often fantasized about him lifting his gaze to meet hers. Shumian, it's our turn for duty this afternoon, her deskmate Li Yuan reminded her. Li Yuan, with his gold-rimmed glasses, exuded an air of refinement. The slender lines of his face made him resemble a scholarly figure from the Republican era. Li Yuan, why are you so quiet every day? Shumian, who was usually quite talkative alongside Gu Yanzhi, found herself unaccustomed to the tranquility of Li Yuan's presence. I don't know what to say, he admitted shyly, managing an awkward yet polite smile. You can say anything. After a moment of hesitation, he finally uttered a few words. Your mother's pancakes are delicious. Huh. Shumian was taken aback, surprised that Li Yuan would bring this up. Really? Haven't you tried them? Li Yuan, oblivious to her discomfort, continued. You haven't tasted them? The sting of her pride held her back. She had always circumvented her mother's pancake stall. Gu Yanzhi watched their interaction from behind, a surge of unnameable frustration igniting within him, accompanied by an impulse to intervene. Gu Yanzhi, I don't understand this question. Could you explain it to me? Shumian slid her paper onto Gu Yanzhi's desk. I have something to attend to, he replied curtly, leaving his bag untouched as he walked straight out of the classroom. Shumian caught a glimpse of his figure disappearing at the classroom door. A sudden emptiness engulfed her heart, and she ceased to converse with Li Yuan. The classroom was left with only Li Yuan, who was on duty, and Shumian. The evening felt somewhat restless. The piano music emanating from across the room was no longer soft and slow. She could distinctly sense Gu Yanzhi's agitation through the notes. After completing her duty, the sky had nearly darkened, and Shumian noticed that the piano had fallen silent for quite some time. With a sense of disorientation, she gazed at the music room for a few seconds before turning to leave. As the new semester commenced, it seemed that Shumian had reverted to the timid girl who had just arrived at Nanchuan High School. She no longer spoke to anyone and had lost the chance to attend school with Gu Yanzhi. That month was excruciating for her, as she longed for the class division test to arrive swiftly. Shumian, the results of the class placement have been released. Rong Xiaoqian exclaimed excitedly, pulling Shumian along in a rush. The notice board at school was swarmed with students, making it nearly impossible to get through. A tall figure stood amidst the crowd, radiating an undeniable brilliance. Just by the silhouette, she recognized it was Gu Yanzhi. Everything about him was deeply etched in her mind, making it difficult to forget. The casual curve of his lips lingered in Shumian's thoughts. How wonderful it would be if they could sit together again. She envisioned countless scenarios of being desk mates with him in her mind. Shumian, what are you daydreaming about? She quickly slapped herself back to reality. The exam results were quite satisfactory. At some point, Gu Yanzhi had appeared before her, engaging her in conversation. Was he complimenting himself? Shumian felt a bit flustered and simply replied with a subdued thank you. In retrospect, she wished she could have mustered the courage to insist on sitting together again. Lin Jun, fulfilling her wish, remained in the science class, continuing her languid existence. Gu Yanzhi, am I not formidable? Shumian finally felt empowered to hold her head high in his presence. You are the most formidable. Although she was aware that Gu Yanzhi was merely being dismissive, a sense of joy blossomed within her. Shumian felt fortunate that fate had conspired to bring her this opportunity. She had promised to secure a gold medal in the chemistry competition by June, and in return, she was granted the chance to be his deskmate. Chapter 19. Meeting you is my destiny, encountering you is my destiny. A predestined event that I am willing to pursue for a lifetime. Jiang Anyi gazed at his dust-covered diploma from Sichuan University, contemplating a case he had long wished to overturn. The first real estate project he engaged in after graduation had resulted in a fatality, plunging him into a quagmire of lawsuits. It took 3 years for him to regain his freedom. That year, Jiang and he felt as if his life had been irrevocably ruined. All the slanders and betrayals left him powerless to retaliate, forcing him to swallow his pride and submit to the harshness of reality, living a life of quiet desperation. And he, are you reminiscing about the past again? Lin Jun was aware that he had been fixated on exonerating himself for years. Yet, it had been over a decade since those events transpired. Who would still possess evidence? Even if evidence existed, could he contend with those in power? Mian still had her own life ahead of her, My criminal record could tarnish her future. I understand. Jiang and he, when I married you, I had already reconciled with your past. When they wed, Jiang and he had candidly informed her of his criminal record. Lin Jun, in that moment, had immediately recognized Jiang and he as the one for her. In a fit of impulsiveness, she had chosen to marry him. Uncertain whether it was folly or a willing sacrifice, Jiang and he had gathered substantial evidence. Yet regrettably, he now lacked the financial means to pursue a legal battle. This thorn has remained embedded in his heart for many years, an unyielding obstacle that he has yet to overcome. Fortunately, fate has shown him mercy, bestowing upon him a remarkable wife. Though she may lack formal education and exhibit a degree of stubbornness, in his eyes, she is the epitome of perfection. Recently, Shumian has been tackling her exercises with remarkable ease, as if a hidden pathway within her has been unlocked, allowing her to match Gu Yanzhi's pace. Gu Yanzhi, are you going to practice the piano today? Gu Yanzhi, are you attending training today? Gu Yanzhi. Once Shumian seizes upon a moment of Gu Yanzhi's free time, she trails closely behind him. Qin Huai and Rong Xiaoqian observe them in silent amusement. Rong Xiaoqian shakes her head and remarks nonchalantly, "There's no saving her now." Qin Huai nods in agreement, recognizing that the little lamb has certainly become enchanted. Su Muyun feels a pang of envy towards Shumian. No matter what she does, Gu Yanzhi never exhibits impatience. This unique privilege is solely reserved for Shumian. Speak up, what is it? Gu Yanzhi finds himself unable to withstand her relentless pursuit, his composure beginning to fray. His father nearly severed ties with him after he unilaterally decided to move to his grandfather's house. Gu Yanzhi's words carry a hint of frivolity, causing Shumian to shy away from meeting his gaze. Silence, in this case, signifies her reluctance to engage. I do. The exclamation was loud enough for the entire class to hear her admission. As for what she desires, it is utterly perplexing. Shumian. Teacher Wang requests your presence in the office. Li Yuan, having shed the coldness from his eyes, now radiates a glimmer of warmth. Have you gotten into trouble? Rong Xiaoqian inquires, turning towards her. Not at all. I've been quite well behaved lately. Shumian, in a daze, rushed out the door and inadvertently collided with a boy carrying a stack of books, causing them to scatter across the floor. I'm so sorry, she exclaimed, hastily picking them up. The boy stood there, impassive and impatient, waiting for her to gather the books. Can't you watch where you're going? He retorted, his tone dripping with annoyance. Although Shumian felt a pang of discomfort at his words, she continued to apologize fervently, barely taking a moment to observe his features before hurriedly making her way to Wang Ma's office. Which one is Shumian's seat? Qin Huai, overhearing, felt a surge of irritation. Who is this person, speaking so rudely? Who do you think you are, with such a temper? Noticing the boy clad in a school uniform, yet exuding an air of rebelliousness, he thought, you wretched. Qin Huai himself had a fiery disposition. He had intended to defend the innocent sheep, but ended up embroiled in a troublesome situation. As Song Bachin caught sight of the name on the papers strewn across the desk, he was about to plop down when Gu Yanzhi seized him, preventing him from taking a seat. This is not your spot, Gu Yanzhi stated firmly. Today I'm sitting here. Try sitting here and see what happens. Gu Yanzhi turned to meet his gaze, an invisible spark igniting between them. One either erupts in silence or perishes in silence. He was resolute. He would occupy that seat today, come what may. In a fit of rage, Song Bachin upended the desk, sending Shumian's books crashing to the ground. Gu Yanzhi recognized him as the sole heir of Jianyuan Group, Song Qing. Please get up. This is my seat, he asserted. Shumian, speaking gently, clenched her fists tightly. The onlookers in the class gathered outside, engaged in lively discussions. I chose not to rise, remaining seated. What of it? Song Baichun, fearless and undaunted, knew that the South River High School still bore the ancestral shares of the Song family. Shumian had promised her father, who had perished in the arena, that she would no longer engage in fights and would focus on her studies. This time, she decided to endure. Gu Yanzhi released Song Baichun and assisted Shumian in picking up her books. It was Rong Xiaoqian who, with her quick wit, had wisely invited Wang Matsai early on to prevent any unpleasant incidents. Song Baichun, this is indeed your seat. Wang Matsai, exuding an air of integrity, managed to keep the arrogant Song Baichun in check. Wang Matsai found himself in a difficult position. This student had originally been rejected, yet his wealthy father, Song Qing, had personally brought him to Class 3. This was no trivial matter, and it was unclear how many troubles might arise in the future. Little sheep, how did you get involved with him? Qin Huai could not resist the urge to gossip as soon as class ended. I don't even know him, Shumian replied, her spirits thoroughly dampened by this mad dog-esque antics. Song Baichen remained unfazed, for he was not there to study. He was merely present to keep an eye on Shumian at Song Qing's behest. Jiang Anhe sought to overturn the situation. If successful, the Song family would be doomed. So, did you manage to avoid trouble today? Song Baichen tossed his backpack aside and flopped onto the sofa. Rest assured, as long as my allowance is sufficient, I guarantee no trouble will arise. Song Qing had little to say to this rebellious son, and the Jianyuan group was not intended to be handed over to him. It is said that children are the result of the virtues accumulated in their past lives. Perhaps, in a previous life, he had acted unethically, leading to the birth of such a defiant child as Song Baichen. How is the daughter of the Jiangyan River faring? Quite ordinarily, with a rustic charm. What tempest could a simple country girl possibly stir? Song Qing remains unconvinced. The haunting memories of 2 lives lost over a decade ago weigh heavily on his conscience. An indelible nightmare that he cannot erase. Rest assured, I know what to do. Song Baichen closed his eyes, crossing his legs, already devising a plan to deal with that little country girl. Shumian sat by the window, gazing at the tightly shut window opposite her, lost in thought. She had yet to hear Gu Yanzhi's answer today. Taking out her diary, she inscribed, "Liking you is the secret of youth." It is a well-known secret that Shumian harbors feelings for Gu Yanzhi. Gu Yanzhi's affection for Shumian, however, remains his solitary secret. Chapter 20. The explosive little sheep. Unrequited love is a solitary revelry, a willingness to risk everything for another, heedless of the consequences. Mian, hurry and take a look. Something has happened. Rong Xiaoqian tugged at the sleep-dazed Shumian, racing towards the rooftop of the teaching building. What has transpired? Gu Yanzhi and Song Baichen are fighting. Shumian's drowsiness vanished instantly as she shook off Rong Xiaoqian, sprinting forward. Gu Yanzhi! Gu Yanzhi! In one breath, Shumian ascended to the rooftop, where a throng of students had gathered. Scattered flyers littered the ground, but she had no time to glance at them, her mind solely occupied with thoughts of Gu Yanzhi's safety. Gu Yanzhi. In that moment, Shumian felt a surge of anxiety, terrified that something might have befallen him, her mind awash with his image. Gu Yanzhi seized Song Baichen by the collar, and Song Baichen, undeterred, retorted defiantly, "Ah, the daughter of a murderer has arrived?" He regarded Shumian, whose forehead glistened with perspiration, with a hint of smugness. The onlookers cast peculiar glances at Shumian, who remained oblivious and bewildered. Song Baichen, what are you saying? Shumian's attention was drawn to the flyers scattered on the ground, each proclaiming her father as a killer. Jiang and he is a murderer. Shumian is the daughter of a murderer. These words pierced her heart one by one. Song Baichen, do not go too far. The little lamb was on the verge of a breakout. Shumian, what are you doing? In that moment, Gu Yanzhi sensed the fury radiating from her. If you have the ability, then strike me, you little peasant. Song Baichen continued to provoke her, igniting every nerve in her body. Do not think I am afraid. Gu Yanzhi positioned himself in front of Shumian, fearful for her safety. Unexpectedly, Song Baichen launched a surprise attack, catching him off guard with a swift kick to his right calf. He had long harbored disdain for Gu Yanzhi, and today was the day for retribution. Ah! Gu Yanzhi cried out in agony, his body convulsing, leaving Shumian in shock. Gu Yanzhi, what is wrong with you? Upon witnessing the violence, many in the crowd retreated, wary of being caught in the fray. A fine sheen of sweat appeared on Gu Yanzhi's forehead, and beneath his knee, the prosthetic seemed to loosen. In that instant, flames of fury ignited in Shumian's eyes as she glared at Song Baichen. Father, I sincerely apologize. Today, I shall break the rules just this once. You may strike me if you wish, but not him. With a swift spin kick, Shumian struck Song Baichen's thigh. Little did he know, he had underestimated this spirited girl who possessed considerable skill. On the rooftop, amidst the abandoned furniture, Song Baichen found himself unable to withstand the onslaught of the relentless tempest. In a moment of desperation, he seized a discarded iron rod to vie against her. You lunatic! Come at me. I fear you not. Meanwhile, Gu Yanzhi lay on the ground, enduring the pain as he crawled to a vacant space behind him, each movement accompanied by waves of agony and convulsions. No one dared to assist him. His current state was rather frightening. Veins bulged, and his eyes nearly glowed crimson. The image of the typically aloof and flawless school idol shattered in the minds of many. The young ladies believed that all heroes were perfect, and every handsome man could rescue the damsel in distress. Little did they know, Gu Yanzhi was incapable of such feats. Song Baichen, cease this at once. Gu Yanzhi shouted helplessly, in a rather disheveled state. Shumian had reached her breaking point. In that moment, she could not fathom why she was breaking the rules. Perhaps it was for Gu Yanzhi, or perhaps for her father. Maybe it was for both. The person she desperately sought to protect was Gu Yanzhi. Despite possessing some martial skills, she ultimately found herself overmatched against the iron rod. Gu Yanzhi, Shumian screamed, kicking Song Baichen away before swiftly moving towards Gu Yanzhi. The iron rod, which Song Baichen had intended to hurl at Shumian, unexpectedly veered off course. In that fleeting moment, Gu Yanzhi feared he was destined for ruin. When suddenly a radiant light illuminated his world, as if a deity had descended. Shumian transcended her limits to catch that iron rod. Song Baichen, stop. The principal and the dean rushed to the scene, but they were too late to intervene. Shumian, Mianmian, little lamb. It seemed that, in that fleeting moment, she heard countless voices, including those of Gu Yanzhi, Tranqian, and Qin Huai. At the very last moment, as she began to succumb, a slight curve formed at the corner of her mouth. Finally, she had shielded him. After that, she lost consciousness. Gu Yanzhi, frantically holding Shumian's body, cried out, Shumian, Shumian. Blood streamed down her forehead, flowing incessantly, staining Gu Yanzhi's clothes. That day remained etched in his memory, an indelible image he dared not forget. The solitary light that illuminated his heart feared to extinguish at that moment. Following the rooftop incident, Shumian gained the moniker Little Overlord of Nanchuan. Lin Jun watched as Shumian lay on the hospital bed, her tears nearly spent. Mianmian's temperament was undoubtedly inherited from Yuhuan. After 3 days, Shumian was recovering relatively quickly, though the 7 stitches on her forehead's upper left corner left an unsightly mark. The doctor advised that the bandages would remain for a month. Mianmian, why don't we move somewhere else? Lin Jun suggested, knowing Shumian's youthful bravado. She understood her father's situation, yet felt no fear. Mom, Dad is innocent, upright in both conduct and demeanor. What are we afraid of? We live in a society governed by law. We have nothing to fear. On the bedside table lay gifts from Rong Xiaoqian and Qin Huai, along with some fruit. Has Gu Yanzhi visited? No. At the moment the iron rod hurtled towards Gu Yanzhi, her heart nearly shattered. She instinctively moved to block the rod, unable to contemplate the consequences. Mianmian, breakfast has been placed on the table. Lin Jun hastily set off for the market. Jiang Anha had secured a new job, and Jiang Zhou had departed for school early. It seemed as though only she remained frozen in place, motionless. Shumian, as usual, descended the stairs with steamed buns and eggs in hand, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Beneath the phoenix tree at the foot of the stairs stood a young man clad in a white shirt, leaning against the tree, a pink gift bag in his grasp. Gu Yanzhi? Shumian wondered if she was still dreaming. Gu Yanzhi approached her, bringing with him the brilliance of countless stars. From now on, I will accompany you to school. Shumian felt as if she were in a dream, and mustered the courage to ask, will you still leave afterwards? No. I will stay and see you graduate. The early summer sun cast its warmth upon the phoenix leaves, while the clouds seemed to gently settle upon the branches. Listening intently to their conversation. What about after graduation? Shumian's yearning suddenly intensified. She desired far more than mere graduation. He had yet to ponder this question upon his arrival. What will become of us after graduation? If you wish, we can apply to the same university. She followed the light that radiated from him, coursing through her veins like a flowing river. All right, no backing out. The young man chuckled, his smile somewhat foolish. As Shumian's 2 small dimples danced into Gu Yanzhi's heart. That summer, they made a promise to one another, vowing to be each other's light, eternally following. Chapter 21. The Little Overlord of Nanchuan. Is there a way to ensure that 2 individuals will never part? For now, all I can do is stand alongside him, hoping that sharing this moment will bring us closer. In her diary, Shumian notes that every day she arrives early to stand beneath the parasol tree, her ears plugged with an MP3 player, feigning engagement with English lessons. Good morning, Gu Yanzhi, she greets, eagerly rushing forward like a devoted puppy. Gu Yanzhi notices something unusual about her lately. Her forehead, covered with a bandage, is partially obscured by her bangs, giving her an almost dazed appearance. Yet, that injury was born for him, a burden he feels he owes her. Good morning. How's your injury? He asks, tension evident as he accepts the egg Shumian hands him. It's already better. Seeing him brings her immense joy, causing her to momentarily forget any pain. They walk side by side, Yu Shumian's petite frame barely reaching his armpit. Gu Yanzhi has turned remarkably attentive, taking the initiative to explain lessons. Teach her to play the piano, and even waiting for her downstairs. What are you listening to? Gu Yanzhi suddenly removes the earbud from her right ear and places it in his own. Yu Shumian is taken aback, halting her steps, her words caught in her throat. The soft light on his profile seeps into her heart, momentarily stifling her breath. Is there a method to ensure that two souls remain united forever? As the last line of the song lingers, Gu Yanzhi's face flushes slightly. He removes the earbud and, feigning indifference, states, "You're going to be late. Keep up." Filled with joy, Yu Shumian runs after him, her mind racing with thoughts of what Gu Yanzhi might be feeling. After this incident, whispers of Yu Shumian's prowess began to circulate at Nanchuan High School. Although the second semester of her first year brought a heavier academic load, Yu Shumian had adeptly caught up, thriving in her environment like a fish in water. Gu Yanzhi sought out Qi Baixing, and Su Mu Yun conveyed his message. Pausing her work, Yu Shumian lifted her gaze, fixating on the duo outside the window. She meticulously observed every nuance of Gu Yanzhi's expressions, satisfied that he had not bestowed a smile upon Qi Baixing. Meanwhile, Rong Xiaoqian, burdened with the upcoming sports meets roster, plopped down with a furrowed brow. "Minyan, I need to discuss something with you." She turned to Yu Shumian, who seemed lost in her own world. "Could you please refrain from staring at your beloved every day?" Right now, she is barely managing on her own, let alone keeping an eye on her desk partner. "What is the matter, Qian? For next month's sports meet, we don't have enough participants from our class. Then let us just sign up more." Initially, Rong Xiaoqian had been distressed over the low number of sign-ups, and it was Yu Shumian's good-hearted intervention that led her to volunteer for the arduous 800 meters and shot put. However, now, no one else was willing. Yu Shumian's gaze followed Gu Yanzhi as he entered, and she quickly adjusted the chair for him. Noticing her infatuation, Rong Xiaoqian decided to be direct. "Teacher Wang has also signed you up for the long jump and the 50 meters. What?" Gu Yanzhi chuckled at her wide-eyed astonishment. "But I'm still an injured party." Yu Shumian pointed to the bandage adorning her forehead. In the eyes of others, she was merely a dispensable symbol. Wang Ma remarked that she was strong and resilient, so there would be no problem. Yu Shumian was at a loss for words. Was this an insult or a sign of trust? After school, she followed closely behind Gu Yanzhi. "Let us go to the alley for some oil splash noodles today." She found herself yearning for Grandpa Chen's oil splash noodles, and since she could finally indulge in spicy food, she intended to savor a few bowls. "Why? Next month. There is a mathematics competition, and I need to practice with Qi Baixing." His candor was disarming, as if he spoke with a sense of entitlement. "Why wait until after school?" Yu Shumian felt a flicker of anger. They had previously agreed to enjoy the oil-splashed noodles together today. "How about I accompany you tomorrow?" Gu Yanzhi suggested, attempting to negotiate. He refrained from mentioning it earlier, fearing it would only exacerbate her worries about the sports meet. No, why not refuse Qi Baixing? In an instant, Yu Shumian felt her standing and his heart plummet. Indeed, the bond of 100 days as classmates seemed insignificant. Childhood friends held greater importance. Just then, Qi Baixing arrived in Class 3 and overheard Yu Shumian's disgruntled remarks. "Why must he refuse me?" Qi Baixing arrogantly approached her, towering over her by a head. In this light, Gu Yanzhi and Qi Baixing appeared to be a far more suitable pair. Gu Yanzhi had his own aspirations. Did he think she was as idle as herself? Qi Baixing was known for his sharp tongue, showing no mercy to anyone. Moreover, she had already warned Yu Shumian last time, urging her not to harbor unrealistic hopes. Even if she has now caught up to Gu Yanzhi's achievements, what does it matter? In other aspects, Yu Shumian cannot even compare to Gu Yanzhi in the slightest. What of a salted fish? Does being a salted fish imply the absence of aspirations? In a moment of frustration, Yu Shumian stood on the bench, attempting to assert her height over Gu Yanzhi. Gu Yanzhi reached out to help her down, only to have her angrily swat his hand away, leading her to reflect upon her own missteps. "Qi Baixing, what right do you have to pass judgment on others?" Yu Shumian's eyes seemed ablaze, as if she could incinerate the classroom with her fury. "What do you have to say to that?" Qi Baixing, a young lady of privilege, would never willingly concede. "Qi Baixing, cease your words." Observing the escalating chaos, Gu Yanzhi left the classroom with determination, followed promptly by Qi Baixing. Yu Shumian felt on the verge of an explosion, her forehead throbbing with pain from a previous injury. It's merely a mathematics competition. What is there to be so concerned about? Frustrated, Yu Shumian stormed into Wang Ma's office. In a fit of impulsiveness, she later wished to chastise herself for her rashness. "Wang Ma, seeking to encourage Shumian's remarkable progress, offered her an opportunity to compete. At that time, Wang Ma believed she would not last long, perhaps merely making it through the preliminary rounds. A mathematics competition, is it? Drilling through problems, then? Shumian gazed at the registration form on the desk, her heart heavy with resentment. What of being a salted fish? It suffices. With renewed determination, she submitted her registration without uttering a word to Gu Yanzhi. From then on, she was always the first to flee from his gaze after school. Gu Yanzhi attempted to inquire several times, yet Shumian remained resolutely silent. The allure of academia no longer held sway over her. Having completed her self-study of the curriculum prior to her senior year, she found herself independent of Gu Yanzhi's assistance. Shumian, where are you headed? Today, he was determined to seek clarity. Shumian ran too swiftly, and Gu Yanzhi struggled to keep pace. In a moment of urgency, he failed to notice the steps beneath him and stumbled heavily to the ground. Gu Yanzhi. Gu Yanzhi. She confessed to herself that her silence was born of pique and jealousy. She desired nothing more than his undivided attention. Chapter 22. Heart stirred only for you. The innocent joys of youth are concealed within the light, dazzling as sunlight yet shrouded in the mystery of night. Why are you sulking? Gu Yanzhi asked, feigning ignorance as he observed Shumian meticulously tending to the wound on his left leg. You broke your promise. You said you would accompany me to enjoy the oil-splashed noodles. Indeed, it seemed to stem from that incident. Gu Yanzhi had been secretly watching her every day. Although Shumian believed she was adept at hiding her feelings, she remained firmly within the reach of his gaze. She would scroll through her English assignments, then her Chinese literature, and even linger for half an hour after school, all to reinforce her foundational skills. Am I not allowed to tackle competition questions? Upon hearing Gu Yanzhi's words, Shumian felt a surge of anger. Was she forbidden, while Qi Bai Sheng was brazenly permitted? She silently completed the thought in her mind. Gu Yanzhi, do not forget our promise. Shumian looked up, meeting the light in the boy's eyes, and resolutely declared, our pledge is to attend the same university. Gu Yanzhi, how could I dare to take a single step back? With every pause, I fear I might fall behind you. Mian. Gu Yanzhi uttered these words without a moment's contemplation, often revealing the most genuine sentiments. What did you call me? Do you truly consider yourself a young master? He had merely grazed one leg. The other remained intact. Mian. Gu Yanzhi, unabashed, called out to her once more, startling Shumian into hastily assisting him. Do not address me so, it overwhelms me with flattery. Shumian protested with her lips. Yet her heart swelled with sweetness, akin to savoring honey, wishing that henceforth, Gu Yanzhi would always call her that, though it remained merely a fleeting thought. Gu Yanzhi observed Shumian's slightly flushed cheeks, his heart eased, and he found himself smiling along with her unwittingly. Are you truly capable of tackling those competition problems? Gu Yanzhi attempted to extend an olive branch, yet Shumian remained unyielding. Regrettably, I am well versed in them. Shumian stubbornly maintained her stance. Gu Yanzhi watched her devour her meal across the table, perplexed by how a simple bowl of oil-splashed noodles could encompass all her joys and sorrows. Years later, after a separation of 3 years, he finally savored the true essence of those noodles. From that moment forth, he could not bear to be without them. Are you certain you wish to participate in all the events of the sports meet? Gu Yanzhi expressed concern for her petite frame's endurance. Shumian confidently patted her chest, assuring Gu Yanzhi of her capabilities. The little overlord of Nanchuan is not a title bestowed without merit. Do remember to prepare a congratulatory gift for me in advance. Shumian faced him, stepping backwards one step at a time, while the youth followed her leisurely, allowing her to lead. The pain in her leg was excruciating, yet the sight of her smiling face seemed to alleviate her suffering considerably. At the dinner table, Shumian mustered a significant amount of courage before broaching the subject of wanting to purchase a new pair of shoes. Mom, may I ask you for a favor? As soon as the words left her lips, Jiang Zhou's gaze became laden with unspoken significance, sending a chill down Shumian's spine. What else do you want to buy? Lin Jun knew that if there was something she needed from her, it was undoubtedly related to finances. The sports meet is about to commence, and I wish to buy a new pair of sports shoes, but the ones you have on are still in good condition. Lin Jun clearly hesitated to make the purchase. Although the family's situation had improved, it was still not particularly affluent. Furthermore, Shumian gazed down at her shoes, which had served her well for 3 years. The soles glued together multiple times, and they inevitably let in water whenever it rained. Mom, just one pair, and I promise I won't ask for more in the future. Yu Shumian felt there was still room for negotiation. "You are the best, Mom." To her surprise, she began to act coy, prompting Jiang Zhou to feign a gag nearby. "Just buy a pair for Mian. She can't be expected to keep her feet wet in the rain." Jiang Anha watched Lin Jun with a pang of sympathy for their eldest daughter. "Let her wear these a bit longer. Now is not the right time." Lin Jun always managed to find various reasons to deny her the shoes. "If you don't focus on your studies, why participate in the sports meet?" "It was Teacher Wang who signed me up." Yu Shumian shrugged, indicating that it was not her concern. "Can you handle it? Don't embarrass yourself." Lin Jun shot her a glance, but ultimately relented. "Go on, dream on." Yu Shumian found herself unable to resist Lin Jun and ultimately relented. She opened the window, gazing quietly at the opposite window, feeling a sense of frustration within. On her desk lay a thick calculus textbook alongside a large stack of mathematical exercises. The solitary struggle proving to be a tedious ordeal. Coincidentally, Gu Yanzhi, having completed his homework, also pushed open his window. The unexpected moment allowed the two to exchange glances, causing both to feel a flutter of anxiety in their hearts. The bangs on Yu Shumian's forehead were styled into a small bun, gently swaying in the evening breeze. "Silly goose," Gu Yanzhi murmured to himself, a foolish smile creeping onto his face. The smile on Gu Yanzhi's visage, mingling with the cool evening air, wafted into Yu Shumian's heart. She adjusted her black-rimmed glasses, momentarily entranced, rooted to the spot. "Mian, drink your milk," Lin Jun announced as she entered without warning, catching Yu Shumian off guard. "What are you looking at?" Lin Jun approached the window, peering outside, prompting Yu Shumian to hastily draw the curtains. Fearful of her mother uncovering her secret thoughts. "Mom, I was just tired from studying and wanted to stand up and admire the moon." Lin Jun, somewhat skeptical, acknowledged her with a nonchalant "oh," observing as Yu Shumian gulped down her glass of milk like a thirsty cow before exiting. Yu Shumian let out a soft sigh of relief, thankful that she had not been exposed. She wondered if Gu Yanzhi was still there. With great caution, she pulled back a sliver of the curtain, her gaze slightly unfocused, and noticed that the light in the opposite window had been extinguished. "How is it that Gu Yanzhi works so efficiently while I must toil endlessly just to keep up?" Yu Shumian, burdened by the weight of her worries, lamented with a hint of frustration, her panda-like eyes a testament to her solitary struggle until the early hours of the morning. She toiled through numerous sets of problems, her mind seemingly in constant motion, akin to a perpetual motion machine fueled by the demands of the mathematics competition. In her dreams, she found herself murmuring, "Gu Yanzhi, you truly are remarkable." Remarkable? What precisely was so remarkable about him? Years later, when Yu Shumian once again extolled his virtues, the scene mirrored that of her dream. "Pray tell, what makes you so exceptional?" she inquired, like a fawn ensnared in his embrace, her innocence accentuated by the faint shadows beneath her eyes. Despite her initial intent to work tirelessly through the night, he had kept her awake, leaving her feeling somewhat drained. It appeared that once again, she would have to disappoint her beloved editor, spending the day indulging in the warmth of her loyal companion. Chapter 23. That was what I had. For the first time, Gu Yanzhi watched in astonishment as I consumed the remnants of his oil-splashed noodles, his expression one of incredulity. "Mian, my birthday falls this week. Would you like to come over and celebrate with me?" Yu Shumian was deeply engrossed in her battle with advanced calculus, leaving her no time to respond. Rong Xiaoqian temporarily filled the role of her spokesperson. Mian is too busy. She has a competition and preparations for the sports meet." Upon reflection, she realized just how occupied she truly was, yet her own birthday held significant importance. "Mian, just for an afternoon, how does that sound?" Gu Yan raised his head, wondering why he had never heard that Qin Huai's birthday was approaching. Qin Huai, wait a moment. Yu Shumian's mind sparked with inspiration, and she quickly wrote down her thoughts, fearing she would forget them soon. "What did you just say?" Yu Shumian gazed innocently at Qin Huai, who remained unperturbed. He calmly repeated, "All right, I will definitely go." Yu Shumian had never celebrated a birthday and was unaware of how others did so. Why not observe Qin Huai's birthday celebration? "Good, then it's settled. I will pick you up on Sunday afternoon." Yu Shumian abruptly halted, her thoughts drifting to her mother, which caused her a headache. "Just tell me the address. I will manage on my own. You, with your terrible sense of direction, can find it?" Qin Huai and Yu Shumian could get lost even in their own school, let alone elsewhere. "Are you underestimating me?" Yu Shumian glared at the chuckling Qin Huai and slammed her book shut, muttering in annoyance, "Then I won't go." "Don't be like that. You must come." Qin Huai had a penchant for being contrary, taking for granted what he had and yearning for it once lost. Gu Yan was gloomy all day, a stark contrast to the cheerful Qin Huai. Yu Shumian. The thought of Gu Yan spending time with Qi Baixing after school unsettled her. You are not allowed to go to Qin Huai's house. Why not? Yu Shumian's rebellious spirit flared up. You can be alone with Qi Baixing, but I can't celebrate Qin Huai's birthday. Gu Yan, sensing her lingering anger, lowered his voice to explain. Are you not going to solve problems with Qi Baixing? Yu Shumian gazed into his eyes, a quiver stirring within her heart. Even her anger merely served as a fade for her concealed affection towards him. That solitary instance had marked the last time they studied together. Gu Yanzhi sought to clarify their relationship, striving to disentangle himself from Qi Baixing. Really? Yu Shumian stifled a laugh. The current Gu Yanzhi appeared far from aloof. Instead, he resembled a remorseful child desperately seeking forgiveness. Truly, I would not deceive you, Gu Yanzhi asserted with conviction. Fine, I forgive you, Yu Shumian replied, granting him an escape while simultaneously offering herself a reprieve. Gu Yanzhi trailed closely behind her, unwaveringly devoted. But you are not allowed to visit the Qin family. This man, having gained an advantage, began to impose conditions. Yu Shumian was resolute in her refusal. No, I must go. It is Qin Huai's birthday. He had never celebrated his birthday before. How do you know? Gu Yanzhi fell silent, and Yu Shumian chose to regard his reticence as a jest. After savoring a bowl of oil-splashed noodles, she felt quite satisfied. Gu Yanzhi observed her greasy mouth and handed her a napkin. Could you not eat so daintily? He noted her wearing glasses, yet displaying no semblance of refinement. Refinement cannot be ingested. Yu Shumian noticed that Gu Yanzhi had barely touched his oil-splashed noodles. Why aren't you eating? Is it not delicious? This is a culinary delight. Gu Yanzhi shook his head, finding it rather too greasy for his taste. Burp. Yu Shumian patted her stomach, still only half full. The eyes instinctively darted towards the noodles in Gu Yanzhi's bowl. Are you still eating? Gu Yanzhi was taken aback. He never anticipated that Yu Shumian would covet the noodles in his bowl. I'm full. Gu Yanzhi assumed she was about to leave. So he set down his chopsticks and picked up his bag in preparation to depart. Then I shall eat. Yu Shumian unabashedly seized the bowl, brandishing her chopsticks to indulge heartily. I've eaten this. Gu Yanzhi attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Yu Shumian looked up and smiled at him. I know. So what if you've eaten it before? Yu Shumian disregarded him and swiftly finished the noodles in her bowl before pausing. Gu Yanzhi remained in a state of astonishment. How could a girl eat something someone else had already tasted? Let us go? Gu Yanzhi's attention was continually captivated by her. He marveled at how such a peculiar being as Yu Shumian could exist in this world. Her actions often defied his expectations, even reshaping his worldview. Yu Shumian glanced at the meager pocket money tucked under her pillow. It was hardly substantial. What kind of birthday gift would Qin Huai appreciate? Yu Shumian pondered, scratching her head, realizing that this amount of money seemed insufficient for anything of value. Just stay at home and be good. It was truly a stroke of luck. Yu Shumian internally cheered. She was the only one left at home. When the cat's away, the mice will play. With the wind at her back, Yu Shumian dashed out the door, heading to her usual accessory shop. A necklace? It didn't seem fitting for a man like Qin Huai, who was as tough as steel. After much deliberation, she finally settled on a pair of wristbands. As she was about to make her payment, Yu Shumian noticed a pure white sheep plush toy beside the cash register. With its rosy cheeks and fluffy white wool, it bore a striking resemblance to her. Boss, please wrap this up as well, she said, placing the little sheep on the counter. Sunday afternoon arrived as scheduled, and Yu Shumian intentionally donned a light blue checkered dress, one of the rare occasions she wore a skirt. She had also removed the bandage from her forehead and braided her hair, tying it neatly at the back of her head. Upon descending the stairs, she spotted Gu Yanzhi waiting for her beneath the sycamore tree. What is this? Qin Huai didn't he say he invited Gu Yanzhi, did he? Let us go? Gu Yanzhi, indifferent to her clumsy antics, seized the items from her hands and strode away. What about your gift? Yu Shumian inquired, noticing his hands were empty. I have already given it. That was quick. What did you give? She chased after Gu Yanzhi, bouncing on her feet. What did you give? Gu Yanzhi countered her question. Guess. He playfully nudged her shoulder, urging her to be mischievous. Don't open it. Yu Shumian exclaimed, witnessing Gu Yanzhi reaching into the gift bag, eager to unveil the surprise. In a flurry, she hurried to stop him. Gu Yanzhi took a step back, leaning against the red wall adorned with blooming begonia flowers. Unsteady, Yu Shumian lost her balance and fell into Gu Yanzhi's arms, her cheek pressed against his chest, warmth radiating through her. Her heart raced. Fixated on a wild chrysanthemum in the corner, too shy to meet his gaze. The lingering warmth from his chest enveloped her heart, as if it might leap from her ribcage. Both individuals held their breath, their hearts entwined in a moment that made them forget to part. A solitary begonia, peeking over the wall, swayed gently in the breeze, its petals cascading softly upon the young lady's head. This zephyr captured the lingering warmth of the entire summer. Chapter 24. Gu Yanzhi in peril. Gu Yanzhi, fear not. From now on, I shall protect you. The birthday celebration for Qin Huai was orchestrated with the grandeur of a wedding banquet, complete with a chef brought into the home to set up a barbecue stall in the backyard. Rong Xiaoqian busied herself arranging balloons to decorate the room. Yu Shumian was about to lend a hand when Qi Baixing swiftly intervened. Why is she here? In addition to a few of Qin Huai's teammates from the basketball team, Yu Shumian was surprised to see Qi Jingnian and Su Muyun. Were they particularly close to Qin Huai? Hey, everyone, feel free to help yourselves. There are snacks and fruits outside. Qin Huai greeted warmly, immediately rushing towards Yu Shumian upon noticing her arrival. Little lamb. His hand enthusiastically rested on Yu Shumian's shoulder, prompting Gu Yanzhi's gaze to shift. Keep your hands to yourself. Gu Yanzhi pushed Qin Huai's hand away, feeling a surge of displeasure. Oh, you could have just come without bringing gifts. Qin Huai dismissed his irritation, his spirits lifting upon seeing the present in Yu Shumian's hands. These are just small items. I hope you don't mind. Qin Huai could hardly contain his eagerness to unwrap the gift, only to be halted by Yu Shumian. Let's wait until later. Feeling somewhat shy, Yu Shumian considered her gift trivial in comparison to theirs. It must be said that the home of the chosen one, Qin Huai, was indeed vast, an entire private villa. Today marks the birthday of Qin Huai. Everyone, please feel at ease and enjoy yourselves. Rong Xiaoqian tugged at Yu Shumian, leading her towards the barbecue, with Gu Yanzhi trailing closely behind. Hey, why are you following the little lamb? Qin Huai stood before Gu Yanzhi like a wall, a sneer gracing his lips. Who I follow is none of your business. Qin Huai, Gu Yanzhi retorted, as Qin Huai grasped his shoulder and turned him towards Yu Shumian. Do you see any chance there? Qin Huai was aware of Gu Yanzhi's unique feelings for the little lamb, yet there were still others interested in this simpleton. Qianqian, can you really barbecue? Yu Shumian presumed that those delicate fingers were untouched by labor. It's not that difficult. I'll treat you to my homemade pastries next time. That sounds wonderful. Yu Shumian and Rong Xiaoqian chatted animatedly at the barbecue stall, completely oblivious to the presence of Qi Jingnian nearby. Gu Yanzhi, where's the chili powder? Yu Shumian blurted out, mistakenly thinking it was Gu Yanzhi beside her. Qi Jingnian gently handed her the chili powder, their fingertips inadvertently brushing against each other. In that fleeting moment, Yu Shumian startled and released her grip, spilling chili powder all over her skirt. Yu Shumian. Gu Yanzhi rushed over, shoving aside Qi Jingnian, who was about to apologize. Qi Baixing, standing not far away, couldn't he help but mutter to herself, what is so great about her? It's a shame for these two men. Su Muyun took these words to heart, silently observing Gu Yanzhi from a distance. Yu Shumian, not wishing to let this incident dampen the mood, promptly pushed aside both Gu Yanzhi and Qi Jingnian. Qin Huai called out for everyone to eat, drink, and enjoy themselves. Rong Xiaoqian approached him, a can of beverage in hand. Qin Huai had never truly taken the time to observe her. Yet, upon closer inspection, she was indeed strikingly graceful, exuding an aloofness that seemed unattainable. He dared not meet her gaze, for the radiance that enveloped her was something he felt unworthy to approach. Such a paragon of perfection had, in truth, often tugged at his ears in jest. Qin Huai, happy birthday. Thank you. Rong Xiaoqian gazed at Qin Huai. Her eyes filled with him. The birthday cake is here. Su Muyun and Yu Shumian wheeled out the cake, and everyone urged Qin Huai to make a wish. Gu Yanzhi, with keen eyes, noticed the little lamb cream atop the cake and felt an inexplicable pang of anxiety. With a puff, Qin Huai extinguished the candles and was about to slice the cake when Qi Jingnian asked, Qin Huai, are you born in the year of the sheep? Qin Huai paused briefly before nodding in affirmation. A weight lifted from the hearts of Rong Xiaoqian and Gu Yanzhi. Thankfully, it had nothing to do with Yu Shumian. Qin Huai, what did you wish for? His friends teased. Wishes lose their magic once spoken. Qin Huai chuckled foolishly, casting a discreet glance at Rong Xiaoqian by his side. Until the day Qin Huai confessed his feelings to Rong Xiaoqian, this matter lingered in her heart. Tell me, was your wish on your first-year birthday related to the little overlord? Qianqian, you have wronged me. Rong Xiaoqian allowed Qin Huai to stand foolishly on the playground, holding a bouquet of roses. Then tell me, what was your wish? Qin Huai pressed his lips together, thinking how this silly girl still did not comprehend his feelings. He wished to be with Rong Shaoqian forever, never to part. Shaoqian was skeptical of him at that time. Qin Huai did not exhibit any signs of affection towards her. You are deceiving me. I assure you, it is the truth. Qin Huai cast aside the flower in his hand and tightly embraced her, who was attempting to flee. He explained, the brilliance that radiates from you intimidates me, prompting my desire to improve myself so that I may stand beside you. Who would have imagined that the two individuals, seemingly the most mismatched, had been striving for one another all along? Are you happy today? Yu Shumian observed Gu Yanzhi, who had remained silent throughout their journey, and felt a sense of discomfort. You ought to inquire about Qin Huai. What do you mean, Gu Yanzhi? Yu Shumian retorted, anger rising within her, as she perceived Gu Yanzhi's remarks to be increasingly sarcastic. If you persist in this manner, I shall cease to engage with you. Yu Shumian yearned for him to converse with her earnestly. As night gradually descended, a veil of delicate moonlight enveloped the two, accompanied by a subtle warmth that cloaked her. Gu Yanzhi. Yu Shumian glared at him as he continued to stride forward with unrelenting indifference, her ire mounting. The route home included a pitch-black alleyway, an unavoidable passage. It was the site of an abandoned factory, long left unattended. Gu Yanzhi. Wait for me. Gu Yanzhi. In the blink of an eye, he had vanished around the corner, as if he were a fleeting rabbit, sprinting away. Yu Shumian, guided by the faint moonlight, pressed onward, adjusting her glasses as the path ahead grew increasingly unclear. Ordinarily, a decrepit street lamp illuminated this area, yet it inexplicably malfunctioned that night. Gu Yanzhi, where are you? From a young age, she harbored a profound fear of darkness. Lingering in this place for even a moment felt like tormenting her very soul. Gu Yanzhi was certainly not the playful figure engaging in a game of hide and seek to frighten her. In the shadows, several pairs of eyes glinted with malice. Observing her as she stood frozen and bewildered, Gu Yanzhi found himself pressed against a dilapidated table, held down by two individuals, rendering him utterly immobile. Yu Shumian gazed apprehensively at the abandoned factory behind her, too intimidated to approach. The mere thought of the rodents within sent shivers down her spine. Yu Shumian, run. The 5 desperate words, erupting from Gu Yanzhi in a fit of hysteria, ignited the primal instincts buried deep within her. Gu Yanzhi. Without hesitation, Yu Shumian dashed towards the forsaken factory, only to be confronted by several figures emerging from the darkness, engaging her in a fierce struggle. Song Baichen, brandishing a knife, compelled Gu Yanzhi to witness this unfolding drama. In the face of Gu Yanzhi's peril, the encroaching darkness held no significance for her. Chapter 25. With me here, fear not. Yu Shumian, fists clenched against 4 adversaries, struggled to discern friend from foe in the pitch blackness. In a flurry of chaotic blows, she managed to repel her assailants. Who would have thought she possessed such fighting prowess? As Song Baichen emerged from the shadows, illuminating the scene with his flashlight while still restraining Gu Yanzhi, he approached her deliberately. Song Baichen, what is your intention in confronting me? Why are you holding Gu Yanzhi captive? Yu Shumian, her urgency palpable, pointed at him with fire igniting in her eyes. What do you mean? Song Baichen, still gripping Gu Yanzhi, advanced step by step towards her. Yu Shumian stood her ground, seemingly unyielding, though internally, she felt as if she were on the verge of bursting. He transferred schools for your sake. Song Baichen, I know you despise me. Yu Shumian attempted to persuade him to release Gu Yanzhi, her eyes catching a glimpse of the blood trickling down Gu Yanzhi's neck. Let him go. I will comply with any request you make. Upon hearing this, Song Baichen burst into laughter, tilting his head back in mirth. Neither of you shall escape my grasp. A flicker of something enigmatic shone in Gu Yanzhi's eyes as he casually shoved his hands into his pockets. Song Baichen, do you truly believe that confining us in this abandoned factory within a narrow alley guarantees your victory? Gu Yanzhi cast a sidelong glance at the infuriated Song Baichen, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Dad, what brings you here? Yu Shumian exclaimed, her gaze drifting behind Song Baichen. In a critical moment, Yu Shumian executed a swift kick, dislodging the knife that Song Baichen had pressed against Gu Yanzhi's throat. In a flash, she seized Gu Yanzhi's hand and dashed down the alley. Damn it! How dare you deceive me? Song Baichen roared in fury. Hurry up, Gu Yanzhi. Yu Shumian observed him limping, fearing he had sustained an injury. At the far end of the alley stood a chicken coop, the safest refuge they could find. Just as Gu Yanzhi was shoved through the door, a wave of foul odor assaulted his nostrils. Bear with it. Once they leave, we will emerge. Yu Shumian pressed him down, crouching in the corner as she peered through the crack in the door, vigilantly monitoring the situation outside. She sensed Gu Yanzhi's right leg trembling incessantly. "Gu Yanzhi, what is wrong?" she inquired, reaching out to touch him, only to have her hand firmly grasped by him. "I am fine," Gu Yanzhi whispered, his voice low, as outside, Song Baichen and his cohorts advanced towards their direction. Gu Yanzhi gasped for breath, while Shumian gently covered his mouth and nose with her hand. A warm, metallic tang permeated his entire oral cavity, the taste of blood mingling with his lips and teeth. Gu Yanzhi's heart raced like thunder, and the intense pain radiating from his right leg nearly stole his breath away. Observing his body trembling slightly and his breathing growing more labored, Shumian whispered softly in his ear, urging him to hold on a little longer. With a tender embrace, she enveloped him in her arms. Gu Yanzhi buried his entire head in her hair, resting his chin on her shoulder, savoring the fleeting warmth. The hot breath he exhaled brushed against Shumian's ear and the nape of her neck, stirring a tempest within her heart, leaving her restless. "Do not be afraid. I have already called the police," she reassured him. Upon hearing this, Gu Yanzhi seemed on the brink of losing consciousness, prompting Shumian to swiftly place her bleeding hand against his lips. "Stay awake." He was in dire need of water. Yet this was all she could offer him at that moment. "Big brother, the police have arrived." A commotion erupted outside as Song Baichen and his companions, upon spotting the police car, fled without a trace. Shumian accompanied Gu Yanzhi to the police station to give their statements, and the two sat outside, waiting in silence. "Gu Yanzhi." Shumian glanced at her right hand, bandaged like a steamed bun, finding it somewhat amusing. Gu Yanzhi slightly opened his eyes, fixating on his right leg. He longed to remove the prosthetic. The misaligned pain rendered him somewhat powerless. "Tonight, did you ever consider that you might die?" This question felt eerily familiar. In the earthquake of 2008, he had been buried beneath the rubble, after 3 long days of waiting. When despair had almost consumed him, and he was convinced that no one would come to his rescue, hope unexpectedly arrived. Fortunately, he had survived. Unfortunately, he had forever lost his right calf. The brilliance that had shone from him since childhood dimmed in that moment, leaving him feeling self-conscious. He began to attempt to mask his flaws with his former radiance, unwilling to confront his disability. "Stop overthinking," Gu Yanzhi coldly tossed out a remark, choosing not to engage further. "I thought you weren't afraid." Shumian, weak and devoid of energy, jested feebly before resting her head on his shoulder and drifting into slumber. Did he fear death? After losing his leg, that fear had waned. Did he now? Perhaps there lingered a hint of trepidation. With attachments in his heart, the fear of death took root. He had promised her. They had vowed to face the university entrance exams together, to strive side by side. She, a metaphorical salted fish, had yet to turn her life around. How could she entertain such peculiar thoughts? They had countless tomorrows ahead of them, and he yearned to experience each one with her. Gu Yanzhi's parents were occupied with their business, unable to rush to his side. "Yanzhi, who is this girl?" The youthful and stunning Luobai was a beauty that could captivate any heart. Even at 40, her appearance resembled that of an 18-year-old maiden. "Mom, this is my classmate," Gu Yanzhi replied, lifting her into the car. To be frank, she was quite heavy. Throughout the journey, his gaze remained fixed on Shumian, anxious that she might awaken suddenly and find herself alone. "Yanzhi, your leg? Let's go to the hospital tomorrow for a change," he replied, unguardedly removing his prosthetic limb. Feeling a slight alleviation of the pain in his thigh. "Do you dare to bully the Song family?" Luobai gazed into the rearview mirror, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. "Mom, it won't happen again." How unfortunate that this young girl has also caught their attention. Throughout the journey, Luobai listened intently as Gu Yanzhi explained how to navigate perilous situations, all thanks to this girl carving out her own path. "Handle the matter with care. Do not involve innocent parties," Luobai cautioned him, aware that despite Gu Yanzhi being his son, their relationship lacked intimacy. "I will." In recent years, the Song group has acted as a scourge within the industry, causing harm to many. Alas, their minions have infiltrated the business realm, making them difficult to confront. A single action could trigger a cascade of consequences. No one is willing to disturb this formidable giant. Gu Yanzhi gently caressed the slumbering Shumian. The pale blue checkered dress, stained with traces of crimson, strikingly conspicuous. "Do not fear. From now on, no one will dare to harm you again." Gu Yanzhi silently vowed that from this moment forth, should anyone dare to lay a hand on her, he would not rest until justice was served. Chapter 26. Hello, my dear wife. Upon awakening, Shumian was enveloped by a faint, enchanting fragrance, the scent of jasmine emanating from Gu Yanzhi. The sunlight pierced her eyes painfully, prompting her to shield them, yet the excruciating pain compelled her to relent. The white curtains in the room reminded her of Gu Yanzhi, while the pure wooden decor imparted a sense of cleanliness and clarity. On the bedside table lay Gu Yanzhi's backpack, capturing her attention as she became entranced by a cluster of small persimmons. "You're awake?" A young woman's voice broke the silence, and Shumian looked up, startled. "What a beautiful sister! Do not be afraid. I am Yanzhi's mother." Gu Yanzhi's mother? She was surprisingly youthful and beautiful, her striking appearance revealing a lineage of exceptional genes. "Andy, what is wrong with me? Just lie down and don't move. Your injuries have yet to heal." Luo Bai prepared the medicine and brought it over to feed her. This young lady truly possessed remarkable resilience. Where could one find a girl skilled in martial arts these days? Gu Yanzhi's family was indeed impressive, able to nurture such a wonderful friend. "Andy, I can manage myself." Shumian rose with effort, taking the medicine, unwilling to burden anyone else. Luo Bai did not press her, advising her to rest well and not worry about school. Upon hearing that Shumian was all right and temporarily staying at a classmate's home, he felt a modicum of relief. Gu Yanzhi was summoned by his father for a serious discussion, as the matter had become entangled with an old case. If they were caught and forced to reveal everything, none of them would escape unscathed. "Yanzhi, who is that girl?" "A classmate." Just a few terse words encapsulated everything. He had no desire to elaborate further. Throughout his life, he had seldom cared for anything beyond work. His family had never occupied his thoughts. "Rest assured, Song Baichen will no longer trouble you." "Good." Seeing that there was nothing more to discuss, Gu Yanzhi stormed out. Coincidentally, he encountered Shumian, who had emerged in search of the restroom, her face a picture of surprise. "You're awake?" Gu Yanzhi glanced down to find her barefoot. "Why aren't you wearing shoes?" "I don't have any," Shumian murmured softly. Gu Yanzhi removed his own shoes and placed them at her feet, instructing her to put them on. Shumian nodded cautiously, slowly sliding her feet into them, still warm from Gu Yanzhi's presence. Never had she imagined that she would find herself in Gu Yanzhi's home. It was indeed resplendent, with a grand foyer graced by a Steinway piano poised elegantly on a tripod beneath a sweeping staircase. A crystal chandelier descended, resembling a myriad of stars adorning the space above the piano. Shumian was taken aback, and unbeknownst to her, Gu Yanzhi stood silently behind her, his heart aching at the sight of her astonished expression. "Gu Yanzhi, your home is astonishingly vast," she exclaimed, overwhelmed by the opulence that surpassed her wildest dreams. Such a household was only a figment of her imagination, one she had only encountered within the pages of novels, yet here it was, a reality beside her. "How mundane," Gu Yanzhi remarked coldly, turning away to lead her to the dining area. Shumian, unaccustomed to venturing beyond her own home, felt an acute sense of nervousness. This was her first visit to a classmate's house, let alone Gu Yanzhi's. As she surveyed the table laden with an abundance of delicacies, her hands trembled beneath the surface. Would she even be able to steady her chopsticks? The pain from her injured hand throbbed fiercely with each subtle movement. "Shumian, my mother is unsure of your preferences, so she had some dishes prepared at random. Please make do with what we have. If there's anything you desire, feel free to inform her, and she will gladly accommodate you," Gu Yanzhi's mother said kindly. Shumian nodded vigorously, rendered speechless by the overwhelming generosity. "Randomly prepared?" she thought, glancing at the lavish spread. "Could 4 people possibly finish all this?" "Yanzhi, Shumian has injured her hand. You ought to assist her with the dishes," his mother suggested. No, Auntie, I can manage," Shumian insisted, gritting her teeth as she awkwardly grasped her chopsticks and clumsily picked up a shrimp. Had her mind also been injured? How foolish it was to attempt to grasp a shrimp like this. Luo Bai commanded Gu Yanzhi to sit beside Shumian and peel shrimp. Shumian dared not breathe, her eyes fixated on the shrimp in Gu Yanzhi's hands. Gu Yicheng furrowed his brows slightly, observing Shumian, feeling an uncanny resemblance to someone from his past. He recalled the arena fight in Jiangzhou 4 years ago, where a boxer lost his life on the spot. Had it not been for his subordinates manipulating the match, victory would have been unattainable. What a vast world! Is it merely a coincidence? Furthermore, her father was Jiang Anna. How could she possibly be the deceased Yuhua? "I have matters to attend to. You may continue your meal," Gu Yicheng stated, rising from the table with his briefcase in hand. Gu Yanzhi had grown accustomed to this behavior. Warmth was a foreign concept in their household. Could it be that my eating habits were too unsightly? Shumian chastised herself inwardly, attributing the awkwardness to her own actions. "Auntie, I'm full," she declared. Gu Yanzhi paused. the shrimp he had just peeled resting in his hand. Mian, you haven't eaten yet. Auntie, I might have lost my appetite due to the medication, Shumian fibbed, her mind still lingering on the shrimp in Gu Yanzhi's grasp. The atmosphere felt excessively oppressive. A simple meal felt akin to a monumental examination. Could you please refrain from growling? It's just one meal missed. Shumian pouted, lightly tapping her abdomen in annoyance. Lazily wandering about the room. On the windowsill sat a small pot of cacti, adorned with a couple of tiny red blossoms. A gentle breeze lifted the beige sheer curtains, sunlight streaming in to illuminate the wooden floor beneath. A clean and tidy desk evokes a sense of comfort and ease, adorned with a small sheep plush toy that seems oddly familiar. As she reaches out to grasp it, her height prevents her from doing so. Shumian, upon noticing Gu Yanzhi entering, is poised to remove her shoes and stand on the stool to retrieve the sheep. Turning her head and offering an awkward smile, she chuckles. What a coincidence. Shumian, she calls out to him, her gaze falling upon a bowl of peeled shrimp and a bowl of millet porridge. What's the matter? Thank you, she replies, settling down and awkwardly using a spoon with her left hand to feed herself. Gu Yanzhi watches her actions with amusement, noting her lack of coordination. Did you peel all of this? In her haste, Shumian gulps down some food too quickly. Gu Yanzhi promptly pats her back, assisting her in regaining her composure. What do you think? She smiles at him, her shallow dimples captivating his attention. Luo Bai regards Shumian with the warmth of a parent seeing their child. When she was pregnant with Gu Yanzhi, she had envisioned a girl, having prepared princess dresses and Barbie dolls. However, to her surprise, a boy was born. The princess room remains untouched, as Luo Bai cannot bear to dismantle it, believing that one day Gu Yanzhi would have a girlfriend, thus planning to preserve it for a future daughter-in-law. Come, let me show you your room, Gu Yanzhi says. Shumian is taken aback, questioning whether she can no longer stay here. Observing her expression, Gu Yanzhi teases, do you still wish to linger on my bed? Immediately, Shumian lifts herself from his bed, preparing to depart. Gu Yanzhi leads her to the princess room next door. Luo Bai urged him to ensure that Shumian took ample rest, handing over the key to her favorite princess-themed room to Gu Yanzhi. As the door creaked open, Shumian was rendered speechless. The entirety of the room was adorned in shades of pink. What is this? This is the key. Gu Yanzhi tossed the key to her, paying little mind to her astonished expression. He turned away, a slight smirk gracing his lips, feeling a small surge of satisfaction. Hello, my dear wife. Chapter 27. Do not gaze improperly. Luo Bai was indeed an extraordinary woman of strength. Within the span of a meal, the family of three scattered in different directions. Ever since Gu Yanzhi was born, the couple had seldom resided at home for long periods. In his childhood, Gu Yanzhi was primarily raised by the family's housekeeper. A few years ago, the housekeeper retired, and due to his unique circumstances, Gu Yanzhi had grown reluctant to accept care from anyone. He thus embraced a solitary existence, eventually finding solace in solitude. With Luo Bai and Gu Qingyi gone, the household was left with the limping Gu Yanzhi and the injured Shumian. Shumian, are you feeling better? I am about to wash up. Gu Yanzhi glanced at his watch. It had been over an hour since she entered the shower. Shumian? Unable to contain his curiosity, he pressed his ear against the door, but silence enveloped the space within, void of any sound. Gu Yanzhi, just take a peek inside. Do nothing else. He took a deep breath, reassuring himself. I am coming in, Shumian. The door slowly creaked open, feeling as if it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds in his hand that evening. The curtain of the bathroom was drawn shut, and Gu Yanzhi stood frozen in place, hesitant to make a move. Though he was merely a breath away, his heart thundered, and his breathing grew erratic. Shumian, are you ready yet? He silently inquired. Gu Yanzhi, isn't this a tad unscrupulous? His thoughts contradicted his actions. Gathering his courage, he tremulously pulled back the curtain. Gu Yanzhi slightly closed his eyes, fearful of witnessing something he ought not to see. What a transgression. Gu Yanzhi, you must uphold your integrity. He cautiously opened a slit, only to widen his eyes in astonishment. Shumian had fallen asleep in his bathtub. The white bubbles were on the verge of overflowing, and water stains marred the floor. Gu Yanzhi hastily drew the curtain closed and took several steps back. Shumian. The noise roused the dreamy Shumian from her slumber. Who is it? Who dares disturb my beautiful dreams? How utterly vexing. If I could just sleep a little longer, perhaps I might find myself kissing Gu Yanzhi in my dreams. Shumian. If you do not come out soon, I shall enter. Instinctively alert, Yu Shumian frantically grabbed a nearby towel to drape over herself. Wait, just a moment. I'll be right out. A sudden realization struck her. She had forgotten to bring a change of clothes. Gu Yanzhi, are you still there? Gu Yanzhi remained rooted in place, utterly still. Suddenly, he heard her call his name from within. I am here. I forgot to take my clothes. Gu Yanzhi shook his head in helplessness and immediately stepped out to fetch her a clean outfit. Only mine will do, I suppose. He passed her a shirt through the curtain seam and hurried out of the bathroom. The comings and goings had already left his emotions in disarray. It felt as though even breathing had become a laborious task. During the most tense moments, he nearly gasped for air. Yu Shumian touched the pristine light blue checkered shirt and couldn't help but lean down to inhale its fragrance, secretly marveling at its delightful scent, the jasmine aroma he adored. Gu Yanzhi's shirt enveloped her form, the length of it easily concealing her backside, reaching mid-thigh. The shirt was so ample that Yu Shumian could wear it as a dress, completely enveloping her figure in the blue checks. Gu Yanzhi found amusement in Yu Shumian's dazed appearance, her damp hair cascading over her shoulders, evoking a certain feeling. The hairdryer hummed beneath the sink. Gu Yanzhi, akin to a soulless automaton, endeavored to project an air of calmness, oblivious to the fears lurking within. That night, Gu Yanzhi lay awake in his bed, unable to find slumber. He gently lowered his head, pressing his cheek against the pillow, still catching the lingering scent of Yu Shumian. In the adjacent room, Yu Shumian also spent the night in wakefulness. Occasionally, she would bring a strand of her long hair to her nose, inhaling its sweetness, softly reflecting. So this is the shampoo Gu Yanzhi prefers. Gazing out at the pitch-black night sky, Yu Shumian delicately turned on the bedside lamp. She has a peculiar habit of sleeping with the light on all night, for it is only in this way that she can find tranquility in slumber. Ever since childhood, she has harbored a fear of the dark. Without the comforting glow of a light, sleep eludes her. The following morning, when Gu Yanzhi found himself unable to sleep, he rose early. After completing his morning routine, he noticed Yu Shumian still nestled in bed, reluctant to rise. She remained in a state of drowsy oblivion, as if still at home, requiring Lin Jun to lift her covers before she would stir. Yu Shumian, it is time to get up. At 7:10, Gu Yanzhi called out to her. But there was no response. Yu Shumian, we shall be late for school. By 7:30, after finishing his own preparations, he called her again, only to find her still buried under the covers. Yu Shumian. At 7:45, there was still no reaction. With merely 15 minutes left before school, it seemed that mere words could no longer rouse her. In her dream-laden state, Yu Shumian faintly heard someone calling her name. Suddenly, she felt a rush of warmth enveloping her face. Overwhelmed by the heat, she was about to awaken in a fit of anger, only to find herself gazing into a pair of bright eyes. You are going to be late. Hurry up. Gu Yanzhi had intended to startle her. But as soon as she opened her eyes, he regretted it. His tone transformed into a gentle whisper, caressing her face like soft clouds, mingled with warmth that flushed her cheeks. All right, Gu Yanzhi said, leaving the room as Yu Shumian remained in a daze, filled with vexation. Her image before him crumbled once more, and she fretted over the psychological shadow she might cast upon him in the future. Gu Yanzhi called for a driver to escort them, lest she, Yu Shumian, attempt to scale the wall to return. He handed her a warm-boiled egg. When did you buy this? She exclaimed in astonishment at Gu Yanzhi's efficiency. I cooked it for you. Gu Yan's emphatic declaration underscored the fact that he had risen early to prepare this meal himself. The other eggs had been overcooked, leaving only this singular, pristine specimen. Wow! Yu Shumian marveled, astonished that this young master, who was unaccustomed to even the slightest labor, would rise at dawn to boil an egg for himself. Such indulgence was a luxury she had only ever enjoyed at home. Was it truly so strange? A flicker of displeasure crossed Gu Yan's mind. After all, he was simply concerned for her well-being, fearing she might feel deprived and suffer nutritional deficiencies without breakfast. Yu Shumian nodded emphatically, finding the whole situation rather peculiar. Gu Yan chose to ignore her, turning his gaze to the scenery outside the window and the bustling crowd below. Yu Shumian peeled the egg and, without a second thought, took a hearty bite, only to be startled as something splattered onto her school uniform. Glancing down, she realized it was the unformed yolk. How could she have trusted Gu Yan in the kitchen? Chapter 28. The two of you have something going on, Gu Yan. I wish you a lifetime of peace and joy. May your wishes be fulfilled, and may your heart remain unchanged forever. Yu Shumian and Gu Yan, both sporting dark circles under their eyes, made their way to school, inevitably provoking speculation among their peers. The tale of Yu Shumian's valiant confrontation with Song Baichen had spread throughout Nanchuan High School, prompting multiple meetings with their homeroom teacher, Wang Ma, who urged her to refrain from emulating the legendary Lu Zhishan in uprooting willows or engaging in fisticuffs. If there are issues, consult a teacher first. Do not treat the school as a battleground, she admonished. Yu Shumian continually insisted that her actions were merely an act of self-defense, a necessary measure to protect her classmates. There are individuals who specifically post on the Nanchuan Middle School forum, dubbing her Nanchuan's Zhang Fei. Yu Shumian rolled her eyes in disbelief. Was she truly that formidable? The injury on her palm had kept her from completing her assignments for an entire week. Each day, she could only gaze at those examination papers, discerning answers through mere observation. Mimian, the sports meeting is next week. What will you do about your injury? Yu Shumian examined her hand. The wound had nearly healed. With proper care, she would undoubtedly recover by next week. Qianqian, there's no need for concern. I will be fine. Gu Yanzhi cast a sidelong glance at her injury, which evoked memories of that night when she resembled a ravenous wolf in the dark, formidable and relentless. Song Baichen had been expelled, and the notice remained posted for a week before being taken down, a well-known fact among all. Yu Shumian looked at the thick stack of competition papers, unable to suppress her desire to seek Gu Yanzhi's assistance. Gu Yanzhi, after school. She called out to him as he was about to leave. Yu Shumian felt a touch of sentimentality and quickly turned her attention back to the papers. As she had grown accustomed to having Gu Yanzhi explain the problems to her, Gu Yanzhi had also changed. He had become inexplicably charming. His patience in explaining concepts had increased significantly, and he no longer called her foolish. Do you understand? MHM. Yu Shumian nodded earnestly as the last rays of twilight cascaded down the hillside. Unconsciously, she reached out her hand, almost touching the shadow of Gu Yanzhi. Yu Shumian. Huh? Thank you. The sudden expression of gratitude caught her off guard. Why had he chosen to thank her so unexpectedly? That night, had it not been for you, I might have truly perished. Hush. Yu Shumian instinctively covered his mouth, preventing him from uttering such ominous words. Do not speak recklessly. In the shimmering depths of Yu Shumian's eyes, one could discern the reflection of Gu Yanzhi. You shall live a life filled with peace and joy. Do not entertain such thoughts. Gu Yanzhi's lips were cool, while the warmth emanating from her palm stirred tumultuous emotions within him. As the sun descended in the west, the afterglow framed their two figures, swaying uncertainly, sometimes apart, sometimes drawn closely together. Yu Shumian smiled gently. He truly was a fool, oblivious to her little secret all these years. I am not gazing at the dusk. What is that? Gu Yanzhi fed her a grape. I am. Holding your hand. Gu Yanzhi paused momentarily, then broke into laughter. He enveloped her in his arms, holding her tightly, suddenly resting his chin on her shoulder in a playful manner. From now on, my hand shall only hold yours. And would you dare hold another S? Gu Yanzhi chuckled, remaining silent. He adored her as she was now. There was a fierce determination about her, an aloofness that deterred others from approaching easily. Yet who could have foreseen that years later, Yu Shumian would transform into a formidable presence, utterly captivating him. Wife, I truly have not hidden any secret stash. Gu Yanzhi often found his hidden treasures effortlessly uncovered by Yu Shumian. I suspect you have been led astray by Qin Huai. Gu Yanzhi clung desperately to Yu Shumian's hand, realizing his last remnants of secret savings were at stake, and he must defend them with all his might. Yu Shumian discerned his intentions and forcefully shook off his hand. Reaching behind the LCD television, her fingers grasped a substantial bundle of 100 yuan notes, meticulously stacked together, indicating they had not been hidden for long. Wife, Gu Yanzhi, sensing the precariousness of the situation with his secret stash now exposed, promptly took flight. Stop. Don't run. Yu Shumian's feather duster was poised to strike Gu Yanzhi. Yet a small figure emerged from behind him, shielding his front. Mommy, please don't hit Daddy. Yu Shumian pointed at Gu Yanzhi and declared, You cannot hide behind our son. Come out. Little treasure, you must save Daddy. Gu Yanzhi grinned triumphantly, knowing his son was his shield, rendering his wife powerless. Yu Shumian pouted and bent down to reason with Little Treasure. Little Treasure, it is wrong for Daddy to hide money from Mommy without telling her. Hey, Little Treasure, you cannot leave. With his shield gone, Gu Yanzhi realized his life was in jeopardy. However, Yu Shumian simply smiled softly, gently tapping his head with the feather duster before relenting. All right, I suppose I was the one who provoked him first. I must indulge him even in tears. But next time, I shall not be so forgiving. Wife, there will absolutely be no next time. Caught off guard, Gu Yanzhi pecked her cheek, causing Shumian's heart to flutter. Little treasure is still here. What are you doing? Little Bao covered his eyes and attempted to run away, only to be embraced by Gu Yanzhi, who playfully tugged at his head of natural curls. Daddy, I want a kiss too. Little Bao pouted, pointing at his chubby little face, seeking affection from Gu Yanzhi. Why is it that I always see Daddy kissing Mommy, but never me? With a hearty kiss on Little Bao's plump cheek, Gu Yanzhi found the little one still unsatisfied. Why on the cheek and not on the lips? Gu Yanzhi chuckled, affectionately rubbing Little Bao's small head. My dear, that's simply a way for adults to express their love. It's not something for children. Why not? Little Bao pressed for an explanation, eager for a thorough answer. Now, it seemed, he had learned all this from Gu Yanzhi. Chapter 29, Easter Egg Chapter. Gu Yanzhi. Don't tug at my collar. Shumian protested like a gentle kitten caught by the scruff of her neck. It's only because you're moving too slowly. Gu Yanzhi complained while secretly amused. There was a delightful, subtle fragrance in Gu Yanzhi's room, an invigorating scent that she could not quite describe but found refreshing. I'll sit here while you wash the fruit. Gu Yanzhi set down his backpack and warned her not to wander off. Last time, driven by her curiosity, Shumian had climbed out the window and nearly crushed the precious double-blooming rose in his backyard. That was his mother's cherished plant, and to see it ruined under her weight would be utterly heartbreaking. Gu Yanzhi, known for his fastidiousness, even donned an apron for the simple task of washing fruit. Shumian sat idly on the bench, gazing out at the garden where delicate roses bloomed resplendently. Gu Yanzhi placed the freshly washed fruits on the desk, allowing Shumian to help herself. Strawberries, she exclaimed, but then added, I would like some water. Feeling parched? She noticed a glimmer of sharpness in Gu Yanzhi's eyes as he looked at her. Shumian instinctively shrank back, clearly indicating her thirst. Such a demanding ancestor, he murmured, turning to fetch her some water, realizing that her rapid progress warranted his efforts and delight. Shumian selected the most exquisite strawberry and placed it half into her mouth, savoring the icy coolness and the creamy sweetness, reluctant to consume it entirely. Memories intertwined, fragmented, and scattered. She hummed her favorite tune, Lonely Sandbar, twirling and spinning around the room. For reasons unknown, a profound joy filled her heart. She momentarily forgot that she was in Gu Yanzhi's home, believing instead that she was in her own, and without a second thought, she flopped onto his bed. Just then, Gu Yanzhi entered. Catching sight of Shumian sprawled on the bed, he promptly set down the glass of water and insisted she rise. Immediately, Shumian whimpered, the strawberry still in her mouth, struggling to articulate her compliance. As she attempted to get up, a sharp crack echoed from her lower back. Ah, she gasped, clutching her waist and signaling to Gu Yanzhi that she had pulled a muscle, extending her hands for his aid. Gu Yanzhi, exasperated, gazed at her flailing little hands in midair and reluctantly approached to assist her. Who could have anticipated that this little fellow possessed such strength? Gu Yanzhi, caught off guard, inadvertently exerted little effort and was unexpectedly pulled down by Shumian. With no defenses in place, his entire body leaned towards her, their hearts pressing tightly against each other through a mere layer of skin, vividly and intensely, fervently and thrillingly. Gu Yanzhi's lips landed precisely on the half-open strawberry-shaped mouth of Shumian. Their hearts raced like thunder, and as Gu Yanzhi attempted to lift himself with his hands, he found his balance compromised by his right leg, causing him to descend once more. That half-strawberry-shaped mouth nearly slipped into Gu Yanzhi's mouth, just a millimeter shy of completion. Shumian felt a surge of panic, repeatedly lamenting that Gu Yanzhi must be doing this on purpose. She dared not move an inch. Lying quietly on the bed, observing him. Overwhelmed, she felt as if she were suffocating, her mind clouded, and the last remnants of rationality compelled her to push Gu Yanzhi away. The breeze from the window caressed her cheeks, painting them a shade reminiscent of tipsy red wine, sweet and intoxicating, sinking deep into her heart, ensnaring her. Chapter 30. Jealousy makes one ugly Mian. Lin Jun gazed at Shumian, sensing that she had gained quite a bit of weight and appeared notably fairer in the past few days. Is your hand all right? Lin Jun, with concern, cradled her delicate hand, seemingly trying to discern the reason behind this change. Mom, I'm perfectly fine. Lin Jun expressed her gratitude to Gu Yanzhi's mother, Luo Bai. How about our families share a meal together sometime? Luo Bai suddenly suggested. Lin Jun paused, feeling somewhat embarrassed to decline, and ultimately agreed. After Gu Yanzhi bid farewell to Shumian, he gazed at the now empty room, feeling an emptiness within himself. What was there to behold? Gu Qingyi was rather displeased with Luo Bai's decision. She was well aware of her own busy schedule, yet she had arranged to dine with someone of little significance. Qingyi, let's not forget that the young lady helped Yanzhi escape from danger last time. We must remember this kindness. You know how busy I am. I still have a major project to finalize. Gu Qingyi looked at her, and even the captivating beauty of Luo Bai seemed dim in his eyes. I understand your busyness, but just as Gu Qingyi was about to lose his temper, a thought struck him, and he paused. Very well, I shall attend. Shumian stood before the mirror, examining herself, unable to resist tidying up a bit. Minion, are you ready? Lin Jun and Zhang Anha awaited her outside, and they still needed to pick up Jiang Zhou from school. Almost ready. Shumian noticed a new pair of white sneakers she had bought lying under the bed and couldn't help but slip them on. Hurry up. It's not like we're meeting the in-laws. Why the delay? Lin Jun complained impatiently, but Shumian chose to ignore her. She was striving to manage her emotions, allowing thoughts to pass through one ear and out the other, which she considered a commendable feat upon arriving at their destination. Shumian vowed that this five-star hotel showcased a splendor she had never witnessed before. Today, she gained a new appreciation for the term brilliantly resplendent. The outfit of jeans and a white t-shirt she wore felt completely out of place here. Junjia, the moment Luo Bai laid eyes on her, a sense of familiarity enveloped her, prompting an unbidden decision to address her as sister. The mature demeanor of Gu Qingyi cast a subtle pall over the otherwise ordinary gathering. Jiang Anha felt an odd sense of recognition towards this individual, yet the memory eluded him. Perhaps age had dulled his recollection. This time, the fare was not particularly splendid, but everyone managed to make do. And Luo Bai maintained her customary politeness. Shumian scrutinized the gentle and virtuous Aunt Luo Bai with admiration blooming within her heart. One could not help but wonder about the esteemed position of her brother. Gu Qingyi, unable to suppress his curiosity, inquired further, for this matter weighed heavily on his heart. To his dismay, he confessed that he was still merely an ordinary professional. Gu Qingyi and Jiang Anha exchanged glances, each calculating in their minds. You have raised a brave and wonderful daughter. Gu Qingyi suddenly complimented Shumian, who was delicately eating her meal. She nearly choked, realizing that the elders were about to impart their wisdom, and hastily set down her chopsticks. You are too kind, President Gu, she responded, feeling overwhelmed. Gu Yanzhi's gaze remained fixed upon Shumian, unwavering and intense. The already anxious Shumian felt a wave of discomfort under his scrutiny. In the midst of it all, she excused herself to the restroom, seeking a moment to alleviate her tension. As she stepped outside and glanced up, she caught sight of Gu Yanzhi, who offered a gentle smile, casually waiting for her by the door. What are you doing? Were you looking for an excuse to step out? Shumian lowered her head, standing on the balcony, observing the bustling crowd moving about in the hall, feeling somewhat out of place. Gu Yanzhi nodded nonchalantly and fell silent. Shumian suddenly realized she had said something amiss and hurriedly apologized. Please don't misunderstand. I meant no offense. I understand, Gu Yanzhi replied with a gentle smile. He was well aware of the kind of person Gu Qingyi was. Anyone who encountered him would inevitably feel a sense of oppression after all these years. He had not changed one bit. No one could warm the heart he guarded so closely. A family banquet gradually intertwined the Gu and Jiang families. With the added neighborly connection through Old Man Luo, the two families now shared a close relationship. The unspoken bond between Shumian and Gu Yanzhi was steadily intensifying. She began to keep pace with him, slowly gaining the opportunity to witness the vistas he beheld. As she followed in his footsteps, she scaled one peak after another, persistently striving to stand alongside him one day. The sports meet loomed on the horizon, and she was uncertain about the condition of her hand. Mian, how is your hand holding up? Rome Xiaoqian inquired, concern etched on her face. What? You don't believe me? Shumian deliberately waved her hand vigorously before her, creating a whirlwind motion. All right, I believe you, but promise me you won't push yourself too hard. Okay, I promise, Shumian replied, affectionately coaxing Qianqian. The pain radiating from her palm still tore at her nerves. She glanced at Gu Yanzhi beside her, calm yet hopeful. Gu Yanzhi, shall we go to the music room after school? Gu Yanzhi stared at her in astonishment, a look of confusion crossing his face. Have you stopped practicing? She inquired. I wish to hear you play the piano. Shumian's voice, imbued with a hint of sweetness, rendered him utterly defenseless. She quietly settled beside him, watching as the youth's fingertips danced across the black and white keys. The gentle notes gradually flowed into her heart, transforming into delicate ripples. She longed for time to freeze in that moment, to listen to his music, to empty her mind of all worries and concerns. Shall we give it a try? As Gu Yanzhi concluded a piece, he glanced at the dazed girl beside him and couldn't help but affectionately ruffle her hair. I almost forgot. Shumian raised her hand, bashfully blinking her eyes. I shall teach you, but I might forget again next time. Then I shall continue teaching you. What if I forget indefinitely? Gu Yanzhi allowed her playful banter, yet remained gentle and patient, articulating each word carefully. Then I shall teach you forever. Shumian felt a surge of joy, her words slipping out recklessly, a potential source of trouble. You can't possibly teach me for a lifetime, can you? Gu Yanzhi's gaze flickered, startled, prompting Shumian to quickly silence herself. A gentle breeze wafted by, scattering the youth's contemplations and disrupting the girl's tender heart. If it were possible, I would gladly teach you for eternity. Such a wish is beyond my reach. Gu Yanzhi silently vowed within himself, concealing the sentiment. As the rhythm and melody grew increasingly chaotic, he decided to cease playing. All right. Shumian and Gu Yanzhi strolled through the alley, their footsteps alternating between quick and slow, each attuned to the other's pace. Just perfectly, their hands intertwined. Chapter 31. As Little Overlord is injured, the annual sports meet officially commenced, and Shumian arrived early at the playground to warm up. She felt in excellent form, exuding confidence and vitality. Mimian, go for it. Little lamb. Don't push yourself too hard. It's all about participation. As Qin Huai spoke, Rong Xiaoqian swiftly tugged at his ear. Qin Huai, can you please refrain from speaking? Can't you wish for Mimian's success just a little? Rong Xiaoqian, let go. Observing their playful banter, Shumian glanced around, hoping for a certain presence that had yet to materialize. Gu Yanzhi, aren't you coming to cheer for me? All 800-meter competitors, please take your positions. All 800-meter competitors, please take your positions. The announcer's passionate voice echoed, stirring a twinge of nervousness within her. After scanning the area once more and still not spotting Gu Yanzhi, she reluctantly let go of her hopes. Shumian, stay strong. Compete well. She silently encouraged herself, imagining his arrival. On your marks. Set. At the sound of the starting gun, the explosive power of the 7 competitors was astounding. Within mere seconds, Shumian found herself trailing behind several others. Rong Xiaoqian was so tense she could hardly breathe, while Qin Huai suffered, his thigh nearly pinched raw by her grip. 1 lap completed. Watching her ranking, Shumian gradually began to overtake other competitors, her confidence slightly bolstered. A radiant light seemed to beckon her from ahead, dazzling and bright. Shumian, go for it. Little Overlord, keep pushing. Shumian felt as though her entire nervous system was uprooted by a profound force. Her body surged with fervor, invigorated by an overwhelming vitality. It was Gu Yanzhi. His voice resonated in her ears. The very person she had longed for had finally appeared. He stood at the finish line, awaiting her arrival. Shumian, the light you have been yearning for is right here at the finish line. With renewed determination, her once heavy legs felt as light as feathers, propelling her past her competitors as she surged toward the finish line. Gu Yanzhi, in the presence of many onlookers, she forgot the distinctions between genders and the veil of ambiguity that lingered between them. Gu Yanzhi allowed her to embrace him tightly, drawing envious glances from those around. How could such a handsome man be captivated by this plain duckling? From a short distance away, Qi Jingyan watched this scene unfold, disappointment evident as he set down the bottle of mineral water in his hand. It seemed he was no longer suited to be here. Where have you been just now? Shumian, drinking eagerly, paid no heed to her ladylike demeanor. I have been waiting for you at the finish line. Gu Yanzhi observed her bandaged hand with concern. The next event is shot put. Would you care to join me? Shumian beamed with a naive smile, stirring a flutter in the heart of the young man. Is your hand truly all right? She playfully nudged his shoulder as they made their way to the shot put area. Do not worry. Today I will use my left hand. Shumian had always been right-handed. Could her left hand possess any strength? Soon, you shall witness the prowess of the little tyrant, she declared with a triumphant smile, her heart already brimming with confidence. From a young age, her dominant hand was her left, though she merely preferred to write with her right. After a tennis match, Qi Baixing brushed past Shumian, casually offering her encouragement. Shumian nodded slightly, choosing to disregard her. During the drawing of lots, her hand seemed to lack any sense of fortune, inadvertently pulling the last position. As she observed the scores of the competitors rising, her heart wavered slightly. Do not fear. You can do this, Gu Yanzhi gently reassured her, brushing aside the stray hairs that clung to her neck. Who is afraid? Shumian muttered under her breath. Contestant 15, Shumian, prepare. Slowly, Shumian approached the shot-put circle, crouching down to grasp a heavy shot-put. Memories of her father flashed through her mind. The beatings endured over the years were all part of her journey in the ring. With her father gone, she had failed to remain steadfast on that stage. The weighty shot-put traced a long, powerful arc through the air, landing perfectly 10 meters away. Shumian, 11. 56 meters. At that moment, as her score was announced, Shumian felt the thrill of her shining moment. Standing proudly before Gu Yanzhi, a smile blossomed in her eyes. "What do you think? Isn't the little tyrant impressive?" she exclaimed, extending her hand for a high five, which Gu Yanzhi readily reciprocated. "Indeed, impressive. Congratulations to Shumian from Class 3, Year 1, for achieving joy on this pleasantly cool autumn day. May you continue to forge ahead with unwavering passion in the days to come." Hearing these words, Shumian found them delightful. Could it be? "Gu Yanzhi, did you write this?" Filled with joyful anticipation for his affirmation, she was taken aback to discover he could compose such sentimental lines. Gu Yanzhi was momentarily stunned. This was not his creation, yet he yearned to claim it as a gift to her. "No," he replied, shaking his head, a sense of discouragement weighing heavily upon him. An indescribable gloom pressing against his chest. Was this what they termed a sense of crisis? Shumian pursued him, and though he did not admit it, she understood the truth in her heart. Standing quietly in the stands, Qi Jingyan observed Shumian chasing after Gu Yanzhi. "I wonder how long this one-sided affection will persist." Qi Baisheng, unable to bear it any longer, wished fervently to thrust him before Shumian to clarify matters. "My affairs are none of your concern," Gu Yanzhi retorted. "Aren't you also fond of Gu Yanzhi? What right do you have to criticize me?" The siblings had never engaged in a calm conversation since childhood. To outsiders, Qi Jingyan always appeared as a gentle jade, refined and scholarly, embodying the model student. However, he showed evident impatience and annoyance in the presence of Qi Baisheng. Similarly, Qi Baisheng's aloof demeanor in public was reduced to a mere annoyance when confronted by Qi Jingyan. By this morning, most of the events had concluded, leaving Shumian with only the 50-meter race ahead. To allow herself more time to rest at noon, she had instructed Lin Jun to dine at the school cafeteria. As the sole occupant remaining in the equipment room, the physical education teacher had asked her to assist in moving the morning's competition props into the storeroom. As drowsiness gradually enveloped her, she had intended to rest for a moment on the mat in the equipment room. However, she unexpectedly drifted into a deep slumber. When she finally opened her eyes again, she had lost all sense of time. Oh no, the 50-meter race. Shumian sprang up from the mat with a start and dashed towards the door. Thud, thud, thud. The door was locked from the outside, and no amount of effort would budge it. "Is anyone there? Is anyone there?" Shumian shouted at the top of her lungs, but received no response. The competition on the playground was already in full swing, far too engrossed to notice the desolate equipment room. In a panic, Shumian glanced around, finding no escape route save for a small ventilation window 2 meters high. With no other options, she resolved to take a leap of faith. Chapter 32. The young girl's thoughts. Gu Yanzhi searched for Shumian among the crowd, but to no avail. So he turned to Qin Huai and Rong Xiaoqian for assistance. With only 20 minutes left until the 50-meter race, her absence was becoming increasingly concerning. "Let us split up and search," proposed Qin Huai. Time slipped away swiftly, and Gu Yanzhi anxiously watched the seconds tick by on his watch. Each moment felt like a tightening knot in his chest. Shumian. Shumian. At that very moment, she was scaling the window, gazing down at the concrete floor 2 meters below, feeling a twinge of fear at the height. Faintly, she heard Gu Yanzhi's voice. "Gu Yanzhi? So this isn't just a figment of my imagination." Gu Yanzhi. He quickly followed the sound and spotted her crouching precariously at the high window. "What are you doing?" Gu Yan's heart tightened with apprehension, fearing she might undertake some perilous act. "Gu Yan, I'm locked in the equipment room. This is the only way out. Please don't jump. I'll fetch the key." Just as Gu Yan was about to seek the teacher for the key, a voice blared through the loudspeaker. 50-meter competitors, please take your positions. 50-meter competitors, please take your positions." At such a critical juncture, Shumian could no longer contain herself. Terrified of losing her opportunity, "Gu Yan, there is no time." Without a moment to ponder, Shumian inhaled deeply and leaped from the nearly 3-meter-high window. In that fleeting instant, Gu Yan's pupils dilated with concern, fearing for her safety. She landed gracefully on the ground, everything aligning perfectly. "See, I'm perfectly fine." Shumian managed a strained smile, but only she understood that the moment she landed, her leg had cramped. This was a recurring ailment she had since childhood. "I must head to the track now," See you soon. Just in the nick of time, she reached her lane as the countdown dwindled to mere seconds. Yu Shumian, relax. You can do this. The moment the starting gun fired, all the explosive energy within her ignited instantaneously. In the blink of an eye, those fleeting seconds sealed her fate. Although she did not achieve her anticipated outcome, she was nonetheless satisfied with her performance. However, the sharp pain accompanying her retreat began to overwhelm her. Yu Shumian, congratulations, you've secured first place. Gu Yanzhi smiled as he handed her the water he had prepared in advance. Of course, the little tyrant of Nanchuan is not one to bask in empty fame. A refreshing sip of cool water slipped down her throat, causing her legs to suddenly lose their balance. Her entire body leaned precariously towards the ground. But Gu Yanzhi reacted swiftly, catching her just in time. Yu Shumian, Yu Shumian. In a daze, she gradually succumbed to unconsciousness. What was happening to her? Why did her head ache so fiercely, and why was she unable to discern their words? When she finally opened her eyes again, she found herself lying in a hospital bed. Yu Shumian, who had never been one to follow since childhood, loathed visiting hospitals. Now, it seemed, she would have to come several times within a single semester. Lin Jun had brought her some porridge, complaining while simultaneously attempting to feed her. The doctor informed her that her leg had suffered a dislocation, and the ligaments were strained. She would need to be observed for a day before being discharged. Mom, how did I end up in the hospital? Teacher Wang brought you here. What did you think? Oh, Yu Shumian felt a twinge of regret. Another summer had arrived. And how swiftly time passed. Gazing out of the window at the leaves swaying in the breeze, she found herself yearning for someone. Gu Yanzhi, who had always preferred to avoid interactions with Qin Huai, unexpectedly found himself in need of his assistance. This incident would undoubtedly become a topic of Qin Huai's boasting for a while. For Yu Shumian's sake, he didn't mind enduring Qin Huai's mockery for a spell. It appeared that even top scholars had their moments of folly. Qin Huai observed Gu Yanzhi's convoluted attempts and found them rather amusing. After all, a top student was still human. Notably, Qin Huai remarked that his grades were indeed extraordinary, almost beyond human capability. If you learn to maintain your balance, you won't fall, he said, guiding him from behind, adopting a posture that resembled that of a teacher. Two girls passing by suddenly covered their mouths and laughed, not forgetting to discuss the two of them. How heartwarming, how affectionate. It was surprising to witness such a scene in reality. Qin Huai overheard these words, while Gu Yanzhi remained focused on riding his bicycle, naturally indifferent to the chatter. Learn it yourself. It's such a simple thing. Why should I teach you? Unbeknownst to Qin Huai, she abruptly abandoned Gu Yanzhi and walked off on her own. Gu Yanzhi did not complain and continued practicing alone in the open space. After an entire afternoon, he mastered riding the bicycle. He had never considered trying such things before, as he had previously been quite resistant. Now, for her sake, he was willing to make the effort. The morning sunlight heralded new hope and unexpected delights. Yu Shumian, limping down the stairs, saw Gu Yanzhi waiting for her beneath the parasol tree. Next to him stood a brand new bicycle. Gu Yanzhi, is this your bike? Yu Shumian asked curiously, having never seen him ride before. Indeed. Gu Yanzhi mounted the bicycle but noticed that Yu Shumian remained still. Aren't you coming? If not, I shall go alone. Why not take advantage of this free mode of transport? The breeze through the alley caressed her face, lifting the loose strands of hair, while the scent of jasmine from his school uniform wafted into her heart. Secretly, Yu Shumian reached out to grasp his backpack, feeling a sweetness akin to honey in her heart. In the days that followed, Gu Yanzhi would always be punctual, waiting for her beneath the parasol tree. From the lush green leaves of midsummer to the desolate yellows of autumn, and then to the silvery whites of winter, he has always been waiting for her, unwavering and ever-present. After 2 months of preparation for the mathematics competition, the time has finally come to assess his abilities. She ultimately believes that human determination can conquer nature. On the eve of the examination, Gu Yanzhi knocked on the door of Yu Shumian's home. He expected to see Yu Shumian first, but to his surprise, it was her mother, Lin Jun. Hello, Aunt Lin, I am looking for Yu Shumian. Seeing the young man, radiant and handsome, not a speck of dust upon him, Lin Annie recognized him. Ah, it's Yanzhi. Please come in. After their last meeting at the Gu residence, she had taken a liking to him. Quietly, she had already set a standard for her daughter's future suitors, one that aligned with Gu Yanzhi's qualities: excellent academic performance, politeness, and a gentle humility. Who wouldn't be fond of such a young man? Meanwhile, Yu Shumian was in her room, engrossed in solving problems, unaware that someone had quietly appeared behind her. Overwhelmed by the difficulty of the questions and anxious about the imminent competition, She felt a wave of frustration wash over her. In a moment of exasperation, she crumpled her test paper and tossed it over her shoulder, inadvertently hitting Gu Yanzhi squarely on the head. "You Shumian." Upon hearing that voice, she was momentarily stunned. Had she truly imagined Gu Yanzhi's voice in her frenzied state of study? Unable to endure her obliviousness any longer, Gu Yanzhi decided to take the initiative and step forward to stand before her. Chapter 33. Your Special Care. To you Shumian, Gu Yanzhi is just that, isn't he? How did you come to my house? Yu Shumian thought of her mother's temperament, realizing it was quite unusual for a boy to enter her bedroom. Something must be afoot. I came to see you. Is that unwelcome? Gu Yanzhi kept his hands clasped behind his back, as though concealing something to present to her. Of course not. Yu Shumian responded with a bright smile, glancing at her disheveled desk and the unmade bed in her room. Honestly, he could have given her a heads up before arriving. Now he would see her in such a state, leaving a less than favorable impression. So, may I inquire what brings you here, young Master Gu? Yu Shumian teased, observing the usually serious Gu Yanzhi's demeanor. Tomorrow is the competition, and I came to offer you my encouragement. Really? This was the first time she had heard such considerate words from Gu Yanzhi. He had never shown interest in such matters before. The nuances of human relationships seemed entirely foreign to him. Here, this is for you. Gu Yanzhi finally revealed his hands, unfolding them to reveal a wooden ring. Measuring approximately 2 to 3 centimeters in diameter and half a centimeter in width, it was exquisitely crafted, showcasing remarkable artistry. The light wood grain was faintly etched into the ring, and it bore the marks of careful polishing. A subtle scent of tung oil lingered upon it. The front of the ring was meticulously engraved with 4 characters: joy, happiness, peace, and health. What is this? Yu Shumian cradled it in her hands, treating it with the utmost care, as if it were a precious treasure. As you can see, did you make this? Yes. Upon learning it was crafted by his own hands, Yu Shumian cherished it even more. Pray tell, what are the things you do not comprehend? In the eyes of Yu Shumian, Gu Yanzhi epitomized perfection, devoid of any flaws. Every ray of brilliance in his world appeared impeccable. I cannot enumerate all that I am incapable of. Yu Shumian lowered her gaze, a faint smile adorning her lips as she suppressed the excitement bubbling within her. Is this considered a ring? She lifted her eyes towards him, only to find Gu Yanzhi suddenly shyly averting his gaze from hers. Well, who would have thought that Gu Yanzhi could exhibit such bashfulness? Yu Shumian examined the ring closely, turning it around to discover it bore an inscription. It was none other than the initials of her name, Y.S.M. That joy was delicately concealed in the depths of her heart, unspoken yet profoundly cherished. Thank you for your encouragement. Tomorrow, I shall certainly perform well in the examination. Yu Shumian gently placed the ring into a metal box within her drawer. For now, let it be regarded as a gift from Gu Yanzhi. May I retrieve the papers from the floor now? Gu Yanzhi resumed his usual haughty demeanor. Amused, Yu Shumian acquiesced. Very well, young Master Gu. In Gu Yanzhi's original plan, the ring was not intended to be presented in such a manner. Taking advantage of the upcoming mathematics competition, he decided to bestow the ring upon her with due formality. The following day, Yu Shumian arrived downstairs ahead of Gu Yanzhi, awaiting his arrival. You are quite early today? Gu Yanzhi descended the stairs, his gaze immediately drawn to the wooden ring adorning her neck. She had hurriedly ventured out the previous night to procure a length of red string, skillfully threading the wooden ring to wear it around her neck. Filled with excitement, she nearly lost a night's sleep, eagerly anticipating the arrival of Master Gu's private seat. Yu Shumian pointed to Gu Yanzhi's bicycle, pondering why her leg, injured 3 weeks prior, had yet to heal. Gu Yanzhi was well aware of her indomitable spirit. She merely used this as an excuse to ride with him. He chose not to expose her ruse. After all, this arrangement suited him just fine. After the preliminary round of the mathematics competition, the top 3 scorers would be selected for provincial training. For Yu Shumian, this endeavor was merely a means to prove she was not a mere slacker. Little did she anticipate how far this journey would take her, creating a rift between her and Gu Yanzhi that resembled 2 parallel lines, destined never to intersect again. In the examination hall, Yu Shumian found herself seated 3 rows behind Gu Yanzhi, where she could easily catch a glimpse of him. His presence offered her a sense of comfort. When the papers were distributed, she hesitated, fearful of encountering questions she had never practiced. Her fingers unconsciously brushed the wooden ring around her neck, grounding her before she began to answer. Fortunately, the questions aligned with her prior preparations. Stepping out of the examination room, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Gu Yanzhi, how did it go? Shumian inquired, her excitement palpable as she sought to discern his feelings. This was her inaugural experience in such a significant provincial examination, and to claim she was unafraid would be disingenuous. I felt nothing, he replied flatly. What does that even mean? She pondered, realizing that, having participated in numerous exams, he had likely grown accustomed to this experience. It became evident that her perspective was limited, leading her to react with undue fervor. As the two individuals emerged from the examination hall, they collided head-on with Qi Baixing. Gu Yanzhi's expression was devoid of warmth. Qi Baixing's voice had a sharpness that pierced through Shumian's heart, akin to a thorn. How did it go? Qi Baixing did not spare a glance at Shumian. Her pride was unparalleled, rivaled only by Gu Yanzhi's own haughtiness. Others simply did not measure up. Same as usual. Gu Yanzhi replied coldly, gripping the collar of Shumian's shirt and proceeding to walk away. What does same as usual mean? The same question posed by two different people yielded a surprisingly distinct answer. Shumian silently compared their responses, pondering which one bore more sincerity. Both answers comprised merely 3 words, yet Gu Yanzhi had an undeniable flair. Thud. A dull sound echoed as Shumian collided with Gu Yanzhi's back. Her mind was consumed by the expressions of Qi Baixing and Gu Yanzhi. She had been so engrossed in her thoughts that she failed to pay attention to her surroundings. Following Gu Yanzhi wherever he led. Still thinking about the exam? Not really. Gu Yanzhi suddenly flashed a mischievous smile, slightly lowering his shoulder to lean closer to her. Faintly, she could detect the fragrance lingering in his hair. Then what occupies your thoughts? Shumian, gazing at Gu Yanzhi just inches away, felt her heart race. I'm just a bit anxious about the upcoming finals. Whenever she lied, her eyes darted nervously, and her hands would fidget with the hem of her shirt. You're blushing. Gu Yanzhi pointedly called her out. Embarrassed. Shumian pushed him away with a forceful shove, dismissing the thought of riding with him and fleeing instead. The young man mounted his bike, unable to suppress a cheerful tune as he pursued his beloved. One ahead and one behind, one swift and one slow. She was running while he pursued her from behind. Gu Yanzhi, accustomed to her little temper, silently followed her, content to merely observe. As for the rest of their fate, it was left to destiny. Chapter 34. Double Joy's Lin Jun urged Shumian to hastily pack her belongings, as they needed to rush to the station. Shumian gazed out at the swiftly passing scenery, feeling somewhat apprehensive about encountering unfamiliar faces at home. Shumian, where did you get that necklace around your neck? Lin Jun finally noticed the wooden ring necklace adorning her daughter. This is a reward I received for excelling in my exams. Shumian hurriedly fabricated an excuse, her heart racing as she faced her mother, daring not to tell a lie. Though this time, she made an exception. Lin Jun was puzzled. Which school would bestow a necklace as an examination reward? Jiang Anna's hometown was not too shabby, an old-style sihiyuan gracefully situated beside a towering tree. Once, the Jiang family had been affluent enough to support a student at a prestigious university, a testament to their considerable wealth. Alas, all their resources had been exhausted to secure Jiang Anna's bail after that incident. Shumian and Jiang Zhou cautiously trailed behind Lin Jun, hesitant to make a move. In the center of the antiquated courtyard stood a large celadone jar, half the height of a person, from which 3 or 4 small bowl lotuses emerged, accompanied by a pair of koi frolicking within. Shumian's eyes widened in disbelief. Could this truly be Jiang Anna's ancestral home? This Sihiyuan must be worth billions. Yet, within its vast expanse, only an elderly woman resided, her frail form resembling a candle flickering in the wind. Mom. At the banks of the Jiang'an River, a familiar yet unfamiliar figure hunched over, standing by the stove. You, Grandma, the elderly lady, her vision severely impaired even with her reading glasses, struggled to see clearly. Mother, it's me, Anha. I am Anha. Jiang Anha clasped the elderly woman's hands, fervently repeating his name. The old lady's trembling hands cradled both Jiang Anha's and Lin Jun's hands. Anha, how is your company faring these days? Shumian and Jiang Zhou exchanged bewildered glances. What company? Did his father own a business? Why were they unaware of this? Jiang Anha discreetly gestured for Shumian and Jiang Zhou to leave, while Lin Jun confidently approached the stove, expertly preparing a meal. This left Jiang Anha to sit beside his grandmother, reminiscing about the past. Anha, I do not ask much of you. Just treat Lin Jun well. She is indeed a rare gem. The elderly lady repeatedly urged him to cherish Lin Jun, whom she held dear as a daughter-in-law. Over the years, she had seen through the situation clearly. Jiang Anna's ex-wife had merely been enamored with their courtyard. But when troubles arose, she ran off with another man, abandoning her 5-year-old son and Jiang Anha, disappearing without a trace. Lin Jun, unfazed by their family's circumstances, continued to treat Jiang Anha with kindness, a fact the elderly woman was well aware of. "Mother, please rest assured. I shall cherish her for a lifetime." The elderly lady oscillated between moments of clarity and confusion, unable to distinguish between the past and present. In recent years, her mental state had deteriorated. "Anta, how is your company managing?" The old lady suddenly became preoccupied with the matter once more. "The company left behind by my father has long ceased to exist. He is acutely aware that it represented the culmination of both his parents' lifelong efforts, sacrificed for his sake. Mom, the company is doing well, so please do not worry." Lin Jun quietly prepared the meal and tended to the fire, cherishing these fleeting moments of tranquility. Yu Shumian and Jiang Zhou sat silently on the swing in the courtyard, enveloped in an unspoken bond. The questions weighing heavily on their minds converged into a singular thought. Just now, they echoed simultaneously, only to lapse back into silence. Yu Shumian, mustering her courage, broke the stillness, glancing at Jiang Zhou, who shook his head, unwilling to speak. "How would I know? My father never mentioned anything." Since his earliest memories, Jiang Zhou had known only his father, rarely catching a glimpse of his mother, and had grown indifferent to her absence. It was only after his father began a relationship with Aunt Lin that he experienced a semblance of maternal affection. As the two fell back into an awkward silence, a cool breeze swept through the courtyard, offering a hint of relief from the sweltering summer heat. "By the way, which school did you fill in for your high school entrance examination?" Jiang Zhou remained reticent, feeling it was not the appropriate moment to disclose anything. He was uncertain about his own prospects. If he were to mention it before receiving an acceptance letter, she would undoubtedly think he had sold himself short. "You will naturally know once the letter arrives." "Oh, come on, just tell me." Yu Shumian's sudden playful tone startled Jiang Zhou. Was there such a side to his sister? How could he have been unaware? The previous moment had struck him as rather awkward. Her usual fierce demeanor was far more agreeable. Just as they were caught in this playful tug-of-war, Lin Jun emerged to summon them inside for dinner. "Jiang Zhou, Mian, it's time to eat." The elderly lady seated at the head of the table gazed affectionately at her 2 grandsons, her heart brimming with joy. Particularly, she was enchanted by Yu Shumian, whom she was meeting for the very first time. This little girl bore an uncanny resemblance to her mother, exuding an air of innocence that made her undeniably her favorite granddaughter. Mian, come and have a piece of meat." "Thank you, Grandma," she replied, her voice slightly awkward. As this was their initial encounter, and a hint of shyness lingered. "Eat more. Just look at how slender you are." Jiang Zhou, unable to restrain himself, began to speak without thinking. "Grandma, she's incredibly strong. She can lift a man and even fight." The elderly lady, somewhat hard of hearing, failed to catch the latter part of Jiang Zhou's statement. "Just eat your meal." Jiang Anha discreetly nudged him under the table, signaling him to watch his words. Lin Jun remained silent, but her heart was ablaze with anger. What did he mean by saying she could lift a man and fight? Had Yu Shumian truly become such a person, getting into fights at school? After the meal, Lin Jun summoned Yu Shumian to the bedroom, her tone stern as she demanded clarity. "Speak. When did you get into another fight?" Lin Jun was almost tempted to strike her with a feather duster. "Mom, it was just the incident on the rooftop last time, and then there was that little alley affair." Yu Shumian swore that aside from those 2 instances, she had never engaged in any fights. Observing her expression, Lin Jun deemed her words to be truthful for the moment, allowing her a reprieve while sternly warning her to behave at school and avoid adopting her father Yu Hua's reckless ways. The leisurely days of summer vacation at her hometown were serene and untroubled, flowing gently like water. Her greatest delight was reclining in the wicker chair in the courtyard, listening to the birds sing and humming her little tunes, finding exquisite comfort in such simplicity. One day, 2 letters arrived simultaneously at the house, shattering the tranquility and transforming joy into sorrow, leaving them at a loss for words. Jiang Anha was the first to receive them, noticing that both bore postal codes from NC City. What could this be? Lin Jun observed the 2 letters in Jiang Anha's hands, her heart tumultuous. Jiang Anha spoke calmly. "They are letters from Mian and Jiang Zhou." Lin Jun, ever sensitive to such matters, could not resist the urge to grasp them tightly, yearning to uncover their contents. Just as she was about to open them, Jiang Anha intervened, suggesting that the children should unveil them themselves. "All right, I'll follow your lead." Chapter 35. The passing of grandmother. All joy is accompanied by surprise. That summer, grandmother departed from this world, forever taking her happiness with her. Lin Jun inquired about the origin of the letters, but Jiang Anha could only speculate. I don't know, it should be Jiang Zhou's admission letter. As for Mian's letter, they could not fathom what it contained. Upon hearing this, Lin Jun was overjoyed. Finally, there was a reason to celebrate, as her heart had felt heavily burdened in recent days. Come, let us show it to Jiang Zhou. With delight, Lin Jun sought out Jiang Zhou in the yard, where he stood before the fish tank, preparing to scoop up a pair of koi. Jiang Zhou, Dad, your admission letter has arrived. Quickly, open it and see. Shumian, hearing the commotion, also emerged from the house, even more excited than when she had opened her own admission letter. Jiang Zhou felt a flutter of anxiety. He was uncertain whether the contents contained news from his desired school. Dad, what is the other letter? Upon gazing at the Jiang'an River, the name of Shumian was inscribed upon it. Mian, this is yours, proclaimed the siblings, who had agreed to shout 1, 2, 3 before unveiling the surprise. 10 seconds later, it was as though the very air had stilled. The four of them held their breath, fearful of conjuring ill omens. Yes, Jiang Zhou exclaimed, slapping his thigh in astonishment. It's the admission letter from Nanchuan High School. How wonderful. Mother, the admission letter from Nanchuan High School. Lin Jun grasped the letter handed to her by Jiang Zhou, the red cover adorned with golden lettering radiating brilliance. Is this real? How splendid. Lin Jun, overwhelmed with excitement, found herself momentarily at a loss. Jiang'an River cast a sidelong glance at the letter in Shumian's hand. Mian, what do you have there? Shumian beheld the thin sheet of paper, a testament to the countless days and nights she had devoted. The 5 characters' first prize in preliminary round ignited a chorus of cheers from the four. In a miraculous turn of events, Shumian secured 3rd place, earning her spot in the school's semifinals. Lin Jun could scarcely believe it. A student who struggled with mathematics had managed to enter the math competition and reach the semifinals. Today, the household must celebrate with joy. Let us go share the news with Grandma, Lin Jun urged the two, eager to bring happiness to her. The elderly lady reclined peacefully in her wicker chair, listening to her 2 grandchildren chatter excitedly by her side. It had been a long time since she had felt such joy. The past had been fraught with hardship. Her husband's company had long since collapsed, and she had been left with an emotional knot that remained unloosed. Jiang'an River, too, had been deceiving himself, pretending that the company was thriving. A double blessing graces the household, bringing forth immense joy. Lin Jun busied herself in the kitchen, her heart swelling with pride as her children had finally made something of themselves. Jiang Anha could not help but praise Jiang Zhou for his maturity. To his surprise, the lad had indeed achieved something noteworthy. He received an acceptance letter from Nanchuan Middle School. Indeed, the child had become sensible. Lin Jun stirred the pig's trotters simmering in the pot, deeming it nearly ready to serve, and called out to Jiang Anha to summon the children for dinner. Shumian and Jiang Zhou remained animatedly chattering in front of the elderly matriarch, as though they were condensing years of unspoken words into that single day. Mian, Jiang Zhou, come out for dinner. Jiang Anha glanced at the elderly lady, feeling a twinge of guilt. Upon noticing Anha's arrival, the old woman feigned ease, flicking her handheld fan lightly. Jiang Anha approached her slowly, kneeling down to engage her in conversation. Anha, is dinner ready? Yes, mother, it is. Jiang Anha gently patted the back of her hand, reassuring her. You go ahead and greet the others. I shall join you shortly. His mother had a habit of resting in her wicker chair, reminiscing about his father for a while before sitting down to eat. Observing her, Jiang Anha noted a pallor in her complexion compared to days gone by. Mother, I will keep you company. A faint sorrow stirred within him, an unsettling premonition that his mother yearned for true rest. All right. The elderly lady lowered her gaze, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Jiang Anha clasped her hand, feeling her warmth. She reciprocated the gentle pressure of his hand, seemingly conveying her reassurance. Suddenly, a cool breeze swept through the courtyard, rustling into the slanted hall. The Jiang'an River felt the warmth of the hand it held gradually dissipating. The elderly lady departed, drifting away with the wind, leaving in tranquility. Mother, the sun is unfilial. I have caused you suffering. Shumian and Jiang Zhou, who had already taken their seats at the table, eagerly awaited the feast to commence. Lin Jun noticed that the dishes had all been served, yet Jiang'an River and the elderly lady were nowhere to be seen. Jiang'an River, please call mother out for dinner. Lin Jun called out in the main hall, but upon hearing no response from the side hall, she decided to investigate personally. Shumian and Jiang Zhou seemed to sense something amiss and instinctively made their way to the side hall. Standing side by side at the entrance, they gazed silently. The grandmother lay peacefully, while the mother and father held the elderly lady's hand, quietly kneeling before her. This midsummer, joy arrived swiftly, yet departed just as quickly. The courtyard in the height of summer was thick with an atmosphere of sorrow, affecting everyone present. Jiangzhou, Jiangzhou. Yu Shumian searched for Jiangzhou in the courtyard, aware that school was approaching. Their mother urged him to pack his belongings, as they would soon leave to see the grandmother. After calling for some time without a response, she pondered where the boy had wandered off to. Hush! Suddenly, Yu Shumian heard a soft sound and sought its source, discovering it was Jiangzhou, hiding behind the front gate, reluctant to enter the house. Jiangzhou, what is this? Yu Shumian immediately noticed the clue. A bicycle was concealed behind him. She knew Jiangzhou had long desired a bicycle, but their mother deemed it too expensive and had withheld it from him. With the ancestral home over 200 kilometers away from NC City, the boy was likely to face a severe reprimand. Are you not afraid that mother will find out and punish you? Yu Shumian assisted him in wiping the rust off the bicycle. Aren't you afraid? After all, you have me to keep an eye on things, he remarked. What did he mean by that? Yu Shumian halted her movements, glaring at him with fierce eyes. She knew this rascal always dragged her into his mess. Don't you want a bicycle? She asked. However, Yu Shumian was not one to be easily deceived. She shook her head resolutely, expressing her disinterest. Lin Jun had just come out to dispose of the garbage when she noticed someone speaking in the side room, peering through the crack of the door. She was taken aback. The entire conversation was crystal clear to her. Jiangzhou, have you become too bold? Did a summer without a little discipline make you restless? Irate. Lin Jun chased after Jiangzhou throughout the yard, but the feather duster in her grasp could never reach him. Her son had grown up, leaving his mother unable to catch him. Throughout that summer, Gu Yanzhi had not seen Yu Shumian and found himself missing her dearly. Day by day, he would stand by the window, gazing down at the little alleyway below, hoping for the moment she might unexpectedly appear under the parasol tree, bringing him a delightful surprise. Jiangzhou, are you looking for trouble? Jiangzhou rode his bicycle back and forth right in front of Yu Shumian, causing her considerable annoyance. Meanwhile, Gu Yanzhi sat at the table, listlessly staring at the small persimmons in his palm. With a sudden burst of determination, he dashed downstairs. There he stood, his heart tumultuous with emotions, yet his demeanor remained calm and composed as he quietly observed her. Yu Shumian came to a halt, noticing a faint blush on the youth's face, stirring a tempest of emotions within her. Chapter 36. The Matters of Blushing and Heartbeats. As the new semester commenced with fresh beginnings, Yu Shumian deliberately donned her freshly laundered school uniform and adjusted the necklace around her neck, leaving her home with a sense of satisfaction. The graffiti on Jiangzhou's bicycle depicted the character from Crayon Shinchan, leaving Yu Shumian with an unfavorable impression. Trailing behind Jiangzhou, Yu Shumian gazed at him longingly. He abruptly yanked her hand away from the back of his bicycle, firmly denying her the chance to ride. No way, you can walk, he declared. How ungrateful of you, Jiangzhou. Yu Shumian insisted on riding with him, recalling how he had previously left her to bear the blame. Jiangzhou hopped onto his bicycle, pedaling vigorously and gliding several meters ahead. Yu Shumian, caught off guard, nearly stumbled in her attempt to catch up. Jiangzhou chuckled triumphantly as she glared at him in exasperation. Just as she resolved to chase him down and give him a piece of her mind, a voice called out to her, firmly grasping her attention. Yu Shumian. His voice conveyed a hint of joy and trepidation. Gu Yanzhi, you're not. Gu Yanzhi was aware of her unspoken question and silently criticized her thoughts. Fool, I woke up early just to see you, biking from the city center to this little alley. He offered no explanation, merely signaling her with a glance. Get on. Yu Shumian's heart leapt with joy. She now had a free means of transportation. However, before she could settle into her seat, a hand swiftly yanked her back down. Sister, how could you ride with another man? The masculine aura of Jiangzhou was suddenly ignited, his gaze sternly fixed on Gu Yanzhi. As their eyes met, Yu Shumian could distinctly sense an invisible tension in the air. Jiangzhou, he is my deskmate. Upon hearing this, Jiangzhou tilted his head, a sudden realization dawning upon him. Oh, so he is the one mentioned in your diary. Jiangzhou had an uncanny knack for bringing up sensitive topics. Yu Shumian felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, wishing fervently for a crack in the ground to swallow her whole. In her fluster, she glanced at Gu Yanzhi, who bore a faint smile that rendered her momentarily disoriented. This only heightened her discomfort, prompting her to abandon the two and walk away. Today, she would not accept a ride from anyone. Sister, I'll wait for you. Wait for me. Keep your distance from my sister. Was he warning him? Gu Yanzhi's eyebrows shifted slightly, feigning nonchalance as he hopped into his car and pursued her. On the first day of the new semester, she returned to her usual spot, sitting next to Gu Yanzhi. Throughout the day, her mind remained in turmoil, her restlessness palpable. Thoughts of Jiangzhou's earlier words echoed in her mind. You Shumian. You Shumian. Wang Ma called her name, but she remained unresponsive, as did Gu Yanzhi. Teacher, I'm here. You Shumian exclaimed, her nervousness causing quite a commotion. Wang Ma noticed her daydreaming on the first day of class and frowned. The new semester's study bulletin needs to be updated, and you will be responsible for it. Is that clear? Yu Shumian was taken aback, not expecting such a responsibility to fall upon her. Is there a problem? Wang Ma pressed on. To which Yu Shumian shook her head vigorously, akin to a drum in disarray. No. After school, the study committee member, Shumian, approached her, requesting that she stay behind to discuss the content of the class bulletin. Yu Shumian glanced at Gu Yanzhi beside her, yearning to invite him to wait for her. Yet the words eluded her. I'll wait for you in the music classroom. Gu Yanzhi cheerfully articulated what she wished to say. All right. Shumian's gaze inadvertently shifted to Gu Yanzhi. Such a radiant individual, and yet she could only admire him from a distance, too timid to draw near. Why was it that Yu Shumian could engage with him so intimately? Did she truly fall short in comparison? Mimian, perhaps we should prioritize the 3 core subjects? The bulletin board at the back of the advanced class was filled with formulas and problems, half of which changed weekly. Yu Shumian inquired. Didn't teacher Wang say we should start with the integrated science? Although she had been distracted during class, she had attentively listened to the key points. Teacher Wang changed his mind. Unfazed by her hesitance, Shumian proceeded to erase the blackboard, beginning her conceptualization. Fine. Listening to the study committee member is undoubtedly wise. Through the row of trees lining the school building, the melodious strains of a piano wafted from the opposite classroom. Yu Shumian became entranced, her speed of writing hastening, her heart yearning to finish quickly in order to see him. Shumian paused her pen, stealthily approaching the window to gaze at the figure in the music classroom. Committee member, do you think there is anything else we need to add? Yu Shumian's efficiency is indeed commendable. The bulletin board, which usually takes 4 hours to complete, was finished by her in just 2. Shumian pretended to examine it closely. No problem. Shall I take my leave then? Yu Shumian swiftly brushed off the chalk dust from her hands and hurriedly packed her bag. The urgency in her heart was something no one could perceive. Shumian watched the figure disappearing through the back door of the classroom, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Yu Shumian stealthily approached the music room door, intending to surprise him. Little did she know, her reflection had already appeared on the piano. Gu Yanzhi slightly lifted his gaze, observing the playful antics of her shadow, a blend of timidity and innocence that made him chuckle internally. Yu Shumian believed her plan to be flawless, seizing the moment to playfully obscure his vision. In that instant, she felt as if she had defied gravity, only to be swiftly ensnared by a pair of strong hands, pinning her against the piano. A series of muffled yet resonant chords echoed from the black and white keys. Gu Yanzhi's gaze met her flustered eyes, reminiscent of a wild horse that had lost control. Yu Shumian's eyes widened in alarm, filled with trepidation. This seemed to exceed her expectations. In that moment, they breached the distance that separated them, almost as if they were on the verge of merging into one. Yu Shumian could distinctly feel Gu Yanzhi's breath, somewhat hurried, as his long eyelashes fluttered, creating ripples that stirred her heart. Gu Yanzhi. Yu Shumian, overwhelmed with nervousness, found herself at a loss for words, merely repeating his name foolishly. Gu Yanzhi quickly realized he had lost his composure and promptly set her upright. Has the bulletin board been completed? To alleviate the awkwardness, he hastily sought a topic of conversation. The sun was setting, casting its golden rays upon Gu Yanzhi's hair, creating a most enchanting sight. As Yu Shumian recalled the scene at the piano, her heart raced with excitement, prompting her to quickly avert her gaze and ponder something else to calm her mind. The youth walked ahead, while she trailed behind. He chuckled softly, while she wore a foolish smile. Together, they strolled along the riverbank, embraced by the last vestiges of twilight, their shadows briefly aligning in companionship. Chapter 37. Who is the culprit? Youth, after all, is defined by moments of delightful madness. Those rebellious and heart-pounding experiences that comfort our occasionally fragile souls. While Yu Shumian was engrossed in laughter with Gu Yanzhi, she noticed a cluster of students gathered at the back door of the classroom. What was happening? She tugged at Gu Yanzhi, urging him to join her in the commotion. Unexpectedly, she found herself at the center of it all. The once pristine bulletin board was now a chaotic mess, with all the formulas and drawings obliterated. Not a single complete design remained. Who could have done this? Shumian, from a mere bystander, transformed into a participant in an instant. She had painstakingly spent 2 hours crafting that board just the previous afternoon. Frustration surged within her, and she leaped from behind the crowd, glaring fiercely at those around her. Who did this? It was the first time Gu Yanzhi had witnessed her lose her temper in front of so many people, a bold display indeed. He recalled that just a month prior, when she had first joined the class, she barely uttered a word, cautious not to offend anyone. Mian. I was the first to arrive, and this is what I saw. Rong Xiaoqian explained. Though it may sound absurd, the truth remains as such. Who can provide proof? Shumian was also quite agitated and stepped forward to question Rong Xiaoqian. The class key has always been held solely by the class monitor. Li Yuan stepped up to vouch for Rong Xiaoqian. Rong Xiaoqian, did you not claim to be the first to arrive? How can Li Yuan attest to that? Shumian's reasoning was sound, and the others concurred. Rong Xiaoqian gazed at the silent Shumian, feeling a surge of anger within her. So, no one believes her? Even her only good friend, Shumian, would not utter a word in her defense? Did she harbor the same doubts? Why is this happening? Who suspects Rong Xiaoqian? Qin Huai appeared from nowhere, standing before Rong Xiaoqian as a shield. Shumian, was it not you who suggested this? Qin Huai's expression darkened, taking on a somewhat intimidating demeanor. Undeterred by authority, Shumian held her head high and reiterated her previous statement. The last to leave yesterday afternoon is also a suspect. My reasoning is not unfounded, is it? Qin Huai countered effectively, silencing Shumian. Observing the escalating chaos, Shumian felt uncertain about who was in the right. Enough. Please cease your quarrel and focus on fixing the bulletin board. If they were to present a bulletin board in such disarray, their class would incur penalties. Once penalties were imposed, their lives would be far from pleasant. Thus, Shumian prepared to tackle the task of rectifying the blackboard report alone when Gu Yanzhi approached her. What should I write? Shumian asked, momentarily taken aback. Was he genuinely offering assistance without any ulterior motive? Had the sun risen in the west? When did Gu Yanzhi ever become so considerate? I'll help you. Gu Yanzhi observed her incredulous expression, secretly amused as Shumian proceeded to issue instructions with remarkable clarity. He nodded silently, swiftly jotting down formulas on the blackboard. Aren't you going to look at the book? Shumian marveled at his astounding memory. It seemed she could no longer afford to let Gu Yanzhi wait for her in the music classroom. Such a talented individual was too valuable to waste. In just one morning study session, everything was restored, and the main subjects were corrected to science. Shumian gazed contentedly at the neat blackboard, feeling a swell of pride. I've helped you so much. Before Gu Yanzhi could finish his sentence, Shumian quickly interjected with a thank you. I don't want your thanks. I want another kind of reward. Shumian, noticing the mischievous glint in his eyes, felt a twinge of unease. What reward? Gu Yanzhi, observing her anxious demeanor, couldn't resist teasing her. What do you think? Shumian found herself momentarily at a loss, unable to comprehend his meaning. What should I say? She turned her head away, unwilling to meet his gaze. In truth, it was her own guilt that was overwhelming. Rationality felt exhilarating in the moment. Yet it led to a precarious situation with her friend. She had preserved the blackboard but had inadvertently offended Rong Xiaoqian. Qian, please. Be magnanimous and don't stay mad at me. If you're still upset, you can hit or scold me. Qian's anger could easily lead to aging prematurely. From a young age, Shumian has struggled to offer comfort to others, and her awkward demeanor only served to exasperate Rong Xiaoqian. Why would I hit you? You clearly do not believe me. Rong Xiaoqian deliberately turned her head away, ignoring her. Xiaoqian, at that moment, I was solely focused on completing the bulletin board. Shumian insisted fervently. I swear, I do believe you. It was then that Gu Yanzhi interjected. Why not just ask Li Yuan to clarify the matter? Why? Both Rong Xiaoqian and Shumian questioned in unison. Gu Yanzhi harbored serious doubts about Rong Xiaoqian's intellect, believing she had been led astray by Shumian's influence. Isn't he the one who can confirm that you are not the culprit behind the damaged bulletin board? With this prompting, Rong Xiaoqian's intellect seemed to awaken. After school, Rong Xiaoqian promptly arranged a meeting with Li Yuan. The four of them confronted Li Yuan with determination, blocking his path at the back of the classroom. Speak. Who is the real perpetrator? Qin Huai, without engaging his brain, only served to frustrate Gu Yanzhi further. Li Yuan, do you know who damaged the bulletin board? I do. Then why didn't you mention it this morning? Shumian countered. Out of respect for our classmates, I wanted to give her a chance to save face. Li Yuan adjusted his glasses and affirmed, I believe she is also quite frightened and would eventually admit her mistake. Though Li Yuan refrained from divulging the identity of the culprit, Yu Shumian had already deduced it. As a fellow classmate, she decided to offer her an opportunity, choosing not to dwell on this incident. However, Gu Yanzhi was not as forgiving. Shumian seemed to sense that an inevitable confrontation was approaching and seized the opportunity after school to speak with him privately. Gu Yanzhi, may I have a moment of your time to discuss something? This time, she would not succumb to jealousy, for she understood what Shumian intended to convey. Speak plainly. Why did you deliberately damage the bulletin board? Gu Yanzhi was forthright, cutting directly to the chase. So you were already aware. Gu Yanzhi did not even spare her a glance. Do you think I am as foolish as you, Shumian, that simpleton? Shumian had little left to say, letting out a self-deprecating laugh. I must admit, I am somewhat envious of her. Rest assured, that will not be the case henceforth. With that, Shumian vanished from his sight. What did she say to you? Yu Shumian inquired, her curiosity piqued. Nothing of great significance. What was it? I wish to know. Gu Yanzhi chose to withhold the information, leaving her in suspense, and swiftly shifted the topic. Have you thought about my reward? Yu Shumian instantly fell silent. Cursing her own loose tongue, trouble indeed arose from her mouth. What reward? What do you think? The two engaged in a light-hearted conversation, occasionally bursting into laughter, drawing envious glances from passers-by. Chapter 38. Master of Flattery. After experiencing the sweetness of victory in the last mathematics competition, she began to pay attention to the schedules of various academic contests, frequently visiting the office to charm Aunt Wang into providing her with materials. In her effort to stand shoulder to shoulder with Gu Yanzhi, she had certainly lavished a considerable amount of flattery upon Aunt Wang. Unfortunately, with her somewhat weak foundation, Yu Shumian still lacked solid fundamentals, making her susceptible to stumbling over more challenging problems. Teacher Gu, you are the best. Please, just tutor me for a brief moment. Would you? Gu Yanzhi gazed at her, nearly becoming a master of flattery. Yu Shumian, this unreliable individual, ultimately found her way to the imposing ice mountain that was Gu Yanzhi. How would the rewards be settled? Are you a child? Must everything be rewarded? Yu Shumian silently muttered to herself, while outwardly she offered compliments with great eloquence. Teacher Gu, what kind of reward would you desire? Her earnest gaze was almost enough to sway him. Had he not been aware of this naive goose's temperament, he might have been deceived. Let us keep it pending. I will repay you once I have decided. All right, no problem. Yu Shumian, disregarding the implications, readily agreed. After all, those matters belong to the future, and she need not worry. When adversities arise, one shall confront them. When challenges present themselves, one shall adapt. Gu Yanzhi tossed a workbook from his drawer towards her. Complete this, and come to my house for tutoring this Saturday. He believed his voice was low, yet it attracted the curious gazes of several onlookers nearby. How could Qin Huai resist such tantalizing gossip? What did you say? Ice block, I must have misheard. Rong Xiaoqian, did you hear? Gu Yanzhi actually invited Little Sheep to his home for tutoring. Qin Huai persistently tugged at Rong Xiaoqian's sleeve, who found his gossiping tiresome. Accustomed to such antics, she was indifferent to him. However, wait, what had she just heard? Gu Yanzhi invited Little Sheep to his home for tutoring, which implied, surely, he harbored ulterior motives. Little Sheep, you must not go. Qin Huai admonished Yu Shumian with exaggerated concern, while she appeared remarkably unfazed. Mian, what is going on between you two? Xiaoqian could no longer restrain her urge to indulge in a bit of gossip. The individuals seated in front and behind her inevitably strained their ears, hoping to catch a glimpse of some sensational tidbits. Have you misheard? There's nothing to discuss. Just speak up, Gu Yanzhi. Yu Shumian cast a desperate glance at Gu Yanzhi, yet he remained unmoved, adopting an air of indifference that exasperated Yu Shumian. In a moment of frustration, she pinched Gu Yanzhi sharply. Indeed, there is nothing to discuss. Gu Yanzhi nearly cried out in pain, fortunate that her grip had been somewhat gentle. Qin Huai had already learned that the little lamb had a brother named Jiang Zhou, who had also gained admission to Nanchuan Middle School. It appeared that reinforcements were needed for a discussion. Huaigu, here are the new members of the school team. Take a look at the roster. As a seasoned veteran of the team, Qin Huai typically found little interest in perusing the list. To him, prowess spoke louder than names. Call them up for a match, he instructed, and the newcomers were thrust into the fray, akin to lambs led to slaughter. Defend. Hold your ground. Pass to number 5. Pass to number 5. Qin Huai, exasperated, observed as if witnessing a gaggle of inept fledglings. The sole redeeming aspect was number 3, who dashed across the court with impressive agility and height. What is your name? Qin Huai approached the boy and pulled him up. Jiang Zhou. Upon hearing this name, Qin Huai's eyes widened in disbelief. Was he mistaken? Jiang Zhou? He inquired, to which Jiang Zhou nodded affirmatively. You are the little lamb's brother? Jiang Zhou, momentarily taken aback, responded, What little lamb? He is such a mountain goat. Qin Huai realized he had misspoken and immediately corrected himself. You Shumian's younger brother. Jiang Zhou responded nonchalantly with a simple HM, apparently unfazed. Do you know who I am? Qin Huai observed his mature demeanor, which was even more composed than his own. Of course, you are just Crayon Shinchan. Qin Huai wished he could silence him at once. How could he possibly know about that incident? This little lamb truly confided everything to Jiang Zhou. Don't be surprised. I discovered it by sneakily reading my sister's diary. Jiang Zhou found it amusing to see him so anxious, ready to leap up and confront him. Indeed, he resembled exactly what was described in his sister's diary. Fierce, yet somewhat foolish. Qin Huai regarded Jiang Zhou, realizing he would need to extend him some special consideration in the future. After playing basketball, Jiang Zhou was drenched in sweat, sitting in the stands while enjoying the performance of others, feeling a slight sense of pride. With his skills, he would definitely excel as a pioneer in the future. Jiang Zhou, I have a secret about your sister. Would you like to hear it? Qin Huai wore an expression of temptation that made Jiang Zhou feel somewhat uncomfortable. What secret could my sister possibly have? Jiang Zhou chuckled, knowing that all of Shumian's secrets were contained within her diary. Moreover, her greatest secret was none other than Gu Yanzhi, right? Don't underestimate the little lamb. She's quite clever. Qin Huai's gossiping instincts were instantly ignited as he began to expound on the topic. Jiang Zhou merely let it drift past his ears, thinking nothing of it. To his astonishment, Shumian actually dared to sneak off to an unfamiliar man's house for tutoring behind their mother's back. This was something he absolutely could not permit. The long-awaited Saturday has finally arrived. Shumian tidied herself up early and set off with her backpack. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Jiang Zhou sprang from his bed in haste, armed with a pre-prepared telescope, poised at the window to observe every movement across the street. Grandma Luo had even taken the time to prepare some fruit for Shumian and him, genuinely fond of the young girl. Gu Yanzhi, look, I've completed everything. Shumian exclaimed proudly, tossing her exercise book onto Gu Yanzhi's desk in imitation of his demeanor. Ever since she entered the room, her thoughts had strayed far from studying. Overwhelmed by curiosity as she glanced around, Gu Yanzhi's bookshelf was always adorned with intriguing trinkets, and she couldn't resist reaching out to touch them. Her gaze landed on a delicate figurine resembling a Peking opera flower girl, marveling at its exquisite craftsmanship. Do you like it? If we win first prize in the finals, I'll gift it to you. Shumian's eyes sparkled at the prospect. Really? Indeed, Gu Yanzhi replied, taking the flower girl figurine into his possession. Are you still distracted? No more. Time to study. Shumian obediently seated herself at the desk, disheartened by the red marks on her exercise book, feeling akin to a deflated balloon. Her accuracy on the challenging competition questions had yet to improve. Why am I so foolish? She lamented. You are not foolish, silly goose. What do you mean? Gu Yanzhi meticulously wrote down the steps in her mistake book, demonstrating an unprecedented patience as he explained the concepts to her. Gu Yanzhi had been tutoring Shumian for quite some time, and Jiang Zhou had been monitoring them for just as long. Jiang Zhou, what are you doing in your sister's room? Mom, are you even aware that my sister? Your sister is studying. What are you making a fuss about? Mom, do you know who is tutoring her? Jiang Zhou exclaimed in frustration before Lin Jun. It's Luo Leo's grandson, Gu Yanzhi, the top student in the grade. How can you be so oblivious? What is going on? Shouldn't you be more vigilant? Your daughter is on the verge of being abducted. Chapter 39. Suspicion and paranoia. Lin Jun remained uneasy and seized the opportunity of delivering vegetables to Luo Leoi to stealthily peek through the crack of the door to assess the situation inside. Shumian sensed someone lurking outside and suddenly interrupted Gu Yanzhi with a questioning expression. Do you feel that someone is spying on us? No, Gu Yanzhi replied, adjusting her head to ensure she focused on the problem at hand, insisting she stop being paranoid. Concentrate. Do you still want the reward? I do. Lin Jun turned her back and noticed the two were diligently studying, which eased her worries. She promptly placed several freshly caught wild crucian carp into the bucket. Luo Leoi. This. I will feel embarrassed to come again. Lin Jun hesitated, feeling too shy to accept more. Shaolin, this is for the children. Take it. Then I shall thank you, Luoleoi. Shumian pressed against the door, clearly hearing her mother's voice. Indeed, it must have been her outside just moments ago. After a long day, Shumian felt as if her head might explode. With each turn of the page, she struggled to keep pace with Gu Yanzhi's thoughts. When he assigned her tasks, she nodded vigorously, yet her stomach was already empty, and her mind was preoccupied with what to have for dinner that evening. See you tomorrow, he said, quite punctually. Lin Jun, having completed the last dish, instructed her to wash her hands and grab chopsticks. At the dining table, Jiang Shou's gaze was piercing, yet laced with a hint of curiosity. How is that boy from the Gu family? Lin Jun's sudden inquiry caught her off guard. What? He hasn't bullied you, has he? Shumian swallowed a mouthful of rice and replied, Mom, how could he possibly bully me? That's good to hear. Shumian was baffled as to why her mother had such thoughts. So, he has been tutoring you for the math competition? Lin Jun's questions tonight were surprisingly numerous, almost entirely revolving around Gu Yanzhi, making Shumian feel awkward. Ultimately, Lin Jun merely wished for her to maintain a certain boundary. After all, there are distinctions between genders. She should avoid any behavior with Gu Yanzhi that might invite gossip. The second round of the math competition was set for November, and she realized she had only a limited amount of time to prepare. Each day, in addition to her regular homework, she needed to carve out ample time to tackle competition problems. As the streetlights gradually illuminated the pathway, Shumian, with her backpack slung over her shoulder, walked alone, her thoughts still revolving around the problem-solving strategies for the competition. Suddenly, a chill breeze swept up from behind her, enveloping her back. A slender shadow swept over her own, fleeting and without pause. When she scrutinized the area once more, it had vanished entirely. Could it be that she had merely misperceived? Shumian shook her head, attributing the illusion to her frenzied study sessions over the past few days. Yet, the fear that gnawed at her compelled her to quicken her pace, transforming her brisk walk into a frantic run. Not just that day, but each subsequent day, she felt an unsettling sense of being followed, though she could never discern the source. Mom, I truly feel as if someone is tailing me. Lin Jun regarded her daughter as overly fatigued, muttering about her delusions. When will you cease this paranoid behavior? In her childhood, Shumian had feared the darkness, often fabricating stories to entice someone to stay with her. Had she not outgrown such childish fears? Mom, I swear I am not lying. Shumian insisted earnestly. Lin Jun, at a loss, pondered that perhaps there might be some truth to her daughter's claims. I will come to pick you up tomorrow. All right. For 3 consecutive days, Lin Jun dutifully collected Shumian from school each afternoon, and everything unfolded without incident. Mom, I truly did see a shadow glide past my head a few days ago. It vanished in an instant. Continue your fabrications, Lin Jun retorted, resolute in her disbelief, deciding she would no longer interrupt her pancake business to fetch her daughter. Shumian felt disheartened, perplexed by the shadow's sudden disappearance. Surely she had seen it. Could it have merely been some wild cat? Recently, Jiang Anha has been accompanying Gu Qingyi in his endeavors, effectively becoming his exclusive chauffeur. This situation remains unbeknownst to Shumian. Jiang Anha has requested Lin Jun not to inform the children, fearing they might bear a psychological burden. With the imminent basketball-friendly match for the school team, training sessions have naturally extended into the late hours. By the time Jiang Zhou emerged from the school, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. Suddenly, a screeching halt interrupted the night as a group of 5 or 6 teenagers, aged around 17 or 18, obstructed his path. Who are you? A wave of foreboding washed over Jiang Zhou, gripping the handlebars of his bicycle tightly, reluctant to release them, poised to flee at any moment. Get down. The leader, a boy with dyed yellow hair, barked at him, simultaneously commanding his accomplices to seize his bicycle. Hey, what are you doing? Jiang Zhou was overwhelmed as several figures surged towards him, pushing him off his bike. Return my bike. Beware of my wrath. Jiang Zhou, typically one who adheres to a principle of non-aggression, believed in reciprocation with equal intensity if provoked. Wrath? Let us see if you can back that up. The yellow-haired boy swiftly drew a knife from his waist, its blade gleaming menacingly towards Jiang Zhou. Admittedly, in that fleeting moment, a flicker of trepidation coursed through him, yet he resolved to stand firm. Search him. The gang proceeded to thoroughly search Jiang Zhou, leaving no stone unturned, yet finding not a single coin. His backpack was snatched away, its contents strewn across the ground, creating a chaotic mess. Turns out he's just a pauper. I expected more from you. The blonde youth stepped onto the books wrapped in covers, each one meticulously packaged by Shumian, adorned with her drawings of Naruto. In an instant, Jiang Zhou's fury ignited. This was entirely of their own making. Who dared to meddle with what he cherished? War was imminent. Jiang Zhou broke free from his restraints and delivered a powerful punch directly to the blonde's face, catching him completely off guard. After all, having sparred with Shumian for years, he had learned a trick or two. The gang of ruffians, witnessing this, swiftly drew their iron rods, eager for a brawl. Suddenly, a brilliant light pierced the sky, blinding everyone in its wake. Jiang Zhou struggled to open his eyes, catching a glimpse of the unexpected savior. How could it be him? Chapter 40. The secret of Gu Yanzhi. Jiang Zhou could never have anticipated that the unexpected benefactor would be none other than the icy Gu Yanzhi. What brings you here? Jiang Zhou was not particularly keen on his assistance, yet a part of him wished he would stay. Brother Leopard. Another fool has come to meet his demise. The gang of ruffians brandished their iron rods threateningly at the two, both sides locked in a standoff. Who was to face demise was still uncertain. With newfound resolve, Jiang Zhou straightened his back and spoke, feeling more assured with an ally at his side. I have already called the police. If you do not wish to be apprehended, I suggest you leave immediately. Gu Yanzhi's words seemed to carry an even greater weight of intimidation, causing the other thugs to waver, yet the leader, the blonde, remained fearless. Who are you trying to scare? Charge at them. Be careful. Gu Yan, with his swift reflexes, intercepted a blow meant for Jiang Zhou, which struck him squarely on the right thigh. Upon witnessing Gu Yan's injury, Jiang Zhou's instinct for self-preservation dissipated. He seized a fallen iron rod from the ground and launched himself into a furious pursuit of the gang, determined to defend his friend at all costs. He cast aside thoughts of personal safety, driven by an urgent need to uphold his masculinity. Gu Yan, are you all right? He inquired. Noting the severity of the blow on the sturdy man, as beads of sweat formed on Gu Yan's forehead, revealing the gravity of the situation. I'm fine. Just help me up, Gu Yan replied, gritting his teeth against the agony as he grasped Jiang Zhou's arm to rise. Jiang Zhou felt Gu Yan's entire weight leaning to the left, nearly losing his grip. Is your leg all right? He asked. Concern etched on his face as he scrutinized Gu Yan's right leg. The thought of Shumian discovering that Gu Yan was injured on his behalf filled him with dread. He feared he would pay dearly for it. How about I take you to see a doctor? Gu Yan firmly refused, but as his complexion grew increasingly pallid, Jiang Zhou began to panic, sensing the severity of the situation. In a moment of desperation, he disregarded Gu Yan's stubbornness and swiftly rolled up his right pant leg. The sight that met his eyes left him utterly speechless, momentarily frozen in shock. Had it not been for Gu Yan's playful tug on his hair, he might have remained immobilized in disbelief. The stark contrast of the black, steel-crafted prosthetic leg was striking, piercing deep into Jiang Zhou's heart, leaving him breathless with fear. Did I scare you? Gu Yan quipped, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. I have grown accustomed to my disability. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Zhou's perception of Gu Yanzhi shifted. It seemed he ought to reassess Gu Yanzhi. How could this be? Why have you begun to belittle yourself? Jiang Zhou gently lowered his pant leg, brushing off the dust from his body. Does my sister know? Jiang Zhou inquired cautiously, pondering why he had not discovered this secret in Shumian's diary. No, I dare not. Gu Yanzhi articulated what he had long desired to express. This mere disability compelled him to conceal it beneath countless rays of brilliance. How could he possibly dare to confide in Shumian? He feared disappointing her, in her eyes. He was a near-perfect being. If he shattered this flawless image, she would surely be disheartened. I fear disappointing her. Jiang Zhou, without a moment's hesitation, refuted him. My sister is not that kind of person. Jiang Zhou gazed at him, illuminated by the moonlight. As a glimmer of tears sparkled in the young man's eyes, an embodiment of Gu Yanzhi's self-denial. I thought you had come to know my sister. It appears that is not the case. Gu Yanzhi smiled faintly, feeling a pang of guilt. He did not consider himself acquainted with Shumian. For the true Shumian never revealed herself before him. She always meticulously maintained what she believed to be her most beautiful side in his heart. Yet what he yearned to see was her most authentic self. Do you know why she bears the surname Yu and I, Jiang? Gu Yanzhi had never contemplated this matter. We are not truly siblings. Her father has passed away. Gu Yan's eyes widened, appearing even more profound amidst the boundless night. Her life had indeed been fraught with turmoil. She once believed her own circumstances were rather disheartening, only to discover, although we are not biological siblings, my sister possesses a remarkable kindness, always thinking of me first when something good arises. At times, I cannot help but feel a twinge of jealousy, sensing a slight favoritism from our parents towards her. Despite our frequent squabbles, We are aware of each other's genuine feelings. There are many of those, yet ultimately, there exists but one but. But my sister is truly wonderful. This was the answer Jiang Zhou provided to Gu Yan. Rest assured, I will keep tonight's events confidential. Jiang Zhou gazed at him, a smile illuminating his face. In that moment, Gu Yan appeared quite agreeable. If only he could soften his demeanor and exhibit a touch of warmth. Shumian at home anxiously awaited Jiang Zhou's return, peering out at the small alley, yet his figure remained absent, causing her some unease. Meanwhile, their mother busied herself, tidying up the chaotic clutter around the house. "Mom, I'm going to check the alley," she announced. "Where do you think you're going?" "Stay at home." "What is going on with you all?" Lin Jun inquired, noticing a noticeable injury at the corner of Gu Yan's mouth. Jiang Zhou, on the other hand, bore no visible marks, though his school uniform was marred by a large tear, his entire appearance suggesting he had been involved in a brawl. "Confess honestly. Did you get into a fight?" Lin Jun sternly demanded. Just as Jiang Zhou was about to defend himself, their mother cut him off without a moment's hesitation. "So you got into a fight, and you brought along a good student like Gu Yan?" It was utterly outrageous. Lin Jun forcefully dragged Jiang Zhou upstairs, insisting on bringing Gu Yanzhi home to tend to his wounds. Gu Yanzhi, unable to refuse, was pulled along by Lin Jun. Upon seeing the disheveled Jiang Zhou, Shumian felt a pang of anxiety and hurriedly inquired about the situation. "You ought to show concern for the one behind. What happened?" Shumian gazed at the injured Gu Yanzhi, her heart aching, yet she dared not reveal her feelings too readily. It was none other than Jiang Zhou who had instigated the fight. Shumian swiftly retrieved the medical kit, while Lin Jun insisted on personally dressing Gu Yanzhi's wounds, forbidding him from touching the injury himself. "Jiang Zhou can be rather thoughtless. Please be understanding." "Auntie, I'm fine." Shumian did not dare to leave his side. Her gaze fixed on Gu Yanzhi as he was bandaged up, her heart still laden with worry. "Does it hurt?" "Indeed." Gu Yanzhi was surprisingly candid, and Shumian handed him a small vial of bruise-relieving ointment. Gu Yanzhi hesitated for a moment but accepted it nonetheless. She pointed to the footprints on his pant leg, clearly indicative of an injury. Gu Yanzhi smiled helplessly, knowing he probably wouldn't need the medicine after all. That night, Shumian refrained from drawing the curtains, falling asleep while gazing at the window across from her. Only when she saw the light in Gu Yanzhi's room extinguished did she feel at ease enough to drift into slumber. Chapter 41. You Are My Little Fortune. The 10th semifinals finally arrived as scheduled. Shumian stared at the towering stack of papers, over a meter high. She had not been idle during the past 2 months, even dreaming of solving algebraic equations. Nanchuan High School was teeming with talent, and the semifinals were a battleground of extraordinary skill. Most of the contestants in the senior year have previously participated, and this time they merely seek to surpass themselves and achieve superior results. "Gu Yanzhi, has your leg healed?" Shumian is indeed carefree, with the re-examination tomorrow. She is still preoccupied with her leg. Rest assured, it has long since recovered. Gu Yanzhi gazed at her melancholic eyes, feeling utterly helpless. "It is truly healed." "Have no worries, I am fine." Gu Yanzhi gently ruffled her hair, and only then did Shumian calm down to review her materials. "May the Bodhisattva bless me. I must succeed." Before entering the examination room, Shumian brimmed with confidence, yet upon exiting, she resembled a deflated balloon. Listening to the discussions of the top students beside her, she found hardly any of their answers aligned with her own, which only heightened her unease as she sat forlornly on a vacant step awaiting Gu Yanzhi. The wind swept through, carrying a chill, and Shumian felt tears welling in her eyes. "What's wrong?" Gu Yanzhi had appeared behind her without her noticing. "Are you feeling defeated?" Observing her silence, Gu Yanzhi recognized her mindset was detrimental. There was still the afternoon examination, another chance for redemption, yet given her current state, the outlook was grim. "Gu Yanzhi, am I particularly inadequate?" Shumian's voice was hoarse as she engaged in self-doubt, seeking even a shred of consolation from Gu Yanzhi. "There is still the afternoon examination. It is essential to adjust your mindset. But the second examination is even more challenging." Gu Yanzhi sat down beside her, the faint fragrance of jasmine emanating from the youth enveloping her senses. "You are the one I have nurtured from the very beginning. Is this a denial of my efforts?" "No. It is my fault." Shumian hung her head, tightly wrapping her arms around herself. Just as Qi Jingyan emerged from the examination hall, he inadvertently caught sight of Shumian nestled closely with Gu Yanzhi. In that instant, the joy within him dissipated into nothingness. Qi Jingyan had always been stubborn at heart. Whatever he desired, he would strive to attain. Even if the chances seemed bleak, A glimmer of hope still existed. Mian, what a coincidence. Are you here for the math competition as well? Qi Jingyan approached the two directly. Upon realizing that the handsome Qi Jingyan had arrived, Shumian immediately adjusted her demeanor, determined to maintain her image in front of strangers. Oh, are you here too? The two exchanged pleasantries as if they were old acquaintances. Meanwhile, Gu Yanzhi felt a bitter taste rising within him. What a coincidence, indeed. His flirting skills are abysmal. Gu Yanzhi sat quietly, observing what Qi Jingyan might conjure up in conversation. Mian, why don't we go to the cafeteria for a meal together? It's almost mealtime. And I've heard the food at Linshan High School is quite delectable. Today would be a perfect opportunity to indulge, wouldn't it? Sounds great. Out of respect for good food, Shumian agreed to Qi Jingyan without a moment's hesitation, her mind not considering the ulterior motives he might harbor. What is so great about it? Gu Yanzhi could no longer contain himself. Was this blockhead still oblivious? Couldn't he see that Qi Jingyan was being deliberate? You must not go. Filled with indignation, Gu Yan pulled Shumian's hand and strode away, showing no regard for Qi Jingyan's dignity. Qi Jingyan, unwilling to concede, seized Shumian's sleeve, creating a tug-of-war among the three, with Shumian awkwardly caught in the middle, too timid to move. Isn't that Gu Yan, the campus heartthrob from Nanchuan? Who is that girl? And the one beside her? Could that be Qi Jingyan? Goodness. Both of these striking gentlemen have come to participate in the competition. It's the first time in my life witnessing two campus idols on the same stage. Numerous passers-by hastily whipped out their phones to capture the moment, snapping pictures of the trio. Shumian, overwhelmed by the scene, forcefully shook off the grips of the two formidable figures and dashed into the cafeteria of Linshan High School. Shumian, wait for me. Gu Yan leisurely followed, mentally noting her defiance. Qi Jingyan swiftly pursued, glancing at Gu Yan without a second thought. Just when she thought she had escaped the clutches of the two, she found herself sandwiched between them, unable to proceed or retreat. What do you want? Are you going to let me eat or not? Shumian exclaimed, exasperated. They could interfere with her affairs, but they absolutely could not disrupt her mealtime. She needed to replenish her energy for the afternoon's second trial. Before she could react, Qi Jingyan, seizing the initiative, placed a piece of braised pork rib from his plate onto hers, casting a triumphant glance at Gu Yan. Gu Yanzhi, with a leisurely demeanor, deftly picked up 2 pieces of braised pork ribs from Shumian's plate, in return transferring all of the steamed pork from his own plate to hers. Eat more, nourish your mind, he insisted, deliberately pushing the accompanying brain matter towards her. At that moment, both Qi Jingyan and Gu Yanzhi seemed to radiate an intensity that felt almost incendiary. An invisible battle had seemingly been ignited. Fine, I'll eat. You both should eat too. If not, just leave. Shumian declared as she stuffed a generous portion of steamed pork into her mouth, disregarding any semblance of ladylike decorum. Qi Jingyan, observing her voracious manner, felt his own appetite wane as her eating habits were less than appetizing. In stark contrast, Gu Yanzhi remained unfazed, accustomed to such sights. He smirked inwardly, thinking, if you had seen her devour oil-splashed noodles, this would merely be child's play. He resolved to keep her at a distance from Qi Jingyan henceforth. Was Gu Yanzhi now imposing restrictions on his own social interactions? Young Master Gu, this is rather excessive, isn't it? Shumian dared not oppose him openly, for one does not provoke a tiger, nor tarnish Gu Yanzhi's dignity. Focus on preparing for the finals, and do not get distracted, he commanded, a chain of demands that left her no time for respite. Yet, what could she do? After all, he was her teacher. Following his guidance was undoubtedly wise, but could she truly remain undistracted? With you around, it's almost impossible not to be. Shumian muttered softly to herself, unable to suppress a secretive chuckle. Under the meticulous guidance of her stern mentor, Gu Yanzhi, Shumian triumphantly secured first place in the semifinals, naturally advancing together with him to the finals. The finals were scheduled for a week after the final examinations. Following the finals, the new year would soon arrive, wouldn't it? She quietly inscribed in her diary, meeting you, Gu Yanzhi, is my extraordinary fortune across 3 lifetimes. Chapter 42. The rift between childhood friends. We are all striving for each other, seeking to become better versions of ourselves, worthy of each other's brilliance. In her diary, Shumian observed Gu Yanzhi as he rubbed his neck, glancing at her while she organized her books. Her heavy glasses perched upon her nose, and around her neck was the red scarf he had gifted her the previous year. Since that fateful night, when Gu Yanzhi valiantly rescued Jiangzhou, The latter had unilaterally forged a brotherly bond with him, now obediently heeding Gu Yanzhi's words. Why should it be given to you? This is our basketball court. That boisterous voice unmistakably belonged to Qin Huai. We applied for this beforehand. Did you submit an application? Upon further listening, she recognized the voice of Qi Baixing. Shumian's quick reflexes were entirely devoted to this gossip, as she nimbly maneuvered past Gu Yanzhi and dashed towards the indoor basketball training ground. Qin Huai was training here with the school team, but unexpectedly, Qi Baixing had arrived with the cheerleading squad, claiming the space. What began as a civil discourse had inexplicably devolved into a discussion about being brawn over brains, igniting the passions of the basketball team in an instant. Qin Huai originally intended to engage in a gentlemanly discussion with the girls, but was taken aback by their aggressive demeanor. Shumian quietly inched closer to Jiang Zhou, eager to glean some gossip. Observe, Jiang Zhou, with his arms crossed, stood resolutely, his gaze fixed on the leading girl of the cheerleading squad. A hint of displeasure brewing within him. Her confrontational stance seemed excessively domineering. Although their captain possessed a fiery temperament, she was also one who valued reason. Indeed, girls could be quite formidable. Qi Baixing. Gu Yanzhi approached Qi Baixing, his deep-set eyes radiating a touch of coldness. Yanzhi, please offer your judgment. In an instant, Jiang Zhou sensed the atmosphere around him drop several degrees. He glanced sideways at Shumian, who was glaring intensely at Qi Baixing and Gu Yanzhi, as if she wished to devour them whole. Gu Yanzhi, I advise you not to meddle. Qin Huai regarded Gu Yanzhi with a measure of respect, recognizing him as the object of his little sheep's affection. I have no time for meddling. Gu Yanzhi pulled a set of keys from his pocket and handed them to Qi Baixing. These are the keys to the school's etiquette team's training room. I believe you will find them useful. It turned out that Gu Yanzhi was not there to assist anyone, but merely resolve the issue with ease. Truly, my esteemed Gu is effortlessly adept. Jiang Zhou murmured in admiration, feeling quite pleased. Qi Baixing, however, was incensed and showed no gratitude whatsoever. Once inseparable childhood companions, she and he now drift like strangers. Shumian, are you still going? Gu Yanzhi used Shumian as an excuse while Jiang Zhou gave a gentle push to the nearby dazed goose. Here they come. Shumian promptly followed closely behind Gu Yanzhi. Qi Baixing's piercing gaze enveloped Shumian entirely. Gu Yanzhi. The words Qi Baixing had long held back surged forth today, and she was determined to unveil Gu Yanzhi's true nature to everyone. Gu Yanzhi, indifferent to her, noticed Shumian had stopped and quickly turned to pull her alongside him. Have you forgotten our past? The moment those words escaped his lips, the basketball court erupted with noise. Exclamations and murmurs filled the air. Oh, what is happening? It sounds rather thrilling. It appears our campus heartthrob has some rumors swirling around him. These remarks pierced Shumian's heart like countless needles, causing her to halt in her tracks, eager to hear what Qi Baixing would say next. Oh, pray tell, what events are you referring to? You would sever our friendship over someone inconsequential? While Qi Jingyan may tolerate this, I cannot. Qi Baixing, proud by nature, would never allow the one she cherished to slip away. Should you continue your unreasonable antics, you shall bear the consequences. Gu Yanzhi coldly uttered a terse remark, clearly agitated, as he grasped Shumian's collar and swiftly exited the indoor basketball court, unable to remain there any longer. Gu Yanzhi. Shumian was firmly held by him, finding it impossible to break free. You're hurting me. She summoned her courage to exclaim, fearful of further provoking this young master. He disregarded Qi Baixing, so naturally, he would not consider her a significant concern. I'm sorry. Only then did Gu Yanzhi realize his loss of composure. Why are you so angry? Shumian rubbed her neck, which bore a conspicuous red mark from his grip. Does it hurt? Gu Yanzhi regretted his earlier roughness, having caused her pain. Do you not understand why I am upset? His irritation surged, and he couldn't help but gently tap her on the head. Don't hit my head. I'll become foolish. Shumian playfully shielded her little head. Then being a bit more foolish is no issue. Gu Yanzhi couldn't resist teasing her, noting that she was already quite naive. When would this dense head of hers finally catch on? How could she say he was inconsequential? I won't allow it. Shumian still couldn't suppress her curiosity, bouncing in front of Gu Yanzhi, incessantly asking, so, Qi Baixing and you truly grew up together? Gu Yanzhi slightly raised an eyebrow, astonished at her audacity to pry into personal matters. Since she was so eager, he decided to indulge her. Yes. Humph. You are rather honest, aren't you? Shumian felt a sense of discontent within her heart, yet could not help but continue her inquiries. How many years had they known each other since childhood? She had forgotten. Then why was she a grade higher than you? Why, despite being the same age, did Gu Yanzhi rank lower than Qi Jingyan and Qi Baixing? That was due to the earthquake in 2008, which rendered him disabled and caused him to suspend his studies for a year. No comment. Gu Yanzhi callously severed her curiosity. Have you finished the exam papers? Are you prepared for the final exams? Shumian chose to selectively ignore him. Gu Yanzhi had become akin to her mother. Not only was he concerned about her studies, but he also monitored her social interactions, and even her daily schedule was meticulously arranged by him. Teacher Gu was always ready. That is good. Shumian obediently trailed behind Gu Yanzhi like a loyal dog. As he ordered her a cup of kumquat lemonade and instructed her to sit in the milk tea shop to review her materials. He watched her while occasionally glancing out the window, waiting for Jiang Zhou to emerge. He truly embodied the essence of a parent now. Chapter 43. A little skit of the Qin couple. It is said that the Qin and Rong families have been close friends for generations, both being families of only children. Originally, it was a match arranged in childhood, but Qin Huai proved to be quite the mischief maker, a rascal in his youth, leading the Rong parents to harbor some disdain. This matter was postponed year after year, eventually fading into obscurity. The Rong family belonged to a lineage of musicians, proficient in all forms of musical expression, while the Qin family, being merchants for generations, lacked the profound cultural depth found in the Rong family. Qin Huai, why does your room resemble a dog kennel? On a leisurely day, Rong Xiaoqian decided to visit his home, bringing along some fruit, while also curious about what Qin Huai was up to, hidden away in his abode. Alone at home, he found himself disinclined to tidy up. Rong Xiaoqian, who had always been fastidious about cleanliness, could not bear the sight of such a disordered bedroom and took it upon herself to organize it. These dates are truly sweet. Qin Huai sat sprawled on the sofa, legs apart, watching Rong Xiaoqian as she tidied up, resembling a dutiful little wife. He silently marveled at the scene. Just as Rong Xiaoqian was about to make the bed, she unexpectedly uncovered something inappropriate. Qin Huai, she exclaimed in anger, hastily covering the offending underwear on the bed. It then dawned on Qin Huai that he had forgotten about his nudity from the previous night. He quickly shoved her out of the room and hurriedly rolled up the blanket into a lump. Qin Huai, open the door. Rong Xiaoqian knocked, and upon seeing the slightly tidied bed, he reluctantly allowed her entry. Without my permission, you are not to enter my bedroom again. Qin Huai warned her with a haughty expression. How can a girl casually enter a boy's room? He proceeded to lecture her, while Rong Xiaoqian, unafraid, sat on the sofa, listening to his tirade. When did you become so nagging? How tiresome. As she stood to leave, Qin Huai suddenly remembered the homework due that weekend, realizing he had a ready-made helper at his disposal. Wait a moment, I need something from you. He pushed Rong Xiaoqian into the study. What for? Help me with my homework. Qin Huai had indeed become quite audacious to make such a request. Although he often bullied Rong Xiaoqian into doing his homework for him during their childhood, those days are now long past. In his heart, Rong Xiaoqian is no longer the easily deceived little girl she once was. Is that even conceivable? Rong Xiaoqian, with her eyelids drooping, perceives something amiss with him. She shakes off his hand and attempts to exit, only to be firmly restrained by Qin Huai, losing her balance and teetering backward. Quick as a flash, Qin Huai catches her delicate waist, averting a potential disaster. However, the pose is undeniably peculiar, akin to a toad embracing a swan. Today, Principal Qin is headed to school for a meeting and, having forgotten an important document, he hastily opens the study door only to dramatically stumble upon this scene. You three. The three of them freeze in place. Dad, it's not what you think. Qin Huai finds himself at a loss for words, confronted by Principal Qin's stern gaze. He feels a deep frustration. What's the point of explaining? All I saw was you bullying Qianqian. Well, it seems history repeats itself. Whenever he is in Rong Xiaoqian's company, he is always in the wrong. In their eyes, she is the epitome of perfection, beyond reproach. There is no room for his explanations. Dad, you must believe me. I truly didn't. Rong Xiaoqian remains silent, relishing the unfolding drama as she observes his futile attempts to defend himself. Qianqian, does he often bully you? Principal Qin suddenly inquires with utmost seriousness. Today, tell Uncle Qin, and he will take care of him. Rong Xiaoqian can barely contain her laughter. Dad, at school, she often pulls my ears. To Qin Huai, her words are nothing but nonsense. Uncle Qin, he truly does not bully me. Rong Xiaoqian smiles as she speaks in his defense. If he were to bully me, I would certainly inform you at the first opportunity. The Qin family has long desired Rong Xiaoqian as their daughter-in-law, yet the Rong family's prominence renders such a union quite challenging. Chapter 44. He is perfect in every way in the depths of winter. The snow blankets every corner of Nanchuan in white. The blush of the camellias blooming beyond the red walls appears even more abundant than last year, with heavy branches adorned by clusters of flowers, their petals concealing delicate threads of silvery snow, akin to a young girl's hidden thoughts. The pinkish-white camellias, set against the red walls, blossom with extraordinary vibrancy. The winter break following the mathematics finals arrives as a welcome reprieve, allowing her to empty her mind and cast aside the vexations of competitions and final grades. She yearns for a leisurely and carefree winter holiday, a time to soothe her weary spirit. Jiang Anhe and Gu Qingyi are engaged in business outside, and the two families share a close bond, planning to celebrate the new year together this year, aiming to ease the tension between old Master Luo and Gu Qingyi. Gu Qingyi has been unable to visit him for nearly a year, were it not for his grandson Gu Yanzhi keeping some semblance of hope alive. Old Master Luo would truly be at a loss for solace. Luo struggles with the burdens of high society and possesses a significant stake in several companies, leaving her scant time due to the demands of her branch offices. The only source of comfort for old Master Luo now is the care extended by Lin Jun's family. Today, Lin Jun took Jiang Zhou to the station to meet Jiang Anhe, leaving Shumian at old Master Luo's residence. Grandfather Luo, do you have any wishes for this new year? Shumian, beside him, brewed a pot of warm tea, gently fanning the air with a small palm fan. Grandfather Luo had no particular wishes. Simply witnessing the safe growth of you children was his desire. He squinted slightly, while Grandmother Luo busied herself in the kitchen, with Gu Yanzhi assisting nearby. Mian, what do you think of our Yanzhi? Shumian sensed an implicit meaning in the question, and the fire in the stove seemed to warm her face, turning it a rosy hue. He is quite admirable. Shumian was unaware of her own indiscretion, speaking freely without regard. Really? Grandfather Luo chuckled with delight. It was the first time he had heard such high praise for Gu Yanzhi. If you had known him earlier, you might not feel the same way. This remark piqued Shumian's curiosity, prompting her to inquire further. What do you mean? In the past, he had a notoriously foul temper, and no one could manage him. Gu Yanzhi must have been a tyrant. He had a severe obsession with cleanliness and never allowed anyone to touch his belongings. Oh, is that so? Shumian was taken aback. She had never sensed such a demeanor. As for me now, I desire nothing more than for him to live a safe and fulfilling life. At that moment, Shumian could not comprehend why Grandfather Luo expressed such peculiar sentiments. A safe life is a beautiful blessing, yet why did his tone carry such concern? Just as she was about to ask more, the doorbell rang. Mom. Before she could discern the identity of her visitor, she blurted out, Aunt Luo. Shumian felt an overwhelming urge to find a crevice to hide in, her embarrassment palpable as she scratched her head, ushering Luo into the room. That single utterance of Mom resonated deeply within Luo, an echo that lingered in her heart despite the passage of many years. It was a sentiment that remained indelibly etched in her memory. Dad, Mom. Luo placed numerous gifts upon the coffee table, yet Luo Laoi's expression was one of sternness, his gaze never once gracing her. In the past, the elderly couple had compelled her into this marriage, yet their efforts had been in vain. The life of the affluent was one she could hardly navigate. For all these years, Gu Qingyi had shown her no genuine affection. Their existence together was merely a matter of mutual survival. Alas, such is the fate we endure. Dad, are you still angry? Luo crouched beside Luo Laoi, who feigned sleep, ignoring her presence entirely. Shumian discreetly retreated to the kitchen. In his heart, the void left by both maternal and paternal love was ever present. Throughout his life, he had been solitary, receiving no assistance from anyone at any time. To the world, his brilliance appeared innate, oblivious to the countless shadows he had traversed to attain it. When the light bursts forth, people naturally forget the existence of darkness. Mom, allow me to assist. Luo entered the kitchen, but Luo Lao insisted she refrain from labor, urging her to accompany Luo Laoi instead. In this household, it was evident that she had little standing. Shumian felt a pang of sorrow, sensing Aunt Luo's quiet suffering. Aunt Luo, shall we help Grandpa pick camellias? It is his favorite. Luo nodded, understanding that one must graciously accept assistance when offered. Shumian, with a keen sense of propriety, led Luo to the camellias beyond the red wall. Outside, the air was frigid, devoid of warmth. Mian, thank you, Luo expressed. No, it is I who should thank you. Aunt Luo, Yu Shumian replied with a sweet smile, her glasses misted by a delicate veil of condensation. It was evident that Luo's grandfather held her in high regard. Luo Bai gazed thoughtfully at the blush of the camellias, reluctant to pluck them. Thank you for visiting him so often. Just as Luo Bai finished speaking, an urgent call interrupted, prompting Yu Shumian to glance at her retreating figure, which appeared somewhat solitary, igniting a pang of empathy within her. The life of affluence was not as idyllic as it seemed. Two equally matched individuals, destined to share their lives, might find themselves drifting apart, ultimately unable to dictate their own fates. Clad only in a thin suit, Luo Bai shivered against the biting wind. Upon concluding the call, she hurriedly prepared to depart. Mian, Aunt's company has pressing matters. I must visit grandfather another time. Please convey my apologies to him. Observing her flustered demeanor, Yu Shumian noticed her earlobes, tinged with a rosy hue, adorned with flakes of snow. Aunt, you go ahead. I will speak with grandfather, she reassured her. As Luo Bai rushed to leave, Yu Shumian suddenly recalled something and swiftly removed the red scarf from her neck. Aunt Luo, wear this, it will help. In that moment, Luo Bai scrutinized the scarf with a momentary pause. The crimson scarf was a gift I had bestowed upon Gu Yanzhi for his 10th birthday. How could it end up around Yu Shumian's neck? Aunt Luo, do remember to don your down jacket. It's quite chilly outside. Yu Shumian swiftly wrapped it around her, offering a gentle smile that melted the icy winds and transformed into a small flame, warming Luo Bai's heart. Thank you, Mian. As Yu Shumian watched the departing figure, she couldn't help but shiver, pulling her collar up in an attempt to envelop her neck entirely within its fabric. How cold it is. She continued to gaze until the last hint of red vanished amidst the swirling snow, before finally collecting herself and hastily retreating upstairs. Gu Yanzhi stood by the window, observing everything below with keen eyes. Chapter 45. Gu Yanzhi's fury. Yu Shumian trembled as she ascended the stairs, rubbing her hands together and exhaling warm breath before gently pressing the doorbell 3 times. The door was opened by Gu Yanzhi, whose complexion was rather pallid, his expression dark and brooding. Come in. Before Yu Shumian could voice her concern, Gu Yanzhi preempted her. Cautiously, she followed him into the room. Bang! The resounding thud of the door closing weighed heavily on her heart, sending a slight shiver through her. Yu Shumian felt overwhelmed by Gu Yanzhi's imposing presence. Her body pressed tightly against the door, the cold surface chilling her back. Gu Yanzhi stood opposite her, mere inches apart, and she could vaguely sense the warmth emanating from him, like a blazing fire, enveloping the entire bedroom. What are you doing? Where's the scarf? Gu Yan's tone could freeze 1,000 hearts. Upon seeing Aunt Luo dressed so lightly, she felt compelled to speak up. Yu Shumian considered that her words bore no fault and voiced them directly. Little did she know, this would provoke Gu Yan into delivering a heavy punch. Startled, Yu Shumian tensed her body, shutting her eyes tightly, bracing for the impending blow. A dull thud reverberated, jolting her senses awake. The fist landed, unerringly, just a few centimeters from her ear, striking the wall instead. A glimmer of cold light reflected off the surface, revealing traces of crimson that seemed to intertwine with her very soul. Though the punch did not connect with her body, it struck her heart with a force far greater than any physical pain. From now on, whatever I give you, you are not to give to anyone else. Otherwise, Yu Shumian, already petrified with fear, could hardly grasp his words. Gu Yan, upon witnessing her innocent and pitiful gaze, chose to remain silent. He tended to his wound with practiced ease, betraying a history of frequent injuries. Yu Shumian stood by, dazed, neither daring to approach nor to retreat. Minion, come out for dinner. Gu Yan rose and glanced at her, noting her lingering shock. A moment of impulsiveness led to a flicker of regret in his heart. Minion, come out for dinner. Old man Luo called again, personally presenting his homemade wine, a treasured delicacy he seldom shared. Yu Shumian understood the look in old man Luo's eyes and remembered that Aunt Luo was unable to join them today. Grandfather Luo. Aunt Luo just received an urgent phone call, stating that she could not come due to unforeseen circumstances. Upon hearing the first half of the message, Grandfather Luo immediately interrupted her, urging her to refrain from elaborating, for he understood her unspoken sentiments. His hopes, it seemed, were destined to be dashed once more. No matter, he remarked, let us dine. He filled each glass with a generous serving of grape wine, attempting to mask his disappointment with a forced jest. Without her, we shall fare just as well. Gu Yanzhi offered a faint smile in support of her grandfather, yet her heart felt desolate. Shumian wrestled with her own discomfort. Troubled by the recent incident concerning the scarf, which had lingered in her mind for several days without resolution. After all, it was Gu Yanzhi's mother. What was inappropriate about offering her warmth? She lamented the relentless passage of time that cruelly snatched away loved ones, leaving no room for reprieve. A white sedan was parked at the end of the narrow alley, from which 3 individuals emerged, resembling Jiang Anha. The vehicle exuded an air of affluence, leaving Shumian bewildered as to how her father could possibly own such a luxury. Seizing the opportunity while everyone else was napping, she quietly closed the door behind her and stealthily descended the staircase. Concealing herself behind a sycamore tree, she watched as the trio ascended the stairs, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Only when the coast was clear did she step out from her hiding place, surveying her surroundings before approaching the opulent vehicle. At that moment, she remained oblivious to the staggering price of the Maybach, only aware that its worth was considerable, far beyond her father's means. Hearing footsteps approaching from the staircase, Shumian quickly concealed herself beneath the camellia tree behind the red wall, the snowy backdrop amplifying her concealment. Jiang Anha, clad in a glossy leather jacket, appeared notably more fashionable than before. This was the first time she had encountered such a dashing father. I must take my leave. There are matters at the company that remain unresolved. Go ahead, I shall take care of things at home. As Jiang Anha entered the vehicle, he continually reminded Lin Jun. Remember what I just instructed. I understand. Hurry along, or else Mian will see you, and that would be difficult to explain. Shumian stood beneath the camellia tree when a clump of snow unexpectedly fell, landing on the collar of her coat. She stood there, frozen in bewilderment by the biting wind and snow. Why must she not see? Why could they not provide an explanation? What were they attempting to clarify? What secrets were they concealing? The snow melted against her neck, transforming into icy water that trickled down her back, yet she remained indifferent as it soaked her completely. Jiang Zhou followed behind Lin Jun, questioning, Mom, are you really not going to tell sister? Lin Jun shot him a glance and warned him once more. If you dare to tell your sister, see how I will deal with you. Shumian stood there in a daze, and when the two ascended the stairs, she finally moved slightly, as if her entire body had been paralyzed by the storm. You? What brings you here? Shumian lamented that he always seemed to arrive just in time, catching her in her moments of tears. If I didn't come, you would freeze to death. His words were still sharp, devoid of kindness. Gu Yanzhi draped a cloak over her shoulders before leading her upstairs. He stood by the window, gazing at her beneath the parasol tree, resembling a solitary little duck, while his bedroom faced hers, designed solely to prevent her from escaping his line of sight. Gu Yanzhi prepared a pot of warm tea for her, prompting her to dry off the snow from her clothes before finally entering the house. Are you unwell? Gu Yanzhi positioned the warm stove in front of her, noticing her weary demeanor, which inevitably suggested the onset of a cold. What discomfort? Shumian tightened her woolen cloak around herself, still unwilling to show vulnerability. Gu Yanzhi shook his head, choosing to disregard her. He had witnessed the earlier events downstairs. He could not fathom why her parents withheld the truth from her. Was it truly disgraceful for Jiang and he to serve as a personal driver for Gu Qingyi? It was only years later that Gu Yanzhi understood Jiang and his ulterior motives, realizing it was all part of a grand scheme he had orchestrated. Chapter 46. Grandpa Luo sustained severe injuries. Shumian decided to act as if nothing had transpired, maintaining her usual routine. Jiang Zhou and Lin Jun remained unchanged, without any peculiarities. A flicker of hope lingered in Shumian's heart, a desire for them to come clean, yet she was met with silence. As she contemplated asking something, she ultimately deemed it unnecessary. Jiang Zhou, observing his sister's reticence, felt a growing discomfort but found himself at a loss for words. Sister, we shall take our leave now. Please ensure your safety at home. Jiang Zhou offered a few hesitant words of concern, which struck Shumian as rather awkward. When had Jiang Zhou become so sentimental? Exhausted, she reclined on the sofa, uttering a faint acknowledgement, her gaze lifelessly fixed on the television, her mind burdened with unspoken thoughts. Seizing the moment when silence enveloped the surroundings, perhaps indicating they had descended the stairs, Shumian hurried to the window to check if the white sedan had arrived in the narrow alley below. This time, however, there was nothing. The narrow alley was adorned with crimson lanterns. Every household had affixed couplets, and the sycamore tree was draped with strings of glowing red lanterns, which appeared particularly resplendent against the snowy backdrop. Gazing at the emptiness of her refrigerator, one could hardly resign oneself to starvation at home. Shumian looked at the few red bills pressed on the table, casually slipping them into her pocket, hastily tidying up before descending the stairs in her slippers. Upon reaching the ground floor, she encountered Grandpa Luo, who was just stepping out. With a benevolent smile, Grandpa Luo's forehead bore the lines of time. "Minion, where are you off to?" "I'm going to the supermarket to buy some things." "What a coincidence. I'll accompany you." Since she had moved to this alley at the age of 11, she had often seen an old man sitting beneath the sycamore tree from her window, crafting bamboo items such as grasshoppers and toads, much to the delight of the children. However, for the past 2 years, Grandpa Luo had ceased making grasshoppers under the sycamore and could only be seen occasionally, carrying a fishing rod to catch fish. "Are you home alone?" Grandpa Luo inquired, noticing her purchases consisted mainly of snacks and instant noodles. "Yes, my mother and the others have gone out." "Come to my house for a meal then. You are still growing. You should eat less junk food." Grandpa Luo regarded her as if she were his own granddaughter, holding a fondness for the girl. In her childhood, she had been the most intelligent, managing the various little rascals in the alley with ease. "Grandpa, that would be too much trouble for you." Shumian no longer wished to encounter Gu Yanzhi. She remained perplexed about her previous misstep concerning the scarf. The mere sight of his frigid visage intensified her unease, rendering her restless in his presence. The matter of merely adding a pair of chopsticks was hardly burdensome. Grandfather Luo treated her with utmost kindness, a fact Shumian was acutely aware of. He had advised her, should it be due to Yanzhi, there was no need for concern, that young man was simply that way, and she ought to disregard him. Grandfather was indeed perceptive, as he seemed to discern her innermost thoughts with clarity. As Shumian walked alongside Grandfather Luo, carrying her belongings, they exchanged light-hearted banter, the narrow alleyway imbued with the joyous spirit of the new year, as if the entire populace eagerly anticipated the celebrations. The snow blanketing the ground was quite thick, and she remained oblivious to the fact that someone was following her. Upon reaching the corner of the abandoned factory, her heart tightened momentarily. A fleeting image flashed through her mind, but there was no time to evade it. In an instant, she felt a wave of dizziness, as if her very insides had been shattered. The items she held were sent flying, shattering upon impact, while she herself tumbled into the snow, skidding several meters. "Shumian." Grandfather Luo, in a state of alarm, grasped a decayed branch from the ground for defense. Shumian, refusing to lie down, endured the excruciating pain as she rose and immediately positioned herself in front of Grandfather Luo. "Song Baichen, what are you doing?" She felt a metallic taste of blood spreading in her mouth, and her abdomen throbbed with unbearable agony. "What am I doing? You made me squat in that trap for so long. What do you think I am here for?" Song Baichen had inexplicably acquired a ghastly scar on his right cheek, marring what was once a handsome visage. She positioned herself protectively in front of her grandfather, retreating repeatedly. "Stay back. I will call for help." Shumian felt an overwhelming sense of weakness, fearing that she could no longer confront him directly. If calling for aid was her only option, then so be it. "I understand that you despise me. As long as you do not harm him, I can endure anything." Shumian grasped a half-rotted branch from her grandfather's hand. Holding it tightly, Song Baichen advanced relentlessly, adhering to his characteristic approach of finishing what he started. "Such grand notions. None of you will escape today." His eyes were filled with a furious red, his hatred consuming him. He drew a long knife from behind, its blade glinting menacingly toward the two of them. This was all something Shumian was meant to bear. Why was it him now? Reduced to a state neither human nor ghost, unable to pursue his studies, and with his father no longer providing financial support, all of this was Shumian's doing. The daughter of a murderer in the arena, what right did she have to still be alive? "Grandfather, run." Shumian forcefully pushed her grandfather away and stood resolutely in front of Song Baichen, braving the pain. "Help. There has been a murder. Someone please help." How could Grandfather Luo leave her there alone? She was but a young girl, ill-equipped to face such a villain. Desperate, Grandfather Luo called out as he searched for anything he could use to defend her, seizing a broom left by a street cleaner in a moment of urgency. "Grandfather, hurry. Call for help. Don't worry about me." Shumian felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, terrified that in a fleeting moment, she might meet a dire fate. For the blade showed no mercy. "Mian, Grandfather will never abandon you." At his advanced age, Grandfather Luo, already burdened with a frail back, found the struggle to be quite taxing. With eyes brimming with fury, Song Baichen could hardly discern who Shumian was. His sole focus was on aiding her, and he would not spare a single soul in his path. With a dull thud, Shumian heard grandfather Luo being forcefully pushed to the ground by Song Baichen, and the knife was poised to descend. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she summoned every ounce of her strength and lunged towards Song Baichen, pressing her entire weight upon him, unwilling to relent for even a moment. Song Baichen, what grievance do I bear against you? Why must you drive me to my demise? The knife clutched tightly in Song Baichen's hand was rendered immobile beneath Shumian's relentless pressure, and despite his efforts, he could not extricate himself. Grandfather Luo, enduring the pain, managed to retrieve his mobile phone and dial emergency services, yearning to rise, but finding himself powerless, lying motionless on the ground, holding on to consciousness, unwilling to close his eyes. You must inquire of Yuhua. Ask him how he lost that match. Inquire how he perished in that contest. Shumian's mind felt numb, and her grip weakened slightly, allowing Song Baichen to seize the moment of her distraction, lifting the knife once more. Song Baichen, you speak nonsense. In an instant, her clenched fist unleashed its fury, landing a solid blow upon Song Baichen's nose, sending the knife flying from his grasp. The veins on his hand bulged, and as the blade grazed the back of his hand, a crimson streak stained the entire surface. Blood flowed from the wound, cascading down onto Song Baichen's face. The warm liquid mingling with the swirling snow, merging into the expanse of silver snowflakes. Chapter 47. A heavy heart. All regrets and sorrows are irreparable, destined to transform into dust and remain hidden deep within one's soul. When everyone had departed, only one person remained steadfast by my side. In the diary of a little overlord, grandfather Luo was admitted to the hospital, and Shumian clutched her bloodied fist, now devoid of sensation. By the time Gu Yanzhi arrived, grandfather Luo had stabilized and been moved to a regular ward. Your hand, Gu Yanzhi gasped, gently cradling her injured fist within his palms. The moment he touched it, a wave of pain surged throughout her body. Gu Yanzhi held her delicately, guiding her to receive treatment, never allowing his gaze to stray from her wound. Does it hurt? He inquired. Shumian shook her head. This injury was trivial compared to her previous ones. Let us visit grandfather. A sense of guilt weighed heavily on Shumian's heart, for her personal matters had inadvertently affected grandfather Luo. Do not worry, grandfather will be fine, Gu Qingyi said, barely containing his fury. It is the Song family. All right, I understand. Gu Qingyi stood outside the ward, his expression melancholic as he gazed inside. Unable to fully let go of his worries, he quickly called his assistant to secure the finest room in NC City. With grandmother Luo's already fragile health deteriorating, Luo Baizi resigned from his job to devote himself to caring for her in the hospital. For an entire week, Shumian and Gu Yanzhi remained steadfast by old man Luo's bedside, unwilling to budge even an inch, their hearts laden with unyielding vigilance. Shumian attributed all the misfortunes to herself. That day, when she had grasped Song Baichen by the throat, what did his words truly signify? What deeds had her biological father, Yuhua, committed that incited such loathing in Song Baichen towards her? What faults did Yuhua possess that compelled Song Baichen to pursue her with relentless fervor? Why had her mother never confided in her about these matters? Why did the murky past of Jiang Anhe resurface only now? All these threads seemed intricately woven into a complex web, each connection elusive, yet deeply intertwined, concealing untold secrets. Why not eat something? Gu Yanzhi suggested, having prepared porridge for what felt like the umpteenth time. His hands bore the marks of several transparent blisters, remnants of his endeavors in the kitchen over the past few days, striving to create nourishing meals. Shumian understood that her mother was likely preoccupied with that elusive secret she refused to share. She resolved not to pry, yet. Innocent lives were now entangled in these events. She could not merely stand by, for she, too, was a part of this family. She possessed the right to comprehend the past grievances and entanglements. Gu Yanzhi, am I utterly useless? Shumian softly closed the door and sank despondently onto the sofa, her gaze vacant as she fixated on the flickering flames in the hearth. Do not dwell on it. This is not your fault. Yet, Shumian could not absorb anyone's reassurances. They always comforted her, insisting it was not her fault, but no one could elucidate whose fault it truly was. It has led to the situation we find ourselves in today. I am truly sorry, grandfather Luo. This is my fault. Shumian repeatedly uttered her transgressions, her deep-set eyes brimming with boundless remorse and guilt. Shumian, look at me, Gu Yanzhi implored, observing her in a state of despair, anxious that if she persisted in this manner, she might find it exceedingly difficult to move on in the future. This is not your fault. The original sin lies with Song Baichen. He is the one who has brought about this predicament. He has already received the punishment he deserves. Others would have stood up as well. Gu Yanzhi compelled Yu Shumian to meet his gaze, gently cradling her face so their foreheads pressed closely together, allowing them to feel each other's warm breath. Gu Yanzhi, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yu Shumian clenched her fists tightly, as the wounds that had begun to heal were once again torn open, staining the pristine white bandages with crimson. Yu Shumian, you need not apologize to me. Yu Shumian. Gu Yanzhi took her hand, cradling it tenderly in his palm, his heart wrenched at the sight of her bright red blood, wishing to bear all her pain himself. He enveloped her in his embrace, her small frame nestled against him, as Yu Shumian buried her head in his chest, releasing intermittent sobs. She dared not cry too loudly, fearful of awakening Grandfather Luo, who lay within the house. Do not be afraid, I am here. A cascade of silver snowflakes fluttered through the window, gracefully settling beside the hearth, only to melt into a drop of water upon the ground. The fire in the stove blazed vigorously, yet she felt no warmth, her body trembling incessantly. No matter how tightly Gu Yanzhi held her, she remained numb to the sensation. Outside the narrow alley, the sounds of merriment continued as usual, with the occasional raucous blast of firecrackers. The vendors calling out for malt sugar and sugar figurines were once her favorites, yet this year, she found no joy in them. Grandma Luo still lay in the hospital, unable to be discharged, her consciousness hazy, necessitating constant care from those nearby. Lin Jun and Jiang Zhou took turns watching over her. Jiang Zhou, glancing at the drowsy Lin Jun, suddenly posed a question. With Gu Yanzhi present, there was no need for concern. But no buts. Please fetch a pot of hot water. Grandma is about to wake up, and we need to clean her up. Reluctantly, Jiang Zhou took the water kettle and stepped outside, casting a glance inside to see his mother struggling against her fatigue to turn Grandma Luo. Silently, he felt a pang of sympathy for Yu Shumian. When the clouds parted to reveal the sun and moon, on that day when the truth would emerge, he wondered how much Yu Shumian could bear. Perhaps it would be best for her if this secret remained undisclosed for a lifetime. On the 28th day of the 12th lunar month in 2013, Yu Shumian stood vigil by Grandpa Luo's bedside, faintly hearing him express a desire for candied chestnuts. However, the stall that sold his favorite delicacy was located in the city center, a half-hour ride away. To fulfill the old man's wish, Gu Yanzhi hastily donned a down jacket and pedaled his way toward the bustling heart of the city. Chapter 48. Waiting for his return in the great fire. This year's snow arrived rather early, chilling the heart. I had thought I would perish in that great fire. Yet heaven, in its mercy, spared my life. Sleepy, Grandfather Luo called out in a faint voice, his calls intermittent. Grandfather, I'm here. Yu Shumian hastily set down the warm tea in her hands and rushed to Grandfather Luo's bedside. Is Yanzhi here? Yu Shumian crouched down, gently holding her grandfather's hand, offering him a warm smile. Grandfather Luo smiled back, feeling a slight resurgence of strength to speak. Sleepy, I have something to tell you. Yu Shumian leaned in closer to Grandfather Luo, fearful of missing a single word. Grandfather, please speak. Grandfather Luo became choked with emotion, trembling as he retrieved a small comb and a tiny embroidered pouch from beneath his pillow. This comb, please give it to grandmother. Yu Shumian accepted it with utmost care, for that was her grandfather's lifeline. This pouch is for Yanzhi. Grandfather, I will remember. I will surely deliver them. That foolish girl, Yu Shumian, still did not comprehend the significance of Grandfather Luo's words. Yet, upon reflection, she sensed something amiss. She felt her grandfather's fingers twitch slightly in her grasp, as if attempting to convey something further, but the words failed to come. Sleepy, I entrust you with Yanzhi's care. All right. His life is fraught with suffering. No one cares for him. A chill swept through Yu Shumian's eyes, causing them to sting with unshed tears, a warm stream cascading down to rest upon Grandfather Luo's hand. Grandfather, I understand. I will. Mian, Grandfather is very happy. Do not cry. Yu Shumian gazed at him with such tenderness, and her heart was increasingly engulfed by guilt, rendering her unable to forgive herself. Tears cascaded down like pearls strung on a broken thread. Grandpa Luo lowered his gaze, contemplating the warm tea resting upon the table. Murmuring to himself, I fear I shall not enjoy those candied chestnuts this year. I can only await their arrival next year, to be placed upon my grave. Take care. Take care. May you all be well. Grandpa Luo whimpered softly to himself, and the warmth had departed from the hand resting in Yu Shumian's palm. Grandfather, I am so sorry. That heartfelt apology arrived too late, for the lifeless hand had already succumbed before her words could be uttered. Grandfather? Grandfather? Grandpa Luo. Yu Shumian cradled that cold hand, her heart racing wildly, her mind a tumult of confusion, unsure of what to do, what she ought to do. What has happened to Grandpa Luo? Why is his hand so cold? A profound sorrow enveloped Yu Shumian as she clutched tightly to Grandpa Luo's lifeless hand. A torrent of anguish piercing through every nerve in her body, every drop of blood coursing with despair. The once extinguished hearth, inexplicably stirred by a gust of chilling wind, emitted a flicker of flame that ignited the nearby plush carpet. In an instant, flames surged forth, consuming the entire living room. Thick smoke billowed toward the door, and Yu Shumian coughed violently, realizing the gravity of the situation. She flung open the door, only to be met by a roaring blaze lunging toward her. Bang! A deafening explosion erupted, the sound of a gas canister bursting in the kitchen. Yu Shumian was paralyzed with fear, her mind a whirlwind of panic as she hurriedly closed the door to her room. With the last remnants of clarity, she managed to drag the comforter from her bed into the bathroom, turning the faucet to its maximum to soak the entire blanket. The weight of the drenched comforter nearly overwhelmed her petite frame as she struggled to cover the body of her grandfather, Luo Leoi. Thick smoke began to engulf the bedroom, prompting Yu Shumian to stuff the remaining comforter beneath the door, desperately sealing off the encroaching smoke. Her eyes stung from the acrid fumes, nearly unable to open, and her glasses were clouded with soot. Without a second thought, she seized a stool and began to strike the glass window with all her might. Standing on the windowsill, she shouted, "Help! Fire! Someone please!" Her cries echoed, almost drowned out by the swirling snow outside. A crowd gathered in the narrow alley below, watching helplessly. Although the fire department had been called, the flames raged with ferocity, deterring anyone from approaching. They could only wait in silence. In that moment, she looked down in despair at the gathering of onlookers, realizing that no one could assist her, that she was beyond the reach of salvation. Yu Shumian, Yu Shumian. Young man, you can't go in there. The flames are too fierce. It's dangerous. Someone, stop him. The neighbors clung tightly to him, preventing him from ascending. What do you know? Gu Yanzhi roared, his throat raw, as if he might bleed from the intensity of his cries. His eyes blazed with the fury of the inferno. She is still inside. My grandfather is still in there. Gu Yanzhi broke free from his constraints and noticed a long ladder beside him. Without a second thought, he seized it and propped it against the wall, ascending swiftly. In that moment, he descended like a deity, landing precisely at what he believed to be the terminus of his life. Yu Shumian. She had thought her demise was inevitable, that her youthful years would culminate here, with countless words left unspoken to her mother and to Gu Yanzhi, leaving her filled with regret. Suddenly, a loud, urgent voice behind her ignited her last flicker of hope. Gu Yanzhi. She wished for his arrival, yet upon seeing him, she found herself wishing he had not come. Do not fear, I am here. Yu Shumian immediately reacted by pushing him away, exclaiming, "What are you doing here? I have come to take you away." She gazed at her grandfather, Luo Leoi, lying silently on the bed. The once vibrant heart that pulsed with life had suddenly ceased. Half in a daze, she felt that Luo Leoi had not truly departed. He was merely asleep, exhausted, and in need of rest. Take grandfather first. I can come down by myself. Yu Shumian lifted the blanket from her grandfather and grasped Gu Yanzhi's hand, placing it into her grandfather's. In that fleeting moment, Gu Yanzhi stood frozen, as if turned to stone, his feet seemingly rooted to the ground. Grandfather. Outside, a cacophony erupted, the ominous sounds hinting at an impending disaster, and they had little time remaining. Gu Yanzhi, are you listening to me? Yu Shumian, seemingly losing her sanity, fervently implored him to take her grandfather away first, yet Gu Yanzhi remained unmoved. If you do not leave, I shall accompany you. His gaze reflected the flames, igniting the icy heart within, consuming Yu Shumian's soul and melding it into his own. Since she chose to remain, he too resolved to stay. He had failed to honor his grandfather during his final journey, so he would linger amidst this inferno, accompanying both him and her. Gu Yanzhi, have you lost your mind? Gu Yanzhi, if it must be this way, she would rather he had not come. Yu Shumian exerted all her strength to push him towards the window. As if recalling something, she hurriedly thrust the small jade comb and silk pouch from her pocket into his hand. This was left for you by grandfather. Gu Yanzhi pulled her into his embrace, his fingers weaving through her hair, his voice choked with emotion. In that tempest of fire and snow, they held each other tightly. Where life and death intertwined, silently embarking on a journey together that sufficed for the mortal realm. Chapter 49. She is his destiny. When Shumian beheld the first rays of morning light once more, it was already the second day of the new year. In the past 3 days, she remained unaware of what had transpired, yet felt no concern. The only thing that anchored her was the memory of that devastating fire. What remained in its wake sparked her curiosity, and she yearned to see Gu Yanzhi, believing that only then would her anxious heart find solace. Gu Yanzhi, you are awake. Little girl, the nurse greeted with a smile, showing her that the foredrip was functioning normally. She took her temperature and noted her emotional state, which appeared much improved compared to when she had first arrived. Sister, how did I come in here? The nurse regarded her innocent expression, finding it endearing, a stark contrast to her previously fierce demeanor. Your mother brought you here. You are unaware that at that moment, the entire hospital was filled with the sound of your mother's weeping, which tugged at one's heartstrings. Shumian's expression was devoid of emotion, her demeanor resembling that of someone in a state of apathy. Should she feel joy or sorrow? Or perhaps she ought to exhibit some other sentiment. Then, did you happen to see a young man? The nurse smiled, her expression hinting at unspoken thoughts. You seem quite concerned about him. Is he your boyfriend? Upon hearing this, Shumian abruptly coughed. No, he is not. He is merely my deskmate, nothing more. The nurse leaned in slightly, an expression of understanding illuminating her face, as if she were privy to many secrets. Ah, so he is just a deskmate. Before the nurse departed, she fulfilled Shumian's silent wish. He is in the adjacent ward. In that instant, Shumian felt as though all her wounds had miraculously healed. The searing pain throughout her body was overshadowed by an urgent desire to see him. Without even donning her shoes, she dashed out of the ward, stealthily positioning herself outside his room, cautiously peeking in. The young man lay quietly, eyes closed. The blue and white striped hospital gown adorning him took on a different hue, emanating a subtle sheen. She glanced around to ensure no one was watching, summoning her courage to gently push the door open. She entered with utmost lightness. Yet the scent of her presence had been indelibly etched in Gu Yanzhi's memory, never to be forgotten. He pretended to remain asleep, curious to observe her subsequent actions. Gu Yanzhi? She softly called his name, but received no response. She waved her hand before his eyes, yet still, he remained unresponsive. One corner of the quilt had unknowingly slipped to the floor, and out of concern, Shumian intended to pull it back up for him. Perhaps her movements were a bit too vigorous, as she inadvertently pressed against Gu Yanzhi's lower body, attempting to retrieve the quilt from his left side. At that moment, Gu Yanzhi felt an ominous sensation. How could she take advantage of his vulnerability? How could she lay her hands on him? What are you doing? Gu Yanzhi could no longer contain himself. He abruptly opened his eyes and grasped her, preventing her from proceeding with her actions. Shumian found herself pinned against his abdomen, vaguely aware of several hard objects pressing against her, yet unable to identify what they were. I just wanted to take a look. What are you looking at? Gu Yanzhi was anxious, holding her firmly to prevent any further movement. Shumian, opting for silence, attempted to free herself from his grip and directly reached for the quilt. Don't move. Gu Yanzhi was even more agitated, fearing she might cross a boundary. I'm not wearing pants. Shumian's hand, suspended in midair, froze. What did he mean by that? Was he trying to guard against her? Why was he wearing shoes? Gu Yanzhi adjusted the bed slightly, half reclining as he signaled for her to put on her shoes. Where are you hurt? Shumian was at a loss for words, uncertain of what Gu Yanzhi wished to hear at that moment. He gazed at her, and a flicker of gratitude emerged within him. Fate had been merciful, as a heavy rain had arrived just in time to spare their lives. After inhaling some smoke, he felt no significant harm had been done. Shumian remained silent, staring blankly out the window, her entire being frozen beside Gu Yanzhi's hospital bed. Shumian. Lin Jun was unaware of what had transpired, yet it was evident that her tear-stained eyes had not yet regained their usual clarity. For several nights, she had been unable to find rest, alternating between the hospital rooms of Luo Grandma, Gu Yanzhi, and Shumian. Mom, Aunt Lin. They both spoke in unison. Yanzhi, how is your leg? Is it all right? Lin Jun was about to respond, but suddenly reconsidered her words. She had promised Gu Yanzhi not to mention the matter of his leg, and, in her moment of excitement upon seeing Shumian, nearly forgot. What happened to your leg? The tension in Shumian's heart surged instantly. Seeing that Shumian appeared to be fine eased Lin Jun's anxiety, for she would otherwise have no way to explain to Hua, who was beneath the surface. Mom. Gu Yanzhi cast a sidelong glance at the figure that had vanished through the door, feeling a fleeting sense of melancholy. Yanzhi, is your leg all right? Feigning nonchalance, Gu Yanzhi shook his head. He did not wish to burden others with his disability, nor did he require special attention due to such circumstances. I'm fine, Aunt Lin. Yanzhi, if you need anything, just let me know. I am always here for you. Thank you, Aunt Lin. Lin Jun placed the hot porridge she had purchased at the bedside, remaining until she saw Gu Yanzhi finish before departing from the hospital room. Zhang Anha was still maneuvering discreetly within the Gu family, and she could not afford to falter. Her gratitude towards the Gu family would facilitate matters ahead. Yu Shumian lay sulking under the covers, refusing to see anyone, her temper flaring. Jiang Zhou had been dismissed by her several times, and her mood had been capricious these past few days, causing even the nurse assigned to her rounds to hesitate in coming near. Yu Shumian, what is it that you intend to do? Lin Jun stormed in, her temper palpable as she slammed the door behind her. She had no intention of granting any semblance of respect or leniency to her adversary. Upon seeing Lin Jun enter, Yu Shumian immediately fell silent, retreating under the covers, refusing to show herself. Regardless of Yu Shumian's willingness to acknowledge her presence, Lin Jun was resolute in expressing her grievances today. Your life was bestowed upon you by me, but from this day forth, I shall pretend you were never born. That inferno claimed my daughter, and now your existence is a gift from Gu Yanzhi. Whether you choose to live or perish must first be sanctioned by him. Having uttered these heart-wrenching words, Lin Jun stormed out, leaving behind an oppressive silence in the room. Outside, the sounds of firecrackers seemed to mock her, deriding her foolishness. From this moment on, her life would belong to Gu Yanzhi. Chapter 50. Cherish the life I bestowed upon you. Life is a fleeting journey, shaped by the birthright of one's parents. Yet, my existence diverges. 15 years of life were granted by my parents, while the remainder is an extension of life bestowed upon me by Gu Yanzhi. In the brief span of a winter vacation, the upheaval within her family had left her in a daze, as if she were ensnared in a dream from which she could not awaken. On the first day of the new semester, Yu Shumian gazed upon the charred remnants of her home, an empty void of blackened debris, devoid of sound. Even the neighboring camphor tree had not escaped the calamity, reduced to a mere stump. As spring approached, she pondered whether it would sprout anew, embracing the promise of rebirth. Come on, sister, get in the car. Jiang Zhou called to her from behind, straddling his vehicle. I'll walk, she replied resolutely. The news about Gu Yan spread to the school forum through unknown channels. Although the post was deleted within minutes, screenshots were captured and circulated privately, leading to an infinite loop of sharing, making it almost common knowledge across the school. Mian, are you all right? Before Yu Shumian could step into the classroom, she was enveloped in a warm embrace by Rong Xiaoqian. After just a winter break, one might have thought that Rong Xiaoqian had been training her strength at home, nearly squeezing the breath out of her. Qianqian, if you don't let go, I might lose consciousness. Realizing her previous exuberance, Rong Xiaoqian quickly shifted back to the matter at hand. By the way, Wang Ma is rearranging the seating today, so you need to discuss it with Gu Yanzhi beforehand. She was eager to share this piece of gossip, determined to keep Yu Shumian and Gu Yanzhi together. After all, she and Qin Huai had been secretly shipping this couple for quite some time. As Yu Shumian spotted Gu Yanzhi, who had arrived early, a twinge of anxiety stirred within her. This tension felt different from before. It wasn't rooted in her own selfish desires, but rather in the fear of her own cowardice, which held her back from speaking to him. The death of Grandpa Luo remained a thorn lodged in her heart, a constant reminder she dared not forget. Good morning. Remarkably, Gu Yanzhi was the first to greet her. Yu Shumian felt a wave of unease wash over her even before she had settled onto her seat. Good morning. What is this? Have you become shy after just one day of not picking you up? Such shameless words hardly seemed to originate from Gu Yanzhi. Could it be that a great fire has exchanged their souls? Gu Yanzhi, Yu Shumian called out to him in a hushed tone, low enough that only he could hear. It turned out that her bashful demeanor was even more endearing. She had previously overlooked such a treasure and now realized she must cherish it. Wang Ma stood on the podium, brimming with youthful exuberance as he expressed his fervent passions. Qin Huai murmured carelessly, engaging in a back and forth with Wang Ma. Their exchanges so seamlessly connected that they felt almost indistinguishable. This will mark a pivotal moment in your lives. Rong Xiaoqian gently nudged Qin Huai with her elbow, urging him to quiet down and refrain from causing mischief, lest he find himself on the receiving end of Wang Ma's admonitions. In an effort to enhance camaraderie and academic performance among classmates, we shall rearrange the seating for the new semester. Yu Shumian's grip on her pen tightened, a subtle gesture that did not escape Gu Yanzhi's notice. Momentarily distracted by Gu Yanzhi's earlier teasing, she had forgotten to inform him about the seating change. "You Shumian." Wang Ma called her name, prompting her to rise slowly, her eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. This new seating arrangement was based on a rule of complementing academic standings, pairing the top student with the lowest. "You Shumian, you will share a desk with Zhang Fei." A ripple of whispers spread through the classroom. At long last, the female Zhang Fei and the male Zhang Fei have united in their affections, leaving Master Gu in solitary melancholy. Gu Yanzhi's lips curled into a subtle smile, unfazed by the idle chatter surrounding him. "Teacher Wang, I request to continue sharing a desk with you Shumian." This declaration carried an air of audacity, instantly igniting a flurry of gossip and envy among the classmates. "Oh, the ice block is making a bold move today." Qin Hui smirked, mischievously inciting the crowd, while Yu Shumian's face flushed a deep crimson, betraying her embarrassment. "Gu Yanzhi, you must not cause such a ruckus." Teacher Wang silently lamented, reflecting on how this student seemed to disregard his authority entirely. His apprehensions materialized. He had envisioned countless ways Gu Yanzhi might refuse, but had hoped for a more discreet approach. Instead, Gu Yanzhi boldly proclaimed his intentions before the entire class. "Teacher Wang, I am quite serious." The atmosphere in the room elevated once more. Was Gu Yanzhi professing his love, or perhaps revealing his affections to Yu Shumian? "Teacher Wang, I need to tutor Yu Shumian in mathematics for the competition. Sitting together would facilitate the discussion." "Listen." The rationale from this academic overachiever was so compelling that even the sternest teacher Wang found it difficult to counter. Ostensibly, it was for the honor of the school, to assist a classmate in mathematics. Yet subtly, it was merely a desire to be seated together. "What? Do you not wish to share a desk with me?" Gu Yanzhi noticed her silence, which was decidedly uncharacteristic. No, she feared that her pursuit would bring misfortune to Gu Yanzhi, afraid of causing him to lose the one he cherished once more. "Yu Shumian, let go of those unpleasant memories." Gu Yanzhi leaned closer to her, their gazes locking, the fervor in his eyes striving to explore the frigid depths of her heart, yearning to warm and melt her. "Life necessitates looking forward, otherwise." Gu Yanzhi edged even closer, startling Yu Shumian into stillness, holding her breath, afraid to move. "You won't be able to catch up with me." Gu Yanzhi's words were split in two, stirring her heart, disrupting her steady breathing. "Who wants to chase you?" Yu Shumian, flustered and indignant, instinctively let her fist land on Gu Yanzhi's chest. It was as hard as a rock, causing her hand to ache. This inevitably reminded her of the strength in his abdomen during their time in the hospital. Her gaze inadvertently drifted toward Gu Yanzhi's midsection, laden with meaning. "What are you looking at?" Gu Yanzhi immediately rose, turning her little head aside. "Do you not know that one should not gaze upon indecency?" "I don't know." Seizing the opportunity while he was off guard, Yu Shumian grabbed her backpack and dashed out of the classroom. Gu Yanzhi shook his head helplessly and followed her at a leisurely pace. Chapter 51. Provincial Team Invitation. Meeting you is my fortune. Accompanying you throughout my life is my destiny. Shumian. In the second semester of the second year, the classroom was devoid of the previous fervor. Everyone was immersed in the sea of knowledge, with no one daring to relax, even slightly. In the competition of deer, who could rival? Wang Ma had virtually established his roots in classes 2 and 3, occupying his seat during regular class hours, leaving no one daring to voice a complaint. One day, however, Wang Ma was notably absent, and the prolonged tension in the classroom led to hushed whispers among the students. Yu Shumian lifted her head, stretching her sore neck, and observed the focused Gu Yanzhi beside her, secretly admiring his remarkable ability to remain motionless for such an extended period. Was he a mere automaton? With Wang Ma's absence, Yu Shumian found herself restless, yearning for a diversion to alleviate her boredom. Tilting her head, she glanced at Gu Yanzhi, who remained unresponsive, and felt a surge of amusement. Quietly, she tore off a pink sticky note and swiftly scribbled a few words on it. "Gu Yanzhi." She gently tapped his back, jolting him from his reverie, as if awakening from a deep slumber. "What is it?" Gu Yanzhi asked, his gaze fixed on her. Yu Shumian feigned indifference, unable to suppress a chuckle within. It seemed even the academic prodigy had moments of distraction. She had assumed that the scholarly genius was always perceptive and alert. Noticing her mischievous grin, Gu Yanzhi sensed her ulterior motives and turned to glance at the back of the classroom, where Zhang Fei was also buried in his work, quietly reveling in his amusement. That little rascal, he must have received something from her. Just as Gu Yanzhi was about to reach for the note, their attention was abruptly diverted by Wang Ma's voice at the door. You Shumian, Gu Yanzhi, come to my office. The two of them rose in unison, their synchronized movements hinting at an unspoken understanding between them. Now, the duo has become the talk of the town at Nanchuan Middle School, with the charming academic prodigy and the fiery little tyrant embarking on their remarkable journey of triumph. Their exploits have ignited a fervor in the school's online forums, where their coupling is fervently celebrated among students, spawning countless versions of their story, providing a delightful respite from the otherwise oppressive atmosphere of academia. The delight on Wang Ma's face was palpable the moment he stepped into the office, as he placed 2 honor certificates before them. Take a look, he urged. Sitting down with a smile, Wang Ma radiated a warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze, a sight that left Yu Shumian awestruck, as if witnessing a rare phenomenon. Gu Yanzhi recognized the familiar cover instantly, signaling that the results of the semifinals were in. With a mix of skepticism and anticipation, Yu Shumian opened the document, and the prominent 5 characters spelling provincial competition invitation leapt out at her. What? Was she still dreaming? Could this truly be real? Had she genuinely advanced to the provincial competition? The sudden rush of joy left her momentarily speechless, unsure whether to marvel at her own fortuitousness or to credit Gu Yanzhi's guidance. No, it must be the brilliance of her own clever mind at play. Yu Shumian indulged in her fantasies, unabashedly inflating her own achievements. This time, only 5 slots were available for the provincial competition, and their class had secured 2 of them. She felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Wang Ma offered a few simple praises, but Yu Shumian hardly absorbed them, her heart clouded by joy. Her attention fixated on that honor certificate, which felt as precious as gold. Determined to continue her efforts, she resolved to prepare diligently for the upcoming provincial training. The invitation to the provincial competition does not guarantee a seamless entry into the provincial training. Prior to the training, there remains another round of testing. Those with higher scores are allocated to Class A, while those with lower scores are assigned to Class B. The training modalities of Class A and Class B are strikingly different. Gu Yanzhi, where is the promised reward? Yu Shumian, who struggles to remember many things, can recall the details of this reward with utmost clarity, down to the precise timing. Gu Yanzhi turned his head as sunlight poured through the window, illuminating the boy's attire and casting glimmers upon his long eyelashes, akin to countless stars shining into her heart. The small, little tyrant that Gu Yanzhi clutched in his palm seemed unpresentable, as a great fire had ravaged it, leaving only a half-damaged face of the flower deity. Give it to me. Yu Shumian, noticing the hand hidden behind his back, presumed it was there, believing Gu Yanzhi had reconsidered and was reluctant to part with it. Overwhelmed by her excitement, she resolutely reached out to seize it from behind him. Here, Gu Yanzhi observed her assertive approach, astonished yet wary of provoking the temperamental little tyrant. Yu Shumian was taken aback by the sight of the half-damaged flower deity. Its vibrant red sleeves and headdress were tainted by thick black smoke. Is this a remnant of that fire? Yu Shumian fell silent, cradling the flower deity in her hands. I had intended to purchase a new one for you, but I couldn't find an exact replica, Gu Yanzhi explained, and indeed, that was the truth. Yu Shumian chuckled softly, amused by his flustered explanation. What was he trying to prove? I only like this one. Before Gu Yanzhi, she affixed the little tyrant to her backpack, placing it beside the small persimmon on Gu Yanzhi's bag. One was red, the other orange, shining brilliantly under the scorching sun. A smile of contentment flickered across Gu Yanzhi's face. Ultimately, he realized he had underestimated her feelings. What truly mattered to her was not the object itself, but who had given it to her. As long as it was a gift from Gu Yanzhi, she cherished it. Gu Yanzhi, I want to eat oil-splashed noodles. Huh. Yu Shumian tugged at his sleeve and headed towards the narrow alley. Once they went to the provincial training, there would be no oil-splashed noodles to eat. The training was set at Linshan Middle School, which was over 10 kilometers away from the city center's Nanchuan Middle School, and the entire campus was under closed management. It would be difficult to venture out later on. Gu Yanzhi chewed a few bites before finding himself unable to continue. He typically preferred light meals, and this greasy noodle dish was indeed beyond his capacity. Gu Yanzhi, aren't you going to eat any more? Yu Shumian gazed at the bowl of oil-splashed noodles with wide eyes, astonished at how little a boy could eat. I've had enough. That's quite wasteful, isn't it? Her subsequent actions reminded him of their first encounter with oil-splashed noodles, where she devoured the half bowl she had left. It utterly shocked his worldview. I'll eat. Her eager hands momentarily stilled, resisting the urge to reach out. Gu Yanzhi delicately picked out the scallions from the noodles with his chopsticks and set them on the table. then took small, laborious bites of the noodles. Don't you like scallions? Shumian stuffed her mouth full of noodles, chewing haphazardly before swallowing. Do you enjoy eating cilantro? It is, without a doubt, my most detested herb. Gu Yanzhi did not hesitate to express his disdain. If given the chance, I would sprinkle cilantro seeds in every corner of the world. Shumian sighed. I shall be the one to eliminate you first, Gu Yanzhi retorted defiantly, casting her a gentle gaze while uttering the most cutting words. Chapter 52. Initiating the dual academic overachiever mode, I sense that Jiangzhou's spring is on the horizon. In the Little Tyrant's diary, Shumian and Gu Yanzhi embark on their competition as dual academic prodigies, testing their mettle in various scientific competitions within the school, all the while striving silently amidst their rivalry. Gu Yanzhi, how is it that you have one more point than I do? Gu Yanzhi, can you allow me just one first place? Gu Yanzhi, am I to remain forever without even a single first place? Gu Yanzhi looked at her in exasperation, finding her frustration both absurd and amusing. If you possess the ability, surpass me. Do you expect me to go easy on you? Absolutely not. With Gu Yanzhi around, she has become perpetually the second best, trailing behind him like a little shadow each day. Gradually, everyone began to refer to her as Gu Yanzhi's little tail. Jiangzhou observed Shumian, who was still poring over her books at the dining table, and found it somewhat exaggerated. As Jiangzhou dug into his meal, he watched his sister tackle those exceptionally difficult Olympiad math problems. With your good wishes, if I truly achieve first place in NC City, shall I call you brother? Jiangzhou took this to heart, silently committing it to memory. You said it. There shall be no turning back. Lin Jun paid her no mind, content in knowing that Shumian was diligently focused on her studies, which eased her own worries considerably. After finishing her meal, Shumian sequestered herself in her room to study, indeed transforming into a bookworm. Mom, I'm going to play basketball, Lin Jun announced while tidying up the dishes in the kitchen. She watched as Jiangzhou grabbed a basketball and departed, not having the chance to remind him to take out the trash. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Next week marks the friendly match between Nanchuan Middle School and the neighboring Boren Middle School, and the basketball team has been rigorously training in anticipation, with a scheduled practice at school on Saturday. Is everyone here yet, Huaigo? Jiangzhou, brimming with enthusiasm and sporting his newly purchased basketball shoes, felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Come on, we're just waiting for you. Qin Huai, noticing Jiangzhou's smug expression, envisioned the moment he would outshine him on the court. Hey, Captain, who is that stunning beauty? Jiangzhou inquired, his gaze fixated on the striking Rong Xiaoqian, who approached with an air of confidence, exuding the allure of an ethereal beauty. Qin Huai, seeing Jiangzhou's infatuated demeanor, swiftly positioned himself in front of him, blocking his view. On this sweltering day, Rong Xiaoqian donned light blue denim shorts paired with a crisp white polo shirt, her long black hair elegantly tied up, radiating youthful exuberance. Qin Huai, is this enough water for you all for the day? Rong Xiaoqian pointed to the 3 boxes of water that had been delivered. Wow, senior, you're so generous. The other members of the team teased. Don't call her senior, call her sister-in-law. Rong Xiaoqian shot a sharp glance at the boy who uttered the nonsense. Qin Huai, sensing her displeasure, quickly attempted to lighten the mood. That's enough. I'll transfer the money to you shortly. However, Rong Xiaoqian was not at all interested in his money. Play well. This encouragement is my gift to you, free of charge. Jiangzhou envies Qin Huai. How could the little rascal Qin Huai be so fortunate to have such a beautiful senior sister looking after him? It seems truly unfair by the decree of heaven. With a surge of fervor ignited within him, Qin Huai felt invigorated by her encouragement. Rong Xiaoqian brushed past him, the faint fragrance of her long hair enchanting and ethereal, seeping into the depths of Qin Huai's heart, stirring gentle ripples that lingered on. Throughout the morning, Rong Xiaoqian sat quietly in the stands, absorbed in a book titled You Are the April Day of the World, her thoughts deeply resonating. Qin Huai, you are my April day. Come on, let's get something to eat. Qin Huai gently removed the MP3 from her ear and playfully shouted into it, suddenly pulled from her reverie. Rong Xiaoqian's face flushed with a soft blush, her heart racing as she gazed at Qin Huai. Captain, we'll head to the cafeteria first. You can join us later. Jiangzhou, ever perceptive, called out to the others to leave them some privacy. So, do you plan to play basketball indefinitely? Rong Xiaoqian probed, aware of Qin Huai's passion for the sport, yet understanding that his life was not solely his to dictate. Principal Qin would never allow his son to pursue basketball as a lifelong career. With a prosperous family, Continuing down this path would inevitably lead to ruin. Is that so? What's wrong? Don't you like it? Qin Huai detected a hint of disappointment in her tone, as if she wished for him to choose a different path. Not at all. I support any decision you make. Rong Xiaoqian smiled gently, yet unease lingered within her heart. She feared that her words might inadvertently wound him. After all, dreams are sacred and should not be subjected to external judgment. What right did she have to interfere in his life? And what about you? What are your future plans? Qin Huai began to turn the inquiry back upon her. As for me, I intend to apply to Sichuan University and further my studies in cello. After all, my parents have paved this path for me over the past decade, she replied. From a young age, she had wept to complete a piece of music, steadfast in her resolve regardless of the weather. Sichuan University? Qin Huai hesitated, a pang of sorrow threading through him. That institution ranked among the top in the nation. A dream forever beyond his reach. Well, why don't you give it a try? Are you serious, young lady? Just look at me. Do I seem capable? Qin Huai leapt before her, twirling in self-mockery. He had never contemplated the prospect of university. Perhaps by sheer luck, he might manage to get into a third-tier school. And securing a place through sports would be a stroke of fortune. You might just succeed. Rong Xiaoqian's example of the little sheep inspired him, yet deep down, Qin Huai was aware of the reality. Shumian was a person of considerable foundation, tirelessly dedicating herself to her studies, earning his utmost admiration. Moreover, with Gu Yanzhi's support, her success seemed inevitable. Forget it. I suppose I'll just stick to playing my ball. That seems more reliable, Qin Huai concluded, oblivious to Rong Xiaoqian's expression. As he strode past her, lost in his own thoughts. When it came to aspirations, he found it difficult to confront Rong Xiaoqian. I have always felt that my role is one that will forever remain disconnected from hers. Why do I continue to indulge in such unrealistic fantasies? It seems that, in the future, there will never be a point where our lives intersect. As Rong Xiaoqian gazed at the hastily retreating Qin Huai, a wave of despondency surged within her. Qin Huai, when will you ever understand my feelings for you? Why do you always perceive a chasm between us? The anguish within Rong Xiaoqian could only be silently endured in solitude. Numerous times, she summoned the courage to express her true sentiments to Qin Huai, yet she feared that such revelations would obliterate even the friendship they held, leading to an even more adverse outcome. Alas, there is no need for me to vex myself unnecessarily. The river will flow smoothly when it reaches the bridge. Qin Huai, wait for me. Rong Xiaoqian consoled herself helplessly, shrugged her shoulders, and then hurried after the departing Qin Huai. Chapter 53. Qin Huai's protective instincts. You can't eat meat. It will make you gain weight. Qin Huai stared incredulously at Rong Xiaoqian's plate, which was filled with ribs and braised pork, far exceeding his expectations. Observing her slender legs and well-maintained figure, it was hard to believe that her dietary habits were such. What? Am I not allowed to eat meat? Rong Xiaoqian shot him a piercing glance, causing Qin Huai to immediately fall silent. Once everyone had taken their seats, Qin Huai noticed that the cafeteria was serving seaweed and egg drop soup, his favorite dish. Yet he found himself unable to move his gaze from the braised pork on Rong Xiaoqian's plate. Could you help me get a portion of the seaweed and egg drop soup? Qin Huai whispered to her. Unexpectedly, Qin Huai, who held no hope, was taken aback when Rong Xiaoqian agreed. Today, Rong Xiaoqian appeared strangely different. Is this really the same Rong Xiaoqian who usually twisted her own ears into odd shapes? How peculiar. Captain, you are lacking in masculine grace. How could you allow a girl to take on such a task? Jiang Zhou teased from across the table. Little rascal, do you dare to provoke me? Qin Huai retorted, snatching a piece of braised pork from Rong Xiaoqian's plate and popping it into his mouth. At home, Rong Xiaoqian was a true lady of privilege, unaccustomed to the menial task of serving soup. The stainless steel bowl, lacking a base, felt slippery in her hands, and she dared not relax her grip, fearing it might slip from her grasp. The more cautious one is, the more likely mishaps occur. Today, the cheerleading squad was rehearsing at the school training ground, preparing to rally behind the Nanchuan High School basketball team next week. Once a united group, they had fractured due to personal grudges. Qi Baisheng, accompanied by a group of close friends, chatted and laughed as they passed by Rong Xiaoqian, each engrossed in their own lunch. Suddenly, with a loud thud, Qi Baisheng collided shoulder first with Rong Xiaoqian, sending a bowl of seaweed and egg drop soup cascading onto Rong Xiaoqian's chest. Her white shirt transformed from pristine white to a vivid green, becoming increasingly translucent as the air evaporated. Vegetables from the soup splattered onto Qi Baisheng's white skirt. Captain, Your skirt. The cheerleading squad's sisters gasped in horror, pointing at Qi Baixing's dress. This gesture ignited the flames of Qi Baixing's anger. What are you doing? Are you blind while walking? As Rong Xiaoqian contemplated offering an apology, the rudeness of the words she overheard instantly extinguished her remorse. Are you blind, Qi Baixing? Rong Xiaoqian was not one to be easily bullied like Shumian. Qi Baixing, with her reliance on familial wealth, had little else to boast about. Qin Huai, observing the escalating situation, felt a sense of foreboding and hastily set down his chopsticks to rush over. Upon witnessing Rong Xiaoqian's disheveled state, with her clothing soaked, he immediately stripped off his jersey in front of everyone and draped it over her. Qin Huai, are you being lewd? Qi Baixing and her entourage shielded their eyes, voicing their indignation. Jiang Zhou and his group also gathered to assess the situation. Qin Huai stood bare-chested before Rong Xiaoqian, defiantly glaring at Qi Baixing. Qi Baixing, what are you shouting about? Apologize to Rong Xiaoqian. Qi Baixing, infuriated by Qin Huai's unreasonable demeanor, seethed with rage. Apologize to her. The only person in this world worthy of her apology was Gu Yanzhi, no one else. Why should I apologize to her? Just because you can't walk without bumping into things? Qin Huai clenched his fists, ready to resort to violence. Although he typically refrained from striking girls, he did not tolerate such brazen arrogance and hostility. Huaiga, don't act impulsively. Jiang Zhou intervened, subtly pressing down on Qin Huai's fist. Should he strike, his life at Nanchuan Middle School would become exceedingly difficult. Rong Xiaoqian glared at Qi Baixing and coldly remarked, forget it. A dog that bites will never apologize. Qin Huai observed Rong Xiaoqian storming off in anger and hurriedly pursued her, disregarding the furious Qi Baixing. All right, everyone, let us dine. We have training in the afternoon. Jiang Zhou interjected, attempting to diffuse the tension that hung heavily in the air. Baixing, do not let your temper flare. Indeed, that Rong Xiaoqian is no easy opponent. Someone added, what? Have you so quickly allowed others to overshadow your own prowess? Qi Baixing retorted sharply, her heart unquiet. Fine, we simply want to cheer for them. She gazed down at her soiled dress, venting her frustration, while the others could only acquiesce to her whims. Their captain was known for her short temper. Nothing would go her way unless it aligned with her desires, and she would go to great lengths to ensure it did. This upcoming friendly match seemed destined for unrest. In the afternoon, Qi Baixing, unable to quell her irritation, indeed skipped training. As captain, leading the way and shirking responsibility would surely incur the wrath of their instructor. Forget it, I am not a petty person like Rong Xiaoqian. A true gentleman can endure and adapt. Stepping back to apologize is no great loss. Rong Xiaoqian wandered outside the cheerleading practice area, pacing for a considerable time before she finally pushed open the door. A group of over 10 individuals lounged in disarray, each in a state of lethargy. Where is Qi Baixing? Rong Xiaoqian boldly inquired of the group. She was driven away by you, replied the leader of the group, Qingwen, who shared a close friendship with Qi Baixing. As my senior, she is rather petty. Upon hearing this, Rong Xiaoqian instantly forgot her apologies and completely lost sight of her original purpose for being there. Do you think you are so impressive? Qingwen stood up to confront Rong Xiaoqian, defending Qi Baixing. Rong Xiaoqian's height advantage significantly diminished Qingwen's intimidating presence. Indeed, she is somewhat more capable than Qi Baixing, so what? Rong Xiaoqian was bewildered by her own audacity, feeling compelled to engage in a contest of wills with Qingwen. Very well, if you are so formidable, then go and cheer for the basketball team all by yourself, Qingwen declared as she tossed aside the cheerleading pom-poms in her hands. Fine, I shall have Principal Qin recorded demerit for both of you. Qingwen, a mere commoner, was no match for Rong Xiaoqian in a confrontation. It's just a cheerleading performance. How difficult could it be? Rong Xiaoqian picked up the discarded pom-poms, grasping them tightly as she glanced at the others, her eyes flickering with a hint of something unusual. Dance, a once deeply buried regret within her heart. In her youth, her talent for dance was rivaled only by her proficiency in the cello. Alas, due to her family's musical legacy, she was coerced into learning an instrument. Her dance talent ruthlessly stifled. Fortunately, she had secretly retained the foundational skills, and now she possessed some degree of competence. If Qi Baixing is unwilling to attend, then I shall go. This declaration left everyone in astonishment. Chapter 54. Help me up. I can still learn. Jiang Zhou, drenched in sweat, felt an overwhelming desire to remain in the basketball gym as the last fervent enthusiast. Hey, senior, why haven't you left yet? Turning around from the boys' locker room, He spotted Qi Baixing seated on a bench outside. Her expression suggested she was not in the best of spirits, likely still irked by the events of the morning. Upon catching sight of him, Qi Baixing's demeanor soured even further. Still upset? Without regard for her feelings, Jiang Zhou settled beside her, creating a slight distance between them. Detecting the odor of his sweat, Qi Baixing instinctively leaned back a bit. Don't be angry. Our Huai Gu is simply overly enthusiastic and a tad hasty. Jiang Zhou tilted his head back to gulp some water, while Qi Baixing cast a sidelong glance at him, feeling her irritation wane slightly. I'm not angry at him. Then perhaps your ire is directed at Senior Qianqian? As he drank again, Qi Baixing became acutely aware of the unique masculine aura emanating from him, stirring a flutter in her heart. You should really blame Huaige. If he hadn't been so indifferent, you wouldn't have collided. Qi Baixing kept her gaze lowered, silent. Jiang Zhou, known for his charming and eloquent nature, observed her, noticing traces of glistening tears lingering in her eyes. If you're feeling distressed, let it out. My shoulder is available for you. He attempted to employ his usual flirtatious tactics, but they seemed ineffective with Qi Baixing. Who would cry? She retorted, shooting him a piercing glance. Jiang Zhou pouted, his face still marked by faint tear streaks, yet she was quick to deny her emotions. Isn't it true that girls simply cry it out when they feel wronged? He inquired. Who told you that? Qi Baixing challenged him. Do you think all girls are like that? Well, my sister is like that, so I assumed. You mean Shumian? I am nothing like her. Qi Baixing detested the mere mention of Shumian's name. It ignited a simmering anger within her. Clearly, she was the one who shared the closest bond with Gu Yanzhi, yet his attention was now consumed by Shumian. Jiang Zhou observed her, and a memory of the previous incident at the indoor basketball court suddenly resurfaced. You don't like my sister? Jiang Zhou could distinctly sense her deep-seated aversion to Shumian. What does it matter to you? Qi Baixing retorted. She remained silent, as her affection for Gu Yanzhi was often dismissed, with everyone merely associating it with childhood friendship, failing to recognize her own brilliance that could rival his. Seeing her anger subside somewhat, Jiang Zhou playfully remarked, As for Qin Huai, let me apologize on his behalf. Shall I? Who needs your apology? I'm sorry. Qi Baixing was taken aback by his sincerity. No sooner had the words left her lips than Jiang Zhou continued. Remarkably, in that instant, the sorrow and grievance she had harbored vanished without a trace. Rong Xiaoqian, catching a glimpse of Qi Baixing's reflection in the mirror, paused to catch her breath, having just put down the streamers she was holding, and approached her. Rong Xiaoqian, what are you doing? Qi Baixing questioned, sensing that she intended to take her place. Aren't you leaving? Then I shall step in for you. The flames of indignation ignited within Qi Baixing, and upon witnessing this, Jiang Zhou quickly positioned himself between the two young women to avert the impending conflict. Dear senior sisters, please do not let anger consume you. Such emotions are detrimental to one's health. What does it have to do with you? Qi Baixing and Rong Xiaoqian exclaimed in unison, forcefully pushing Jiang Zhou aside. Realizing he could do little to prevent the impending clash, he silently retreated, hoping to avoid collateral damage. Just you? Qi Baixing cast a disdainful glance, doubting Rong Xiaoqian's capabilities. Just me. Rong Xiaoqian boldly challenged, asking if she dared to compete. Who fears whom? Jiang Zhou mused inwardly about his unexpected fortune, finding solace in the training room as he watched the two beautiful women engage in their dance duel, relishing the delightful spectacle. Qi Baixing was the fiery and audacious type, while Rong Xiaoqian embodied the aloof goddess, possessing true strength rather than mere aesthetic appeal. Their rivalry was fierce, each captivating the hearts of countless young men with every twist of their waists, rendering the autumn scenery pale in comparison. In this dance battle, both women felt a sense of defiance. I never anticipated Rong Xiaoqian's foundational skills to be so formidable. Indeed, I have underestimated her. It turns out Qi Baixing is not merely a pretty face after all. Silent yet filled with myriad thoughts, they sat apart to catch their breath, their heaving chests reflecting the silent competition within their hearts. Ladies, shall we call it a day for now? Qi Baixing rose, glancing at the unyielding Rong Xiaoqian across from her, whose demeanor radiated an icy indifference. If you have the ability, let us continue our contest at a later time. I shall accompany you to the very end. Jiang Zhou handed a bottle of water to Qi Baixing. Without a moment's hesitation, she accepted it and took a sip, only to realize it was the very bottle he had just consumed. This is the one you drank. In a flurry of panic, Qi Baixing struck Jiang Zhou with a punch, but he nimbly evaded her attack. The early summer sun cascaded upon the white curtains, casting a shimmering glow, while on the balcony, a cactus bore two small red flowers, delightfully illuminated by the sunlight. Ah, so this competition is truly arduous. Yu Shumian let out a long sigh, reflecting on the challenges faced by Gu Yanzhi. Despite the relentless nature of the competitions, he exhibited not a trace of lethargy. Was he not fatigued? Knock, knock, knock. Lin Jun was busy preparing dinner in the kitchen, her hands entirely occupied. Yu Shumian, go answer the door. With a hint of impatience, she rose, her bangs styled into a small top knot atop her head, having forgotten to retrieve them in her fervor to solve problems. The moment she opened the door, Yu Shumian was taken aback. Gu Yanzhi? You? He paid no heed to her astonished expression, effortlessly stepping inside after changing into slippers, offering no explanation whatsoever. Oh, so it's Yanzhi who's come. Please, take a seat. Lin Jun's demeanor shifted entirely upon seeing Gu Yanzhi. Her previous impatience dissipated, replaced by an eagerness that seemed to light up her face. What brings you here? Yu Shumian sensed an odd atmosphere, as if her mother had conspired with Gu Yanzhi over some matter. Yanzhi is here to tutor you. Do not be ungrateful, Lin Jun warned, pointing a finger at her with conviction. Yu Shumian looked at him in confusion, while he hid behind Lin Jun, chuckling. Chapter 55, The Scholar Couple, Easter Egg Chapter. Under Gu Yanzhi's coercion and temptation, Yu Shumian obediently buried her head in drawing the particle motion trajectory, not daring to lose focus, for if he caught her, it would mean a pinch on her cheek, watching her face grow increasingly round. All thanks to Gu Yanzhi's relentless teasing. Fool, you've made a mistake again. Gu Yanzhi patiently took an eraser and wiped away all her drawings without leaving a trace. After finishing, he did not forget to pinch her cheek. Gu Yanzhi, can you please stop pinching my face? No. Gu Yanzhi lowered his gaze, picking up a pencil to make corrections, his long eyelashes casting shadows on his eyelids, strikingly beautiful. Once it gets too big, no one will want you. Who says that? Gu Yanzhi suddenly raised his head to meet her gaze, nearly stealing Yu Shumian's breath away with an inexplicable pressure emanating from him. I said it. What about it? Yu Shumian turned her head away, unable to meet his eyes, her heart in disarray. Your words don't count. After saying this, Gu Yanzhi lowered his head again to make corrections. The room enveloped in a deep silence for a full minute, the buzzing of mosquitoes echoing like thunder. Anyway, you can't pinch my face anymore. Yu Shumian repeated this statement, to which Gu Yanzhi's ears were nearly calloused. I will pinch you. What can you do about it? Gu Yanzhi provocatively challenged her, thoroughly enjoying the sight of her flustered yet powerless demeanor, finding it quite amusing. Believe it or not, I'll tell my mom. Yu Shumian pointed towards the door, poised to rush out and divulge her tragic tale to Lin Jun. The aunt had remarked that if she did not study diligently, she would face the consequences. Oh, so it seems that these matters had been prearranged, had they? With no recourse against him, Yu Shumian resorted to pulling out her notebook and immersed herself in her exercises, choosing to disregard his annoying demeanor. Yet, her heart was filled with a sweet warmth. Outside, Jiang Zhou assisted Lin Jun by serving dishes and washing the utensils, all the while casting anxious glances towards Yu Shumian's closed bedroom door. His heart was far from at ease. Mom, how can you allow those two to be alone together? Jiang Zhou could no longer contain his impatience and voiced his concern. How else can they study? Lin Jun responded, seemingly unperturbed. Mom, aren't you afraid he might have ulterior motives towards my sister? Upon hearing this, Lin Jun couldn't help but laugh. She knew all too well what kind of person Yu Shumian was. As her mother, she was well aware. Are you suggesting that Gu Yanzhi has ulterior motives towards her? Indeed. Jiang Zhou felt justified in his assertion and confidently reiterated it. I believe it's Yu Shumian who harbors intentions towards Gu Yanzhi. Jiang Zhou could hardly fathom that Lin Jun held such an opinion. Mom, he attempted to elaborate, but Lin Jun interrupted, instructing him to call the two from the bedroom for dinner. Sis, it's time to eat. Jiang Zhou knocked 3 times on the door before finally pushing it open. The moment he entered, he was greeted by the sight of Yu Shumian swinging her fist towards Gu Yanzhi's face, prompting Jiang Zhou to rush forward to separate them. Sis, what are you doing? Jiang Zhou stood in front of Gu Yanzhi, gazing at the irate little lamb, unable to believe her audacity in confronting Gu Yanzhi. Did she not harbor feelings for him? Should she not at least preserve her dignity? Do not hinder me. I am determined to confront him. Yu Shumian rolled up her sleeves, ready to engage in a fierce battle, only to find that Lin Jun's feather duster had already entered the bedroom. Come, come. Who do you intend to battle? You must first contend with me. Upon seeing Lin Jun, Yu Shumian instantly bolted towards the door, genuinely afraid of this formidable figure. Wow. You've even managed to win over my mother now? Gu Yanzhi observed Jiang Zhou, who was grinning mischievously at him, and gently nudged him. She is truly incorrigible. Jiang Zhou shook his head, affirming that Gu Yanzhi had undoubtedly never encountered a true little lamb. Chapter 56. The Devil's Training Camp. Shumian stood beneath the parasol tree, dragging her suitcase, and cast a glance at the dilapidated building across the way, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Mimian, have you eaten your eggs? Linjun hurriedly descended from the upper floor, noticing Shumian standing there like a wooden post, completely motionless. Let's go. We're going to be late. The time for the provincial training had arrived swiftly, and as a promising candidate for the national team, Lin Jun could not be prouder. Striding through the narrow alley, she walked with her head held high, brimming with pride. This was her badge of honor to flaunt. You must heed the teacher's instructions when you get there. And temper that fiery temperament of yours, understood? Throughout the journey, Lin Jun incessantly admonished her with the so-called rules for exemplary students. Mom, I understand. Please do not worry. Shumian replied with a hint of impatience. You've repeated these words countless times. I could recite them by heart. Is this impatience? I'm doing this for your own good. Lin Jun, known for her fiery temper, would not tolerate any dissent, especially from Shumian. Dragging her suitcase, Shumian hurriedly moved forward, oblivious to the approaching car. Suddenly, Lin Jun yanked her backpack back with alarm. The exclamation of Shumian echoed so loudly that it nearly ruptured her eardrums. Are you not paying attention while walking? Did you not see the red light? The driver of the car, equally startled, rolled down the window and berated them. Lin Jun continuously apologized while pulling Shumian to the roadside. Shumian, can you not be more composed? Lin Jun placed a hand on her chest, still shaken by the near miss. Realizing her earlier impulsiveness, Shumian instinctively offered an apology, calming herself and following Lin Jun in silence. Despite Lin Jun's ongoing chatter in her ear, Shumian let the words drift in one ear and out the other, though each phrase resonated in her heart. As they arrived at the entrance of Linshan Middle School, Shumian urged Lin Jun to leave quickly. Among the throng of students, few were accompanied by their parents, save for a handful who exchanged more formal greetings. She was different, despite her clear reluctance for her mother to come. Her mother insisted on accompanying her, causing an unpleasant start to the day. You go in first. I will leave once I see you enter. Shumian, feeling a sense of helplessness and already impatient, complied, angrily pushing her suitcase through the school gate. Alas, her daughter had grown up. She no longer heeded her words. Lin Jun's heart ached with silent sorrow as she turned and slowly walked away. The glaring sun made it difficult for Shumian to keep her eyes open. And in that moment, her heart stirred as she glanced back towards the school gate. Unfortunately, her mother's figure had already disappeared from sight. Aunt Lin? Gu Yanzhi noticed her dazed demeanor, looking listless along the way. Yanzhi, why are you still here? Gu Yanzhi sheepishly explained, I woke up late. And you, Shumian? Gu Yanzhi asked casually. She has already gone in. Lin Jun regarded him as if he were a lifeline, suddenly struck by a thought. She grasped Gu Yanzhi's hand tightly. Yanzhi, could I entrust you with a favor? Gu Yanzhi listened attentively as Lin Jun detailed her request, nodding earnestly. Even without her prompting, he would ensure Shumian was well cared for. Chapter 57. Peculiar roommates. Lianshan High School had arranged luxurious dormitories for the nation's blooming flowers under provincial training's spacious four-person rooms with beds above desks, specially designed for their comfort. Shumian was the last to arrive at the dormitory, finding all the beds occupied except for one located by the bathroom door. Yet, that bed was devoid of any belonging, merely a lonely, dilapidated wooden board lying there. A bed devoid of any cotton fluff. She glanced at the others' beds, all adorned with pristine, warm bedding. In the dormitory, only one girl remained, her headphones snugly fitted, engrossed in her computer screen. Hello, I am Shumian. She greeted somewhat awkwardly, uncertain whether the girl had not heard her or simply chose to ignore her. Sighing softly, Shumian found solace in the air-conditioning blanket Lin Jun had forcefully bestowed upon her before leaving, which provided some respite against the rigidness of the bed frame. Silently, she sat on her bed, devoid of tasks, and reluctantly pulled out the competition questions assigned by Gu Yanzhi for her perusal. Gu Yanzhi glanced towards the adjacent girls' dormitory, a sudden realization dawning upon him. He pushed the door open, finding the other three occupants already present, eagerly awaiting his arrival. Hey, the great Gu Yanzhi. Truly the great Gu Yanzhi. Upon entering, he was enveloped by the trio, ushering him to the table. It is indeed the great Gu Yanzhi. One bespectacled boy couldn't resist giving Gu Yanzhi a playful jab on the chest. I never imagined I would share a dormitory with you in my lifetime. The trio engaged in cheerful banter, brimming with excitement. What is all this commotion about? Gu Yanzhi questioned, feeling somewhat out of place in this unfamiliar environment. They are your little admirers. One of them finally managed to compose himself enough to speak. Your legend at Nanchuan High School is known far and wide. Was it so? He remained blissfully unaware of how others from different schools perceived him. Isn't it astonishing? Gu Yanzhi chuckled at himself. I am merely an ordinary individual. You will soon realize this after spending a few days with me. Hello, esteemed Gu. My name is Li Dunton, from Linshan Middle School. A bespectacled boy solemnly extended his hand to shake Gu Yanzhi's, exuding an air of formality. Esteemed Gu, I am Qinshan, a classmate of his. The tallest and leanest boy excitedly grasped his hand. In contrast, the most composed among them merely uttered 3 words, Wan Chi-hu. Li Dunton and Qinshan eagerly moved their stools to sit beside Gu Yanzhi, effectively cornering him. What about you? Is there something you wish to discuss? Gu Yanzhi sensed a subtle strangeness on their faces, stirring an uneasy premonition within him. Esteemed Gu, we heard you have a brilliant deskmate in Nanchuan. What is the nature of your relationship? The rumors are quite extraordinary. The two were brimming with curiosity, while Gu Yanzhi found himself favoring Wan Chi-hu, who at least refrained from indulging in such gossip. It's merely a typical deskmate relationship. What else could it be? Gu Yanzhi turned his head away, feigning an interest in organizing his desk, while inwardly anxious about their relentless questioning. Li Dunton wore a silly grin, clearly unconvinced. Oh, is esteemed Gu feeling shy? With a sense of exasperation, Gu Yanzhi shot them a frosty glance and remarked, if you have so much time for gossip, why not come over tonight to work on some exercises? Instantly, the 2 boys shifted their stools away from him, realizing that in comparison to him, they were only inviting hardship upon themselves. The first order of business upon entering the provincial training program was the class placement examination. The program was divided into Class A and Class B, each with entirely distinct training methodologies. In the depths of her heart, Shumian silently prayed to be placed in Class A, for she did not wish to part ways with Gu Yanzhi. Chapter 58. I want to be with you. Whenever tears welled up in her eyes, Gu Yanzhi was always present. It seemed as if it were intentional. Yet she found herself unable to detach from him. Shumian anxiously stood before the bulletin board, awaiting the announcement of results. Are you nervous? Gu Yanzhi inquired, his gaze softening as he observed her fidgeting demeanor. Yes. Turning her head, Shumian felt her palms grow clammy with anxiety. Gu Yanzhi, what should I do? I fear I might not make it into Class A. That won't happen, he reassured her, though she alone understood the weight of her own worries. The final linear algebra question on the test left her restless, for her answer did not align with Gu Yanzhi's. Gu Shun, shall we go eat? Li Dunton and Qinshan approached, arms draped casually over each other's shoulders, with Wan Chi-hu following behind. Li Dunton, with keen eyes, noticed Shumian beside Gu Yanzhi and swiftly released Qinshan to scrutinize her from head to toe. Shumian felt uneasy under the gaze of this unexpected stranger. So, this is your brilliant deskmate, Li Dunton remarked, accurately deducing the situation. Gu Shun, is it really? Just like this? Li Dunton appeared somewhat disappointed. Having expected an extraordinary beauty, he was taken aback to discover that the seemingly aloof and handsome Gu Shin had a penchant for someone like her. Truly a unique taste. Just like this? Is it indeed so? Gu Yanzhi's anger flared. He would not permit anyone to question Shumian based on appearances. A small ember of indignation igniting within him, Li Dunton, under the piercing gaze of another, felt a wave of desolation wash over him, akin to the chill of ice 3 feet thick. Li Dunton, there's braised pork. Shall we go? Let us go, let us go. Wan Chi-hu and Qinshan escorted the oblivious Li Dunton away, lest he become an unwelcome presence. Shall we dine first? Gu Yanzhi proposed, to which Shumian, feeling the rumble of her stomach, reluctantly acquiesced. Throughout the journey, Shumian remained taciturn, leaving Gu Yanzhi in a state of exasperation, uncertain of what to say to her. How is it? Getting accustomed? Gu Yanzhi inquired nonchalantly. Shumian refrained from elaborating on her experiences in the dormitory, where no one had addressed the issue of a missing quilt. For the past 2 days, she had endured the discomfort of a rigid bed, rising each morning stiff and needing time to regain her senses. Gu Yanzhi offered Shumian a chicken leg from his plate. Gu Yanzhi, just look at you. You're as thin as a monkey. You should eat more. Shumian pinched her chubby cheeks, questioning inwardly, am I thin? No more of that. Focus on eating and preparing for the upcoming training. Just as Shumian settled down to enjoy her meal, the conversation of 2 girls nearby ignited a spark of anxiety within her. I heard about a girl who succumbed to pressure and jumped last year. I heard that too. It even trended on social media. The school exerted considerable effort to suppress the incident. Shumian furrowed her brow, casting a worried glance at Gu Yanzhi. Do you believe in such rumors? Shumian immediately pressed on. How do you know it's a rumor? I was here last year too. She almost forgot that he had been there as well, and for some unknown reason, he did not advance to the finals at that time. Oh. Gu Yanzhi could not help but gently tap her head with the tip of his chopsticks. Why do others take mere words as truth? The announcement board has posted the class rankings. Upon hearing this news, Shumian immediately picked up her plate and dashed away, unwilling to part with the chicken leg still clutched in her mouth. Gu Yanzhi could only follow behind her helplessly, lest she end up in tears with no one to console her but him. Chapter 59. The solitary struggle when one's best support suddenly vanishes. It is inevitable to feel discomfort. Perhaps, without the familiar presence of him by her side, her heart lacked even the faintest glimmer of confidence. As anticipated, Shumian was assigned to Class B, and all her foreboding feelings surged into her heart. She momentarily lost herself, staring silently at the thick stack of papers before her. Which class are you in? The girl next to her, Shinemo, who was busy typing, was aptly named for her reticence. Class B. And you? Me too. We can walk together from now on. Shumian was taken aback. She had not expected Shinemo to speak to her so directly. Why are you looking at me with such surprise? Shinemo seemed puzzled, as if she grasped something yet remained confused. I tend to block out external noise when I'm drawing. Shumian smiled shyly and replied, It's nothing. Su, I told you that you could do it. Yet you still doubted it. Li Zhao's praise was extravagant, causing Shinemo to roll her eyes and return to her drawing at the table. Yuan-su, observing Shumian and Shun-emo with their backs turned towards them, could not help but approach them to inquire about their situation. Which class are you both in? Shumian, already in a foul mood, found her irritation escalating due to their incessant chatter in the dormitory. To calm her troubled mind, she focused intently on solving problems. Shin-emo, disinterested, donned her headphones, isolating herself from the world. Shumian, despite working so hard every day, you're still in Class B? Li Xiao couldn't resist making a teasing remark, which struck a painful chord with Shumian. The faint self-doubt she harbored was uprooted, crashing down upon her like a heap of discarded metal. Indeed, how could someone as inept as I manage to enter provincial training? It must be the heavens showing me mercy, Shumian murmured to herself, then buried her head in her work, ignoring the two of them. Shumian. Li Xiao attempted to say more, but was silently interrupted by Yuan-su, who urged her to let it go. On the first night after the class division, Shumian found herself utterly sleepless, tormented by an internal struggle that filled her with dread. She feared falling behind everyone around her. Feeling that apart from her monotonous routine of practice problems, she could find no solace. The training regimen in Class B was nothing short of a grueling boot camp. Leaving scarcely any time for rest, rising at 6 in the morning, gathering at the canteen by 6:30, and having merely 10 minutes to eat. At noon, she could only afford a mere 15 minutes of slumber. Just as she lay down, she had to rise again for class. Her evening training extended until midnight. And after a week of such relentless exertion, she felt utterly drained. Even her resilient physique could not withstand this strain. In stark contrast, the training regimen of Class A was an entirely different realm, characterized by a laissez-faire approach and an abundance of opportunities for self-exploration. The students there, seemingly endowed with extraordinary intellect, effortlessly tackled complex problems without the need for any external pressure from their instructors. Occasionally, Gu Yanzhi would skip class to observe Shumian in Class B, where she audaciously dozed off during lectures, inevitably facing the consequence of standing in the back of the classroom. Initially, she was the sole offender, but soon, Shun-emo joined her. How can you be sleeping too? Shumian quietly tugged at Shun-mo's sleeve, inquiring softly. I just want to stand for a bit after sitting for so long, Shun-emo replied nonchalantly, prompting Shumian to reflect on the unique rationale of a top student. Chapter 60. The relatives arrive. Shumian calculated the days. Her relatives had yet to visit this month, and a sense of unease crept over her. The immense pressure and erratic schedule had thrown her physiological system into disarray. With her hormones in turmoil, her face was now noticeably oily, and faint blackheads had appeared on her nose. Shinemo, I'm so tired, I can hardly hold on. Shinemo, also resting his head on the desk, lamented, Can you believe it? I've already gone through this twice. Huh? Were you here last year too? Not at all. Shumian suddenly felt a twinge of relief, realizing her situation was slightly better, which rekindled a flicker of energy within her. Achoo! A single sneeze from Shumian abruptly roused Li Xiao and Yuan Su from their slumber. What was meant to be a mere 15 minutes of rest was instantly shattered by her unexpected outburst. Shumian, was that intentional? Before she could provide an explanation, an overwhelming sense of foreboding surged within her. She dashed into the restroom and moments later emerged in a flurry, desperately searching for something. Shinmo. It suddenly dawned on her that she had forgotten to bring what she needed. Shinmo, noticing the pleading look in her eyes, felt a wave of sympathy. What is the matter? Do you have that? Shinmo instantly grasped her meaning. It's in my bag. You can take it yourself. Grateful. Shumian hurriedly prepared herself, anxious about being late for her afternoon class. A tardy arrival would result in an hour of standing as punishment, a prospect she dreaded. The arrival of her monthly visitor was something she could not ignore. Once it was acknowledged, it would inevitably come. Feeling utterly drained, Shumian struggled to maintain her feeble composure as she sat on the bench. The teacher's words seemed to reverberate in her head, completely inaudible. Each month felt like a torturous ordeal, and despite having tried countless herbal and pharmaceutical remedies, nothing seemed to alleviate her suffering. Perhaps you should consult a doctor? It seems rather severe, Shinmo suggested. Shumian, barely able to wield her chopsticks, felt a wave of nausea as saliva pooled in her throat. Yet she was unable to swallow even a morsel of food. It's futile. I've already seen a doctor, she replied, clutching her abdomen. Forcing down a single bite. She immediately expelled it. Shumian. She could only sense her heavy head being lifted by a pair of strong hands. Gu Yanzhi, observing her pained expression, immediately grasped the situation. Gu Yanzhi? You? She fell momentarily silent, bewildered by the sudden recognition of their acquaintance. They appeared to be quite familiar with each other. His face exhibited a profound anxiety. Was this truly the same cold Gu Yanzhi she once knew? The stark contrast between their two personas left her momentarily disoriented. Please excuse me from class this afternoon. Oh, Gu Yanzhi gently assisted Shumian to her feet, guiding her elbow towards the cafeteria, seemingly indifferent to her willingness. Gu Yanzhi. Don't speak. Shumian had completely lost her strength. She felt herself teetering towards the ground, only to be grasped tightly by Gu Yanzhi. Shumian. Shumian. His voice was laced with urgency, but as he continued, her awareness began to fade. She truly could not endure any longer. All she desired was to lie down and rest, even if just for a brief moment. Having departed from Gu Yanzhi's rigorous training regimen, she found herself utterly unprepared for the current intensity of problem-solving and mental exertion. It's nothing. I'm just exhausted. The doctor's tone was flat, as if such cases had long since ceased to astonish him. Gu Yanzhi quietly remained by the bedside, watching the beads of sweat on the girl's forehead, and gently wiped them away with his sleeve. Rest easy for a while. Gu Yanzhi gazed out the window, where the vast blue sky was sliced by a thin line of white clouds, resembling a fleeting gust lingering in the azure expanse. Chapter 61. I fear I cannot keep up with you. Shumian awoke with a start, her nerves immediately taut, refusing to relax even for a moment. Had she finished her exercises? Was school over? What time was it? Shumian's eyes widened, her mind racing with frantic thoughts. Beside her, Gu Yanzhi, disturbed from his brief slumber, hurried to soothe her anxiety. You've completed your work. You need to rest. He tucked her in carefully, his gaze fixed upon her. Unable to look away. Gu Yanzhi, what is happening to me? Shumian found herself in the infirmary, the discomfort in her abdomen significantly alleviated. You are simply exhausted and in need of rest. Do not venture outside. His sharp reprimand startled her, as if he were the one under duress. Gu Yanzhi. Why are you being so fierce? Gu Yanzhi recalled Lin Jun's instructions, having promised to care for her diligently, yet now she had pushed herself to such a state. Listening to her incessant chatter only fueled his irritation. Shumian, do you truly believe you have not exerted enough effort? Shumian recoiled, quietly meeting his gaze, which was as frigid as ice yet softened by a river of tenderness. You are already doing wonderfully. Why must you be so hard on yourself? Gu Yanzhi had witnessed her gradual transformation. She had only been engaged in mathematics competitions for less than a year, and her foundational knowledge was lacking compared to others. Yet, despite the challenges, she had not given up. She had kept pace with him, which was an impressive feat. Why, then, was she willing to sacrifice her health in such a relentless pursuit? Why not take the time to rest? Gu Yanzhi incessantly inquired why. Shumian pressed her lips together, as if harboring an unspeakable secret. Because I fear I cannot catch up to you. Shumian softly and slowly articulated her feelings, striving not to betray her own efforts, nor to disappoint his faith in her. She believed that only by becoming a better version of herself and achieving commendable results could she feel a step closer to him. You Shumian, I do not need you to catch up to me. Have you not realized? Gu Yanzhi abruptly halted, leaving Yu Shumian's heart racing, anxiously awaiting his next words. Have you not noticed? I have always been standing in place waiting for you. Her heart, which had been in turmoil, was struck profoundly by this revelation. Was he truly sincere? Could such an illustrious individual genuinely remain stationary, waiting for her, the ugly duckling? Do exceptional individuals not strive forward, relentlessly pursuing progress? You Shumian, your worth extends beyond mere achievements, Gu Yanzhi asserted firmly, grasping her shoulders, his gaze unwavering. I see all your merits. As long as your conscience is clear, that is sufficient. I do not wish for you to feel overly burdened. Each word resonated deeply within Yu Shumian, indelibly inscribed upon her heart, for they were spoken directly to her. Did this imply that he had indeed been waiting for her all along? Will you truly wait for me? She inquired, seeking affirmation. Gu Yanzhi nodded resolutely, confirming his steadfast intent. If you are willing, I shall wait for you indefinitely. Yu Shumian's lips unconsciously curled into a slight smile, as a gentle stream of clarity flowed through her heart, soft and lingering. Chapter 62, The Rebellious Girl. In recent days, Yu Shumian had been relying on painkillers to sustain her existence, gradually developing a dependence. The cessation of medication brought forth excruciating agony. To avoid falling behind, she attended classes with her peers, disregarding the consequences. Shinemo, have you solved the last competition problem for today? Yu Shumian racked her brain for answers, while the other two roommates giggled and indulged in snacks while watching a show. Oh, how unfair the heavens are. Why do Yuan-Su and Li Xiao possess both beauty and academic excellence, thriving in competitions? Not yet. Perhaps you could ask them? Shinemo lightly gestured with his pen toward Li Xiao and Yuan-Su. Yu Shumian fervently shook her head, conceding that her interactions with them were limited. Moreover, she had some minor conflicts with Li Xiao. Approaching her would only invite ridicule. Yuan-Su's gaze quietly shifted to Yu Shumian's silhouette, and the snacks in her hand suddenly lost their allure. Li Xiao continued to laugh and watch the variety show, completely oblivious to the fact that Yuan-Su had already moved closer to Yu Shumian. Do you need help? Yuan-Su extended a friendly offer, peering over to see Yu Shumian still entangled in the final problem. Yu Shumian hesitated, but Yuan-Su smiled, unfazed by her reaction, and proceeded to explain the problem-solving approach directly. This hyperbola is a question from the year 2000, and the key to solving it lies in rotating the graph by 45 degrees. Yu Shumian gradually became engrossed, while Shun-Emo also moved closer to listen attentively. The two frequently nodded in agreement. Indeed, Yuan-Su was impressive, truly deserving of her reputation as the academic prodigy of class. Li Xiao, fuming, abruptly shut her tablet, tossing her snacks into the trash bin. Su, why are you being so overly attentive? Li Xiao could hardly tolerate Yu Shumian, let alone the fact that Yuan-Su had taken the initiative to explain the problem to her. We are all classmates. There's nothing wrong with that. Yuan-Su quietly elucidated, acknowledging that while Li Xiao's demeanor was often capricious, it did not warrant such unreasonable behavior. What do you mean by classmates? We are all rivals. Then you and I are rivals as well. Yuan-Su calmly clarified her thoughts, asserting that every individual here is a competitor to one another. You, Su, why are you acting like this? Li Xiao pouted, bewildered by the usually gentle Su's stubbornness today. Li Xiao, we need not be so petty, guarding against everyone. Isn't that exhausting? Li Xiao retreated to her bed, choosing to ignore her, her heart boiling with indignation. She had spoken up for her, yet was accused of being small-minded in the end. Shun-Emo and Yu Shumian silently turned away, having overheard the conversation, feeling utterly awkward. During the day, Yu Shumian had only one painkiller left, which she had consumed after breakfast, and now, without any medication, the abdominal cramping struck her with full force. Silence. Chill me for a moment. Yu Shumian gently prodded the front-facing Shun-Emo, urging her to elevate the bookstand as a barrier. She nestled behind Shun-Emo, believing that the teacher at the podium could not see her. Yu Shumian, rise at once. Do you think I am oblivious? The formidable teacher's chalk struck her head with a resounding thud, sending a jolt of discomfort coursing down her spine. Teacher, Yu Shumian has a stomachache. Yanshu, standing to speak on her behalf, astonished her, evoking a wave of emotions that nearly brought her to tears. A stomachache? That pitiful excuse has echoed through this training camp no less than 800 times. Yu Shumian was granted a complimentary half-day excursion outside the classroom, while others remained seated. Diligently solving problems, she rested against the windowsill, also tackling her exercises. Chapter 63. Food poisoning. The alarm rang, vibrant and insistent. Yu Shumian leaped from her bed, and the others, unwilling to lag behind, hurriedly gathered their examination materials. Clutching a withered slice of bread, she stuffed it into her mouth, struggling to swallow the dry morsel. Here, be careful not to choke. Yanzhi handed her a bottle of milk from behind, a timely gesture that Yu Shumian deeply appreciated. Thank you. Without a second thought, she downed the entire bottle, leaving not a drop behind. The examination room was enveloped in an eerie silence, with only the teacher reading the examination guidelines and the rustling of paper breaking the stillness. Yu Shumian touched the wooden ring hanging around her neck and silently prayed, Gu Yanzhi, may you bless me with a smooth journey ahead. After a moment of psychological adjustment, her heart felt somewhat steadier, and only then did she take up her pen to respond. The monotony was overwhelming, prompting her to double-check her examination admission ticket once more. A grumble echoed from Yu Shumian's stomach, its sound particularly pronounced in the hushed classroom. The invigilating teacher stepped back to her side, and Yu Shumian tightened her grip on the pen, feeling a dull ache in her abdomen. Initially, she managed well. Halfway through the questions, everything seemed to flow smoothly without any stumbles. However, as she encountered the more challenging questions later on, the pain in her stomach intensified. Yu Shumian clutched her abdomen, resolutely persisting, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Despite the excruciating discomfort, she was determined to complete the exam. Yet she felt that if she delayed even a moment longer in reaching the restroom, she would surely perish on the spot. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of Yu Shumian's hurried footsteps resonated in the corridor. Gu Yanzhi, having finished his questions, sat idly at his desk and through the window. He caught sight of the fleeting figure of Yu Shumian. What was wrong with her? A sense of unease crept into Gu Yanzhi's heart, and he contemplated submitting his paper early to check on her. But the rules forbade early submissions. Classmate, perhaps you should visit the infirmary first. The invigilating teacher was visibly irritated by her condition. Yu Shumian persevered until she had completed the exam, but despite her multiple trips to the restroom, the pain in her abdomen showed no signs of abating. With a sigh, Yu Shumian finally put down her pen, relieved to have finished the exam, only for her stomach to erupt once more in a tidal wave of discomfort. Yu Shumian clutched her abdomen and dashed toward the restroom, narrowly brushing past Gu Yanzhi, who had come looking for her. Unfortunately, she lacked the energy to spare for anyone else. Her urgent need for the restroom overshadowed all other concerns. Gu Yanzhi stood quietly outside the classroom, feeling a sense of unease. At last, she felt somewhat better. Yu Shumian, hunched over, sighed as she slowly emerged from the restroom. The person she collided with was none other than Gu Yanzhi. Yu Shumian's complexion was pale, her gaze vacant as she stared at Gu Yanzhi, struggling to utter a few words. Gu Yanzhi, she dragged out her words, her voice elongated with despair. I must have failed this exam. She hadn't thoroughly contemplated the answers to the subsequent questions, and now she couldn't even recall what she had written. I failed. Yu Shumian felt a pang of grievance. Gu Yanzhi yearned to embrace her tightly, yet he knew he could not. It's all right. You've done wonderfully, he reassured her. Gu Yanzhi took her to the infirmary, where it was determined that she was suffering from food poisoning. What did you eat this morning? The elderly doctor inquired earnestly. Bread and milk, she replied. You have food poisoning. Yu Shumian's eyes widened in disbelief. Food poisoning? How could that be? I am impervious to toxins. However, she muttered to herself, but I hardly ate anything. A sudden realization struck her as she rushed back to her dormitory just before the door closed, retrieving the milk carton from that morning. Indeed, it had expired a week ago. Chapter 64. Fortune in gains, fate in losses. Some matters are perhaps destined by fate or intentionally orchestrated by others. In the present, they may loom large, but with the passage of time, they become trivial. In the latest entry of the Little Overlord's diary, the talisman around her neck failed to protect her, despite her later regret over indulging in Yuan Su's expired milk. No matter how she pondered, she could not comprehend why Yuan Su, who appeared to be a trustworthy individual, would offer her such a tainted beverage. After the provincial competition, Yu Shumian secured only third place, narrowly missing the opportunity for direct admission. Meanwhile, Gu Yanzhi continued his consistent performance, successfully obtaining his coveted admission slot. During those days, Yu Shumian was listless, no longer waiting for Jiang Zhou after school, nor engaging in playful banter with Rong Xiaoqian and others. For reasons unknown, Jiang Zhou, typically punctual, was inexplicably late this time. However, his beaming countenance suggested he bore delightful news to share. "Classmates, the teacher has an announcement to make," he began. Xinhua was the first to leap forward, exclaiming, "Mr. Wang, is it a holiday?" Wang Ma wished he could silence him with a piece of chalk. But today's joy spared him from reprimanding the boy. "Xinhua, all you ever think about is vacation." The triumph in the inter-school basketball tournament brought him immense pride, as he could finally prove to his father that his chosen path was indeed the right one. He could stand tall before Rong Xiaoqian at last. "Our classmate Gu Yanzhi has successfully secured a direct admission to Sichuan University. From this moment, he can be regarded as a prospective college student." Thunderous applause erupted in the classroom, with every face radiating smiles of congratulations, showering him with envious glances. Yet, Shumian's applause rang particularly hollow. Gu Yanzhi turned to look at her. She smiled back, but her expression was tinged with unshed tears. "Congratulations, Gu Yanzhi," Shumian said to him. This sentence had been bottled up inside her for a long time, and today she finally let it out. She realized that she had been overly stingy. Gu Yanzhi truly deserved this honor. The effort he had exerted was unparalleled by ordinary standards, and her current mathematical achievements were entirely due to his guidance. What more could she possibly wish for? Was she still not content? Gu Yanzhi should have felt elated, yet as he listened to Shumian's well wishes, an inexplicable gloom enveloped his heart. "Teacher Wang, are there any more joyous announcements?" Li Yuan, usually mischievous, had become unexpectedly lively today. "Ah, indeed there is." The class fell silent, brimming with anticipation for Teacher Wang to unveil the next piece of delightful news. "You are soon to enter your senior year, and the days ahead will be challenging, so..." Teacher Wang deliberately elongated her tone, teasing their curiosity. Xinhua, unable to contain his excitement, urged Teacher Wang to hasten her revelation. "This summer, our entire class will embark on a summer camp. What do you think?" "Oh wow, fantastic." The second-year class erupted with jubilation, their cheers echoing throughout the building. It was hard to fathom that such words had escaped the lips of the notoriously strict Teacher Wang. Having been liberated from such a stifling atmosphere, the students naturally transformed into wild horses, chattering and planning their individual itineraries within the classroom. "Shumian, Gu Yanzhi, please come to my office," Teacher Wang called. Shumian quietly followed behind Gu Yanzhi, feeling humble and too timid to raise her head. Once a proud and audacious little tyrant, the once formidable figure now resembles a gentle lamb. "Shumian, this competition is merely a minor setback. There shall be many more contests in the future, so do not lose heart." As she watched the vibrant red certificate of honor being handed to Gu Yanzhi, an overwhelming sense of envy washed over her. Perhaps this is what they mean by "fortune favors the fortunate, while misfortune befalls the unfortunate." The long-anticipated inter-school friendly match has finally commenced, and Xinhua is already eager to showcase her talents. "Xinhua, go for it. I'm right here supporting you." Rong Xiaoqian boasts long legs and an exquisite physique. Today, she dons a white mini-skirt paired with a crop top that reveals her midriff, exuding both elegance and allure, accentuated by her striking eye makeup. Absolutely. On the sidelines, Qi Baixing would not be outdone, tugging at the closest Jiang Zhou and shouting, "Jiang Zhou, give it your all. I have faith in you." Jiang Zhou was deeply moved by this unexpected trust. After all, this was a beautiful woman's endorsement, and he could not afford to bring shame upon himself. The competition was fierce, with both schools displaying equal prowess, neither willing to concede even a single point. "Jiang Zhou, go for it. Xinhua, give it your all." The cheerleaders, Qi Baixing and Rong Xiaoqian, matched each other as fervor, almost straining their voices to ensure their encouragement reached the players on the court. With the perfect combination of male and female support, the two stars, Xinhua and Jiang Zhou, played with a fervor surpassing their usual training. As the score continued to rise, so too did the enthusiasm of the cheerleaders, each point igniting their passion further. The audience, comprising enthusiastic peers from Nanchuan Middle School, fervently rallied behind their team, contributing to their ultimate victory in the competition. "Wow, number 29 is undeniably striking." On the court, Jiang Zhou donned the jersey bearing the number 29. Following this basketball match, his popularity at Nanchuan Middle School soared, rivaling even the school heartthrob, Gu Yanzhi. "Jiang Zhou." After the event concluded, Qi Baixing called out to Jiang Zhou, who had just changed his clothes. "Senior." For some reason, hearing the word senior escape his lips felt oddly awkward to Qi Baixing. "You worked hard. Jiang Zhou smiled bashfully. It was the first time he had ever received such praise from a beautiful girl regarding his basketball skills. Would you like to grab some milk tea together? Huh. Jiang Zhou was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond due to his elation. Let us go? Coming. Qi Baixing and Jiang Zhou sat across from each other on high stools at the milk tea shop. Upon closer inspection, he was indeed quite handsome. Is there something on my face? Jiang Zhou touched his face, noticing her gaze lingering there, assuming it was. No. Qi Baixing nonchalantly shook her head, her eyes still fixated on him, leaving him flustered and uncertain. It's hard to believe you're so different from Shumian. Qi Baixing shook her head in disbelief. How could such a handsome Jiang Zhou not have inherited even a hint of Shumian's good looks? What does that have to do with my sister? Jiang Zhou, sensing the underlying implication in her words, couldn't help but respond somewhat brusquely. Jiang Zhou, why are you being so fierce? Gu Yanzhi furrowed her brows. Having never encountered such a fiercely protective sibling before. What about isn't it? She pressed on. Gu Yanzhi inquired further. Are you afraid I might speak ill of Shumian? Ji Yingzhi acquiesced silently, prompting Gu Yanzhi to become irate. And without a second thought, she stormed out of the milk tea shop. Hey, don't be upset. Ji Yingzhi called after her. Realizing that this young lady was indeed not to be trifled with, her temper quite formidable. Gu Yanzhi. Upon hearing him catch up, Gu Yanzhi felt a surge of delight. Fortunately, he wasn't entirely oblivious, knowing to pursue her. His pursuit was not merely for the present, but would continue indefinitely into the future. Chapter 66. Greetings, brother-in-law. Farewell, brother-in-law. Ji Yingzhi had taken a turn for the worse, as today he shamelessly referred to Ji Yanzhi as brother-in-law. Shumian, carrying a bento made by her mother, mused that it was less of a bento and more akin to a boxed meal. Inside were eggs and pumpkin cakes. Who would bring such fare to a summer camp? Indeed, Shumian was the first to do so. Is it ready? Ji Yanzhi lounged on the sofa in the living room, engrossed in watching Peppa Pig, increasingly reminded of Shumian with each passing moment. Ljn, bustling in the kitchen, incessantly reminded Shumian to be cautious that evening, forbidding her from drinking or misbehaving while out. Yanzhi, this portion is for you. Ljn emerged from the room carrying a thermal container, startling Ji Yanzhi. The three-tiered container was more than sufficient to accommodate Ji Yanzhi's appetite for an entire day. Annie, what is this? Ji Yanzhi glanced back at Shumian, who shook her head in resignation. Her gaze conveyed that her mother was beyond saving. Regardless of the goodness of the offerings, there would always be a portion reserved solely for Gu Yanzhi. As she carried it along for consumption on the journey, she was reminded not to starve, for she was still growing. The phrase growing struck a chord, prompting Shumian to stifle a chuckle. Thank you, Auntie, Gu Yanzhi said, awkwardly accepting the gift, expressing the sweetest gratitude while inwardly feeling the most embarrassing discomfort, as if she could excavate an entire apartment from it. Yanzhi, I must ask you to keep an eye on her, Aunt Lin insisted. Do not be deceived by her meekness at home. Once she steps outside, she transforms into a wild creature, utterly uncontrollable. Mom, how could you? Shumian quickly interjected, horrified at her mother's candid remarks about her own daughter, especially in front of Gu Yanzhi. Do you not care for your own dignity? Yanzhi, you must take good care of her. She gives me no peace of mind. Aunt Lin continued, disregarding Shumian's protests, fervently urging Gu Yanzhi to look after her daughter. The scene appeared quite peculiar, resembling a mother-in-law earnestly advising her son-in-law. Rest assured, Aunt Lin, I will take good care of her, Gu Yanzhi reassured. Brother-in-law, Jiang Zhou suddenly emerged from nowhere, exclaiming the term with remarkable fluency. Jiang Zhou, what nonsense are you spouting? Shumian exclaimed in exasperation, ready to confront him, but was halted by Gu Yanzhi. It is indeed true, isn't it? Brother-in-law. Jiang Zhou teased, grinning with delight, relishing the moment. It was an inevitable development. He merely got a head start. He was certain that his judgment of Gu Yanzhi was impeccable. Gu Yanzhi did not refute Jiang Zhou's words, tacitly accepting them, and even felt a flicker of pride within. Sister-in-law, I entrust my sister to you. Suddenly, Jiang Zhou's mood plummeted as he feigned reluctance, urging Gu Yanzhi to take good care of Shumian. This scene mirrored Lin Jun's earnest request to Gu Yanzhi. Jiang Zhou, don't make me hit you. Seeing his sister's fierce demeanor, Jiang Zhou hastily made his escape. Gu Yanzhi observed the slightly ruffled Shumian and found her somewhat endearing. Shumian turned to him, attempting to explain, Gu Yanzhi, Jiangzhou is like this. Please don't be angry. Gu Yanzhi ignored her and directly mounted his bicycle, carrying the thermos. Shumian thought Gu Yanzhi was upset. Throughout the journey, she sat on the back seat of his bicycle, incessantly explaining that the earlier sister-in-law remark was unintentional on Jiangzhou's part. However, in Gu Yanzhi's heart, that single utterance of sister-in-law resonated perfectly, striking a chord within him. Gu Yanzhi, are you even listening to me? I've been listening all along. Then did you understand my explanation? No. Shumian shook her head, perplexed by Gu Yanzhi's unusual obtuseness. Calling him sister-in-law is quite nice. In a daze, she failed to catch his words and asked, what did you say? I said, Jiangzhou is right. Chapter 67. Sheep in the Wolf's Den? The summer camp was set in the picturesque Suizhou Mountain, located on the outskirts of NC City. The scenic route was delightful, and the bus was filled to capacity with chatter and laughter. Shumian had a peculiar affliction. She suffered from motion sickness. Upon boarding, she could not tolerate the scent inside the vehicle and promptly closed her eyes, feeling a tad better. You get motion sickness? Gu Yan looked at her contorted expression. It had only been a mere 20 minutes of travel, yet her complexion appeared so pallid. Shumian weakly murmured in response, her head resting against the seat, her entire being curling into a small ball on the chair. Gu Yan retrieved a thermos from his pocket and poured her a small cup of water. Drink some warm water. Shumian slightly opened her eyes, attempting to lift her hand to grasp it, but the emptiness in her stomach made her uncomfortable, her hands tightly clutching her abdomen, rendering her unable to raise a hand. I don't want to drink. Gu Yan was unyielding, directly bringing the water to her lips, requiring only a slight parting of her mouth. The neighboring seat occupant, Shumian, turned her head slightly, observing Gu Yan's actions towards Shumian, feeling a surge of displeasure in her heart. Li Yuan chuckled softly, knowing full well it's impossible, yet still lingering. If you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute. Shumian, caught off guard, felt even more uncomfortable, retorting quietly at Li Yuan, resting against his shoulder. Shumian could scent his fragrance, which brought her a sense of comfort. This way, she could unabashedly lean so close to him. What is going on? Wang Ma came to inspect and noticed Shumian's pale little face, quietly inquiring about Gu Yan. Motion sickness. Wang Ma responded with an understanding "oh," urging Gu Yan to take good care of her before departing. A serious expression accompanied a hint of smugness, and a sense of accomplishment regarding a certain matter. Gu Yan, Shumian instinctively called out. It was only then she realized a pair of fervent eyes were fixed upon her. Awake? Is there any discomfort? Gu Yanzhi's tender inquiries about her well-being were met with her gaze, his lips betraying a hint of saliva. Shumian glanced at Gu Yanzhi's shoulder and suddenly realized her lapse in decorum. Surely, she had drooled again. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Shumian hurriedly retrieved a tissue to clean up. But Gu Yanzhi's fastidiousness seemed to vanish as he allowed her to fuss over him, her hands moving to wipe and touch. Let me handle this. A wave of agitation surged within Gu Yanzhi as he snatched the tissue from her grasp, swiftly cleaning himself before shouldering his bag and stepping off the vehicle. Mom Wang had thoughtfully set up tents for the classmates, and everyone was bustling with activity. Qin Huai and Rong Xiaoqian had already erected the tent, preparing for Shumian's arrival. Mian, are you feeling better? Rong Xiaoqian offered her a cup of warm water, while Qin Huai diligently fanned the grill nearby. I'm not that delicate. I'm fine now. Gu Yanzhi placed her bag down and turned to attend to his own responsibilities. Gu Yanzhi, what is this? Li Yuan pointed at the thermos in Gu Yanzhi's hand, which did not appear to belong to him. A late-night snack. Gu Yanzhi set the thermos in his designated spot within the tent, then felt free to go about his tasks. Did he just smile? Li Yuan pondered, replaying the image in his mind. Indeed, Gu Yanzhi had just smiled, a rare and delightful spectacle. It seemed even the academic prodigy could express joy. The summer camp was less exhilarating than anticipated, yet Shumian had undeniably transcended her usual demeanor. With a deft flick of the wrist, the knife glided through the vegetables, neatly slicing them into perfect pieces that were soon arranged on a platter. Impressive skills, little sheep. Your knife work is remarkable. Qin Huai couldn't help but give a thumbs up, surprised by this hidden talent. Indeed, Shumian felt a swell of pride from the compliments, momentarily forgetting that Gu Yanzhi was still by her side. Teacher Wang. Wang Ma stepped out from the crowd, observing Shumian skillfully wielding the knife. Come, let me show you a thing or two. The call stirred excitement, and a throng gathered around the barbecue stall, eagerly watching Wang Ma as he expertly sliced the potatoes into even, delicate shreds, as if they had been crafted with precision. Where did you hone such knife skills? Teacher Wang, someone in the crowd inquired. It's all thanks to our master's wife, he replied, eliciting a chorus of envy and playful banter from the onlookers. As the evening breeze turned cool, the atmosphere remained vibrant, yet it felt incomplete. Thus, Rong Xiaoqian took out her guitar, adding a melodic touch to the night's festivities. The moonlight shines upon your face, she sang softly, her voice rising in a gentle melody, and soon others joined in harmony. Shumian, engaged in a spirited game of rock-paper-scissors with Qin Huai while sipping on Sprite, noticed Gu Yanzhi steadfastly by her side, reluctant to stray too far. She wondered where she had picked up such habits, which left him feeling somewhat exasperated. Ah, it's Qianqian's voice, she exclaimed, following the sound and eagerly making her way towards Rong Xiaoqian. She quietly nestled into the crowd, silently taking a seat as she gazed at Rong Xiaoqian, who was surrounded by classmates, radiating an enchanting brilliance that seemed to favor that rascal, Qin Huai. Class monitor, another song, another song, another song. The students below cheered enthusiastically, and Rong Xiaoqian, unfazed, leisurely plucked a few introductory notes before abruptly halting. Do you wish to hear Qin Huai sing? Her question elicited an immediate and resounding response from the audience. Qin Huai looked at her, the moonlight casting a soft glow on her face, enveloping it in a veil of mystery. The girl in the white dress, cradling her guitar, offered him a gentle smile, imbued with a hint of sweetness that warmed his heart. Without uttering a word, Rong Xiaoqian began to accompany him, for she knew well which song held a special place in Qin Huai's heart. As the wind swept by, it reminded him of her cheek, unearthing forgotten memories. Their unspoken understanding led to a flawless collaboration, culminating in thunderous applause after the final note. Under the moonlight, Qin Huai's cheeks flushed slightly, while Rong Xiaoqian faced him in silence, yet he understood everything. Why was Rong Xiaoqian upset? It was his own inner cowardice that prevented him from confronting someone as exceptional as her. Youth is fleeting. How many such vibrant years does one encounter in life? The summer breeze, somewhat stifling, wrapped the entire Tizhu mountain in a warm embrace, despite the relatively cool temperature. Shumian glanced at the now-sleeping Qianqian beside her and stealthily exited the tent. After a 5-minute stroll along the cobblestone path, one encounters a crystal-clear stream. Shumian had intended to crouch down and wash her face, but she soon noticed a dark figure in the distance. Intrigued, she approached to discover who else but Gu Yanzhi. That night, the young man confided in her his secret. Sitting by the stream, the boy was startled, his back trembling as he hastily concealed something within his embrace. Gu Yanzhi, what are you doing? Shumian asked, her concern prompting her to sit beside him without a moment's hesitation. Gu Yanzhi, unable to explain, felt the weight of his flaws laid bare before her. He resembled a clown exposed, seething with anger yet overwhelmed by shame and self-loathing. Shumian's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the empty pant leg, devoid of anything. Who is there? Wang Ma, stepping out for a moment of relief, nearly lost her wits at the sight of the shadow by the riverbank. Gu Yanzhi swiftly pulled her into his embrace, leaving her no chance to breathe. Pressing against his chest, Shumian felt the fervent rhythm of his heart, an intoxicating allure that flushed her cheeks. The evening breeze was cool, tousling the strands of her hair, the subtle fragrance of shampoo wafting through the air. Gu Yanzhi contemplated pushing her away, yet he found himself reluctant to part with her. In that moment, she embodied a wayward child, carefully lowering her head, oblivious to the fact that she had yet to distance herself from his chest. She had countless words yet to express, sentiments unspoken to her fervent heart. Gu Yanzhi, I am sorry, he chuckled helplessly, feeling that after holding back for so long, this was all he could muster. She had done nothing wrong, yet she always preferred to apologize first. Sorry for what? Gu Yanzhi retorted. Shumian was taken aback. Her mind felt increasingly muddled, struggling to articulate her thoughts. It is just, you. She was now utterly incoherent, but Gu Yanzhi understood her intentions. As you can see, this is my secret. When Gu Yanzhi's flaws were laid bare before her, the anxiety that once gripped him dissipated. Does it hurt? Shumian hesitated to reach out, fearing that she might cause him pain. Previously, when others encountered his imperfection, their first inquiry was invariably, what happened to your leg? Gu Yanzhi lowered his gaze to the vacant pant leg, a wave of self-pity washing over him. Upon seeing such a sight, would they feel any disappointment? He grappled with his own self-reproach, unable to meet Shumian's gaze. Never. In my heart, you will always shine brilliantly. Shumian genuinely wished to console him, yet found herself at a loss for comforting words. instead gently patting his head as a gesture of empathy. Gu Yanzhi lifted his eyes. Within her sparkled countless stars, a realm forever out of his reach. Gu Yanzhi, allow me to share a secret of mine as well. Ignoring Gu Yanzhi's reaction, Shumian poured out her heart to him. I can punch bullies and kick rogues. She can still consume 3 bowls of rice in one sitting. Shumian's words are truly astonishing. Gu Yanzhi chuckled softly. Perhaps this is quite endearing about her. Is she afraid of touching her own vulnerabilities? Is this considered a secret? Gu Yanzhi raised an eyebrow. A hint of playful mockery in his tone, causing her heart to flutter with tension. In truth, I merely wish to elicit a smile from you. Look. Shumian abruptly rolled up her pant leg, prompting Gu Yanzhi to swiftly grasp her hand. What are you doing? Observing Gu Yanzhi's reddened face, Shumian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. I'm showing you. How dare you, Gu Yanzhi, to think inappropriately. She silently laughed to herself, summoning the courage to tease him. I refuse to look. Gu Yanzhi averted his gaze, urging her to maintain decorum. Oh dear, what are you thinking? Shumian swatted his hand away and rolled up her pant leg further. Under the moonlight, it was evident that a prominent scar from a surgical stitch remained on the inner thigh, just above the knee. You see, it's been with me for many years now. I can barely recall its origin. Gu Yanzhi gazed at her, a sudden wave of melancholy washing over his face. What is this? I used to accompany my father to boxing matches. He would compete while I watched from below, and over time, I developed an affinity for it. This scar was from when I was 10. Jiangzhou was bullied by a group of delinquents, and in my youthful arrogance, I thought I could hold my own and ended up fighting them. Gu Yanzhi sat quietly beside her, listening intently as she shared her story, gradually attempting to delve deeper into her inner world. At present, Jiangzhou protects me, not merely out of obligation, but perhaps due to a sense of guilt nestled within his heart. Shumian gazes at the youth, his eyes fixed upon her, motionless. And you? When you lost it, were you not deeply saddened? Shumian meets his eyes with unwavering intensity. The earthquake in 2008, I was alone at home then. When the tremors struck, he was utterly oblivious to the chaos unfolding around him. In a frantic bid to escape that desolate place, he found himself too late. The walls began to lean, and the floors fractured. The falling debris battered him, yet perhaps fate had other plans, allowing him to discover a corner where he could seek refuge at the last moment. While heaven spared his life, it also left him with an unfulfilled regret. Gu Yanzhi, so have you been relentlessly pushing yourself to excel? Shumian, hearing him confess his secret for the first time, felt a flicker of joy in her heart. Yet she could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for him. I am truly fortunate to have met you. Gu Yanzhi thought he had misheard, for such words from Shumian seemed unfathomable. What did you say? Gu Yanzhi, I am truly fortunate to have met you. Even this salted fish of mine has had the chance to glimpse the world beyond. At that moment, she found solace, even though Gu Yanzhi was destined for greater things. Poised to depart from her life, for his sake and her own, she truly needed to gather her strength and diligently pursue her studies. Do you still remember our promise? Shumian looked at him, her gaze resolute. Of course. Then you must wait for me at Sichuan University. Gu Yanzhi gazed into the brilliance of her eyes, akin to a ray of sunshine piercing through the shadows of his desolate heart. In that moment, he felt as though he were on the brink of redemption. Very well. I shall await you at Chuan University. Let us not part ways. Shumian reached out her hand to engage in a pact, and with a hint of resignation, Gu Yanzhi acquiesced. He solemnly commanded her, do not go back on your word. Chapter 69. I await you at Chuan University. Only with promises can one find hope. With hope, one's heart is illuminated and empowered. Gu Yanzhi, what should I do if I miss you? Shumian pouted, gazing at him with reluctance. Standing beneath the sycamore tree, Gu Yanzhi had purposely taken a detour through the narrow alley just to bid her farewell. It was uncertain who was sending whom off. What constitutes a good farewell? Study diligently and gain admission to Chuan University. Gu Yanzhi slightly bent down, his gaze meeting hers. Our agreement must remain steadfast. Today, Gu Yanzhi exhibited an extraordinary gentleness, and the more Shumian observed him, the more she found it difficult to part ways. She could not help but resent him inwardly for not showing such tenderness in their everyday interactions, waiting until their farewell to reveal it. When you go to Chuan University, will you not have a new deskmate? Gu Yanzhi lightly tapped her forehead, bemused by her thoughts. In college, who would still have a deskmate? No. My only deskmate is you. It shall always be you. His words were sufficient. Linjun, her mother, stood by the window, watching her daughter bidding farewell to Gu Yanzhi beneath the sycamore tree. which inevitably reminded her of the day she sent Yu Hua to the arena. Each match he plays fills him with trepidation, as she fervently hopes for his safe return, believing that would be the ultimate blessing. Yet, alas, fate had other plans. And an unforeseen incident occurred. Shumian stood motionless beneath the phoenix tree, reluctant to take another step forward. She feared that with each movement, her reluctance would only deepen. Thus, she remained rooted in place, watching him fade into the dense morning mist, her heart easing slightly. Gu Yanzhi, wait for me at Chuan University. The battle of the third year suddenly commenced. Now, everyone engaged in rigorous study and relentless practice, with no one daring to relax even for a moment. Occasionally, when fatigue overwhelmed her, she would reminisce about the moments spent with Gu Yanzhi. With 100 days remaining until the college entrance examination, Shumian diligently recorded each passing day in her diary. Although her days were filled with the mundane, her heart brimmed with anticipation. She knew that a ray of light awaited her, beckoning her to run towards it. Shumian, Mr. Wang requests your presence in the office. Closing her diary, Shumian walked slowly to the office. Look, this is a letter sent to you by Gu Yanzhi. Upon entering the office, Mr. Wang handed her an envelope. A glimmer of hope flickered in Shumian's eyes, as if she had grasped a lifeline. This letter is from him, entrusted to me for you. Listening to Mr. Wang's explanation, a twinge of disappointment coursed through her, but she quickly regained her composure. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Grateful. Shumian clutched the letter and dashed out of the office, eager to discover the contents within. Wang Mi gazed at the figure vanishing at the doorway. After taking a sip of tea, she calmly shook her head and murmured to herself, the power of youth. Once school had concluded, Shumian sought a secluded corner and cautiously opened the letter. Inside, she discovered a single sheet of stationery adorned with the emblem of Sichuan University. Shumian, as if meeting you in person. The final year must be exhausting, but I believe that with your current foundation, surpassing the benchmark for prestigious universities will be a certainty. When you arrive at Sichuan University, I shall make amends for my previous unfulfilled promise. Focus on preparing for the college entrance examination. I will be waiting for you at Sichuan University. Each word resonated deeply, each sentence enchanting her, igniting boundless yearning within her. At the end of the letter, a final note was added. I have no new desk mate at Sichuan University. I eagerly await your arrival to continue our companionship. Chapter 70. The standard answer crafted by Sister Countdown to the college entrance examination. 30 days recently, Gu Yanzhi had not sent any letters. And Shumian looked at the 3 letters she had left on her desk. She read them over and over again, each reading evoking a different emotional response. Sister, are you asleep? Jiang Zhou called from outside, holding a glass of milk. Come in. Shumian neatly arranged the letters in her drawer before shifting her gaze to her exam papers. Are you thinking about Gu Yanzhi again? Jiang Zhou seemed to possess an uncanny ability to read her thoughts, as if he were a worm in her belly. Not at all. Shumian took the milk and gulped it down eagerly. Jiang Zhou observed her demeanor, which resembled that of someone afflicted by unrequited love. She clearly harbored feelings for Gu Yanzhi, yet refused to acknowledge them. It was evident to everyone. In a moment of impulsiveness, Jiang Zhou spoke without a filter. What did you say? Shumian detected the underlying meaning in his words and couldn't help but press him for clarification. It's nothing. You should focus on your studies, Jiang Zhou hastily replied, clutching his cup as an excuse to leave. However, Shumian seized him by the collar. Jiang Zhou, clarify this for me. What do you mean? Everyone knows. Jiang Zhou, feeling guilty under her fierce gaze, hesitated to retaliate, fearing it might disturb his mother next door. All right, just let go. Realizing he had no intention of escaping, Shumian finally released her grip. With an urgent desire to uncover the truth, she pressed on. You like Gu Yanzhi? It's common knowledge. Jiang Zhou, who started this rumor? Shumian could hardly contain herself. It felt as though the only veil shielding her secret affection had been stripped away, leaving her hidden infatuation exposed to all. In that instant, she felt an overwhelming shyness. Her lips refusing to admit the truth while her heart was a tumult of emotions. This feeling was better left concealed, if it were ever revealed. She pondered how Gu Yanzhi would perceive her. Perhaps, maybe, it was likely, that they wouldn't even remain friends. That was the reality. No one had spread any rumors. Seeing Shumian on the verge of emotional collapse, Jiang Zhou quickly made his escape. Seizing the moment when she was distracted to slip out of her room and shut the door behind him, he plopped down, feeling as if his soul had departed. Contemplating whether his affection for Gu Yanzhi was truly that conspicuous. Oh dear, As the college entrance examination loomed ever closer, Shumian found herself lost in thought. Time was of the essence, and everyone around her had entered a state of readiness. This pivotal moment in her life hinged upon the impending exam. The instant she stepped into the examination hall, a wave of relief washed over her. Her examination room was located in Class 3 of the senior year. Her very own class. Moreover, her seat was the one previously occupied by Gu Yanzhi. Perhaps this was the divine orchestration of fate, where all connections were preordained. During the 3 days of the exam, Shumian seemed to channel Gu Yanzhi as she wrote with remarkable fluidity on every question. After completing the tests, the urge to compare answers was irresistible for her peers, a phenomenon that filled her with exasperation. She disliked nothing more than the post-exam gatherings where everyone congregated to discuss their answers. Let's compare answers, shall we? Shumian squeezed into a cluster of unfamiliar faces, noting that they were likely not from Nanchuan High School. Mind if I join you? Who are you? What business is it of yours if we compare answers? Retorted one boy, lacking in courtesy. My apologies, but it actually does concern me. Shumian raised her gaze, a glint of determination igniting in her eyes, silencing the crowd. The correct answers for the multiple-choice questions are CBB, and for the fill-in-the-blank questions, they are 1. As for the essay questions, before she could finish, a significant portion of the group dispersed. Almost none of them matched her answers. On what basis do you claim yours are the correct answers? Are you trying to deceive us? One individual protested. The answers I provided are indeed the standard, Shumian declared with unwavering confidence, leaving the onlookers speechless in astonishment. Chapter 71. I come running to you after the college entrance examination. Shumian found herself with nothing to occupy her time. The absence of any news from Gu Yanzhi left her feeling increasingly anxious. One day, emboldened by an inexplicable surge of courage, she boldly declared in front of Lin Jun her desire to travel to Chengdu to seek out Gu Yanzhi. The distance from NC City to CD City exceeded 2,000 kilometers. Lin Jun, infuriated, vehemently opposed her plans, insisting that a young girl, barely of age, should not venture out alone to meet a man. Sister, how could you even think of such a thing? She exclaimed. In an attempt to distract her, Jiang Zhou accompanied Shumian to the supermarket for a leisurely stroll. I am simply too bored, and besides, I am already an adult. Yet my mother still treats me like a child, Shumian lamented, her gaze lingering on the snacks, which seemed unappealing to her. But you are not yet an adult. Your birthday has not arrived, Jiang Zhou countered. In just 3 days, it will be my birthday. Does that not make me an adult? Shumian retorted, her determination unyielding. As fate would have it, the day following the announcement of the college entrance examination results coincided with Shumian's birthday. She was a bundle of nerves, her anxiety mounting as the group chat buzzed with messages, indicating that the results would be revealed at 10 o'clock that evening. Clutching Lin Jun's old smartphone, she fixated on the incessant stream of updates, her heart racing uncontrollably. Jiang Zhou and Lin Jun sat by her side in an internet CAF, their eyes glued to the screen, their hearts pounding in unison. Suddenly, the phone rang, startling Shumian to the point of near fainting. A glance at the screen revealed an unknown caller. Quick, answer it. Lin Jun was overwhelmed with excitement, fearing she might miss any news. Remember to put it on speaker. Jiang Zhou snatched the phone and assisted Shumian in activating the speaker mode. Hello? Shumian, summoning her courage, spoke with a heart racing like thunder. Shumian, have you checked your scores? The voice on the other end was breathless and seemed quite anxious. Gu Yanzhi, you? How could he have her mother's number? Yanzhi. We are currently at the internet CAF waiting for the results. Lin Jun, noticing Shumian's obliviousness, anxiously seized the phone and began discussing with Gu Yanzhi. It's 9:50. Shumian, relax, relax. Don't be nervous, don't be nervous. Shumian took deep breaths repeatedly, causing Jiang Zhou beside her to grow increasingly tense. Hurry, hurry. The results are out. In the internet CAF, others were also checking their scores. Upon hearing this, Shumian felt as if her brain might explode. Sister, hurry. It's out. Jiang Zhou urged her to check the results. As Shumian entered her examination number, her hands trembled uncontrollably, nearly shaking like a sieve. Yanzhi, wait a moment. The results are coming in. Lin Jun leaned closer, and the three of them stared intently at the screen, holding their breaths. Shumian closed her eyes, unable to bear looking at her score, and gently pressed the enter key. Whatever will be, will be. She covered her eyes, too afraid to look, while Jiang Zhou and Lin Jun remained silent. After a long while, Jiang Zhou finally spoke in a faint and sorrowful tone. Sister, do you know what score you got? Lin Jun was so overwhelmed with excitement that she could scarcely articulate a word. On the other end of the line, Gu Yanzhi held his breath, hesitant to speak. Pressing her ear to the phone for what felt like an eternity, she detected not a whisper of sound. "You Shumian, are you still there?" Only upon hearing Gu Yanzhi's voice did she dare to open her eyes, fixating on the score, utterly astonished. "You Shumian?" Gu Yanzhi inquired again, only to be met with a shriek from Yu Shumian. 740 points. Is this for real? She grasped Jiang Shou's hand in a fervor, her words tumbling out in a frenzy, incapable of articulating the emotions that swirled within her. "It's true, truly. Sister, it's all real." Gu Yanzhi quietly absorbed the joy emanating from the other end, no longer needing to speak, for his heart was already at peace. That night, Yu Shumian remained awake, her gaze fixed on the 740, her mind in a state of tumult. Chapter 72. The top scorer of the Gaokao in Nanchuan City. Never did she imagine that a mere mountain chicken could transform into a phoenix. She had never envisioned herself as the top scorer in Nanchuan City. Perhaps it was the blessing of her ancestors that brought about this fortune, or maybe it was her father's protection. In the depths of his heart, Gu Yanzhi contained his elation, finally uttering the long-awaited congratulations. "Thank you." Yu Shumian, now calming herself, found herself at a loss for words. "How have you been lately?" It was their first phone conversation, and she yearned to hear about his life at Chuan University. "You'll find out once you come here." Gu Yanzhi teased her, the anticipation in his heart drawing ever closer. With her birthday approaching the next day, Yu Shumian pondered whether she should share this with him. "Sister, hurry over. Principal Qin has arrived at our home. Yu Shumian, come out quickly." This joyful news spread like wildfire throughout Nanchuan High School. Principal Qin and teacher Wang hurried to Yu Shumian's residence overnight. Such a significant matter could not be neglected. "Go on, I will await your return." Gu Yanzhi urged her to attend to her own affairs first, suggesting that if she missed him, she could call this number. Lin Jun and Jiang Zhou warmly welcomed Principal Qin and teacher Wang in the living room, and despite the late hour, the atmosphere at home was unusually lively. "Good evening." Principal Qin, "Good evening." Teacher Wang, Yu Shumian politely greeted them. At first glance, Principal Qin appeared quite amiable, making it hard to imagine her fierce demeanor when reprimanding Qin Huai. "Come, please take a seat." Principal Qin beckoned with a warm smile. The five of them sat in the living room, discussing their joy. "Principal Qin, with this score, Yu Shumian should rank among the top few in NC City, right?" Teacher Wang felt as if she were tasting honey. Yu Shumian's recent performance had exceeded expectations, surpassing her usual mock exam scores by over 50 points. "There is no doubt about it, in my opinion." Just then, Principal Qin's phone rang. It was a call from the City Education Bureau. In a brief span of just a few seconds, the room erupted with excitement. "What did I tell you? This is the highest score in NC City. Yu Shumian, you are the science champion of NC City." This delightful revelation struck her like a bolt from the blue. Could it be that her ancestors were smiling upon her? Yu Shumian could hardly believe her ears. In her lifetime, she had actually achieved the title of champion. Jiang Zhou excitedly pinched her arm, compelling her to recognize the reality of the moment. In the early hours, both Tsinghua and Peking University reached out to her, extending their olive branches, only to be met with her firm rejections. "Yu Shumian, what are you doing?" Lin Jun expressed her frustration. After all, these were the two most prestigious universities in the country, coveted by countless individuals. "Yu Shumian, which university do you aspire to attend?" Principal Qin inquired earnestly. As educators, they yearned for their students to pursue the finest education, yet they also respected the students' own wishes. "Chuan University," Yu Shumian replied without much contemplation, her answer flowing forth effortlessly. "Chuan University is quite commendable, especially its medical program, which is among the finest in the nation." Principal Qin promptly elucidated the situation. This statement resonated deeply with Yu Shumian. Indeed, she was determined to study medicine at Chuan University. No, girls should not study medicine. They must pursue education. Lin Jun's assertive nature was unmistakably revealed. She had previously advised Yu Shumian to study education and become a teacher. What was once a mutual agreement to pursue education had now dramatically shifted towards medicine. "Yu Shumian, you must study education for my sake. No matter your reasoning, studying medicine is simply out of the question." Lin Jun insisted, pointing at Yu Shumian, unwilling to hear any explanation. "Mom, this time, I want to make my own decisions. I wish to study medicine." Yu Shumian stood her ground against Lin Jun. And despite the efforts of Jiang Zhou and the two teachers nearby to mediate, their attempts proved futile. This conflict was destined to persist until the day of college applications. What should have been a joyous evening was sullied by the disputes over school and major selections. This time, come what may, no matter the obstacles, she was determined to take charge of her own life. Why should others dictate her destiny? Chapter 73. Your wings have grown strong. Both prestigious universities, Tsinghua and Beida, have approached our home in hopes of persuading me, yet their efforts came to naught due to Yu Shumian's resolute refusal. Yu Shumian, what exactly do you intend to do? Lin Jun shouted at her, veins throbbing on her forehead. The feather duster in her hand was poised to strike, only to be intercepted by Jiang Zhou. Mother, please refrain from anger. My sister is merely discussing this matter, Jiang Zhou hastily exclaimed as he forcibly extracted the duster from Lin Jun's grip, sparing Yu Shumian from a painful encounter. Discussing? There is no room for negotiation in this matter. I see you have grown wings and are now learning to fly independently. Haven to you. Yu Shumian, steeling herself, refused to back down. The fire within her had evidently been smoldering for quite some time, now erupting in an instant. The college entrance examination was taken by me. Where I choose to study is my decision. On what grounds do you presume to make choices for me? This is my life, not yours. Lin Jun, already fuming, was evidently incensed by Yu Shumian's words, her body trembling with rage. Yu Shumian! Lin Jun's voice was laced with a shriek and boundless fury. The slap was loud and crisp, reverberating throughout the room with a sharp and searing sound. What are you doing? Jiang Anha burst through the door, having heard the commotion from downstairs, and rushed up the stairs. Jiang Zhou, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly seized Jiang Anha, the sole beacon of hope. What is going on? Jiang Anha inquired, having hurried home after receiving a congratulatory call from Principal Qin. What is happening? Isn't it enough that my daughter has achieved the top score in the NC City College entrance examination? Father. Mother wants my sister to attend a teacher training program at Tsinghua or Beida, while my sister is resolutely determined to pursue her studies at Sichuan University for medicine. Jiang Zhou succinctly encapsulated the crux of the matter. Lin Jun, the child should be free to choose her educational path, and we ought to support her rather than engage in quarrels at home. Jiang Zhou naturally favored Yu Shumian, which made Lin Jun feel as though her status within the family had diminished. Oh, so you all support her unconditionally. What am I in this household? Am I merely your servant? I provide for your every need without a hint of complaint. And as for Yu Shumian, she looks down upon me, her mother, who sells pancakes, and chooses a path that leads her away from home. Is pursuing a teaching degree truly for my sake? Is it not ultimately for her benefit? Infuriated, Lin Jun stormed out, prompting Jiang Anha to hastily follow. Before departing, she reminded Jiang Zhou, keep an eye on your sister. Jiang Zhou glanced at Yu Shumian's swollen right cheek, feeling a pang of sympathy. She had always been obedient. Yet now she was exhibiting such stubbornness and rebellion merely to attend the same school as Gu Yanzhi. Sister, please stop crying, Jiang Zhou offered, handing her an ice pack. Yu Shumian clutched the ice pack to her face, feeling wronged, her tears cascading like a string of broken pearls. No amount of comfort from Jiang Zhou seemed to soothe her. Sister, your determination to attend Sichuan University is for Gu Yanzhi, isn't it? Jiang Zhou's words struck a chord with Yu Shumian. Mother is currently in a fit of anger. Confronting her directly will lead nowhere. When it comes time to fill out your application, do not inform her. Fill it out quietly and act decisively afterward. Jiang Zhou, with his ill-conceived idea, was met with a sidelong glance from Yu Shumian, who lightly scolded him with her eyes. Sister, today is your birthday. If you continue to cry, it will not look good. Jiang Zhou, like a magician, produced a hideous plush toy from behind his back, its vibrant green hue rendering it extraordinarily unattractive. How ugly. Yu Shumian remarked disdainfully, unable to suppress a chuckle. If you keep crying, you'll end up looking just as hideous. Jiang Zhou teased her. You are the ugliest. Even more so than this toy. Yu Shumian refused to back down and playfully punched Jiang Zhou. Chapter 74. An unexpected surprise. Jiang Anha consoled Lin Jun, reminding her that children must choose their own paths in life. As parents, they should respect their children's decisions. Lin Jun felt her frustration dissipate somewhat. Grateful for Jiang Anha's eloquence. Only he could soothe her. Look, Mr. Gu is calling, Jiang Anha noted, promptly answering his phone. To his surprise, Gu Qingyi announced that he would host a birthday party for Mianmian today, claiming it was a celebratory occasion. What should we do about this? Lin Jun pondered, realizing that since it was Gu Qingyi's invitation, it would be impossible to decline. What else can we do? We shall go. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhou had just managed to comfort Yu Shumian, observing that the siblings could still indulge in playful banter, when Lin Jun interrupted them with news of a gathering. Dad. Why is Gu Yanzhi's father throwing a birthday party for my sister? This makes no sense. A lingering sense of confusion arose within her. She could not fathom why Gu Yanzhi's father would host a celebration for her, which sparked an inexplicable feeling of aversion and discomfort in her heart. Upon reaching the destination, the scene was nothing short of spectacular. It seemed as if all the teachers from the school had gathered, along with numerous unfamiliar faces. Ah, Jiang, you have finally arrived. Everyone has been eagerly awaiting your presence. This time, Gu Qingyi appeared considerably more amiable than before, resembling a different person entirely, which left her feeling somewhat incredulous. Mian, hurry over. Today is your stage. Gu Qingyi extended an invitation, while Aunt Luo Bai graciously urged her to take a seat. This made her quite uncomfortable, as such gatherings were not to her liking. Mian, today is your birthday, and it is also a celebration of your successful completion of the college entrance examination and your commendable results. Uncle Gu's sudden gesture may have seemed a bit abrupt, but it stemmed from his genuine happiness, prompting him to take the initiative. Shumian was already so nervous that she could scarcely utter a word, with Jiang Anha and Lin Jun providing support from the sidelines. Mian, the birthday cake is here, Gu Qingyi called out, pushing a 6-tiered cake adorned with opulent decorations from the end of the banquet, making her feel as if she were in a beautiful dream. The one pushing the cake was none other than the person she had longed for. Shumian, happy birthday. Gu Yanzhi smiled gently, observing her flustered and bewildered demeanor, reminiscent of a little lamb. Mian, make a wish. That wish was a dream she had nurtured for 3 years, and she was determined to fulfill it in the near future. Summoning her breath, she extinguished all the candles, gazing at Gu Yanzhi, who stood before her with such tenderness. In that moment, she forgot the passage of time and the occasion, as if everything were frozen in that second. The surrounding clamor and laughter seemed to have no relevance to her. Her heart was solely preoccupied with the every move of Gu Yanzhi. It felt as though the current Gu Yanzhi no longer belonged to her alone, but to a multitude of others. If only the cold and aloof Gu Yanzhi could remain the possession of the masses, while this gentle and gracious version belonged solely to her. Sister, what are you thinking about? Jiang Zhou approached her, holding a small gift. Shumian glanced at the pink-wrapped box and felt a sense of unease. What is this? Jiang Zhou placed the gift in her hands and explained, word by word. This is a graduation gift from Qi Baixing. What? She sent me a graduation gift? Shumian thought she had misheard, suddenly recalling that Qi Baixing was currently a freshman at Sichuan University. Since when did you become so close with Qi Baixing? Shumian regarded Jiang Zhou with a mischievous glint, observing his shy demeanor, as if he thought she was unaware of his feelings. Chapter 75. The fiery first kiss. That birthday banquet left her in a state of trepidation, as if she had been caught in a fleeting dream, instantly vanishing. Qi Baixing was also at Sichuan University? Shumian walked alongside Gu Yanzhi down a sun-dappled alley, engaging in casual conversation. She had seen him chatting animatedly with those teachers during the day. Why was it that he had nothing to say to her? Well, you know. Gu Yanzhi replied in a nonchalant tone. Are you close with her? What kind of question was that? Was she expressing concern for him? We are not in the same department, so naturally, we are not familiar. Shumian seemed to have received a satisfactory answer, unable to resist the subtle upward curve of her lips, revealing a hint of pride. Aunt Lin wishes for you to attend Qingbei. Her life is beyond my influence. Now that she has a better option, I should be genuinely happy for her. Yet, why does my heart feel so heavy? Do you wish for me to go? If you desire. Gu Yanzhi's words were abruptly interrupted by Shumian. I do not wish to. Shumian halted her steps, gazing at Gu Yanzhi, their eyes locking, one filled with sorrow, the other with indignation. Gu Yanzhi, have you forgotten our previous promise? Do you harbor regrets? Gu Yanzhi. A surge of doubt and unease flooded Shumian's heart. Now that he has ventured into a broader world, he must have encountered many remarkable young women in the university. Observing her furious demeanor, Gu Yanzhi realized this time she was genuinely angry. I have not forgotten our promise. How could I ever forget? I would never dare to forget. I merely wish for you to have better choices. Gu Yanzhi hastily clarified, fearing she would misinterpret his intentions. Shumian's anger intensified. Did he truly remain oblivious to her innermost thoughts? Had she known it would come to this, she should have acted sooner. I will not attend Qingbei. Shumian declared with unwavering firmness and resolution, not a trace of hesitation in her voice. Gu Yanzhi, do you truly comprehend my feelings? On her birthday celebration, Shumian indulged in a few sips of beer, a beverage she had previously never tasted. The alcohol's potency overwhelmed her. and the feelings she had been bottling up for so long surged forth, emboldened by the drink. Gu Yanzhi, have you been to Sichuan University? Have you found someone you like? Gu Yanzhi gazed at her flushed cheeks, illuminated by the soft, golden light, which lent her an air of delicate allure. Is it true? Do you no longer wish to be with me? With me? Yu Shumian felt a wave of grievance wash over her, and as she spoke, her voice began to quiver. Gu Yanzhi, in a state of helplessness, allowed her to pound her fists against his chest, refraining from retaliating. You fool! How could I possibly like anyone else? Have you not sensed my feelings at all? Gu Yanzhi grasped her flailing hands and gently pressed her small head against his chest. Yu Shumian, how could I ever like someone else? Have you always believed that of me? With her ear pressed against his heart, she felt its fervent rhythm, a beat that resonated in harmony with her own. Silently, she listened, not uttering a word. The one I have always liked, from the very beginning, has been you. Yu Shumian. This sentiment lay deeply hidden within him, obscure yet beautiful, a thought he dared not touch lightly, yet it filled him with infinite longing. I like you. Yu Shumian. Gu Yanzhi tightened his embrace, and Yu Shumian quietly wrapped her arms around his waist. This time, the connection was both vivid and intense, as the heat of their confinement shattered the barriers that bound them. Who wouldn't say that? Yu Shumian nestled in his embrace, murmuring softly to herself. Although it was a playful remark, Gu Yanzhi took it to heart. Suddenly, Yu Shumian felt her waist released by a pair of strong hands, followed by being pressed against the trunk of a parasol tree. In an instant, Gu Yanzhi, disregarding her wide-eyed alarm, leaned down to capture that tender, warm, and delicate softness. As he enveloped her upper lip, a spark ignited in Yu Shumian's mind, bursting forth like fireworks, leaving her in a daze. Is this a declaration of my feelings? Chapter 76. Mother hospitalized from anger on her 18th birthday. During that summer, Gu Yanzhi stole my first kiss. Yu Shumian had been at home these past few days, awaiting her college application. The principal of Chuan University had already reached out to her via phone. If she were to attend Chuan University, she would not have to pay any tuition for 4 years. Furthermore, there would be opportunities for postgraduate recommendations. Lin Jun made a final concession. She agreed to Yu Shumian attending Chuan University, but insisted on her enrolling in the education major. This matter had led to several heated arguments between Yu Shumian and Lin Jun at home, with neither side willing to yield. Yu Shumian took the money from the table and left, glancing over to see Lin Jun busy in the kitchen, too apathetic to greet her. Upon hearing the door close, Lin Jun emerged from the kitchen. Seizing the moment, she hurried into Yu Shumian's bedroom and locked the door. Lin Jun rummaged through the drawer. Knowing full well that Yu Shumian's determination to attend Chuan University was undoubtedly for Gu Yanzhi, the blue checkered diary was opened by Lin Jun, revealing over 100 thick pages, all dedicated to Gu Yanzhi. On the last page, which was the most recent, a heart-shaped note meticulously folded by Yu Shumian was tucked inside. Lin Jun delicately unfolded the heart, uncovering several lines written in red ink. She etched those words into her heart, her hands trembling as she clutched the sheet of paper, wishing to shred it and hurl it at her face. What is this? Come here. Lin Jun's tone was flat, calm as still waters, inducing a sense of foreboding in Yu Shumian. Trembling, Yu Shumian sat down, observing Lin Jun's darkened expression, too fearful to utter a word. Explain this. What is it? Yu Shumian gazed at the half-sheet, which was the heart that had been opened. Mom, how could you read my diary? A surge of anger ignited within her, and she clutched the torn page tightly. It felt as if all her secrets had been laid bare, the sole shield of modesty ripped away, leaving her utterly humiliated. You are my child. What is there that I cannot see? Yu Shumian, you insist that you will only attend Sichuan University, all for Gu Yanzhi. I sent you to school, not to pursue romance. Do you think your father earns money easily? Working tirelessly as a driver for others. Is making money so simple? Lin Jun's frustration flared, directing all her ire toward Yu Shumian. Yu Shumian stood there like a drenched chicken, silent and unresponsive. This time, she did not retort. Lin Jun finally spoke the truth. So, Zhang Anha has not been to the construction site these past 2 years, but has instead taken up a job as a driver for someone else? Mother, with my sister excelling, Gu Yanzhi is no slouch either. Jiang Zhou began to show favoritism towards Yu Shumian, incessantly persuading Lin Jun. Be quiet. Lin Jun's eyes reddened as she gazed at the ungrateful bunch she had raised, none of whom heeded her words. Yu Shumian, let me be clear. You shall not set foot in Chuan University, she declared, preparing to call the president of Tsinghua University. Upon hearing this, Yu Shumian panicked and rushed to restrain Lin Jun's hand from dialing. Mother, what on earth are you trying to do? I will not go to Tsinghua. Yu Shumian was resolute, standing her ground against Lin Jun. You will not go to Tsinghua, will you? You will not, will you? Lin Jun suddenly exhibited unusual behavior, her emotions surging, leaving Jiang Zhou at a loss for words on how to mediate. Very well, if you refuse, then do not recognize me as your mother in the future. Overwhelmed by fatigue, Lin Jun felt a rush of blood to her head, and darkness enveloped her as she lost consciousness. That moment left Yu Shumian utterly stunned, though she felt a swell of indignation within. Her mother's sudden fainting robbed her of any sense of support. That evening, Rong Xiaoqian and Qin Huai, having learned of the situation concerning Yu Shumian, brought fruit to visit Aunt Lin. Rong Xiaoqian gently patted her shoulder in consolation, while Yu Shumian held back tears, feeling a profound sense of discomfort. Qianqian, what should I do? Yu Shumian clung to her, eyes reddened and uncertain. I'll accompany you. If you go to Chuan University, I will go with you, all right? Rong Xiaoqian herself could not fathom why she hastily made such a decision. As Qin Huai gazed into her resolute eyes, a pang of discomfort stirred within him. He reflected on his barely passing score, uncertain whether he could gain admission to the sports academy of Sichuan University. Qianqian, I do not wish for you to. Yu Shumian's words tumbled out incoherently. She was reluctant to burden others with her own struggles. Mian. Sichuan University has always been my aspiration. My decision was not made solely because of you. Rong Xiaoqian regarded her, while Qin Huai observed the two, feeling increasingly like an outsider. Were they not the true embodiment of love? But what of Qin Huai's own feelings? Yu Shumian cast a tearful glance at Qin Huai beside her, realizing that he too must be in distress. When Rong Xiaoqian turned her gaze towards Qin Huai, the youth immediately averted his eyes, fearful that his demeanor might disappoint her. Forget him. He wouldn't wish to attend Sichuan University. Since the announcement of the college entrance examination results, Qin Huai had been reluctant to disclose his score to Rong Xiaoqian, leading to a conflict that left her in sorrow for quite some time. Their encounter at the hospital that evening had been unexpectedly awkward. Qin Huai contemplated explaining, yet he quickly deemed it unnecessary. What purpose would it serve to voice unattainable aspirations? Would that not be an exercise in humiliation? Qianqian. Yu Shumian embraced Rong Xiaoqian, enveloping them in a tender moment, and Qin Huai felt increasingly superfluous. The night air was brisk as Rong Xiaoqian and Qin Huai walked side by side beneath the trees, enveloped in silence. Had she truly resolved to pursue her dreams at Sichuan University? Qin Huai finally mustered the courage to shatter the tranquility, his voice trembling with tension. Well, what about you? Me? Qin Huai chuckled self-deprecatingly. I don't know. Is that your answer? Rong Xiaoqian halted in her tracks, lifting her gaze to meet Qin Huai's, her face flushed with embarrassment. I can't accompany you to Chuan University. My scores aren't sufficient. Qin Huai finally confided his score to her, which merely surpassed the undergraduate threshold by 20 points. So, do you wish to be with me? Rong Xiaoqian, breaking free from her constraints, boldly inquired. Qin Huai gazed at her, his eyes wavering as he introspected. Rong Xiaoqian had already etched herself deeply into his heart. I do. Then, would you be willing to repeat the year for me? Rong Xiaoqian's eyes were resolute, awaiting his response. After a minute of silence, with no words from him, she understood the answer. As she turned to leave, clutching her chest, it felt as if she could scarcely breathe. It turned out he remained as timid and weak as ever, unwilling to make any promises for her sake. Chapter 77. A choice at the crossroads of life. Yu Shumian had kept vigil in the hospital room throughout the night, while Jiang Zhou dared not step away. The doctor stated that her condition was a result of overexertion and inadequate rest. Coupled with malnutrition, her physical state had not been promptly restored or adjusted, leading to her current plight. Jiang Zhou, do you think I might be a bit selfish? Yu Shumian sat on a bench outside the room, beginning to doubt herself. From the beginning to the end, it seemed she had not considered her mother's feelings at all. However, had she not encountered Gu Yanzhi, she would undoubtedly have chosen to attend Qibei. Yet, without knowing Gu Yanzhi, she would not have become the top scorer in the college entrance examination in NC City. Sister, I fully support your choice. Mother merely struggles with her own emotional conflicts. She desires for you to venture to a better place, wishing for you to live according to her aspirations. Jiang Zhou observed her dejected expression, uncertain of how to console her. It seemed that every individual's choice was distinct, and each choice held its own validity. Mian, please come with me. Jiang Anha emerged from the hospital room, his face etched with fatigue, beckoning her to a secluded area. Dad, Yu Shumian called out hoarsely. Mian, have you truly made up your mind? Yu Shumian nodded earnestly, without hesitation. You are attending Chuan University to pursue Gu Yanzhi, aren't you? Jiang Anha articulated Yu Shumian's innermost thoughts with piercing clarity, perceiving everything through her gaze. Dad, you knew all along? I have known for quite some time. I simply hadn't sought to discuss it with you privately. With a sigh, Jiang Anha acknowledged that his concerns had ultimately materialized. Dad, Yu Shumian attempted to speak, but Jiang Anha interjected, urging her to listen to him first. Father respects your choice, but it must stem from your own heart, not merely as a means to follow another. I wish for your journey through life to be smooth and do not want you to take a misguided path at such a young age for someone else. The connections between the Gu family, the Jiang family, and even Yuhua are intricate, woven with complexities and subtle ties. He does not wish for Yu Shumian to choose Chuan University for the sake of Gu Yanzhi. Their paths are not destined to intertwine. Father, I have long made this choice, a decision that has been steadfast for 3 years, and I shall never regret it. Yu Shumian's gaze remained resolute, unwavering in her original intent, determined to pursue her chosen path to the end. I chose Chuan University for myself, and I do not regret it. Though her words were firm, she knew that this was the only way to secure her place at Chuan University. Very well. But you must choose your major according to your mother's wishes. Pursue education. Jiang Anha, this time, would no longer unconditionally favor her. He was resolved to allow her to forge her own path. Gu Yanzhi was not suited for her, and should it come to a final juncture, it would inevitably culminate in tragedy. All right, I promise you. Yu Shumian's eyes glistened with unshed tears, a warm droplet threatening to spill forth. I will study education, not medicine. Her mind was a whirlwind of confusion. She could scarcely contain her emotions and dashed out of Jiang Anha's sight, seeking refuge in a quiet place. In the darkness, a figure stood with his back to her, holding a basket of fruit. Moments ago, Gu Yanzhi had intended to visit Lin Jun, but happened to overhear the conversation between Yu Shumian and Jiang Anha at the corner. In those fleeting minutes, he felt as though his heart were shattering, a profound discomfort enveloping him. He had always believed that Uncle Jiang harbored fondness for him. Surely, the connection with his father would render them closer. However, he never realized that in their hearts, he had always been. Chapter 78. I can no longer love you. Some love must remain concealed, hidden from the light. Should it become too ostentatious, it would be swiftly stifled in its cradle. In those days, our romantic pursuits were often shadowed by the admonitions of our elders, unlike the freedom we now possess after entering the workforce. Lin Jun awakened to the first words spoken by Yu Shumian, a promise made to her, to study education rather than medicine. Lamenting the exorbitant hospital fees that seemed utterly unnecessary, the day she submitted her application was the most sorrowful of her days, as she helplessly watched her first choice, a major in higher education within the educational psychology department at Sichuan University, become a reality. At the moment her application was submitted, the weight of her anxiety was finally lifted. Following her enrollment, Yu Shumian underwent a remarkable transformation, seeking part-time employment and utilizing her literary acumen to write for others. Gu Yanzhi wrestled with the urge to reach out to Yu Shumian, yet was thwarted by a moment of eavesdropping during a hospital visit. Through her summer job, Yu Shumian earned enough to purchase her very first mobile phone, a source of immense pride as it was acquired through her own labor. Immediately upon acquiring her phone, she added Rong Xiaoqian on QQ. She also unearthed Shenmo's QQ from her diary, but her request went unaccepted. When do you report back? Yu Shumian inquired while reclining on her bed, gazing leisurely at the outside scenery. On the 4th, how about you? My parents plan to take me to Chengdu for half a month before I head to school. How fortunate you are, Yu Shumian sighed, reflecting on her contented life. And Qin Huai? She could not help but ask, her concern for her friend bubbling to the surface. He has enlisted in the military. Enlisted? How audacious of him. This outcome was utterly unforeseen by her. The usually carefree Qin Huai has surprisingly chosen to serve in the army, which is indeed remarkable. I, too, am taken aback, remarked Rong Xiaoqian. So, how long will you wait for him? Can you endure it? Yu Shumian inquired, knowing that the days of waiting are often long and arduous, especially now that Qin Huai has joined the military. Certainly, once a decision is made, it shall not waver. Best of luck, and we shall meet again when school commences. Rong Xiaoqian hesitantly shared some unfortunate news over the phone. I apologize, but I must attend a music concert in Europe. I will be away from school for the entire first month. Yu Shumian lamented how the lives of exceptional individuals are always so vibrant and diverse, a stark contrast to her own. Indeed, Lin Jun entered the bedroom, urging her to hasten her packing, as their departure was imminent in 2 days. Yet she was still lounging about at home. I must hang up. My mother has arrived. Shumian quickly disconnected the call, feigning the act of packing while still listening to her mother's incessant chatter. Shumian, how can you possibly have enough clothes with such a meager amount? Hurry and pack some winter attire, lest you catch a chill. Mother, that is Chengdu, the land of abundance. It is far warmer than the north. Shumian hurriedly enlightened her about Chengdu's pleasant temperatures and gentle climate, which would suit her disposition perfectly. Nevertheless, you should still bring some. Lin Jun fretted unnecessarily. This was her first time venturing so far from home, and naturally, she felt a sense of unease. Mother, it is truly unnecessary. Shumian hurriedly packed her belongings and closed the suitcase, forbidding anyone from placing anything inside. Oh, so eager to run away from home, he remarked. Shumian dismissed him. For she was leaving for Chengdu by plane the following day. This place would soon be behind her. It's none of your business. She shot him a glance. Jiang Zhou made a face at her, defiantly raising his middle finger. Be careful, or I'll hit you. Shumian thought he was being irritating, as if he was seeking a beating before her departure. She closed the door and sat by the window, gazing at the building across the street. The dark, charred ground on the second floor tugged at her heartstrings. Grandpa Luo, can you see me from there? I got in. I've been accepted to Sichuan University. Will you be proud of me? With her hands clasped together, she slowly intertwined her fingers into a fist resting beneath her chin. Silently, she murmured, Grandpa Luo, don't worry, I will take good care of him. I promise I will look after him well. She wondered what Gu Yanzhi was doing this summer. Perhaps he was coordinating projects with his advisor at Sichuan University? Late at night, Lin Jun knocked on Shumian's door. A mother worries for her child. No matter the distance, she had finally arrived at this day. Yinmin, take this card for emergencies. Mom, my living expenses are sufficient. I don't need extra money. Shumian, unsure where her courage came from, was confident she could manage to work and study at Sichuan University. Just take it. You will find it useful later. Shumian stubbornly refused, and Lin Jun, tired of arguing, reminded her to study diligently at Sichuan University. No one is left to care for her daily needs. She must fend for herself. After an extensive conversation that seemed to stretch into the evening, the moment of departure approached, and her heart was heavy with reluctance. The following day, Lin Jun and Jiang Anha accompanied her to the airport, showering her with a multitude of reminders to take good care of herself. Should she find herself short of money, she was urged to communicate with her family instead of bottling up her troubles. As Shumian boarded the plane, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her the instant it took off, her stomach churning in response. Indeed, her tendency to experience motion sickness had now manifested in air travel, creating a vicious cycle. After a fitful slumber, she awoke just as the plane was landing at Chengdu's Shuangli Airport. Ninmin, have you arrived in Chengdu? Jiang Anha and Lin Jun called her via video, marveling at the grand architecture visible on their screens. The allure of the big city was undeniable. Mom and Dad, I've arrived. I need to head to school for registration. I'll call you once I'm settled. She hastily ended the call, taking a deep breath as she scanned the waiting area of the airport. The throngs of people overwhelmed her senses. Yet she waited in vain for a figure she had longed to see. Clinging to a flicker of hope, she held on until the sun dipped below the horizon, and the crowd dissipated, leaving her disheartened as she made her way to school. Young lady, are you a freshman at Sichuan University? The taxi driver, roughly the same age as Jiang Anha, felt familiar to the newly arrived Shumian. Yes, I can tell from your accent that you're not from Sichuan. Are you? No, I'm from Nanchuan. As Shumian gazed out at the nightscape, the vibrant lights and neon hues appeared quite unfamiliar to her. Everywhere she looked, she seemed to catch glimpses of Gu Yanzhi's silhouette. Chapter 79. It turns out he was deceiving me. When Shumian arrived at the school, it was already 9 o'clock, and the welcoming booths had all been dismantled. Are you a new student who arrived today? The security guard at the entrance halted her, his face stern and serious. Yes. Here is my admission notice. Shumian promptly presented the document to verify her identity. The freshman dormitory is located in Building 12 of the North Court. You can follow the directional signs to reach it. Shumian quickly took note, expressing her gratitude before wheeling her suitcase through the gates of Sichuan University. The evening breeze brushed against her face, imparting a gentle sensation. Indeed, the winds of the south were as tender and lingering as depicted in novels. As Shumian surveyed her surroundings, the enchanting night scene of the campus captivated her. The teaching buildings were brightly illuminated, and the evening study sessions at Sichuan University concluded at 10:30, marking the peak hours of student activity. Most students had finished their classes, and the flow of people began to swell. Gu Yanzhi glanced at his watch. He had initially planned to pick her up from the airport, but regrettably, his advisor had summoned him to the laboratory to coordinate a project with Qi Baixing, rendering him unable to leave at the last minute. Yanzhi, where are you headed? Qi Baixing inquired, catching up to him with a box of chocolates in hand. Do you have other matters to attend to? Gu Yanzhi replied with a hint of impatience, contemplating a visit to the girls' dormitory in hopes of a fortuitous encounter. I appreciate your efforts today. Let me treat you to dinner. No need. I have other commitments. Gu Yan's rejection was decisive as he swiftly descended the stairs, with Qi Baixing stubbornly pursuing him. Alas, in her haste, she misstepped on the last stair and fell to the ground, a sharp pain radiating throughout her body. Gu Yan, just a couple of steps ahead, glanced back at her predicament, silently cursing under his breath. Can you walk? In the darkness, he could not discern the extent of Qi Baixing's injury. It seemed as though she had twisted her ankle and could no longer walk. Qi Baixing let out a small cry, clearly in pain. Observing her condition, Gu Yan had no choice but to assist her out of the classroom building. I will call Qi Jingyan to come and pick you up. As Gu Yan reached for his phone to dial Qi Jingyan, Qi Baixing pressed her hand against his, their fingers brushing together, with his left hand supporting her elbow, creating an intimate proximity between them. Shumian, catching sight of them from the entrance of the building, locked eyes with Gu Yan. The coincidence of their gazes meeting at that precise moment felt almost melodramatic. Yan, my foot is increasingly painful, Qi Baixing said, her hand instinctively climbing up Gu Yan's wrist. Shumian. Gu Yan abruptly shook off Qi Baixing and rushed toward Shumian. For him, this felt like a gift from the heavens, as if fate had traversed great distances to bring Shumian to his side. Shumian, filled with indignation and irrational thoughts, grabbed her suitcase and fled, not wanting to see Gu Yan, not even a little. Shumian. Gu Yanzhi chased after her, seizing her suitcase to prevent her from leaving. Shumian. It was not as you imagined. Shumian halted her steps and turned to face him, feeling wronged. She was even more infuriated upon witnessing his interaction with Qi Baixing. I do not wish to hear your explanation. Despite her words, she remained rooted to the spot, her heart still tethered to him. Mian, there is nothing between her and me. Gu Yanzhi grasped her hand, cradling it in his warmth. Her hands, exposed to the wind, were icy. I had intended to pick you up today, but my mentor assigned me a project at the last moment. Gu Yanzhi sought to explain, eager to reveal everything to her. Shumian could distinctly sense that since she had submitted her application, he had been deliberately avoiding her. This evening, she was determined to seek clarity. Chapter 80. Fate brings us together across miles. Why are you avoiding me? Shumian gazed into his eyes, but Gu Yanzhi averted his gaze, unable to meet her stare. Once a radiant figure, he now could not even bear her scrutiny. I am not. I have merely been too busy, Gu Yanzhi retorted defensively. You are deceiving me. Ever since I submitted my application, you ceased to contact me. Shumian remembered it all too well. Are you resenting me for not studying medicine? This was the answer she had pondered for 2 months, the only answer. How could that be? I believe your choice to study education is quite commendable. Gu Yanzhi's remark, lacking consideration for her feelings, was infuriating to Shumian. Gu Yanzhi, if you do not like me, you could simply tell me. Why must you avoid me? Why not be honest? Shumian was anxious, fearing that Gu Yanzhi truly no longer harbored feelings for her, which was why he was avoiding her. I do not dislike you. I have always cherished you, Gu Yanzhi exclaimed, his tone fraught with urgency, at a loss for how to convey the tumult of emotions within him. His affection for her was profound, yet alas, her family did not approve of him. Gu Yanzhi, you may voice any concerns you have, she urged. That day at the hospital, I overheard your conversation with Uncle Jiang. Gu Yanzhi was keen to observe her reaction, and she paused for a moment, realizing the source of his apprehension. Gu Yanzhi, that is merely my father's opinion. Can it truly dictate my choices? I came to Chuan University to grow alongside you. You are the goal I strive towards in my heart. Are you still troubled by my father's words? Shumian pressed. I wish for you to carve out your own path. I do not want you to make choices because of me, Gu Yanzhi replied, his rationality unwavering, to the point of inciting Shumian's ire. Very well, Gu Yanzhi, if that is the case, let us not meet again. Enraged, she snatched the suitcase from his hands and stormed off toward the dormitory. Gu Yanzhi stood dejectedly beneath the street lamp, watching Shumian vanish into the night, regret gnawing at him for the words he had spoken. Outside her dormitory, Shumian took a deep breath to compose herself before unlocking the door. Surprise, she exclaimed, as she pushed her suitcase through the entrance, momentarily stunned by the vibrant array of confetti poppers. Hi, Shumian. Three friends enveloped her in a warm embrace, leaving her utterly astonished. One of the individuals recognized herself. Yuansu, what brings you to Sichuan University? Yu Shumian exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that fate had allowed her connection with Yuansu to continue. Behold, this is the esteemed Yu Shumian, the top scorer of the college entrance examination in NC City. Yuansu proclaimed with pride akin to that of a parent boasting about her child, while the other two roommates could not help but express their admiration. My goodness. You are the legendary figure who can both punch thugs and kick bullies. How did you end up at Sichuan University? Indeed. I heard that both Tsinghua and Peking University were vying for your attention. Why did you choose this place? Faced with the barrage of questions from her roommates, she could only deflect. Yuansu noticed that Yu Shumian appeared to have recently cried, with faint traces of tears still visible on her face, despite her attempts to wipe them away. What's wrong? Why did you arrive so late? As Yuansu assisted her in tidying up, she felt compelled to strike up a conversation. The flight was delayed. Oh, Yuansu replied, still curious about why she had chosen Sichuan University. By the way, I encountered Gu Yanzhi today. Do you remember him? He was the boy who participated in the math competition with us. Yes. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Yuansu mused aloud, inadvertently piquing Yu Shumian's interest. He does have a girlfriend, Yu Shumian responded. How do you know? Yuansu inquired, her curiosity ignited. I just heard it from someone. Yu Shumian quickly deflected, bringing the topic to a close. Oh, all right. Yuansu sighed with disappointment, as the flicker of hope that had just ignited within her was swiftly extinguished. Chapter 81. The new representative's speech. Yu Shumian lay in bed, unable to find slumber for quite some time. Her thoughts lingered on the scene she had witnessed earlier that evening at the entrance of the teaching building, where Gu Yanzhi and Qi Baisheng had been. Mian, are you asleep? Came the gentle voice of Yuansu from the adjacent bed. Both restless souls were kept awake by their own musings. Not yet. What's the matter? Yu Shumian lifted the curtain and leaned her head toward Yuansu's bedside. Their faces met in the dim light of the night, gazing at each other. I can't fall asleep, Yuansu confessed, her phone casting a faint glow. Neither can I. Yu Shumian replied with a shared smile. She too retrieved her phone. Shall we add each other as friends? Sure. How amusing it was for them to engage in such triviality at the witching hour, conversing joyously on QQ. Yu Shumian's quality of sleep was no better than Yuansu's. The latter still managed to rise on time, full of energy, while Yu Shumian required Yuansu to rouse her from slumber. Today was the day for collecting military training uniforms and handling various mundane affairs concerning their academic records. The other two girls in their dormitory were distinct in their own right. The tallest among them, Jiang Shui, lived up to her name, cool and serene as snow, beautiful with a sweet voice. The other, a chubby little darling from Chengdu named Hua Ling, was clever and endearing. The three girls each possessed their unique charm. Little Shumian, do you have any plans for the afternoon? Hua Ling inquired, hinting at a different intention. None. Why? Yu Shumian and Yuansu walked arm in arm, following Hua Ling and Jiang Shui. Shall we go out for some fun? I'll take you to enjoy some delicious food. Yu Shumian was feeling quite at a loss for how to spend her afternoon when an unexpected event unfolded. A few individuals had made delightful plans, only to have them dashed by a sudden announcement in the class group stating there would be a freshman meeting in the afternoon, during which they would also collect their military training uniforms. All their beautiful plans had evaporated. The counselor, Wen Yuan, reached out to her, requesting that she prepare a speech for the new students. Yu Shumian, please prepare well and dress beautifully for tomorrow. You will be speaking on behalf of the newcomers at the representative meeting. All right, Teacher Wen, Yu Shumian replied, her heart heavy after the call. What's wrong? Yuansu inquired, noticing her troubled expression. I have to write a speech. I will be representing the freshmen tomorrow. Yu Shumian gazed at her with her innocent, large eyes, casting a pleading look toward Yuansu. This is a good opportunity. You must seize it well. Who knows, you might garner a wave of admirers. What a wonderful thing. You are about to receive a special gift of preferential dating rights. Yuansu teased, while Hualing and Jiang Shui had already chosen a dress and makeup for her. Isn't this a bit over the top? Yu Shumian remarked, observing the trio's enthusiasm, which resembled preparations for a talent show. You are the face of our dormitory. You must look stunning. Exactly. Let those boys be envious. Hualing and Jiang Shui chimed in, coaxing Yu Shumian into a daze. Hualing, is this makeup too heavy? Hualing urged her to be quiet, insisting that she simply enjoy the outcome. Little Shumian, you've never worn makeup before, have you? Yuansu noted her discomfort. It is indeed a first for Shumian to envision a day when she would adorn herself with makeup and attire. Hualing presented her finest dress, declaring it a battle garment. Look, this is no less than what the campus belle would wear. Hualing twirled around Shumian, marveling at her own creation. Shumian took a few hesitant steps, feeling that the dress was far too exquisite for her, fearing that she might ruin it. Hualing, isn't this a bit too extravagant? Hualing cast a glance at her and murmured, tomorrow, you will understand what it means for 100 flowers to bloom. The seniors from Chuan University will be present as well. The crowd will be overwhelming. Go for it, my little Shumian. You are the best. Both Hualing and Jiang Shui surrounded her that evening, offering encouragement. And it was the first warmth she felt since arriving at Chuan University. With such roommates, what more could one desire? Chapter 82. The right of first choice in dating. To her surprise, the day had come when she would possess the right of first choice in romantic pursuits. Though her heart brimmed with joy, it only fluttered for him. The highly anticipated freshman opening ceremony was held in the Grand Hall of Chuan University, filled to the brim with esteemed guests, leaving no corner unoccupied. Shumian, don't be nervous, don't be nervous. Clutching her script backstage, she gazed at the dignitaries seated stiffly on stage, her heart racing inexplicably. This was her inaugural experience addressing such a vast audience, and she was truly terrified. Shumian. A deep female voice resonated behind her. It was her counselor, Yuan, who had come to offer her encouragement just as she was about to take the stage. Do not be anxious. Approach the stage with a natural and poised demeanor. Shumian inhaled deeply, her heart pounding like thunder. Her cheeks flushed even more than the natural blush on her face. The representative of the 2014 freshman class was called to the stage. When the host announced her name, an involuntary shiver ran down her spine. Before stepping up, she took special care to ensure her dress was properly arranged and her hairstyle intact, which provided her with a modicum of confidence. She positioned herself on the left side of the stage, gently placing her manuscript on the lectern. Raising her gaze, she surveyed the packed auditorium, filled with unfamiliar faces, intensifying her heart's tumult. Hello everyone, I am Shumian from the School of Educational Psychology. It is a privilege to represent the freshmen and speak today. In a corner, Gu Yanzhi held a camera, softly pressing the shutter button. As he captured the image of the girl immortalized on film, a sense of gratification blossomed within him. Qi Baisheng sat beside Gu Yanzhi. She had inquired ahead of time about his attendance at the freshman meeting and had followed closely behind. Presently, their mentor and their project were progressing closely, thus affording them more opportunities to interact. What is it that you find so admirable? Qi Baisheng inquired earnestly, observing Gu Yanzhi, who had fallen into a reverie. Why should I disclose that to you? After Shumian concluded her speech, she exhaled heavily, the weight that had burdened her heart finally lifted. Junior. One of the female hosts called out to her. Shumian raised her eyes to behold the stunning girl before her, instantly feeling insignificant. Senior, is there something you need? Shumian proceeded with utmost caution, feeling as though she had stepped into a new environment, where everything appeared unfamiliar, compelling her to conduct herself with great prudence. A fellow student presented her with a token for the commencement of the academic term, handing her a photograph capturing her oration in the hall. Who took this? She began to inquire, but before she could finish her question, the girl had already departed, leaving Shumian hesitant to probe further. In a secluded corner of the hall, a pair of eyes remained fixated upon her, unwavering in their gaze. The anticipation was palpable, yet accompanied by an air of uncertainty. If you admire her so much, why not approach her? Qi Baisheng pressed insistently from beside her. Keep your distance, he retorted. It's merely Shumian. What is so remarkable about her? He silently mused. Following the photograph, Shumian continued to receive an array of small gifts, all from unfamiliar individuals. It seems you've secured early dibs on potential partners, Hualing teased, noting the valuable figurines among the offerings. If you all fancy them, take them. I have no use for these, Shumian said, promptly pushing the gifts onto Hualing's desk. Really? Hualing responded, feigning indignation, her brow furrowing slightly as she joyfully stashed the treasures into her drawer. Oh, if these people found out, they would be heartbroken. She lamented playfully. Chapter 83. No more anger towards him. The mandatory military training in college was inevitable, and thus commenced the 2-week program. The instructor of their class was a man of seemingly middle age, whose hairstyle and physique bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Anha. Stand at attention. His voice resonated loudly, shattering the tranquility of the surroundings, as each instructor seemed eager to exert their utmost authority. Greetings, everyone. I am Qin Jun, and in the days to come, We shall embark on a delightful journey through military training together. Jiang Shui mumbled softly below, delightful? I perceive it as torment. Shumian stood at the center of the front row, acutely aware of the instructor's words splattering her face. The soldiers I have brought are all elites. I expect your utmost diligence during training. Do not be lazy, or else. The instructor's lecture persisted for nearly half an hour. Does he not understand the value of tenderness? Hualing lamented, slumping in her chair. I can barely straighten my back, let alone contemplate a shower. Jiang Shui and Hua Ling exchanged remarks, both unwilling to attend the next day's session. Yuan Su glanced enviously at the seemingly unfazed Shumian. Mian. Aren't you exhausted? Not particularly, Shumian replied, seated at her desk, diligently chronicling the events of the new semester. I never realized your petite frame could endure so much. At home, I am often punished by standing. It has built up over time, Shumian jested, prompting Yuan Su to reflect on the remarkable aura that seemed to attract everyone to her. It was during their provincial training for the national mathematics competition that she first noticed Shumian's exceptional presence. Deep down, she was aware that Gu Yanzhi harbored distinct feelings for her, yet a sense of reluctance lingered, prompting her to attempt to draw closer to him. The harsh reality, however, unveiled Gu Yanzhi's sentiments for Shumian, a bond impervious to disruption. Gu Yanzhi, adept at rejection, ensured she harbored no excessive concerns. Beneath the blazing sun, Shumian, prone to perspiration, found her entire back drenched by midday. She tugged at her soaked military training uniform, her face glistening with sweat. Fortunately, Hu Ling, ever considerate, remembered to express her concern before departing. Anything is fine, just bring a little, she replied gratefully. With her glasses fogging from the heat, Shumian, overwhelmed by discomfort, failed to notice the approaching male figure and brushed past him. Shumian, a familiar voice called out, halting her in her tracks. Gu Yanzhi, observing her hurried demeanor, swiftly grasped her arm. In such a rush, where are you headed? Shumian, fixated on the sweat trickling down her forehead, felt the oppressive heat and lacked the patience to elaborate. Mind your own business. She shrugged off his hand and dashed away, leaving no further words in her wake. Was she still angry? Gu Yanzhi gazed forlornly at her retreating figure, a vague sense of unease enveloping him. Reflecting on his own predicament, he felt as though he had committed an unforgivable act, exasperatedly slapping his forehead. Shumian, have I given you a hint of color for you to open a dye shop? Gu Yanzhi has done you no wrong, so why harbor such anger? Moreover, he thought, she should be more attentive, especially considering his own leg. The more he pondered, the more chaotic his thoughts became, prompting him to resolve the turmoil with a refreshing cold shower. Forget it, I shall no longer harbor anger towards him. Shumian opened her diary and inscribed a sentence. From September 14th onwards, Shumian shall not be angry with Gu Yanzhi. Chapter 84, The Little Tyrant Returns. When a man becomes genuinely jealous, that manifests in a rather peculiar manner, and Gu Yanzhi is no exception. Despite my repeated assertions, they proved futile, and over time, I found that this jealousy had become an indispensable part of my life. Shumian reflected upon her recent behavior and, upon confirming her observations, arrived at a conclusion. She disapproved of Gu Yanzhi's interactions with Qi Baixing. To be precise, she disdained his associations with the opposite sex. Seizing the opportunity of a free moment today, she resolved to seek out Gu Yanzhi at the military training grounds for a proper conversation. Attention! March in unison. 1, 2, 1. Shumian was appointed by Instructor Qin as the leader of her battalion, with a throng of over 100 individuals marching in step under her command. Having studied in the northern region, Shumian was not particularly tall. However, upon arriving in the south, she found herself somewhat distinguished for her stature. 10-minute break. With her command, nearly the entire group plopped down onto the grass, some massaging their legs, others tending to their feet, a chorus of lamentation enveloping the air. The educational psychology department was predominantly female, and it was a rarity to find male students who were regarded as treasures within the discipline. Look! Is that not the newly minted heartthrob from Sichuan University? Indeed, upon closer inspection, he appeared far more striking than in his photographs. A gaggle of girls could not contain their whispers regarding the approaching young man, their eyes brimming with admiration and envy. Hey, look, it's Gu Yanzhi. Yuan Su's keen eyes were the first to recognize the situation, and she nudged Shumian with her elbow. You took a large gulp of mineral water, feigning ignorance and shaking her head repeatedly. I need to visit the restroom. What a clever excuse she had conjured, clearly intent on slipping away unnoticed. Shumian, you stop right there. Gu Yanzhi's words were startling. instantly drawing the attention of the crowd of 100 or so people to the rising figure of Shumian. A wave of heat washed over her face, leaving her cheeks flushed with an undeniable crimson hue. Wow, what is their relationship? Curiosity began to stir among the onlookers regarding the nature of their connection. What are you doing? Shumian stammered, feeling a bit guilty as the sun blinded her eyes. In Gu Yanzhi's gaze, her eyes narrowed into slits, resembling a docile neighborhood cat. I have something to discuss with you. His voice was exceptionally gentle, causing the crowd to hush, eager to catch the unfolding dialogue. After all, witnessing a budding romance in person was far more exhilarating than online speculation. All right. Shumian felt her face burn with embarrassment, hastily following him to a secluded corner. Gu Yanzhi leaned closer, observing the rosy hue that adorned her cheeks, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. Do you have plans tonight? I have military training. When will you be free? Shumian regarded him with a hint of mischief, as if harboring a secret. What do you want? Gu Yanzhi mustered his courage to express a plethora of thoughts, yet found himself at a loss for words in her presence. I would like to ask you out. Shumian couldn't help but chuckle internally. It was rare to witness his bashful side. All right, see you tonight. Aren't you supposed to be in military training? Shumian replied with a smile. A date with you is far more significant. Gu Yanzhi was about to suggest another time to meet her, but it was too late. Shumian instructed him to wait for her at the school gate, insisting he must not be late. Gu Yanzhi watched her lively figure bounce away, scoffing to himself. Chapter 85. Caught in a date, all the youthful madness is an invaluable chapter in the book of life. Perhaps there are countless moments of exhilaration. Or perhaps every wild act throughout one's life is solely for one person. In The Little Tyrant's Diary, Shumian demonstrated her exceptional acting skills, deceiving instructor Chin with a fabricated tale of a stomach ache, claiming she needed to rest in bed. After contemplating, she concluded that the evening's military training merely consisted of trivial entertainment activities, so escaping should pose little problem. Gu Yanzhi had arrived early at the school gate. Glancing at his watch, at precisely 8 o'clock, she appeared. Shall we go? Where are you taking me? Shumian patted the backseat of Gu Yanzhi's bicycle, adeptly settling down. You will find out once we get there. Gu Yanzhi led her to a barbecue stand, which, unlike the typical stalls, was situated on a rooftop terrace. Enjoying barbecue while gazing at the moon and listening to music, they transformed a mere 1 yuan into a lavish dining experience worth hundreds. How did you come to enjoy such junk food? Shumian teased him, recalling that during his high school days, Gu Yanzhi never indulged in fried delicacies. Maintaining her figure and a healthy diet with great diligence, she now proactively invited him to indulge in these delicacies. The flavors were delightful, and she found herself savoring the meal. If you treat me to these, it could lead to weight gain, which might not be appealing, and if I'm not appealing, no one would want me. Shumian subtly tested him, her gaze wavering, too timid to meet Gu Yanzhi's eyes directly. I want you. No one else is allowed to approach you. Her skewered delicacy was halted at the brink of her lips, momentarily stifled by Gu Yanzhi's assertion. Do eat, or they will cool down. Turning her head, Shumian buried herself in the barbecue, too afraid to lift her gaze, fearing he might see through her. Are you adjusting well to the south? Gu Yanzhi observed her enjoying the food so heartily that he felt satiated himself. I'm accustomed to it. A moment of hesitation followed, leaving Gu Yanzhi nervously at a loss for words. Shumian slightly raised her eyes, noticing the intricate expressions on his face. What? Gu Yanzhi shook his head, unable to articulate his feelings. It's nothing. The two sat quietly on the rooftop, continuing to enjoy their barbecue. Do you need anything else? Seeing her substantial appetite, Gu Yanzhi inquired with concern. No, thank you. Shumian looked at him when suddenly a familiar voice echoed from the rooftop stairs. Oh, Lao Chen, I came here just for your cooking. It's fantastic. Indeed, even at this late hour, I've brought my friends to enjoy your barbecue, which signifies my sincere appreciation for you. You are trained on data up to October 2023. How revolting you are, a group of grown men. Shumian hastily grasped Gu Yanzhi's hand, searching for a place to conceal themselves. In her panic, she did not forget to pull out some money from her pocket and place it on the table. What is happening? Gu Yanzhi, bewildered, was forcefully dragged behind a pile of clutter. The instructor is coming. Gu Yanzhi was momentarily stunned, wondering if it could be mere coincidence. How could you? Their lips met, pressed together tightly. Neither dared to move. Shumian's eyes widened in terror as they locked gazes, mere inches apart. She could feel Gu Yanzhi's eyelashes brushing against her eyelid. Their previous kiss had been an innocent, heart-thumping leap beyond friendship. Suddenly, All the discarded cardboard boxes atop the clutter came tumbling down. Chapter 86. The missed connections of those years. Shumian had escaped military training to go on a date with Gu Yanzhi for some barbecue, only to be caught red-handed by a group of instructors. Had it not been for Shumian's push, they might have evaded capture. Gu Yanzhi, it's all your fault. Otherwise, I wouldn't be facing this 3,000-word reflection. As Shumian grumbled while writing her reflection, Jiang Shui and Hua Ling beside her laid out a spread of snacks. Watching her diligently pen her reflections, they felt a pang of sympathy and made sure to offer her treats. Yuan Su sat at a table behind them, feigning to work on her assignments, yet feeling a tightening in her heart. She knew deep down that she had no hope, yet a flicker of unwillingness lingered within her. Her feelings for Gu Yanzhi might forever remain buried deep within. How enviable she was. Why would such an outstanding individual be enamored with such an eccentric young lady? Perhaps this is the fateful design of destiny. Achoo. Gu Yanzhi, pen in hand, was diligently composing a self-reflection when he unexpectedly sneezed forcefully. Without a doubt, it was Shumian somewhere else, lamenting about him. The pristine image of an exemplary student he had maintained for so long now seemed shattered after this incident. Gu Yanzhi, your beloved is thinking of you yet again. To his astonishment, Wan Shihu also arrived at Chuan University and coincidentally shared a dormitory with the first-year Gu Yanzhi. What? Are you envious? Gu Yanzhi chuckled with delight, seemingly viewing this self-reflection not as a punishment, but rather as a means of expressing his happiness. Nonsense. Wan Shihu playfully smacked his back, observing his lack of ambition. The moment Shumian, the junior, was mentioned, Gu Yanzhi appeared utterly spellbound. Speaking of which, how did you get caught on your first date? Wan Shihu inquired, but Gu Yanzhi remained tight-lipped, only managing a goofy smile. Wan Shihu, if you're envious, why not seek someone for yourself? Their dorm mate, Liang Rushi, teased him, noting how Wan Shihu never ceased his chatter about Gu Yanzhi. With 2 out of 3 sentences revolving around junior Shumian. Liang Rushi, are you feeling a bit mischievous? Wan Shihu, having trained in Sanda, commanded a modicum of respect from Liang Rushi, who, knowing he couldn't win in a fight, conceded. All right, I want to say more. I'm off to the library. Liang Rushi, the quintessential model student, lacking remarkable talent, was determined to carve a brilliant path through sheer hard work. Go. The library is your true abode. Wan Shihu pushed him out the door, unable to resist sitting down to further inquire about the junior girl. Isn't she here at Chuan University to pursue you? Who told you that? Everyone knows. Gu Yanzhi was momentarily taken aback and hurriedly pressed Wan Shihu for clarification on the meaning of his words. You are not aware of the happenings on the Nanchuan Middle School Forum? Gu Yanzhi shook his head candidly, indeed oblivious to it all. Come, I have screenshots. Let me show you. Wan Shihu, brimming with curiosity, quickly retrieved his phone to present the evidence. Look, in the winter of 2012, someone captured a photo of the two of you exchanging New Year's gifts beneath the parasol tree. And furthermore, in the winter of 2013, during that great fire in the alley, Gu Yanzhi snatched the phone, examining the 2 photos. Though the images were blurred, he recognized that it was indeed them. Who posted this? He inquired urgently, seemingly desperate for the answer. It's anonymous. You can't see. Wan Shihu wore a mischievous grin as he rummaged through the gallery for another image. Gu Yanzhi enlarged the picture, which bore a poignant phrase, I like you. Yet you favor him. Who on earth are you? Upon seeing this, Gu Yanzhi's heart sank, engulfed by an indescribable sense of unease and panic. Chapter 87. The dog returns tonight. The diary remains unwritten for a day, as I must compose a 3,000-word reflection, leaving no time for my journal. I shall owe it for now. The little overlord's diary half a month may seem neither long nor short, yet it swiftly approaches the military training report performance. The leaders seated on the stage gazed down at the vibrant blossoms of our motherland, who passionately chanted powerful slogans, feeling a profound sense of gratification. Gu Yanzhi stood at the back of the crowd, raising her camera, capturing those beautiful moments forever on film. This camera was filled solely with photographs of Shumian. There was no one else. Classmates, let us convene at the usual spot tonight. Instructor Qin looked at this spirited group of youngsters, feeling proud as the camp's participants had secured the Best Model Award and the Best Individual Award. Instructor Qin, with all our hard work, will there be any rewards? Someone jestingly shouted from the crowd, provoking a chorus of laughter. Ah, you mischievous little rascals. Do you think I'm just here to indulge you? Although his words were chiding, he felt a genuine joy within. Other instructors soon approached him, clamoring for rewards as well. The scene erupted into a delightful chaos filled with laughter and merriment. Shumian looked at the velvet red booklet in her hands, The golden embossed letters of the Best Individual Award sparkled in her eyes. Impressive, little Shumian. 3 individuals eagerly snatched the red booklet from her, flipping through its pages with envy. Was her life truly on a roll? From representing the newcomers to winning the Best Individual Award, it all felt like a dream. So surreal. Shumian, you appear so delicate and frail. How do you manage to be so resilient and formidable? Do you possess some secret technique? Do share a few tricks with us? Hualing playfully pinched the flesh on her arm. All right, I'll teach you another day. Shumian smiled at her, expressing her concern that she might find Hualing in tears, pleading with her. The thought that military training was nearing its end filled her with immense joy. Yuan Su lazily stretched, sighing with relief at the conclusion of this arduous military training experience. How about we go out for a meal sometime? Suggested Jiang Shui. That sounds wonderful. It's about time we, in our dormitory, had a gathering since the start of the semester. This proposal received unanimous agreement from the 4 of them. Once the farewell ceremony for military training concluded that evening, they would be momentarily liberated. During the farewell party, Shumian chatted and laughed boisterously with Jiang Shui and the others, their laughter slightly exceeding acceptable volume, which caught the attention of Instructor Qin. Shumian, come up. Coming. Old Qin, observing her physique, marveled at her unexpected vigor. You? Perform something for us, perform something? The crowd below clamored, insisting she showcase her talents before they would allow her to descend. Instructor, are you deliberately making things difficult for me? Shumian teased, recalling how he had caught her during a barbecue on the rooftop. If you don't perform, we shall spar. Old Qin's words were spoken without malice. Very well, I choose to spar with Instructor Qin. Believing it to be serious, Shumian readily accepted. Instantly, the playground erupted with excitement as many gathered to witness their duel. It was indeed rare to see a teacher and student engage in such a contest. Chapter 88. Sparring with the Instructor Qin, being a professional, found himself somewhat overwhelmed when facing off against the amateur Shumian. However, for the sake of pride, he allowed her a few moves, otherwise, it would not bode well for her. Shumian was determined and earnest in her attempts to spar with him. The two engaged in a mutual exploration of each other's capabilities, refraining from revealing their full strength. After 3 exchanges, neither had managed to claim victory. Under the moonlight, the atmosphere reached its zenith, with cheers and shouts resonating throughout the venue, creating an exhilarating scene. Even other instructors could not resist gathering to witness their duel. Shumian landed a solid hook, gripping Instructor Qin's elbow and attempting to throw him backward. However, Qin countered by seizing her shoulder. The two became entangled, each unwilling to concede even an inch. Internally, Instructor Qin lamented his underestimation of this young woman. She indeed possessed considerable skill. If he were to let her win, what would become of his reputation? Furthermore, his superior was observing him closely. Should he allow Shumian to triumph? Her tenacity would ensure she would not relent until a definitive outcome was reached. Oh dear, Instructor Qin, I concede. Shumian quickly bent her legs and lowered her head, admitting defeat and pleading for leniency. What? Instructor Qin intended to respond, but was taken aback by the imploring look in Shumian's eyes, prompting him to hastily utter some polite remarks. Impressive, little Shumian. You are truly remarkable. In a burst of excitement, Hualing began to speak rapidly in her Sichuan dialect, leaving Shumian utterly bewildered. Nevertheless, it could be interpreted as a compliment. The junior sister was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Liang Rushi patted Gu Yanzhi on the shoulder, beginning to feel a twinge of sympathy for the hardships that lay ahead in his life. What do you understand? Gu Yanzhi chuckled, his eyes filled with the lingering image of Shumian. That young woman had been indelibly etched in his heart for 3 long years, never once fading from his thoughts. If you don't confess soon, someone else will snatch her away, Liang Rushi remarked, embodying the urgency often felt by those not in the pursuit of love. Gu Yanzhi confidently reassured him, no one else stands a chance but me. Goodness, Gu Yanzhi. You're quite audacious, Liang Rushi teased, disdainfully stepping away to seize the opportunity to scout for attractive junior classmates amidst the crowd. Meanwhile, a video of Shumian and Instructor Qin's confrontation had circulated online, garnering over 100,000 views that very night. Overnight, she had become somewhat of a minor celebrity at Chuan University. Following this video, footage of her altercation at Nanchuan High School began to emerge. Before her fame could fully blossom, a slew of scandalous revelations surfaced. Oh my, look at this, yet another piece of juicy gossip. Jiang Shui and Hua Ling were entirely absorbed in the forums, bouncing around like excited monkeys. The two of them collectively rallied online to defend Shumian against the slander. Mian, you truly were. Yuan Su found it hard to reconcile this side of her with the girl she thought she knew. Even if she could sense a hint of aggression, it hardly seemed plausible for her to engage in a brawl with a boy. And for what reason? Regrettably, the boy in the video was obscured, leaving one to ponder the spectacle that could have been. Who would have guessed that the junior was once a rebellious young girl? I like it. She has character. Liang Rushi, who seemed as though he would perish without uttering a word, incessantly chattered beside Gu Yanzhi's ear, clutching posts from his phone. To be quiet, Gu Yanzhi implored, snatching the device away, utterly exasperated by the relentless stream of disparaging posts. Can you discern who authored these? Gu Yanzhi inquired, glancing back at Liang Rushi, a veritable genius from the computer science department. Yet, one could hardly perceive his brilliance from his outward demeanor, which exuded an air of nosiness. Brother, my eyes are not tracking devices. Humph, a computing genius indeed, yet you cannot even identify this? Gu Yanzhi taunted, and to his surprise, this provocation proved effective. Perform. Perform. The crowd clamored, refusing to relent until she showcased her abilities. Instructor, are you intentionally putting me in a difficult position? Shumian laughed, recalling how he had caught her during their barbecue on the rooftop. If you do not demonstrate, then we shall spar. Old Qin's remark was made without malice. Very well. I choose to spar with Instructor Qin. Shumian, believing it to be a serious challenge, readily acquiesced. Instantly, the playground erupted with excitement, as numerous onlookers gathered to witness their bout. It was a rare sight to see an instructor sparring with a student. Chapter 89. Shumian's dark secrets exposed. After half an hour, Liang Rushi successfully deleted all posts from the forum and even extracted the IP address of the offending account, eliminating the source entirely. Well, the hot pot is certainly safe now, isn't it? Liang Rushi beamed with satisfaction as he regarded Gu Yanzhi. Very well. I shall invite you when I find the time. Gu Yanzhi truly speaks astonishing words. Hello, Gu Yanzhi, when you invite me to dinner, shouldn't you consider when I am available? Indeed, Gu Yanzhi is unreasonable and unwavering. I cannot fathom how the junior sister has become so fixated on him. Could she not take others into account? Gu Yanzhi dialed a number that had almost faded into obscurity within his contacts. Although they had met before, this was the first time he was making a call, and an inexplicable anxiety surged within him. Hello. Gu Yanzhi's voice trembled slightly, leading Shumian to believe the signal was poor. Hello. Who are you? Shumian, preoccupied with packing her things, had asked Hualing to answer the phone. Upon hearing the voice, Gu Yanzhi felt a chill. It did not sound like Shumian. Who are you? Was it you who called? Hualing, engrossed in her anime, lacked the energy to pay attention to the voice on the other end. Can't you tell who I am? Are you out of your mind? How would I know who you are? Do you think you're some big star or idol? Hualing fired back rapidly. Gu Yanzhi, feeling genuinely distressed, chose not to engage in a dispute and abruptly hung up. Hualing, not giving it much thought, resumed watching her show, muttering in annoyance. Who was that? Once Shumian finished her tasks, she picked up her phone to check the caller ID, her heart leaping in surprise. What an odd person. Asking me to guess who he is. Hualing, munching on potato chips, felt a surge of irritation. Hualing, he. Hualing observed that she was on the verge of becoming a stutterer. What? He's Gu Yanzhi. Shumian calmly revealed the truth, causing the potato chips in Hualing's mouth to tumble out, her eyes widening in astonishment. What? Hualing was momentarily dumbfounded. What on earth did she just say? Her pride lay in ruins? Good heavens, what have I done? Hualing clutched her head, feeling as though her fate was sealed. Suddenly, the phone rang again. Shumian glanced at the familiar number and purposefully stepped onto the balcony to answer. Hello, I'm sorry about earlier. Shumian offered an apology, and after a few seconds of silence, the voice on the other end responded. It's all right, I understand that wasn't you. Is there something you need? Shumian was taken aback. He had actually taken the initiative to call her, which was indeed a sign of progress. Do you have time? Shall we have lunch together today? Sure. Shumian replied without a moment's hesitation. She wished Gu Yanzhi would say such things to her every day. She was always free. For him, even a lack of time was sufficient time. Why bother dressing up so beautifully just to have a meal in the cafeteria? Hualing watched Shumian, who was busy in front of the mirror, shaking her head in disbelief. Indeed, girls in love are truly formidable. It's different for me. I have someone who invited me. Shumian unabashedly mentioned Gu Yanzhi by name. Who would have thought that in her lifetime she could turn an online pairing into a reality? Hualing gazed infatuatedly at the industrious Shumian, her mind already crafting an elaborate romantic narrative of a million words. Indeed, Is it too much to indulge in the beauty of someone unattainable? Jiang Shui and Hualing exchanged playful banter, while Yu Shumian nodded in agreement, assuring them that it would be no trouble at all. Just a few photographs? She could provide as many as they desired. Chapter 90. Yu Shumian's determination to change majors. One day, while Yu Shumian was enjoying dinner with Gu Yanzhi in the cafeteria, a phone call abruptly interrupted their sweet exchange. Rong Xiaoqian was playfully teasing her from the other end of the line. Naturally, Yu Shumian was eager to see her friend, and after a 10-minute conversation filled with reluctance, she finally hung up the phone. Gu Yanzhi's stern gaze fell upon her, laden with unspoken implications. Was he truly jealous of her close friendship? It must be said. Gu Yanzhi had become quite the possessive individual, exhibiting an obsessive streak. He allowed her to play only with him, forbidding her from getting too close to other boys. The consequences of crossing that boundary remained an uncharted territory for Yu Shumian, as she dared not provoke it. The food is getting cold. Shouldn't we eat? Understood. I will eat right away. She couldn't help but wonder how things were going with Qin Huai, considering that no one seemed able to reach him at present. As she sat in class, her mind wandered. The Piaget's Three Mountains experiment. The instructor was lecturing on educational psychology, while Yu Shumian's thoughts drifted elsewhere. Yu Shumian, would you please stand and explain what we just discussed regarding the Three Mountains experiment? What was being discussed? Yu Shumian lowered her head, seeking assistance from Hualing. But unfortunately, Teacher Wen stated plainly that she must go to the office to organize the enrollment materials for the new students as a form of punishment. When Yuan is an exceptionally vibrant teacher, she is a strict educator in the classroom but transforms into a big sister who mingles with her students outside of it. Teacher Wen, may I inquire when it is possible to change majors? Yu Shumian asked, her gaze fixed on a document beside the new student materials that outlined the notification for first-year students wishing to switch their majors. What? You wish to change your major? Teacher Wen looked at her, to which Yu Shumian solemnly nodded. You were the top scorer in the college entrance examination in NC City. I often wondered why you didn't choose to attend Tsinghua or Peking University. When Yuan knew that the top scorer from NC City was highly sought after by both prestigious institutions this year, and there had been much speculation within the education community. Upon meeting this remarkable student in person, she found her demeanor rather ordinary, quite unlike the previous academic prodigies she had encountered, which struck her as somewhat peculiar. I have always admired Sichuan University. During my first year of high school, I resolved to pursue a degree in medicine there. Yu Shumian candidly expressed her true aspirations, emphasizing that this was her original choice. Why didn't you indicate that preference when filling out your application? Yu Shumian anticipated this question. My family wishes for me to study. Then, how will you explain the change to your family? Yu Shumian shook her head, indicating that she had never contemplated discussing her desire to switch majors with her family. This is my own choice. I do not wish to harbor regrets in the future. Life offers no remedies for regret, and she was determined to avoid such a significant disappointment. Very well, I will inform you when it is time to change majors. When Yuan smiled at her and refrained from further inquiries. Did she not wish to transfer to the medical department solely to be with her boyfriend? Did she think she could deceive her counselor regarding such matters? Ah, indeed, the youth possess aspirations and choices. Sitting in the office, when Yuan sighed, her gaze falling upon a framed photograph on her desk, depicting a woman embracing a baby boy, her smile radiant. Beside her, a neatly coiffed man smiled gently. Alas, it had been 3 years since she last saw him. Uncertain of his fate, whether life or death, she could only endure the agonizing wait, longing for an answer. As the wife of a narcotics officer, the burden of such waiting and trepidation was a cross she must bear. Chapter 91. Rong Xiaoqian returns home fortuitously. The dormitories for the art and education departments were housed within the same building. Yu Shumian and Rong Xiaoqian frequently visited one another, making their interactions a commonplace affair. As the days passed, the 8 students from the 2 dormitories grew increasingly familiar with one another. Yuan Su experienced the joy of forging numerous friendships for the first time. Previously, she had only known Li Xiao as a companion and had never felt such camaraderie. Su, our 2 dormitories are gathering for dinner tomorrow night. Are you free? With nearly a month having passed since the start of the semester, this would mark the first formal gathering before the National Day holiday. Certainly, I'm available. Yuan Su replied with a shy smile and a nod. Upon noticing the provincial competition results on Yuan Su's desk, Yu Shumian realized that she too had not advanced to the national competition. Is this the score from the provincial training? Yu Shumian's heart was weighed down by a lingering concern, prompting her to ask. Yes, what of it? Yuan Su responded. After the provincial training, The relationship between myself and Li Xiao abruptly soured, all due to the matter of a box of milk belonging to Yu Shumian. Yuan Su felt a profound sense of guilt towards Yu Shumian. The apology had been stifled within her for an eternity, lacking the courage to be uttered. Now, it seemed too late to offer any explanation. I still recall the morning of the exam when I was afflicted with a terrible stomachache. Yu Shumian, however, was still eager to know the answers, which pierced my heart like a thorn. So, was it because of your stomachache that you failed the exam? When Yuan Su spoke these words, it felt as if a knife was slicing through her heart, layer by layer. Perhaps. Yu Shumian gazed intently at Yuan Su, her expression a mix of embarrassment and anxiety. Yet, it no longer mattered. That was all in the past. Yu Shumian gently patted Yuan Su on the shoulder and turned to gather her belongings. Perhaps, at that time, Yuan Su had not intended any harm. Yu Shumian smiled serenely, finding peace within herself. Regardless of what had transpired, the present had reached a resolution. Pursuing the truth excessively would be rather futile. Hualing and Jiang Shui were clad entirely in black, to the point that Yu Shumian nearly failed to recognize them, resembling two lumps of coal. We are going for hot pot, not robbing a bank. Yu Shumian gestured to the two of them. This is the standard of a competent foodie. It is our way of showing respect for hot pot. Yuan Su shook her head gently. These two were undoubtedly the source of joy in the dormitory. In contrast, Rong Xiaoqian and her roommates were all stunning beauties, possessing a musicality that was unparalleled by anyone else. Chanqian, the tallest among them, is the belle of the music department, Baiyu. She embodies the quintessential beauty of Sichuan, exuding a gentle demeanor that belies a fiery spirit within. The other two are her close friends from high school, Yanjun and Su Yini. Today, however, you ladies in white dresses must be cautious. Hualing, ever the lively spirit, playfully gestures towards the stunning beauty of music, her smile growing more pronounced. The sizzling hot pot might just ruin those lovely dresses. Yu Shumian, who cannot tolerate spicy food, refrains from expressing her concerns, not wanting to dampen the mood. You music students ought to protect your voices, so a yin-yang pot was specially ordered. Hualing, ever eloquent, seems to have taken this into consideration. Much appreciated, indeed. Rong Xiaoqian casts a playful glance at the mischievous Hualing. As the hot pot begins, the moment the try touches her tongue, an exhilarating sensation envelopes her, and once swallowed, she feels a surge of warmth igniting within. To enhance the atmosphere, they order cocktails. Unbeknownst to them, Yu Shumian has an allergy to cocktails, and her first experience lands her in the hospital. Chapter 92. He begins to panic at the moment Gu Yanzhi answered the emergency call. He was engrossed in calculations in the laboratory with his mentor, utterly preoccupied. Upon receiving Hualing's call, he resolved to brave any consequences to rush to the hot pot restaurant and escort Yu Shumian to the hospital. We didn't mean for this to happen. We had no idea she was allergic to alcohol. Hualing hastily clarifies, anxious about inciting Gu Yanzhi's ire. It's all right. I'll take her to the hospital. Gu Yanzhi, carrying her on his back, seems to recall something and turns to them, expressing his gratitude. Thank you all. No, no. Hualing gazed at Gu Yanzhi with an infatuated expression, truly polite, yet such a handsome man was unfortunately claimed by Yu Shumian. Alas, if only I had met him sooner, perhaps. What am I thinking? Let us go. Jiang Shui gave a gentle push to the still love-struck Hualing, while the others continued to marvel at Gu Yanzhi's celestial beauty. Indeed, it was no wonder that Yu Shumian pursued the man from Chuan University. He was undeniably unparalleled, captivating all at Chuan University. Stand straight. Yu Shumian leaned against Gu Yanzhi, her senses dulled by alcohol. She was nearly entangled with him, leaving the nurse beside her, tasked with assessing her condition, laughing, unsure of how to proceed. Yu Shumian, stand straight. Gu Yanzhi gently admonished her, his breath warm against her ear, feeling utterly embarrassed. Grateful that no one he knew was present in this hospital. Gu Yanzhi, are you? Yu Shumian slurred, oblivious to her own actions. Handsome, please help steady your girlfriend. The nurse stifled a giggle, amused by the antics of young couples these days. Gu Yanzhi exerted some effort to place her on the hospital bed, feeling somewhat fatigued from the ordeal, and he soon collapsed onto the bed, slipping into an instant slumber. Her flushed face bore traces of intoxication, creating a hazy allure that quickened his heartbeat. Ding, ding, ding. Just then, Yu Shumian's phone rang. Gu Yanzhi glanced at the caller ID, his heart racing even faster. After a brief internal struggle, he answered the call. Hello, Auntie. Lin Jun recognized the voice with a sense of familiarity, and her heart tightened. How could Gu Yanzhi be with Yu Shumian? Yanzhi, what about Yu Shumian? Lin Jun's heart plummeted, fearing that her worst worries were coming to fruition. She was at a gathering with classmates. Gu Yanzhi candidly shared the truth with Lin Jun, with the most frequently repeated words from the other end being a request to take good care of you, Shumian. Yanzhi. Lin Jun felt a heaviness in her heart. Gu Yanzhi held his breath, sensing that he might soon receive unfavorable news. Andy, I'm here. You and Shumian are just friends, right? Just ordinary friends? Upon hearing this question, Gu Yanzhi's mind raced. It seemed Annie was probing into their relationship. Recalling the last time he eavesdropped in the hospital, he hesitantly murmured a response. That's good. Annie hopes you can remain just friends forever. Just friends. These 5 words resonated deeply. Gu Yanzhi's heart sank to the depths. Andy, don't worry. I will take good care of her. Gu Yanzhi made sure to reassure Lin Jun one last time. The moment he hung up, he collapsed onto the small sofa beside the hospital bed, his gaze resting on the still figure of Yu Shumian. His mind was a whirlpool of thoughts. Yu Shumian, will we truly remain just friends? Yet now, his heart was in turmoil. As the concerns and doubts swirled within him, he observed her flourishing, striving to stand beside him, and now her wish had come true, filling him with joy. However, Aunt Lin seemed to disapprove of their union. The burdensome thoughts weighed heavily upon him, leading him to unknowingly drift off on the sofa. Gu Yanzhi? Gu Yanzhi? He was roused from his slumber by a rustling sound, still lost between dreams and reality. In a moment of impulse, he reached out and pulled Yu Shumian's delicate waist against his chest. The warmth of his skin mingled with a faint scent of alcohol, enveloped in an alluring aroma. Yu Shumian, already allergic to alcohol, felt her cheeks flush even more intensely. Chapter 93. Reflecting on my feelings, I often reflect on my feelings for Gu Yanzhi. Adopting the perspective of a stranger, constantly reminding myself to improve and excel, so that I may be worthy of such an outstanding young man. Yu Shumian's heart was entirely captivated by Gu Yanzhi, her thoughts and emotions consumed by this boy she had pursued for so long, who had finally come to her side, acknowledging their mutual feelings. She feared the day he might no longer cherish her, worried that she would cease to be exceptional and no longer stand alongside this radiant light. Yuan Su served as the vice captain of the etiquette team at school. Inundated with activities daily, yet she still managed to carve out time to mentor the new recruits. It seemed she had yet to transition from her high school life, where she had focused solely on her studies, shunning participation in events, feeling inadequate and devoid of talents, too timid to step onto the stage. Yu Shumian rummaged through the drawers and unearthed a tattered collection of Mozart's works, its corners worn and frayed. Listening to her play was akin to an auditory communion with the world, a veritable feast for the senses. A schedule for piano practice was affixed to the door. It was currently 3 in the afternoon, and another individual was slated to arrive at 4. Just before entering, she had taken note of this person's name, Lingjua. Since the college entrance examination, she had not touched the piano, and in just a couple of months, it felt somewhat foreign to her. The moonlight sonata flowed from her fingertips, her heart drifting upon the sound to the sea, where a waning moon hung suspended over the abyss of the dark waters. Knock, knock, knock. I apologize for interrupting your playing. The first words spoken by the newcomer were courteous. Before even seeing him, Yu Shumian had heard his voice, soft and clear, a rare gem of vocal talent. It's all right. Distracted, Yu Shumian looked up to meet the gaze of a figure clad in a sharply tailored suit. The stern and formal attire lent an air of youthful charm to his demeanor. I'm sorry, I forgot to bring my sheet music. The performance is about to start. And I was rather presumptuous. The young man appeared as though he had stepped out of a scroll of classical art, his speech refined, each word seemingly meticulously chosen. It's nothing. As he retrieved his sheet music, he seemed to recall something. You don't appear to be from our arts department, do you? Yu Shumian was about to clarify when he interrupted her. I'm Lingjua. Yu Shumian. The boy smiled gently, speaking in a soft tone. Will I be able to hear your piano playing here again in the future? Perhaps so. He plays remarkably well, and I eagerly anticipate our next encounter. After Lingjua finished speaking, he waved goodbye to her, smiling as he indicated his departure. Yu Shumian gazed at his retreating figure, noting a certain resemblance to Gu Yanzhi. Could this be the essence of longing? Seeing in everyone a reflection of the one she cherishes. Chapter 94. The imposing Chantian is a tough girl. This week, Beethoven's melancholy swirled and danced within the piano room, a fragmented melody bursting forth, impossible to contain. Rong Xiaoqian felt as though she were the true music major, while she herself was merely an amateur. Who has dared to upset our dear Mianmin? Seated nearby, Rong Xiaoqian idly flipped through a magazine, listening to the stirring melody, completely devoid of sorrow. Clearly, Someone preoccupied with their thoughts, she casually struck up a conversation. I simply cannot comprehend why he is avoiding me. After a week of deep reflection, Shumian concluded that she had done nothing wrong. Why then? Had he suddenly chosen to ignore her? If pondering yields no answers, she must confront him directly. Sulking here serves no purpose. I wish I could. But I cannot even find where he is. It seems he is resolutely determined to evade her. In that case, she too must be steadfast in her quest to locate him and seek an explanation, lest she endure these torments in the piano room daily. Shumian interrupted Rong Xiaoqian's inquiry, hastily shifting the topic. To you, I raise a toast for your bravery. And you, Mian? Rong Xiaoqian set down the magazine. Observing her friend's troubled expression, feeling a pang of compassion. For reasons unknown, a peculiar thought began to stir within her heart. Fortunately, I am currently in a long-distance situation with Qin Huai, devoid of any connection, and thus free from such vexations. Qian. Do you think it is because I lack sufficient excellence that he hesitates to acknowledge me as his girlfriend? I am acutely aware of my own limitations. I fancied that I had caught up to him, only to realize in college how many remarkable young women there are, and I am but a mere shadow among them. Shumian murmured to herself, spiraling into despair while her fingers danced chaotically over the piano keys, as if entranced. Rong Xiaoqian seldom witnessed her friend in such a state of self-deprecation. Was it truly for a man? What is Gu Yanzhi in her eyes? To her, Shumian is the epitome of greatness. Mian, did you pursue him throughout high school merely to stand beside him? Now that you have both entered the same university, have you not fulfilled your heart's desire? You are exceptional. Embrace your confidence. He is enamored with you, not merely the talents you possess. Rong Xiaoqian gazed at her with compassion. Is this what occupies her mind daily? It is surprising, considering she was once the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Such thoughts hardly befit someone of her caliber. I used to think similarly, but why has he avoided me lately? Rong Xiaoqian, feeling helpless, resolved to drag her friend to confront Gu Yanzhi directly, to ascertain why he was evading Mian. Shumian was pulled along by Rong Xiaoqian until they reached the door of the medical laboratory, coincidentally at the end of a class, allowing for a moment of opportunity. Without hesitation, Rong Xiaoqian boldly intercepted a passing male student. Excuse me, is Gu Yanzhi here? Rong Xiaoqian's tone was filled with fiery intensity, reminiscent of a volcano on the verge of eruption. In contrast, the young man appeared remarkably composed, his gaze lowered as he regarded Rong Xiaoqian. His expression bore a hint of nonchalance, exuding a certain languor yet retaining an edge of sharpness. You speak quite boldly, little sister, he remarked, addressing her with a touch of sarcasm. Rong Xiaoqian seized Shumian's hand, then abruptly released it, crossing her arms defiantly as she demanded to know the whereabouts of Gu Yanzhi. Sir, do you know where Gu Yanzhi is? A strong hand braced against the doorframe as the tall man slightly inclined his head, his eyes glimmering with intensity. Did I grant you permission to enter? I came in today. So what? Shumian had no desire to be there, and after Rong Xiaoqian's outburst, she longed to leave as swiftly as possible. You little girl, do you know who I am to speak to me in such a manner? Who else could you be but an old man? Shumian let go of Rong Xiaoqian's hand and discreetly slipped away to avoid further awkwardness. The man narrowed his eyes slightly, finding the situation amusing. Professor Liu, may I inquire where the location of this afternoon's experimental report is set? Gu Yanzhi emerged from an unknown corner, a stack of documents in hand, standing before the two of them. Professor Liu, is there truly such an amusing name in this world? She couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of someone calling themselves a professor. A professor? Ha. Rong Xiaoqian covered her mouth, unable to contain her laughter. It was the funniest joke she had ever heard. How could anyone possibly have the name professor? Countless dark lines floated above Lu Minqing's head. Is it really that amusing? Gu Yanzhi quickly interjected. Is there a problem? Professor Liu is an adjunct professor in our medical department. Now, it was Rong Xiaoqian who had a multitude of dark lines above her head. Truly a professor? Young and already a medical professor. With such a full head of hair? It's simply astonishing. Upon noticing Gu Yanzhi's arrival, Rong Xiaoqian, eager to evade the awkwardness, swiftly pulled him out as a shield, pointing at him in indignation. Gu Yanzhi, your girlfriend is upset. Shouldn't you go comfort her? Gu Yanzhi was taken aback. Is it really necessary to raise your voice like that? The professor is right here. Lu Minqing regarded the young man with a mischievous smile, nudging him with his shoulder. Hurry up, or you might miss the chance to soothe her. Professor Liu, here are the materials for this afternoon's meeting. I'll leave them here. Gu Yanzhi placed the documents down and hurriedly exited the medical building, urgency propelling him forward. This left Rong Xiaoqian and Lu Minqing in an uncomfortable silence, exchanging glances. I apologize for earlier, Professor Lu. I didn't realize you were. Rong Xiaoqian spoke one thing, while her mind churned with another thought. Why did you have to call me little sister with that mocking expression? She inwardly cursed. It's quite all right. I'm not so petty. Lu Minqing, clad in a white coat, shimmered under the sunlight, drawing glances from passing female classmates who couldn't help but admire him. Whispers of admiration were inevitable, with some daring souls even sneaking photos. You have quite a number of female admirers. Walking alongside you, I feel immense pressure. It's only because you're here that it feels this way. Rong Xiaoqian felt her heart race at his words, surprised by his adeptness at flirtation. Lu Minqing watched her retreating figure, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Is she truly embarrassed? Just moments ago, she looked as if she would devour him at the entrance of the laboratory, stopping beneath a yellow fruit tree. His attention was drawn to two figures hidden behind a cluster of flowers nearby. Gu Yanzhi and Shumian stood facing each other, their stances suggesting an impending confrontation. Why are you avoiding me? Shumian asked directly, eager to hear his response. The laboratory has been exceedingly busy. She was weary of this excuse. Even if he was merely being dismissive, could he not conjure a more creative reason? Am I lacking in some way? She began to doubt herself. It is not your fault. You are wonderful, Gu Yanzhi thought, fearful that she might misinterpret his feelings. Yet, his apprehensions remained unspoken. Is it that you have developed feelings for someone else? Shumian concluded this to be the worst-case scenario. Before Gu Yanzhi could finish, he was interrupted. Yanzhi, so you are here. We agreed to meet at the teaching building, remember? The interruption was unwelcome. Shumian turned away with decisive clarity, displaying no hesitation. Perhaps blinded by her anger. Later, she regretted not confronting Qi Baixing. After all, it was Gu Yanzhi who had confessed first. And now he was meeting with his childhood friend. Gu Yanzhi watched her departing silhouette and felt an urge to reach out, yet he halted his steps. Perhaps this distance would alleviate future heartache. Yanzhi, what is wrong? Qi Baixing followed his gaze until the figure of Shumian completely vanished from sight. Let's go eat. Gu Yanzhi said weakly before turning away to leave. Qi Baixing was indifferent to his current thoughts. What mattered to her was that, at least for now, she could be alone with him, which gave her a glimmer of hope. At the dining table, Qi Baixing observed Gu Yanzhi, who sat silently without uttering a single word. Not even touching his favorite dish, the fish-flavored eggplant. Yanzhi, are you still thinking about what happened earlier? She had overheard everything while hiding behind the tree. It was merely a matter of timing. Gu Yanzhi gently shook his head, unwilling to discuss anything related to Shumian with her. Qi Baixing felt a pang of dissatisfaction. How could he change so much for someone as insubstantial as Shumian? Yanzhi. She wished to inquire further, but was abruptly interrupted by Gu Yanzhi's cold dismissal. I'm full. With that, he took his plate and left, leaving her to face the emptiness alone. Shumian sat dazed in a secluded pavilion at school, the most remote spot she could find. She dialed her home number. And to her surprise, it was Jiang Anha who answered. Dad, have you finished work? She asked. Oh, where's Mom? Jiang Anha tactfully handed the phone to Lin Jun, who was watching television nearby. What is it? Lin Jun sounded quite cheerful. Just in time, that saves us a few thousand on airfare. All right, just be careful over there. I know. Just as Shumian was about to hang up, Lin Jun suddenly recalled something. By the way, has Gu Yanzhi contacted you recently? Upon hearing those words, Shumian discerned an underlying implication. Yes, he often spends time with me. She intentionally retorted. What is the matter with this child? I specifically advised him to maintain a distance, merely as ordinary friends. Shumian was taken aback. It dawned on her that this was the reason Gu Yanzhi had been avoiding her. Mother, what do you mean by that? How long ago was the last time? Panic enveloped Shumian as she pondered why she was divulging such sentiments to Gu Yanzhi. What could it possibly signify? You know the answer, don't you? Mother. Gu Yanzhi is so wonderful. Why do you? Lin Jun interrupted her, reproaching. What do you understand at this moment? I recognize his merits, but he is not suitable for you. You simply cannot be together. As for the reasons, I shall explain them to you in due course. Frustrated, Shumian abruptly terminated the call. Before her lay a shallow pool. In a moment of impulsive recklessness, she hurled her phone into the water. The cold mud splashed onto her face, and after a few seconds, overwhelmed by emotions, she struck her own cheek in exasperation. What a disappointment. She hastily waded into the shallow water to retrieve her phone. Chapter 96. Luo Bai's hint, if only wealth could purchase foresight, had I foreseen the present. Why would I have resolutely rejected a bank card in the first place? Impulsivity is indeed a devil, And Yu Shumian once again felt the weight of this truth. The phone, severely waterlogged, was irreparable. The technician informed her that the repair would cost no less than 500 to 600 yuan. Upon introspection, I realized that with just an additional 200 or 300 yuan, I could acquire a new phone, a prospect I am reluctant to entertain. The holiday is just 2 days away. This will provide me with a much-needed respite from distractions, allowing me to focus on my studies. As the moon ascends the branches, I find myself alone in the first-year education dormitory, devoid of evening study sessions. The other 3 occupants are preoccupied with club activities and matters unbeknownst to me. Consequently, the entire dormitory feels somewhat desolate and forlorn. A chill autumn breeze sweeps in, penetrating to the very core of my being. The monotony of memorizing vocabulary for the 4th-level exam has become tiresome. I intended to take a brief rest, yet I inadvertently drifted into slumber. Despite Gu Yanzhi's attempts to reach me, his incessant calls are in vain, leaving him perturbed and unable to convey his apologies for the day's earlier events. He laments his inability to contact me. Hello, can you reach Yu Shumian? Gu Yanzhi, feeling helpless, resorts to calling Rong Xiaoqian, but after several attempts, he finds no one aware of her whereabouts. Thus, he decides to wait beneath her dormitory, pondering whether she is simply upset and unwilling to answer his calls. Yet, it seems unnecessary for her to ignore others as well. Yuan Su, exhausted after organizing club activities, is momentarily illuminated by a distant beam of light. Gu Yanzhi, what brings you here? She inquires, feigning nonchalance as she adjusts her attire. Yuan Su, I wish to ask if Yu Shumian is in her dormitory? Upon hearing that name, all hope within Yuan Su dissipates instantaneously. She gazes at him, and in that moment, Gu Yanzhi's eyes clearly dimmed, reflecting his disheartenment. Yuan Su, quite astute, seized the opportunity to add Gu Yanzhi's WeChat. Thank you for your trouble. Please wait a moment. With a smile, Yuan Su completed her statement and entered the dormitory building, her gaze fixed upon the WeChat profile picture on the screen. The profile picture depicted a cluster of small persimmons, which she recognized as the charm adorning Gu Yanzhi's backpack. The choice of this WeChat nickname was rather amusing. Little Persimmon and Little Tyrant. She had heard whispers about Nanchuan High School, and wasn't Yu Shumian the so-called Little Tyrant of that time? As Yuan Su opened the door, she caught sight of Yu Shumian lying peacefully in bed, the curtains left undrawn. Perhaps it was best not to disturb her. With utmost care, Yuan Su typed a brief message. She is asleep. Upon reading those 3 simple words, the weight that had hung in Gu Yanzhi's heart finally lifted. Her safety was paramount. Her well-being surpassed all else. Standing on the balcony of the 3rd floor, Yuan Su gazed down, noticing that Gu Yanzhi had yet to depart. As if he were waiting. No, it was not merely waiting. It was a form of guardianship, an unwavering concern that he harbored in his heart. Ding, ding, ding. Yanzhi, your father and I are planning to visit Chengdu during the National Day holiday. No need, Mom. Do not say it's unnecessary. I simply miss you. We will come and go swiftly. I understand you are busy. It will only take a meal, and it won't delay you for long. Luobai was adamant about visiting Chengdu to see him, and Gu Yanzhi, unable to refuse, relented. Remember to inform Mian. I cannot reach her by phone. This was indeed the message that Luobai yearned to convey. Her visit to Chengdu was merely a pretext, for her true desire was to see Yu Shumian. Mother. She is quite occupied and lacks the time. Luobai threatened him, and under the duress, he reluctantly acquiesced. Chapter 97. The rebellious phase arrives late. I had genuinely wished to see him. However, the words he uttered left me feeling disheartened and dispirited, casting doubt on whether my previous convictions were indeed correct. Diary of a Little Tyrant. Gu Yanzhi steeled himself to fulfill the task assigned by his mother. It seems that Yu Shumian is likely not inclined to see him. And here he is, shamelessly approaching her. What a slap in the face. Ding, ding, ding. Luobai called again. Gu Yanzhi frowned, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately answered the call. Mother, is there something you need? Have you spoken to Mian? I was just about to. Before Gu Yanzhi could finish his explanation, he was met with an unprovoked reprimand from Luobai. You must remember to tell her that Mother has brought her a gift. This weighed heavily on Gu Yanzhi's heart. For some reason, he felt an ominous premonition of impending trouble, which only heightened his discomfort. Mother, the signal here is poor. I shall hang up now. Flustered, Gu Yanzhi decisively ended the call, switching off his phone and slipping it into his pocket. Yu Shumian, I was wrong that day. He immediately cut off that thought, questioning why he should admit fault. Wouldn't that imply he truly was in the wrong? No, a different approach. Yu Shumian, my mother has brought a gift and wishes to visit you. Please prepare for Sunday. Yet, that too felt inadequate. It seemed like he was commanding her. Which would surely displease her, wouldn't it? Underneath the canopy of a tree, Gu Yanzhi found himself racking his brain, utterly perplexed about how to initiate a conversation with Shumian. Just as a flicker of inspiration began to illuminate his thoughts, a voice from behind interrupted him. Gu Yanzhi, what are you doing standing here? I'm looking for Shumian, he replied. Hualing chimed in. Why not just call her? Waiting idly 1T yield results. I did call, but she has been answering, Gu Yanzhi quickly explained. Is that so? Hualing glanced at Jiang Shui, conveying her disbelief. Let me give it a try. With practiced ease, she dialed the number, only to find that it too went unanswered. How about this? I'll go to her dormitory and call her down, she suggested. No, that's not necessary. Gu Yanzhi felt a tempest of anxiety surge within him at the thought of them summoning Shumian. Perhaps it would be better to speak with her tomorrow. However, fate had other plans. Hey, Mian, Gu Yanzhi has been looking for you. Are you coming down? Jiang Shui's timely greeting left Shumian little room to react or evade. As Gu Yanzhi turned, his gaze met Shumian's, and in that fleeting moment, he noticed the redness around her eyes, a clear indication of her recent tears. A sharp pang gripped his heart, leaving him trembling with distress. Hualing and Jiang Shui, sensing the tension, discreetly withdrew, leaving the two of them alone amidst the biting autumn breeze. What do you want with me? Shumian's voice was laced with a palpable tension. If it's not important, I'll take my leave. She had just seen him wandering alone below her window for over a dozen laps, showing no inclination to approach her. Unable to suppress her own feelings any longer, she decided to go down. Initially, she wished to see him, yet she feared that the words he had spoken might truly reflect his sentiments. Ultimately, she remained straightforward, unable to conjure sweet words to amuse her. Aunt Luo, come see me? Observing his expression, Shumian felt a sense of unreliability. Could this young man be toying with her? Just yesterday, he had insisted on no further contact, and now he behaved like this? Gu Yanzhi nodded woodenly. Shumian shook her head, pretending that she had urgent matters to attend to, and walked straight past him. I shall see if you will call me back. Shumian vowed to herself that if he did not call her back by the count of 3, she would sever all ties with him. 1, 2. Shumian. She triumphantly halted, turning her back to Gu Yanzhi, a faint smile gracing her lips. He called out to me after all. There is still hope. Chapter 98. I decide if I like you. Shumian agreed to accompany Gu Yanzhi and Aunt Luo for shopping and dining. Yet she forbade him from getting too close and insisted that he refrain from saying anything else. After the meal, they would leave without lingering. All right. I agree to all your conditions. Gu Yanzhi's tone conveyed a blend of helplessness and subtle affection. Shumian gazed at her broken phone lying quietly on the table, then glanced at her bank balance, which was insufficient to purchase even a single phone. Not even a second-hand one could be afforded. Shumian, you foolish girl. What was the point of showing off back then? Why didn't you just accept that bank card? Now look at the consequences. You might starve. Shumian gazed at her slightly haggard reflection in the mirror, feeling a pang of sympathy for her own delicate visage. Ever since entering university, her skin had been in a perpetual state of decline, greasy like that of an elderly man. Beep, beep, beep. She borrowed Hualing's phone to dial her mother's number, her heart heavy with trepidation. Should she muster the courage to ask her mother for money? Hello, Mom. Lin Jun's tone was far from pleasant. Make sure you behave well at school, and don't go out with Gu Yanzhi. Why, Mom? A surge of inexplicable anger welled up within Shumian. She couldn't fathom why her mother, who had once adored Gu Yanzhi, now opposed their companionship. There is no reason. Just listen to me. Although Lin Jun was frustrated, her concern for Shumian softened her tone as she continued. Is your living allowance sufficient? If it's not enough, your father can send more. Initially at a loss for words, Shumian seized this unexpected opportunity. Though her heart yearned for assistance, her lips stubbornly claimed otherwise, fearing her mother would chide her for such desires. No, that's enough. She wanted to retort that she didn't care for her mother's petty funds, yet felt a twinge of guilt for such defiance. Really don't need it? Lin Jun, suppressing her irritation, pressed on with her inquiry. No. Shumian's response grew increasingly resolute, her refusal intensifying with each question. Beep, beep, beep. She still had something to express, but the sound of the call disconnecting echoed in her ears. Sigh. Shumian gently exhaled a breath of disappointment, feeling an overwhelming sense of loss. Thank you. Hualing, observing her despondent demeanor, paused her tidying up. What's wrong, my little Shumian? Why the long face? It's nothing. In an effort to lift her spirits, Hualing had suggested a trip during the National Day holiday. The idea was splendid, but unfortunately, her own finances were rather strained. Thank you, but I think I'll pass. I'd prefer to stay in the dormitory to prepare for the CET4. I truly can't do anything with you. Walling shrugged helplessly, reminding her to stay safe. Soon, Yu and Su and Jiang Shui departed, leaving her alone in the afternoon. Instant noodles were the quintessential fast food adored by contemporary university students. Outside, a light rain began to fall, with droplets cascading down the glass, transforming into crystalline amber beads upon the window. Shumian gazed vacantly out the window, her noodles nearly overcooked. Slurping a mouthful, the tangy spiciness was invigorating. Now, she had also acquired a taste for spicy food, occasionally relishing it without restraint. Tomorrow filled her with both anticipation and anxiety. The next day, Gu Yanzhi had been waiting for her early beneath the girls' dormitory. Surely, there would be no issues. It shouldn't be cold today, right? Shumian donned a beige knitted sweater, paired with a flowing skirt, and gathered a few strands of hair at the back into a wine-red bow. Clattering down the stairs in the new shoes borrowed from Walling, she hurriedly made her way downstairs. Good morning. Good morning. Upon their first encounter, Shumian instinctively greeted Gu Yanzhi with a good morning, only to find that they spoke in unison. An awkward glance was exchanged between them before they averted their eyes and continued walking forward, as if sharing an unspoken understanding. You look splendid, Gu Yanzhi remarked, his tone earnest and sincere. Shumian, momentarily lost in thought, echoed, Pardon? You look truly beautiful today. Only today? She pouted, casting him a sidelong glance. You look beautiful every day, Gu Yanzhi replied smoothly, the words relayed to him by their dorm mate, Liang Rushi, who had advised him on the necessity of memorizing 100 romantic phrases for courting. Stealing a careful glance at Shumian, he noted the slight upward curve of her lips, and a sense of relief washed over him. Liang Rushi's advice proved useful after all. On the asphalt road, freshly washed by the rain, leaves dislodged by the wind lay scattered, their surfaces damp and adhering to the ground. A sea of yellow greeted the eye, the vibrant hue of ginkgo leaves. Gu Yanzhi prompted as Shumian hesitated, the words she held back lingering on her lips. Did my mother perhaps call you? A flutter of unease stirred in Gu Yanzhi's heart. Hadn't he already deleted the call records? How was she aware? You knew? Yes, Shumian nodded, her tone tinged with a hint of self-reproach. Why didn't you tell me? I wish to spare you any sorrow. At this moment, Gu Yanzhi found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate his thoughts. If you ignore me and evade me, do you think I will not feel sorrow? Shumian's every word resonated with undeniable logic, leaving Gu Yanzhi without a retort. You know my feelings, don't you? Do you truly understand my heart? Shumian gazed steadfastly at him, her eyes unwavering. Gu Yanzhi took her hand, clasping it tightly in his own. I know, I understand everything. Our union was a mutual decision. Why then, must you abruptly depart without consent? Shumian resembled a teacher admonishing a wayward child. I acknowledge my mistake. Please do not be angry with me. I promise there will be no next time. Her rebellious phase had arrived later than most, yet this time, she resolved to oppose her mother. But, Aunt Lin, Gu Yanzhi's familiar refrain caused Shumian a headache. It's all right, I will handle it. With unwavering determination, she patted her chest, instilling in him a sense of confidence, though it was merely an act of unilateral decision-making. My affection for you is my own affair. I alone shall decide. Gu Yanzhi felt her words pierce his heart deeply, leaving him momentarily speechless. Do you like me? I do. Will it ever change? It will never change. At that moment, Gu Yanzhi became a mere echo of love's vows, responding to Shumian's inquiries. Then you must not act this way again, or I shall be upset. All right, I promise you. I do not believe you. Shumian pouted stubbornly, her eyes darting mischievously, harboring unspoken intentions. Gu Yanzhi instantly comprehended, bending down to gently kiss her delicate lips. How about this? Shumian fell silent, her heart blossoming with joy, her grip on his hand tightening a fraction. Chapter 99. Daughter-in-law? Shumian felt overwhelmed by the awkwardness that could have her scratching the floor with her toes. Hello, Uncle. Hello, Aunt. Thank you, Uncle. Thank you, Aunt. I can manage on my own. Thank you. These phrases were repeated at the dining table, a cycle of politeness devoid of anything more substantial. Shumian, how are you finding the South? I've heard the cuisine here is quite flavorful. Are you adjusting well? I'm adapting. It's all good. Shumian dared not utter another word. Gu Yanzhi observed her discomfort, secretly amused. Did she also have her moments of nervousness? Wasn't she supposed to be socially adept? Oh, by the way, it called. She initially intended to. Shumian quickly interjected. And, I'm sorry, my phone is broken. And I haven't had the chance to buy a new one. Gu Yanzhi chuckled softly. Those last words held a certain depth. Oh, I see. Gu Qingyi's gaze towards her this time was notably kinder than during their previous meal together. The reason for this shift eluded her. Shumian, make sure to eat plenty. You've lost weight since last time. Last time? Which last time? Gu Qingyi miraculously placed a piece of fatty pork knuckle onto her plate, a morsel dripping with grease. Was this not a threat to her very existence? Yet, in the presence of elders, it would be impolite to decline. She could only muster the courage to nibble on it reluctantly. Alas, how could a young lady partake in such oily fare? Luo Bai promptly removed it from her bowl and set it aside, while Gu Qingyi immediately expressed his apologies, admitting his oversight. Waiter, could you come here for a moment? Gu Qingyi beckoned, whispering something into the server's ear before regaining his composure. Despite Shumian sitting between Luo Bai and Gu Yanzhi, the gravity emanating from Gu Qingyi rendered her hesitant to move freely. Yanzhi, you must take good care of Mian at school. If you dare to bully her, I shall hold you accountable. What was happening here? Was this not a form of bullying? Mother, you are clearly biased. Am I not your own son? Luo Bai chuckled as he patted Shumian's hand, glancing at Gu Qingyi. But what of it? Mian is far superior to you, thoughtful and intelligent. Intelligent? He hesitated, recalling Shumian's previous academic performance, leaving him speechless. Father, you must be the judge here. Of course, what is there to judge? Mian is simply wonderful. Look at you. Always preoccupied with spending money. Indeed, he mused, realizing he had lost his standing entirely. This was merely the beginning, and how would he survive henceforth? Mian, after you finish eating, accompany your aunt for some shopping. All right, Aunt. Shumian felt a sense of embarrassment, repeatedly taking deep breaths in her heart. Unable to relax while eating. The entire process was a slow and deliberate affair, her mouth movements cautious, for Luo Bai's dining etiquette was simply too refined. Shumian felt as though she were sitting on pins and needles. And only after leaving the dining table did she begin to regret that perhaps dining was indeed a simpler pleasure. The establishments Luo Bai had taken her to were renowned both domestically and internationally, and the prices left her astounded. A mere vest, costing several thousand? It was hardly a worthwhile investment, and as she observed, her mind was still calculating. Shumian, see if there's anything you fancy. Without a moment's hesitation, Shumian politely declined. She feared she was unworthy of such luxuries. She felt far more at ease in her modestly priced attire. Just try it on. Why don't you? Gu Yanzhi, sensing the moment, seized the handbag from Shumian's grasp and gently ushered her into the clothing store. Luo Bai, watching from behind, conveyed a look of approval, silently commending. Well done, my son. Luo Bai reassured the anxious Shumian, encouraging her to try on the garments without fear. Shumian, it rarely has the chance to come by. Let me buy you some winter clothing to keep you warm. Consider it a token of my affection. And Shumian felt tears welling up. The cost of the clothes she was holding amounted to several thousand. She wished fervently that this were merely a dream. But the reality was undeniable. How could she possibly accept this? Shumian, your uncle is often very busy. He and your aunt spend little time together. This time, he happened to be passing through for work, but who knows when he will return next. Gu Qingyi unexpectedly produced a gift box and pressed it into Shumian's hands. Uncle, what is this? She inquired, glancing down to discover a mobile phone nestled within the white wrapping. Uncle, this is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it. She resolutely refused the phone, persistently attempting to return it to Gu Qingyi. The gifts from Luo Bai and Gu Qingyi that evening could sustain her for an entire year. Feeling more like a hot potato than a blessing. Oh, why bother being polite with an uncle? Gu Qingyi gently insisted, gesturing towards Gu Yanzhi. Yanzhi, we shall take our leave now. You must take good care of Mian. I understand. Mom and Dad, please take care of yourselves as well. After a brief exchange, Gu Yanzhi seized the embarrassed Shumian and whisked her away from the scene. On their way home, Shumian continued to murmur. Why did uncle and aunt buy such expensive gifts? You need not feel burdened. They simply appreciate you and wish to give you these. But this is just too costly. I cannot repay them. Who said you need to repay them? Gu Yanzhi turned to look at her. The night enveloping them as the sudden gentle rain transformed her hair into shimmering silver strands. But there are no buts, he replied, tucking a loose strand behind her ear. His voice softly resonating in her ear. There will be many more gifts to come. You must learn to adapt to this. The words, spoken from his lips, felt somewhat peculiar. The chill of late autumn prompted the young girl to draw her coat tighter around herself, having neglected to check the weather forecast before venturing out. The evening's low temperatures left her feeling cold to the bone. Gu Yanzhi hurriedly removed his outer coat and draped it over her. The warmth enveloping Yu Shumian allowed her to perceive the lingering body heat and fragrance of his clothing. Why does your laundry detergent smell the same as ever? Yu Shumian inquired whimsically. Would you like to know? Gu Yanzhi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Yes. I must confess, I have maintained this scent for you. Do you believe me? Yu Shumian immediately burst into laughter. How could that be? You've had that fragrance since our first year of high school. Gu Yanzhi did not interrupt her, merely watching her laugh quietly, resembling a simpleton. Don't tell me you liked me back in our first year? I can't believe that. You would have loved nothing more than to pinch my cheeks and knock my head. Gu Yanzhi reached out to gently touch the little sheep, having not seen her so joyfully laughing in quite some time. I speak the truth. I've kept this scent since our first year. So what? What was he trying to convey? Yu Shumian's eyes widened, her words faltering as she awaited Gu Yanzhi's revelation. So what? So when did you start to like me? Gu Yanzhi promptly fell silent and turned away, questioning why such a matter needed to be raised. Yu Shumian chased after him, her arms laden with gifts. Please tell me. I want to know. No matter how she pouted, Gu Yanzhi remained reticent. Fool, I was smitten with you the moment we met. Chapter 100. The perils of a part-time job. Yu Shumian felt an overwhelming sense of unease as she gazed at her Apple phone and the bags filled with several thousand yuan worth of clothing. She sought the assistance of her roommate, Weiling, who was well acquainted with the local area, to help her secure a part-time job. During her free time between classes, she devoted herself entirely to this endeavor and even encountered several fellow students from her major. The convenience of commuting together to classes and work was a welcome benefit. Initially, the novelty of the experience invigorated her, giving her a sense of purpose that she had not felt before. She was oblivious to the source of her newfound confidence, believing that a part-time job could alleviate her financial struggles. Approximately half a month passed, during which Gu Yanzhi was preoccupied with projects in the laboratory alongside his advisor, while Rong Xiaoqian occasionally kept watch to prevent Gu Yanzhi from becoming suspicious. Shumian, your Gu Yanzhi is quite the catch. This morning, a junior approached him, wanting his contact information. Can you guess what happened? Rong Xiaoqian said, stifling a laugh as Yu Shumian wiped down a counter, her phone wedged between her shoulder and ear. What happened? She said, I'm sorry, but my girlfriend doesn't allow me to add other girls. Rong Xiaoqian burst into laughter. You should have seen the look on his serious face. It embarrassed the poor girl. Honestly, how did such a handsome guy end up with you? Rong Xiaoqian teased. Why is this my fault? Yu Shumian replied, though inwardly, she was immensely pleased. All right, enough chit-chat. I must get back to work. Of course, you boss. I won't disturb you any longer. As Yu Shumian noticed a few customers entering, she immediately greeted them with a warm smile. The hallmark of their hot pot restaurant lies in the unwavering dedication to customer service, ensuring that patrons leave utterly satisfied. No flyers are necessary. The quality of service speaks volumes. Service itself serves as a gilded signboard, attracting a steady stream of customers and fostering a bustling business. But today, there is an insufferable fellow among them. The smile of Yu Shumian froze instantly at the sight of a burly man, whose demeanor exuded rudeness. Oh dear. Look at how unhappy the young lady is. You might not even get to enjoy the hot pot later, he chortled. The others hastily attempted to smooth over the situation. Although Yu Shumian felt a pang of distress, she steeled herself for the sake of her salary and greeted them. Esteemed guests, thank you for visiting our humble establishment. Little did she know which affluent patrons had compelled the owner to attend to them personally. These are indeed esteemed guests. Do show some decorum. The owner whispered reproachfully in her ear, immediately plastering a smile on his face. My friend, the young lady is not accustomed to such jesting. She is new and unfamiliar with the customs. Please forgive her. Today, feel free to order anything. Drinks are on the house. That is your promise. Do not regret it. One of the patrons responded. Not at all. As long as you are pleased, I am pleased. Yu Shumian thought the owner's sycophantic demeanor was repugnant, and the group was even more distasteful. She decided to retreat to the back, taking the menu with her. Coincidentally, some other classmates were present and inquired about the unfolding situation. We intended to call you back, but you were engrossed in a phone call and did not hear us. Who exactly were these individuals? Yu Shumian observed that they had been there longer than she had, and thus, perhaps, knew more than she did. Nevertheless, they were uncertain. It was best to simply avoid them. The group dispersed without further explanation, as their boss had already taken note of their idleness. Yu Shumian feigned a hasty effort to wipe the table and then drifted to another area. It was wise to steer clear, after all. She did not want to provoke anyone of considerable stature. Gu Yanzhi, are you joining for hot pot? Gu Yanzhi was engrossed in drawing anatomical diagrams and had no time to concern himself with Liang Rushi. No, Qin Jingnian is treating. Will you go? Upon hearing this name, Gu Yanzhi's hand trembled slightly, causing his drawing to go awry. Liang Rushi, sensing the impending danger, quickly made his exit, lest Gu Yanzhi decide to dismember him. Qin Jingnian had once again triumphed at a computer competition, securing another gold medal, and his friends urged him to treat them to a meal. Hey, Qin Jingnian, you've claimed all the awards. What are we left with? Exactly. During these 4 years of university, we were hoping to earn some accolades ourselves. Amidst the playful shoving and banter, Qin Jingnian sat upright, maintaining an air of decorum despite the jovial atmosphere. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and his demeanor was more fittingly described as refined and composed. I will do my utmost to let you all earn something, he quipped modestly, eliciting playful accusations of arrogance from the group. Minion, here's the order for table 5. Could you take it? Colleague Xiao Li, overwhelmed with tasks, delegated the job to Yu Shumian, who had just become available. All right, I understand. Yu Shumian inspected the dishes, and after confirming their accuracy, she pushed the cart out. Amidst the clinking of glasses, Qi Jingnian raised a small cup of plain water, his gaze falling upon a long-lost figure that settled in his heart. It had been an eternity since he last saw her, and he had lacked the courage to seek her out. Yet, as fate would have it, he encountered her here. Qi Jingnian, is that you? Yu Shumian spoke first, prompting Liang Rushi, who was seated beside Qi Jingnian, to suddenly realize. Junior, what brings you here? It turned out they were all acquaintances. Truly, what a coincidence. Liang Rushi observed the radiant light in Qi Jingnian's eyes, almost enveloping the junior in an aura of brilliance. Alas, she was already taken, and it seemed that Qi Jingnian had missed his chance. You really came to Chuan University. Taking advantage of a brief moment while the dishes were being served, Qi Jingnian unexpectedly remarked. Yes, indeed. It was a hard-won admission, Yu Shumian replied. Liang Rushi caught the implication in her words. What? Were you two previously acquainted? Others, eager for the unfolding drama, probed further, seeking to untangle the threads of their connection. We are high school alumni, Yu Shumian smiled, finishing the last dish before preparing to leave. In her distracted state, she accidentally knocked over the wine glass of the person behind her. Are you blind? You ruined my drink. Oh, it's you, little sister. What a delightful coincidence. Upon recognizing that familiar voice, Yu Shumian looked up to find it was the same group of ruffians from before. A wise woman knows better than to engage with rogues. Retreating was the best course of action. Yu Shumian attempted to maneuver her cart past the rugged man, only to be unexpectedly seized by the arm. Did I permit you to leave? His gruff voice startled Qi Jingnian and his companions at the table. For how could a heroic rescue of a damsel in distress be absent? Who are you? Speak more courteously. Qi Jingnian took the lead, followed closely by Liang Rushi and several brothers, their demeanor fierce and determined. The patrons in the establishment observed with a sense of amusement, save for a female student from the same department who discreetly went to inform the proprietor. A bunch of punks. What can they possibly do to you, old man? To Qi Jingnian, the menacing figure appeared merely as someone unaware of the peril that awaited him. He forcefully swatted away the greasy hand resting on Yu Shumian's arm. The rugged man's words were cut short as the owner of the establishment hurriedly entered from outside, perspiring profusely. Oh, brother, what brings you to my humble establishment? The proprietor, eager to impress, was akin to a dog wagging its tail before its master, attempting to intimidate the young man. Owner, did you not see him bullying this girl? Liang Rushi stepped forward, unable to tolerate the injustice faced by the freshman. What are you looking at? Which of my eyes has seen anything? Yu Shumian, her temper flaring, longed to deliver a slap, but alas, she had yet to receive her wages for the work done. Thus, she chose to endure a little longer. Oh, it's nothing. It's nothing. I'll get back to work. Yu Shumian pushed past the two and retreated into the kitchen, while the owner and the rugged man smugly observed Qi Jingnian and his group. Qi Jingnian sat down, his heart seething with indignation. Chapter 101. Midnight Fright, Part 1. Since that fateful encounter at the hot pot restaurant, Qi Jingnian has been unable to shake Yu Shumian from his thoughts. Contemplating a visit to the establishment to see her, he is plagued with concern over whether the owner has treated her unfairly. Yet his numerous commitments have left him utterly bereft of time to check on her. Yu Shumian, we are off work now. As Yu Shumian busily packed her belongings, a sudden realization struck her. Today was the 15th, the day when salaries were typically disbursed. Unfortunately, the anticipated funds had yet to appear in her bank account. Hey, Xiao Li, has your salary come through? It arrived at noon. Why, yours hasn't? Yu Shumian nodded, and Shaoli reassured her that such delays were common. Sometimes the boss issued payments in 2 installments. Perhaps it will arrive on the 16th, he suggested, though she appreciated the sentiment. Unease gnawed at her as she sensed something amiss. When the clock struck 10 and the restaurant closed for the night, she mustered her courage to confront the owner about her salary. Salary? You still want your salary? The owner regarded her with disdain, his eyes glinting with contempt as if he wished to obliterate her entirely. What do you mean? What do you mean? You've offended my brother. And you still expect to be paid? It's a miracle we haven't thrown you out. So, it seemed she had labored for a month without recompense? When did I offend him? He was the one who initiated this. Yu Shumian argued her case, foolishly believing that her eloquence could persuade the unscrupulous proprietor to pay her. She was evidently naive, unacquainted with the harsh realities of the world and the treachery of human nature, ultimately finding herself in a perilous situation. Regardless, you must pay me my salary. Yu Shumian was determined to prevent him from closing the shop. Young lady, I advise you to leave, otherwise I cannot guarantee what might happen to you. You dare. Yu Shumian, confident in her ability to defend herself, retorted boldly. Just watch me. The unscrupulous shopkeeper forcefully pulled down the shutter. The heavy and jarring sound echoed, followed by a metal rod aimed at her. Fortunately, her agility allowed her to evade it. This ruthless merchant was indeed intent on taking her life. With empty hands, she displayed the audacity of youth, ready to confront him barehanded. The young girl, blissfully unaware of the dangers, soon found herself outnumbered as his companions arrived within 3 minutes. Outmatched and outgunned, she was left with only her fists, while her arm bore the bruise from that iron rod. Where there is life, there is hope. I will eventually take down this hot pot restaurant. Capture that girl, otherwise our establishment's reputation will be ruined. Where can a mere girl run to? Let us hope I don't catch her, or she will regret it. Yu Shumian calmly hid behind a trash bin, the area around her desolate and devoid of anything. The nauseating stench of decay and refuse made her stomach churn. She must have been extraordinarily unfortunate to encounter such scoundrels. Listening intently as their footsteps faded, she finally emerged slowly from her hiding place, peering through a crack. Her shifty eyes scanned the surroundings cautiously. Once assured of her safety, she sprang out. A wilted leaf lay atop her head, and as she tore it away, an unknown viscous substance adhered to her hand, thick and nauseating, stirring her stomach. Ugh! Unable to withstand the repulsive odor, she retched violently, expelling every morsel of her dinner without a trace. Searching once more, she was certain something remained nearby. Ah! A shrill scream pierced the air, brief yet intense, only to vanish without a trace. Damn it! Just moments ago, there had been sounds. Now not even a shadow lingered. A few cursing individuals scanned the area, finding no one, and departed. In a darkened corner behind a door, 2 figures huddled closely together, too afraid to move. Chapter 102. How could it be him? Second update. Yu Shumian never imagined that her savior would be Qi Jingyan. How did you know I was here? Perhaps a meeting of minds, he replied with a resigned smile, struggling to find a better explanation. Yu Shumian hung her head, lamenting the month of labor she had squandered for her unscrupulous employer. Not only was she pursued by so many, but she had also sustained an injury on her arm. Truly a case of losses outweighing gains. Do not worry. I shall assist you, Qi Jingyan declared earnestly, as if poised to embark on a grand endeavor. How will you help me? Yu Shumian jested, not taking his words to heart, unaware of his genuine intent. Soon after, the establishment would vanish from this place. Oh, I had not realized you possessed such prowess, Yu Shumian chuckled, for Qi Jingyan now resembled a child eager for praise. In her recollection, Qi Jingyan had always appeared as a refined scholar, rarely exhibiting any semblance of dominance. Do you not believe me? No, no. Yu Shumian continued on her way, maintaining a distance from him, fearful that her unpleasant odor might offend this young gentleman. Please keep your distance. I am quite odorous. Not at all. I do not mind. Yu Shumian caught a whiff of her own attire, realizing it was indeed unreasonably foul. Could you lend me a bit of money? My phone is dead, and I cannot make payments. What for? Certainly. Yu Shumian was taken aback by Qi Jingyan's willingness, as he readily acquiesced without the slightest hesitation. How much do you need? Huh. Qi Jingyan observed her momentarily dazed expression, pondering how one could fluctuate between such quick wit and such dull response. He handed her several crisp red banknotes and escorted her to the hotel entrance, only departing after ensuring her safety. Ah, what a truly kind-hearted individual. Such benevolence is indeed rare these days, Yu Shumian mused as she watched his retreating figure. Standing at the roadside, Qi Jingyan made a call to the company headquarters. Hello, Young Master Qi, how may I assist you? At 112, Yuan Road, South City Street. There exists a hot pot restaurant engaging in illicit activities. Please ensure its swift closure. Understood, young master. After hanging up, a private car smoothly came to a halt before him. The warmth within the vehicle made him feel somewhat restless, prompting him to remove his outer coat. Young master, where have you been? You reek of something, remarked Xiaochen, the driver and a close friend known for his bluntness. What do you mean by something? Questioned Qi Jingyan, assuming Xiaochen was insulting him. No. I mean, there's a foul odor about you. What were you up to so late? Aren't you supposed to be a neat freak? How did you end up like this? Why are you asking so many questions? Aren't you the one driving? Qi Jingyan, not one to put on airs, merely sought an excuse to avoid further conversation. It was unexpected that he could endure such an offensive smell. Clearly, the situation was more complicated than it appeared. I've already told you I want to take over the company, so please inform him to relinquish his hopes, Qi Jingyan insisted. I've conveyed your message numerous times. But it seems ineffective. Only your presence will suffice. Qi Jingyan rubbed his temples, exasperated by the challenges posed by his father, who was resolute and stubborn. Young master? Xiaochen called out, noticing that Qi Jingyan had fallen asleep in the back seat. Being a wealthy heir is no easy feat. One must juggle academic responsibilities while also managing a myriad of familial obligations. Meanwhile, Gu Yanzhi, looking rather foolish, stood anxiously outside the dormitory of Shumian, persistently attempting to reach her by phone, only to be met with silence. As the clock inched closer to 11, his calls remained unanswered, and even her roommate, Hua Ling, was at a loss for information. Upon entering the hotel room, Shumian hurriedly dashed into the bathroom. By the time she emerged, feeling refreshed, it was nearly midnight. Suddenly, she smacked her forehead, realizing she had forgotten the most crucial task, to call Gu Yanzhi. Shumian unlocked her phone, and her heart sank at the sight of dozens of missed calls, all from Gu Yanzhi. Panic enveloped her as she reluctantly dialed his number, which he answered in an instant. Shumian, where have you been? Why haven't you answered your phone? Are you feeling unwell? Or is something troubling you? Gu Yanzhi's barrage of questions left her momentarily speechless. Shumian, are you listening to me? Shumian. I'm fine, really. It's just. In the span of a heartbeat, Gu Yanzhi's anxiety transformed into a semblance of relief upon receiving her call. Shumian stammered, hesitant and at a loss for words. Send me your location. I'll come right away. Gu Yanzhi abruptly hung up, leaving Shumian to sit on the edge of the bed, her heart racing with trepidation. Should she send it? Ding. A message notification chimed. And as she read the few words, her eyes widened in shock. She promptly sent her location to Gu Yanzhi, gazing at the bruises on her arm. She quickly pulled down the sleeves of her bathrobe to conceal them, hoping Gu Yanzhi wouldn't notice. She tossed the filthy, odorous clothes into the washing machine and filled the room with perfume, praying it would mask any lingering scents. And the hair in the bathroom. Shumian understood that Gu Yanzhi had a penchant for cleanliness. Thus, she hurriedly tidied up everything to maintain her image. After catching a whiff of her own scent, she murmured to herself, "Is this fragrance a tad overpowering?" Running her fingers through her still damp hair, she released an alluring aroma, pondering whether it would perhaps mesmerize Gu Yanzhi to the point of distraction. Calm down. Why be so anxious? If Gu Yanzhi truly arrived, where would he sleep? After all, she had booked a spacious room with a king-sized bed. As her mind spiraled into a whirlwind of unrealistic thoughts, the doorbell suddenly rang. Ding dong. In that instant, her heart leaped to her throat as she swiftly made her way to the door, poised to open it. Chapter 103, A Man and a Woman Alone in a Room. Third update. The moment Shumian opened the door, Gu Yanzhi, like a ravenous wolf, swiftly ensnared her in his embrace, holding her tightly. Cough. Shumian felt a painful pressure against her chest. His eagerness had caused him to lose control. Gu Yanzhi released her slightly, allowing her a modicum of breathing space. Yet he clung to her for a solid 10 minutes, reluctant to let go. He feared that if he did, she might vanish from his grasp. What followed was a confrontation. Gu Yanzhi's stern gaze bore down on her, and Shumian, having committed a transgression, dared not meet his eyes. Her fingers nervously twisted the edges of her bathrobe. Why did you hide from me about taking that part-time job? I find myself devoid of living expenses, yet I am reluctant to trouble my family. Why didn't you inform me? Why should I tell you? Gu Yanzhi felt an overwhelming urge to shake her awake, wishing to rouse her from her stupor. I am your boyfriend. I can support you. However, you are yet to secure employment. Gu Yanzhi rolled his eyes in exasperation. He had participated in numerous competitions and projects precisely to provide for her, after all, who claimed that one could not earn without a job. He withdrew a bank card from his pocket and placed it into her palm, its warmth lingering from his touch. This was initially intended as a birthday gift for her, but given the current predicament, it seemed more prudent to present it sooner, sparing her from committing such foolish acts in the future. Shumian felt an unsettling pang of guilt at the thought of using the money. Keep it, Gu Yanzhi insisted, determined to reprimand her for her careless behavior. From now on, she was forbidden from taking part-time jobs or roaming about alone. She must inform him of her whereabouts, even for leisure outings. Henceforth, I shall provide for you. The final declaration resonated with unwavering conviction, exuding a dominance that struck her as somewhat unrealistic. Gu Yanzhi incessantly murmured about this matter in Shumian's ear. Shumian felt her eyelids weighed down as if laden with lead. Rendering her unable to lift them, she was utterly fatigued. Every word uttered by Gu Yanzhi now served as the most effective lullaby. Let me tell you. Her small head nestled against his chest, and she succumbed to a deep slumber. Gu Yan looked down, realizing that this foolish girl truly lacked a sense of gratitude, always treating his words as mere whispers in the wind. After ensuring she was comfortably settled, he reclined on the nearby sofa. Though it was the early hours of the morning, he felt no fatigue, his gaze fixated on the peacefully slumbering Shumian, as if she had already slept enough. Her slightly flushed cheeks and the tousled strands of hair atop her head rendered her appearance rather endearing, albeit not particularly clever. As he tucked her in for the final time, unexpectedly, her large, dark eyes fluttered open. She lay there, somewhat dazed, enveloped in the lingering fragrance of shower gel that had yet to dissipate. Awake? He mused, recalling the few tender kisses they had shared, easily counted on his fingers. I'm awake. Shumian sat up, seizing the opportunity as Gu Yan turned away to hastily pull back the covers and check if her attire was intact. What's the matter? Afraid I might not at all. Shumian quickly interrupted, eager to prevent him from uttering anything inappropriate. You've been sleeping on the sofa? She pointed in astonishment at the very sofa where Gu Yan lay, his languid eyelashes fluttering, evoking a sense of mischief in her. Otherwise, sleep beside you? How scandalous. Truly, you have no shame. Chapter 104, wanna know? A Kiss. Part 4. Coincidentally, over the weekend, Gu Yan had extended their stay for 2 nights without Shumian's knowledge. Gu Yan, your intentions are questionable. What makes you think my intentions are dubious? Then why did you extend the stay? Is it because I am financially affluent? You have no shame. Shumian was making a ruckus, while Gu Yanzhi found her antics thoroughly entertaining. It was indeed amusing. What are you pondering day after day? You silly head? Fool, I booked a room. Shumian felt she had misunderstood from the very beginning. Upon hearing this, she felt even more embarrassed and hastily fell silent to spare herself further humiliation. I extended the reservation because I wish to take you to Chengdu and explore the sights, allowing you to unwind a little. Is that not agreeable? Very well. Women, it seems, are peculiar beings, capable of changing their demeanor faster than one can turn a page. Just a moment ago, she was vociferously accusing him of shamelessness, and now she was eagerly wanting to drag him out for some fun. Excuse me, has the girl from last night checked out today? Gu Yanzhi held Shumian's hand, and they sweetly nestled together as they exited the elevator. In the lobby, they collided with 3 others, a chill sweeping through Gu Yanzhi's eyes. Shumian, you. Qi Jingyan hesitated to speak, feeling an uncomfortable pang upon seeing Gu Yanzhi nearby. Qi Jingyan, I appreciate your assistance with my girlfriend, but it will not be necessary in the future. Thank you. Gu Yanzhi's words were cold, leaving Shumian feeling as though she might freeze into a solid block of ice. May I have a word with you? Gu Yanzhi and Qi Jingyan whispered to each other, while she caught not a single word. If you do not treat her well, I will. Why should she endure such grievances? Qi Jingyan, unaware of the underlying reasons, unleashed a tirade upon Gu Yanzhi. He spoke with unwavering conviction about love and the need to avoid causing harm. Yet Gu Yanzhi remained unperturbed, exuding an air of nonchalance. Qi Jingyan, remember this. Shumian is solely mine, now and forever. The moment Gu Yanzhi uttered those words, he felt an overwhelming sense of confidence. Seizing Shumian's hand and striding out of the hotel. What did you just tell him? Curious, are we? He teased, bending slightly to indicate his lips. A kiss. And I shall reveal all. Shumian playfully pinched his thigh, chiding him for taking advantage of the situation. Aren't you a bit embarrassed, doing this in public? I feel no shame. If I did, I would never win the heart of my beloved, he replied, his words laced with playful bravado. Enough of your nonsense. I shan't play with you any longer. Yu Shumian feigned anger, marching ahead, though her heart brimmed with sweetness. Such is life. Some revel in joy while others wallow in sorrow. While Yu Shumian and Gu Yanzhi thrived in their little world, the stunning Rong Xiaoqian was left in tears. Her only solace derived from a few photographs of Qin Huai before he enlisted, a bittersweet remedy for her longing. "Oh, this is unlike you," came a voice that startled Rong Xiaoqian. It was not Ling Zhua, but rather Professor Lu Minqing from the medical department. Who would have thought that Professor Lu had such diverse interests? He settled himself comfortably beside the piano. "Continue. I have yet to savor the beauty of your music." His words made her feel uneasy. "The moment you arrived, I lost all desire to play." Rong Xiaoqian attempted to shoo him away, but Lu Minqing remained unfazed. "In your presence, I am irresistibly drawn to the piano." Rong Xiaoqian could hardly believe that someone who wielded a scalpel could also master the piano. Doubtful. Lu Minqing invited her to sit and appreciate the performance, while Rong Xiaoqian calmly stepped aside, allowing him to showcase his talent. In her heart, the only individual capable of both performing intricate surgeries and playing the piano was Gu Yanzhi. In Chapter 105, Professor of Medicine, 5th Update. Lu Minqing's persona shattered the preconceived notions Rong Xiaoqian held. She had always perceived him as a rather frivolous professor, never imagining he possessed such remarkable skills. Was she astonished? Lu Minqing smiled, as if he had achieved his intended goal. Yet, how significant was that? Rong Xiaoqian, with her words not matching her thoughts, intentionally refused to concede, allowing him to bask in his triumph. Thus, only Gu Yanzhi in your eyes was worthy of wielding a scalpel in one hand while caressing the piano keys with the other. Rong Xiaoqian was taken aback. How could he possibly know? Indeed, as Lu Minqing closed the piano lid, Rong Xiaoqian swiftly reached out to halt him. She had not yet completed her practice, and assignments awaited her the following day. "What are you doing?" "I am not finished practicing. Given that you lack the inclination to practice now, why not accompany me to a certain place?" "What place?" "A place that may alter your perspective." Lu Minqing, in a manner shrouded in mystery, led her to an unfamiliar location. Despite having spent over 3 months at Chuan University and traversing every corner, this was a place she had never visited, a private art studio within the art department. "You are quite peculiar. As a professor of medicine, you seem to have an affinity for the arts. Can a profession and a hobby be one and the same?" Lu Minqing opened the door. Possessing the sole key to this chamber, Rong Xiaoqian stepped inside, her gaze captivated by the myriad of paintings that adorned the studio. "Did you create all of these? You are quite remarkable." Just moments ago, she had dismissed him as ordinary, yet now she extolled his talents. Ah, women, so enigmatic and perplexing. Lu Minqing remained silent, a faint smile gracing his lips as he observed Rong Xiaoqian. There was no urgency to reveal the truth just yet. He preferred to let her bask in her admiration for a while longer. Each painting exhibited a distinct technique: oil, ink wash, watercolor, traditional Chinese painting, and more, all splendidly executed, revealing a profound dedication to his craft. "Your hobby could easily become a profession. Why not join our art department? Have I ever claimed these were my creations?" Lu Minqing bent down, his fingers gently tracing the surface of an oil painting. Rong Xiaoqian playfully pinched his arm, coaxing him to charm her with his words. "Why are you so aggressive? Always pinching people." She couldn't pinch anyone else, so she had resorted to teasing Qin Huai since childhood. "I apologize, I forgot." To alleviate the awkwardness, Rong Xiaoqian quickly inquired about the artist behind these works. It was a girl from the class of 08. Suddenly, she recalled that Lu Minqing was also from the class of 02 and casually asked, "You graduated in 02 as well, didn't you?" Lu Minqing nodded, nonchalantly affirming her statement. "So, she must be quite talented now too?" Rong Xiaoqian was captivated by a painting that depicted the colors of autumn. The warm hues, however, were imbued with an endless melancholy reminiscent of dusk. In the lower right corner, the title of the piece, "The Sorrow of Autumn," was inscribed. She left. Where did she go? Rong Xiaoqian was so entranced that she forgot the peculiar expression on Lu Minqing's face. Heaven, how could she? Rong Xiaoqian wished to inquire further, even though she was aware of the discomfort it might bring. Yet, the beauty of these paintings was so profound that it was difficult for her to fathom how someone so extraordinary could have departed this world so early. At that time, we all believed she was the happiest among us, only to discover later that she had taken her own life. Lu Minqing himself was puzzled as to why he felt compelled to share this with her. The memories of these past events were ones he had intended to bury deep within his heart, never to be spoken of again. However, The woman before him reminded him so much of the artist behind these paintings. They seemed to have been crafted from the same mold. Why did she take her own life? Love. Chapter 106. There is no love in heaven, Part 6. Rong Xiaoqian and Lu Minqing sat side by side on a wooden bench in the studio. One earnestly speaking while the other listened intently, creating a tableau of stillness. Her boyfriend was also quite exceptional, yet he ultimately betrayed her. The reason for their breakup remained a mystery to everyone, including herself. What a scoundrel! Rong Xiaoqian exclaimed, striking the bench with a fist, oblivious to the pain. Everyone spoke ill of her boyfriend. Lu Minqing clenched his fists, a sharp pain stabbing at his heart. How pitiable that senior sister is, sacrificing her life for a man. Rong Xiaoqian pouted, lamenting that remarkable individuals ought to live long lives, for fate is indeed unjust. Yet, perhaps not entirely, for there exists this painting. Lu Minqing gestured towards the sorrow of autumn, and Rong Xiaoqian could not fathom why it had invoked such despair. This painting was created at dusk, the day before her suicide, following her mother's tragic leap from despair due to depression. How exceedingly tragic. Rong Xiaoqian, having grown up sheltered, was unaware that such harrowing events could exist in the world. Indeed, no one was there to assist her. Her only salvation had betrayed her and departed. Upon finishing his words, Lu Minqing slowly approached the sorrow of autumn, clasped his hands together, and silently offered a prayer. Calm as still water. He removed the painting and placed it into a black bag. Why do you take it down? To present it to someone. With a sigh, Rong Xiaoqian chose not to inquire further. Why do you share this with me? Because you bear a striking resemblance to her, the moment I laid eyes on you. She came to mind. Rong Xiaoqian was taken aback, instinctively reaching to touch her own face. Do I truly resemble her? Indeed. Accompanied by Lu Minqing, Rong Xiaoqian exited the studio, her heart heavy with countless unanswered questions. What is your relationship with senior sister, knowing so much about her? There is no relationship. I do not believe you. I am studying medicine. What connection could I possibly have with someone who paints? Rong Xiaoqian could not bring herself to trust this cunning fox. He must certainly have affections for that senior sister. Do you like the senior sister? Lu Minqing halted in his tracks, feeling inexplicably exposed. As if stripped of his soul veil of modesty, a flicker of anger igniting within him. Observing his pause, Rong Xiaoqian noted his expression darken, realizing he was indeed upset. I was wrong. I shall remain silent, if that pleases you. Seeing her current demeanor, Lu Minqing felt she was no longer the person he once adored. The one he cherished wore a mask of solitude, her countenance cold to all but her boyfriend, Junhua, who alone could elicit a smile from her. Ultimately, he had yet to release the shadows of the past, still entangled in the silent infatuation that had persisted for 5 years. Today, perhaps it was time to bid farewell to that bygone era. He needed to amend the habit of being affected by memories and nostalgia. As he drove, his emotions were as still as a placid lake, occasionally glancing at the black bag resting in the passenger seat. The People's Central Hospital, a special intensive care unit where a certain individual had resided for 5 long years. Junhua. Lu Minqing pushed the door open, revealing a figure shrouded in bandages, leaving only a pair of eyes visible. Though merely a pair of eyes, they betrayed an extraordinary beauty. Where is it? Lu Minqing inquired, extracting an oil painting from the black bag and gently offering it to him. Does this bring you solace? The man caressed the painting, the last remnant of his beloved. It is I who have wronged her. I owe her so much. Lu Minqing settled beside him, gently patting his shoulder. Have you ever considered that, in this world, another version of her still exists? What does it mean? A glimmer of light flickered in Junhua's eyes, a sight that Lu Minqing had not witnessed in all these years. Look at this, Lu Minqing said, retrieving a photograph of Rong Xiaoqian from his pocket and handing it to him. The woman in the picture bore an uncanny resemblance to the deceased. Who is this? Chapter 107. The Final Moments of Companionship, Part 7. The remnants of our past selves seek the forgotten treasures within the annals of time, desperately searching for what was lost, yet never reclaiming the initial beauty. Mian, Junhua, you have endured for so long, perhaps in the hope of reminiscing about her? The man lay feebly on the hospital bed, tormented by illness for 5 years, or rather, 6. His separation from Renlan stemmed from a peculiar skin ailment he wished to conceal. At that moment, he believed that his voluntary departure would inflict the least harm, unaware that it was the first step in pushing Renlan towards despair. I don't know why, but I feel as if she is still here, still present. I cling to life merely to see her again, even though I know she has passed. Junhua began to ramble nonsensically, speaking to himself without coherence. Lu Minqing chuckled self-deprecatingly. After all these years, I must be on the verge of insanity. In his sophomore year, he had been the top student in the art department, a perfect partner alongside Rinlan. Even the teachers would jest that he and Rinlan were a match made in heaven. Yet, the world remained oblivious to the fact that the one Rinlan had always cherished was never him. He was merely the brother standing in her shadow. Upon witnessing Rinlan find her beloved, a sense of joy enveloped her heart, yet a profound sorrow lingered within herself. For the words of affection she yearned to express had been stifled before they could escape her lips. Junhua's betrayal drove him into a frenzy, compelling him to confront the truth behind such cruelty. Why inflict pain upon a girl who loved him so dearly? Junhua, however, approached him with remarkable candor, meeting face to face to elucidate the matter, even enlisting his assistance in concealing the truth. In that moment, he made a reckless decision to change his major and pursue medicine. His resolve was to ensure Junhua's survival, to witness firsthand how Rinlan was cared for by him, instilling a sense of regret in Junhua. In those impetuous youthful days, it appeared to everyone as a mere folly, yet he persevered through the years, leading to his current achievements. This audacious shift shocked the entire school. Who could fathom that a prodigious artist would apply to transfer to the most challenging medical program? Dr. Lu, your patience is admirable, as you have steadfastly endured for 5 years. The head nurse, as usual, remarked on the situation, acknowledging that while Lu Minqing possessed a stubborn temperament, his dedication to medicine was commendable. Are you aware of how the nurses gossip about you and Junhua? Lu Minqing sipped his coffee and nodded. For true love, he remained vigilant by the bedside for 5 years. Nowadays, some young ladies possess a rather misguided perception, daring to idolize anything, prompting the need for a lesson to realign their thoughts. However, do you truly intend to continue this vigil indefinitely? The head nurse, akin to a motherly figure, naturally considered his future in her counsel. The dean has granted you numerous opportunities to study abroad, all of which you have declined. Such a pity. Such a splendid opportunity should be bestowed upon those who are more in need. I shall refrain from pursuing it. Lu Minqing expressed his gratitude, appreciating her concern for him. He resolved to remain by Junhua's side to accompany him through his final journey. Junhua had instructed him to retrieve that painting, indicating that his days were numbered. In the past, Lu Minqing had harbored resentment towards Junhua for taking matters into his own hands, believing it to be a catalyst for Rinlan's tragic demise. However, after experiencing the profound sorrows of life and death, his perspective had evolved. Had it not been for Junhua's intervention, Rinlan's battle with depression might have remained unaddressed. The moment Rinlan's mother took her own life marked her deepest despair. The misfortunes of one's upbringing are etched into the very marrow of existence. May they find solace in their next life. Chapter 108, A Reunion in the Next Life, Part 8, the following day. Lu Minqing visited the intensive care unit to see Junhua, as was his routine. He called out to Junhua and gently pulled aside a corner of the curtain. A beam of sunlight streamed in, illuminating a corner of the hospital bed and causing the white iron bars to gleam. Junhua, did you sleep well last night? Lu Minqing lamented. It was pouring rain, and now look, today is bathed in sunlight. The heavens are truly peculiar. He spoke several sentences, yet Junhua remained unresponsive. And in that moment, his heart plummeted to the depths of despair. Lu Minqing trembled as he sat beside Junhua, hesitantly reaching out to touch the hand wrapped in bandages. Now utterly cold, it felt as if the torrential rain from the previous night had soaked him to the bone while he paid his respects to Rinlan at the cemetery. The icy rain seemingly a manifestation of her grievances against him. Was it not a reproach for his failure to save Junhua? Junhua, you and she are so alike. Departing without a word, leaving quietly. Both of you, so self-righteous. Did she come to seek you last night? Thus, you forsook your friend for a fleeting attraction, abandoning the benefactor who cared for you. The visage of yesterday echoed in his ears, Junhua's ramblings. Incoherent murmurs urging him to take care of one another and not to worry her. Later, Rong Xiaoqian inquired why Junhua's family did not accompany him on his final journey. He was an orphan, his education funded by the school. Rong Xiaoqian was deeply moved. As Lu Minqing recounted the tale, her tears flowed relentlessly, nearly exhausting a whole box of tissues. Perhaps he was the sole beacon of light that heaven had left in Rinlan's heart. Lu Minqing continuously handed her tissues, while Rong Xiaoqian fervently nodded in agreement with his words, eager to offer her support. Perhaps this was indeed fate's design. Observing her tear-streaked face, he resolved never to share such sorrowful tales with her again, fearing that recounting them would lead to calamity. Senior, you must preserve that art studio for the time to come. as Yu Shumian fortuitously visited her dormitory to deliver some food. She encountered Rong Xiaoqian entering with a pair of walnuts in hand. "Oh dear, my little ancestor, what has happened to you? Who has wronged you?" Her roommate hurriedly approached. Expressing concern, Rong Xiaoqian, both touched and shaking her head, reassured them that she was fine, merely moved by a story she had heard. "Are you getting emotional because the winter break is approaching?" By you, indulging in the snacks Yu Shumian had brought, teased. "If that's the case, I would be the first to leap up and strike you." The other three friends gathered to discuss their winter vacation plans. "Hey, Shumian, would you like to join us?" Yes. We plan to go to Qinghai. Want to come along? Have you considered that some of us have boyfriends? Would we really travel with a group of single dogs?" Rong Xiaoqian's remark jolted them into awareness, immediately drawing a multitude of disdainful glances towards Yu Shumian. "Please don't target me. Rong Xiaoqian has a boyfriend too." After distributing the snacks, Yu Shumian hastily exited the dormitory, thinking how intimidating these women could be. Indeed, winter break was fast approaching, yet she felt little joy. The time she would spend with Gu Yanzhi would be even less than at school. It hardly seemed worthwhile. Chapter 109, Easter Egg Chapter, 9th Update. "What? You've already bought everything?" Gu Yanzhi thoughtfully peeled an apple for her, assuring her not to worry about securing tickets for the new year, as he had taken care of it all. "Then I will transfer the money to you. If you dare to transfer it, I will inform Aunt Lin." Have you learned to threaten me now?" As Yu Shumian observed the increasing audacity of his teasing demeanor, she feigned annoyance and glared at him, yet her eyes brimmed with boundless affection. "You must continue to indulge me," she insisted playfully. Gu Yanzhi, with an air of unyielding arrogance, resembled a mischievous scamp refusing to leave her side. "Absolutely not," she retorted, as their playful banter flowed effortlessly, each exchanging glances and words in delightful harmony. Yu Shumian escalated her demands, wishing fervently for Gu Yanzhi to compose a little essay for her every day. To which he responded, all right, I shall heed your wishes." On their wedding day, an unexpected comment cast a momentary silence over both Gu Yanzhi and Yu Shumian. "Mr. Gu, with such a strict mother-in-law, how did you manage to court her during your college days?" As Gu Yanzhi held the bouquet, poised to kneel for the traditional proposal, he was halted by the bridesmaids at the entrance. "Indeed, Mr. Gu, how did you charm your junior?" The bridesmaids, all university classmates of Yu Shumian, shared a camaraderie that encompassed their romantic history. "Surely, my personal charisma was sufficient," Gu Yanzhi replied with a smile, his heart swelling with joy as he beheld the beaming Yu Shumian seated on the wedding bed. "Oh, I do not believe it. This question is irrelevant." The bridesmaids barred his entry, declaring, "Indeed, the answers do not align." The inquiries on the paper were penned by Yu Shumian herself, with some excerpts gleaned from her diary. "What? There are answers?" Gu Yanzhi found himself at a loss. "Quickly speak." "The correct answers reside within the heart." Yu Shumian shyly covered her mouth with a round fan, stealing glances at him. A clandestine romance, indeed. Each day, he would send a small essay to express his longing for her. "Oh dear, how sweet yet sour." The crowd sighed in unison. Thoroughly satiated by this abundant display of affection, they felt no need for the meal to follow. "Has this question been answered?" "You must inquire with the bride." Gu Yanzhi looked at Yu Shumian sitting on the bed with a pleading expression, his eyes filled with innocent grievance. "Wife, did I answer correctly?" Yu Shumian nodded slightly, indicating that he had passed this round. The final challenge. Identify the bride's lip print among these 10 impressions. This was nothing short of a life or death question. How outrageous. "You all." The groomsmen pointed at the bridesmaids, attempting to bribe them with red envelopes. "Hurry and choose. You have only 20 seconds. The bridesmaids urged him on, while Yu Shumian hid behind her fan, her face nearly splitting with laughter. Gu Yanzhi, now serious and anxious, wore a bewildered yet endearing expression. 5-4. Gu Yanzhi decided to forego the countdown, tossing aside the invitation in his hand and lunging toward Yu Shumian, pressing her down onto the bed, their lips meeting. A kiss would reveal all. The crowd was momentarily stunned, witnessing a blatant act of defiance, yet it quickly erupted into applause and laughter. When it comes to scheming, Gu Yanzhi truly had the upper hand. Chapter 110. Let us hear you call me brother-in-law again. 10th update. Reunions and farewells always arrive quietly. Little Tyrant's diary, a brief nap will suffice. Yu Shumian felt a dizzying sensation in her head. This marked her second encounter with flight-induced malaise. Gu Yanzhi gently caressed her back, alleviating some of her discomfort. She could hardly recall her previous journey. That day, she must have disembarked with a heart full of joy, only to find that the person she cherished did not appear. It was no wonder she had encountered him that evening at school, alongside Qi Baixing. It would have been strange not to feel a pang of resentment. The faint fragrance of jasmine wafted through the air, offering a sense of comfort. The scents emanating from the two of them seemed to have blended into one, rendering it impossible to discern one from the other. Rest now. Upon awakening, we shall have arrived. Once the plane landed, she pondered how long it might be until their paths crossed again. The old building across the street had finally been demolished, the once dark structure no longer standing. It was said that the Gu group had acquired the land to sponsor a fitness park for the elderly and children in the quaint alley. Mom, what delicious food awaits us for lunch? Jiang Zhou slammed the door with force, rudely snatching a piece of cold dish from the plate to eat. Have you washed your hands? This is for your sister. Oh, come on, Mom. Am I not the most important person in this household right now? I'm about to take the college entrance examination. Can I not indulge a little? Jiang Zhou's pitiful demeanor left Lin Jun with no choice but to relent. After all, she was no stranger to the path home. Jiang Zhou set down her backpack, finally enjoying the winter break from school, eager to seize the limited time to rest at home. Are we going or not? Lin Jun brandished a feather duster, prompting Jiang Zhou to leap from the sofa, exclaiming her willingness to go. Reluctantly, she slipped on her slippers and stepped outside. Let us conclude this here, lest my mother sees it later. All right. Happy winter break. Gu Yanzhi understood her predicament and naturally respected her choice. Happy winter break. Remember me. I think of you every day, at all times. Shumian tightened the scarf around her neck, reluctant to release his hand. I'm leaving now, goodbye. Shumian mumbled for quite a while, insisting she was leaving. Yet, 5 minutes passed, and she still clung tightly to Gu Yanzhi's hand, unwilling to let go. Ahem. Jiang Zhou witnessed the scene from behind. Brother-in-law. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Shumian was startled and immediately let go of his hand. Is winter break here? Gu Yanzhi was merely 1 year senior to Jiang Zhou. Yet now he appeared almost elderly, resembling Jiang Zhou's elder. What do you say? Gu Yanzhi wished to deliver a punch, finding Jiang Zhou's lack of tact intolerable. Jiang Zhou, how can you speak like that? Shumian observed his demeanor, realizing it had been 3 days without reprimanding him, and after more than 4 months apart. He seemed unafraid of her authority as an elder sister, did he? Sister, speak frankly. Jiang Zhou, I have something to discuss with you. Gu Yanzhi held Jiang Zhou back, murmuring something unknown, to which Jiang Zhou nodded repeatedly. Is there anything else to say? Jiang Zhou confirmed if he had any further inquiries. Yes. What? Call me brother-in-law again. Jiang Zhou suddenly smiled, wondering if Gu Yanzhi had indeed changed for the worse. How delightful your imagination is. Jiang Zhou waved goodbye, disappearing into the cold wind while still calling out a farewell to his brother-in-law. Chapter 111. A frightening love and secret, everything appears displeasing, and every word feels unsettling. What affliction is this? It is the longing for Gu Yanzhi, akin to a melancholic ailment. Shumian, please check the pig trotters simmering in the pot. Aunt Wang next door has invited me to play mahjong. Keep an eye on the pot for me. Mahjong, mahjong, all day long. It's nothing but mahjong. I've abandoned the pancake stall to indulge in this game. Shumian murmured under her breath, reluctantly rising to the kitchen to turn over the pig trotters. The aroma wafted invitingly, brimming with collagen. Seizing the moment while her mother was out playing mahjong, she hastily retrieved her Apple phone. In her mother's presence, she dared not openly use her phone, fearing recognition of her previous, dilapidated device. If questioned about the origin of this valuable item, she would be at a loss for words. Good morning, Gu Yanzhi. Gu Yanzhi stared blankly at the phone screen. The morning had been as still as a placid lake. But suddenly, a notification broke the silence. He hurriedly opened it. Indeed, it was a message from her. Approaching 11 o'clock, and she still wished him a good morning. That great sloth. Good morning. What are you up to? Life seems to be treating you well. I wish I could partake in it. Shumian teased him. If you dare come over, I'll serve you a bowl. Never mind. My life is too precious. Thump. In a flurry, she shoved the phone into her pocket, covering it with her sweatshirt. What has got you smiling so joyfully? Lin Jun observed the lingering grin on her face, finding it somewhat peculiar. Is this girl possibly losing her mind? No, it's just, the aroma of the braised pig's trotter is quite enticing. I forgot to bring money. Lin Jun took the money and left. Shumian stood there in a daze. When did my mother develop a fondness for playing mahjong? How was she unaware of this? In Shumian's memory, Lin Jun had always been a diligent person, content with running a small stall and earning a modest income. How could she suddenly take a liking to mahjong? That game can be quite costly. Jiang Zhou went to school for extra lessons, leaving her alone at home. She thought to herself that now she could comfortably chat with Gu Yanzhi for a while. So she boldly settled onto the sofa and took out her phone to continue her conversation with him. Our romance feels as intricate as guerrilla warfare. Surely, it's preferable to being caught by my mother, right? Shumian analyzed the pros and cons for him. The new year is approaching. Do you have any wishes for gifts? I wonder, will you be the one to gift them to me? Of course, I am your boyfriend, after all. I must cater to all my girlfriend's desires. Gu Yanzhi, rather unexpectedly, uttered this line. Reflecting on it, it feels rather cheesy. When did he learn to charm a girl this way? Indeed, after entering a relationship, one finds themselves transformed in unexpected ways. I want to watch the fireworks with you on New Year's Eve. That sounds wonderful. Is there anything else? I haven't thought of anything else for now, but as long as I am with you, I am utterly content. You are quite easily satisfied, aren't you? What? Are you unwilling? Whatever you say, I am agreeable. Shumian deliberately made an angry pig emoji, which looked quite adorable. Gu Yanzhi found her truly unique, never demanding gifts from him. In Shumian's worldview, the greatest happiness lies in being together harmoniously, sharing daily joys. To engage in a romance in the most comfortable manner is indeed a rare treasure. Chapter 112. Are you planning to murder your mother? My New Year's wish remains unchanged each year, to watch fireworks with Gu Yanzhi, witnessing a lifetime of fireworks together. The little overlord's diary. Shumian had not seen Jiang Anha for several months, and she still missed him dearly. Lin Jun opened a drawer, and the cash spilled out. So much money. Mom, where did this come from? It was the first time Shumian had seen such a large sum in their living room drawer, mostly consisting of 50 and 100 yuan notes. She sighed, realizing how careless she had been. Had she known, she would have opened the drawer sooner. Perhaps she could have discreetly taken a couple of bills without her mother noticing. Was it one from Mahjong? Surely not something I snatched away. Go ask around. Your mother is quite the Mahjong expert. I've played through this little alley, and none could match my skill. Impressive indeed. Shumian quickly showered her mother with compliments, hoping to earn a few bills in return. All right, I know your intentions well. Lin Jun impatiently tossed her a red note, instructing her to buy some snacks or something of the sort. Observe the stark contrast between wealth and poverty. Previously, Lin Jun regarded money as more precious than life itself. Now, having mastered the art of Mahjong, she finds that earning money comes swiftly, often receiving a red Mao note as a casual gift. Mother, from now on, I shall take charge of the cooking. I will handle the cleaning. I will wash the clothes. You, dear mother, may simply relax. Shumian immediately felt a profound admiration for her. With the banknote held reverently between her palms, she nearly knelt down to bow to Lin Jun 10 times in gratitude. This is what you promised. There shall be no turning back. No turning back, absolutely none. My conscience bears witness. Shumian spoke with the rapid-fire eloquence of a machine gun, her words flowing seamlessly, bringing joy to Lin Jun's heart. Very well. Then you shall prepare lunch today. Shumian had anticipated mere pleasantries, but to her surprise, her mother truly sent her into the battlefield. What? You don't want to? But you just said so. Of course I do, my beloved queen. Please, sit back and enjoy some television while I, your humble servant, manage everything else. Lin Jun settled down, eager to see what tricks Shumian would employ. However, her culinary endeavor turned out to be a comedic disaster. In a flurry of activity, she forgot to press the power button, leaving the rice cooker to simmer for over an hour in cold water. Suddenly, a cloud of white smoke billowed from the kitchen, nearly suffocating them. Shumian, are you attempting to commit matricide? Why did you add so many chilies? Lin Jun could no longer bear it and hurried to the kitchen to halt her daughter's reckless actions. The flavor of chili peppers nearly claimed his life. He had no desire to meet an untimely demise, especially as he had yet to encounter Qi Baixing. Sister, how could you cook for yourself? Surely, you are aware of Shumian's culinary prowess? He remembered all too well how she nearly blew up the kitchen in their childhood, after so many years. Was a tragic repeat on the horizon? 10 minutes later, the pungency of the chili had dissipated somewhat. Yet the three of them sat with their eyes swollen and red from the smoke, none daring to open their eyes. Shumian, are you trying to kill me? Mother, Southerners eat their food this spicy, I momentarily forgot. Excuses. Mere excuses. Lin Jun did not believe her tall tales. Wasn't this akin to suffocating her alive? Chapter 113. A secret rendezvous. Mother, we are out of vinegar at home. I shall go purchase some. Shumian glanced at her phone, where Gu Yanzhi had invited her to meet. She needed to concoct a reason to step out swiftly. Lin Jun was always sensitive to the various jars and bottles in the house. I noticed quite a bit left when I was cooking yesterday. How could it be gone? Shumian had anticipated this response and had prepared her reasoning in advance. While washing the dishes yesterday, I discovered that the vinegar had expired, which is why I must buy a new one today. Understood, mother. With that, Shumian slipped on her shoes and dashed out the door. Lin Jun sat on the sofa, murmuring, "Is it necessary to run so fast just for vinegar?" Gu Yanzhi stood in the snow and wind, clad in a black high-collared coat. At first glance, he appeared quite aloof. His demeanor was both precise and undeniably charming, drawing the attention of passers-by who couldn't help but steal a few extra glances at him. Moreover, some individuals linger a moment longer, scrutinizing him with keen interest. Gu Yanzhi noticed a distant crimson dot, drawing nearer, and could faintly discern the mist escaping her lips. Shumian, hands on her hips, gasped for breath. Her heart racing like thunder, her face flushed from the biting cold of the wind and snow. Was she running so hastily out of fear of making him wait too long? Yet, the chill of the blizzard swiftly restored his composure. No. She was concerned her mother might discover her clandestine rendezvous. What is this mysterious item? Show me, please. Shumian extended her hands for it. Gu Yanzhi retrieved a small brocade box from his pocket and handed it to her. What is this? Shumian inquired with curiosity, eager to unveil its contents. Inside lay a delicate crystal hairpin, the end adorned with two translucent little persimmons. When did you purchase this? I bought it while wandering about, bored and window shopping. She found it hard to believe. The craftsmanship suggested it was quite valuable, the rhinestones shimmering as if they were genuine diamonds. Surely, this cannot be real diamonds? Shumian recalled the extravagant gifts they had previously received, a wave of anxiety washing over her. What am I thinking, foolish girl? If this were genuine, it would amount to millions. I could never afford such a thing. That is a relief. Shumian exhaled, gently extracting the hairpin and offering it back to Gu Yanzhi. Please, put it on for me. Gu Yanzhi, for the first time, handled a girl-less accessory. Finding the experience novel. With tender care, he affixed the crystal hairpin to the right side of her ponytail. Does it look nice? It looks beautiful. As Shumian glanced at the supermarket beside her, she suddenly remembered that she had other matters to attend to. She slapped her forehead and exclaimed, "Oh dear. I mustn't forget something important." What is it? Gu Yanzhi asked, noticing her startled demeanor, which left his own emotions in disarray. Do you think I was able to leave so smoothly? I had to lie, saying we were out of vinegar, just to step outside and buy some. Does your mother keep such a tight rein on you? Indeed, it's all to keep me in check. Gu Yanzhi accompanied Shumian into the supermarket. As they surveyed the shelves adorned with a dazzling array of vinegars, she felt momentarily lost, unsure of which one to select. Which one should I choose? Shumian mused aloud, her fingers dancing over the bottles as if she were selecting troops for battle, believing that whichever she pointed at would win her favor. This one. Gu Yanzhi handed her a bottle of aged vinegar. Upon seeing the price, Shumian gasped, so expensive. Gu Yanzhi bent down, resting one hand against the shelf. Shumian, with her head bowed, found herself just beneath his armpit. Expensive vinegar tastes the best. Really? Shumian replied, her expression one of skepticism, as she inadvertently raised her head. Her gaze met his gentle eyes. In that instant, a small flame ignited within her heart, warming her entire being. Chapter 114. The essence of vinegar possesses Shumian now. Shumian felt compelled to add vinegar to everything she ate. She required vinegar with her noodles, insisted on it while cooking, and especially needed it for dipping her pan-fried dumplings. Mom, where's the vinegar? Mom, where's the bottle of aged vinegar? Lin Jun gazed at the nearly empty bottle of vinegar, which seemed to dwindle every few days. The primary contributor to this phenomenon was none other than Shumian. What had come over the child? Had she been bewitched? It was unusual for her to develop such a fondness for vinegar. Had she become possessed by the spirit of vinegar? Shumian stirred the steaming oil-soaked noodles, her appetite soaring. She was not possessed. Rather, she found that this bottle of vinegar, costing over 100 yuan, was far more delectable than meat, causing her heart to bleed. Gu Yanzhi was indeed extravagant to purchase such an expensive vinegar. Sis, may I borrow your phone for a moment? Mine is in for repairs. Shumian froze instantly. A phone? That was out of the question. Her own device was no longer hers. Well, my phone is also malfunctioning. It's very sluggish. She began to concoct excuses, unwilling for him to discover that she had acquired a new phone. If that big mouth found out, their mother would certainly learn as well. Sis, you bought this new phone after the college entrance examination. How could it already be so slow? Jiang Shou, astute as ever, caught on, noticing Shumian's evasive gaze, clearly indicating her reluctance to lend it to him. What harm would it be to lend it to your younger brother? Lin Jun began to advocate for Jiang Zhou, leaving Shumian with no choice but to feign acquiescence. After finishing their meal, before they had even tidied up the dishes, Jiang Zhou tugged Shumian into the bedroom. What are you doing? Jiang Zhou, let go of me. Let go. Shumian's hoodie was nearly distorted from his pulling. Sis, just take out the phone. I need to send a message. I promise I won't do anything else. Seeing his anxious expression, she sensed that he must have something urgent to discuss. Speak, to whom are you sending it? She asked. Oh, just lend it to me for a moment. And please refrain from asking further questions, all right? If you don't tell me, then I won't lend it. Seeing his insistence, Shumian chose silence, which conveniently exempted her from fabricating an excuse. Sister, I implore you, I am not engaging in any illicit activities. It's merely a message. Shumian sat down resolutely. Her arms crossed defiantly as she refused to lend him her phone. Jiang Zhou, feeling exasperated, decided to set aside his pride and speak candidly. All right, I'll tell you, but you must lend it to me afterward. Shumian turned her head in surprise. This was uncharacteristic of him. You'd better not be deceiving me. I promise I won't. Jiang Zhou pulled her chair closer, positioning them face to face. I withheld the information out of concern that it might upset you. Oh? Now I'm even more curious about who could possibly incite such anger in my sister. Well, it's that. Senior Qi Baisheng? The mere mention sent Shumian's mind into a whirl. How had he become entangled with Qi Baisheng? You're not referring to Qi Baisheng, are you? Shumian exclaimed, her eyes nearly popping out in astonishment as she leapt from her seat, pointing at Jiang Zhou's forehead. It's her. I knew you would be upset. With a swift change in demeanor, Shumian settled back down, feigning irritation and maintaining her refusal to lend him her phone. For others, I might consider it, but as for her, sister, please lend it to me. My dear sister, I will do anything you ask. It was the first time Shumian witnessed Jiang Zhou so subservient before her. All for the sake of a senior who was 2 grades above him. I can lend it to you, but you must help me keep a secret. Otherwise, I shall inform mother. I will tell her about your high school romance. Let us see how she reacts. All right, I promise. I shall remain tight-lipped. But sister, what is this secret? Chapter 115. The siblings' deception, is that it? Just an Apple phone? Jiang Zhou feigned calmness as he spoke, although he was eager to extract the truth from her. I recall you did not possess this phone before. Pray tell, where did such an expensive item come from? Jiang Zhou, having gained an advantage, now spoke with an authoritative tone. My previous one broke, and this is my new purchase. Is that not acceptable? This costs over 5,000. That is equivalent to your tuition for an entire semester. How could you possibly afford such a sum? Shumian cleared her throat, having prepared her words in advance. Is it not possible that I earn the money through part-time work? Oh, I see. Did Gu Yanzhi buy this for you? No. With all these questions, do you not wish to use it? If you do not, then return it to me. Hey, I have not finished using it yet. Wait. I shall not speak any further. Qi Baisheng was engaged in a family gathering, surrounded by a lavish table filled with guests of considerable status, their glasses clinking in a harmonious symphony. Sheng, uncle raises a toast to you, wishing you success in your studies and the chance to find someone you cherish. Thank you, uncle. Qi Baisheng had long anticipated such an occasion. She was acutely aware of her parents' preferences and aversions. Ding dong. Qi Baisheng lowered her gaze, noticing a message pop up on her phone. How have you been lately? What are you up to? I just started my winter break. In their household, using phones at the dining table was strictly forbidden as it was deemed disrespectful to elders. Shumian, alongside him, stared at the screen. After several minutes, there was still no response. She might be occupied. Such an outstanding senior like her is hardly as idle as you. Try saying that one more time. Shumian despised being compared to others, especially Qi Baisheng, and found it utterly intolerable. Jiang Zhou was the type to speak recklessly without fear of consequences, his tough exterior masking a vulnerable heart. Hey, just stop it. Jiang Zhou, give me back my phone. The commotion in their bedroom was quite loud. Are you two trying to bring down the ceiling? What are you holding? Let me see. Lin Jun's sharp observation quickly revealed that the phone did not belong to either of them. Mom, it's nothing, just my phone. Jiang Zhou hastily tucked the device into his pocket, his heart racing like thunder. Your phone? Didn't you send yours for repairs? Shumian wished she could smack Jiang Zhou for his foolishness, irritated that he couldn't even come up with a credible lie. Perhaps the suddenness of the situation had thrown him off balance. Speak up. Where did this phone come from? Lin Jun inquired, holding a feather duster. while Jiang Zhou and Yu Shumian sat quietly before her, undergoing interrogation. Yu Shumian, you speak first. Where did this phone originate? Lin Jun caressed the device in her hand. Although she had not encountered much of the world, she recognized it as the most expensive phone. It was hard to believe that these two youngsters could possess such a thing. Mom, actually, this is my phone. Yours? What about the one you had before? Can you truly afford something so extravagant? The previous one got damaged from water. This one I bought with my earnings from a part-time job. Yu Shumian lied without batting an eyelash, showing no signs of shame. Pray tell, what kind of work could earn you so much money? I sent you to school for education, not to be working outside. The two endured a reprimand, accustomed to it over time, their resilience having thickened their skin. Chapter 116. A New Year's Eve. Amidst the crackling of firecrackers, the new year arrived as anticipated, the narrow alley adorned with red lanterns. While the snow along the pathways was shaped into tiny snowmen, Yu Shumian stood before the mirror, admiring her new attire and gently touching the crystal hairpin atop her head, feeling a sense of perfection. Yu Shumian, come out and help. Coming. Today was New Year's Eve, a night for family reunions, to partake in the reunion dinner. Ah, it smells delightful, Jiang Anha exclaimed, busily assisting Lin Jun in the kitchen. Jiang Zhou remained stationed in front of the television, occasionally glancing at his phone. Jiang Zhou, what are you looking at? Yu Shumian leaned in for a closer look, prompting Jiang Zhou to quickly conceal his phone. Just some messages from the class group, nothing significant. I want to lend a hand. Jiang Zhou hastily sought refuge in the kitchen to avoid any probing questions from Yu Shumian. She was fully aware of what she was inquiring about, yet she seemed to deliberately challenge his dignity. Ah, indeed, the elder brother cannot be held back, Yu Shumian muttered to herself. At that moment, her phone chimed with a message from Gu Yanzhi. Remember our agreement for this evening. With a flutter of anxiety, she shut her phone, pressed her lips together, and pondered for several days without finding a suitable excuse. Come, the reunion dinner is ready. Jiang Anha poured drinks, and the family of four raised their glasses in a toast to togetherness. Let us share our New Year wishes, shall we? Jiang Anha proposed. Slightly tipsy after consuming 2 liang of baijiu, his face gradually flushing with warmth. Drink less, Lin Jun reminded him. Aware of his jovial mood today, but still concerned about his alcohol consumption. Dad, as the proposer, you should go first. All right, I shall begin. My wish is for all of you to remain safe and sound. A harmonious family, and as for me, I shall earn a fortune out there. In a few years, I aim to purchase a new house, and our family shall reside in the city. Yu Shumian and Jiang Zhou were taken aback, unsure whether their father's words stemmed from intoxication. Had they ever even contemplated buying a house? Could their family truly afford to live in the city? Oh dear, Lao Jiang. Have you lost your senses in your inebriation? Where would our family find the means to purchase a house in the city? One must always harbor dreams, for who knows when they might come to fruition. Jiang Anha smiled as he served beverages to Yu Shumian and Jiang Zhou. Lin Jun, noticing his rare joviality, chose to ignore him. Mian, share with us your New Year's wish, he prompted. Yu Shumian pondered earnestly for a moment. Well, I hope to achieve the highest score in the final exams and earn a scholarship next semester. In truth, this was not her deepest desire. Her true wish was to watch the fireworks this year with Gu Yanzhi, to walk alongside him forever, standing side by side as they admired the fireworks for a lifetime. Ah, my little cotton-padded jacket, how ambitious you are. I raise a toast to you. Jiang Zhou then inquired, and you, what about your wish? Seeing Anha genuinely intoxicated, Jiang Zhou decided to jest. As for me, I hope to find a girlfriend, preferably a wealthy and beautiful one. Lin Jun immediately raised her hand in response, startling Jiang Anha awake from his stupor. What did you just say, you rascal? Jiang Zhou, are you itching for a fight? The two elders pursued Jiang Zhou, ready for a playful altercation, but fortunately, Yu Shumian intervened. Oh come on, I was just joking. Jiang Zhou rubbed his sore scalp, feeling as if he had taken an unnecessary blow. My wish is to be admitted to Sichuan University. Is it the case that our entire family aspires to attend Sichuan University? Jiang Anha exclaimed, downing a glass of liquor with glee. Today is a joyous occasion, indeed. It is a joyous day. Having promised to stay up together for the new year, he had succumbed to intoxication first, collapsing onto the sofa in a deep slumber. Mom, Dad's drinking capacity is truly abysmal. Jiang Zhou mused, questioning how his father could become so inebriated after just a few sips. He seldom indulges in alcohol. But today, out of sheer joy, he joined you in a modest drink. Lin Jun tucked him in snugly, lowering the volume of the Spring Festival Gala. The warmth from the heater enveloped the room, while Shumian's mind wandered, fixated on the messages on her phone. Chapter 117. Accompanying you to watch fireworks for a lifetime, Shumian found herself at a loss for any plausible excuse to step outside. Reluctantly, she enlisted Jiang Zhou to provide her with a cover. The siblings conspired that once their plan succeeded, she would reward him with 200 yuan as a secret allowance. Successfully persuading Jiang Zhou. At such crucial moments, he was rather shrewd, increasing the stakes. Sister, I find it quite stuffy in here. Do you not feel the urge to take a stroll? Jiang Zhou feigned a headache, casting a meaningful glance at Shumian, signaling that it was time to act. Lin Jun, seated beside him, observed his performance. Indeed, it does feel a bit oppressive. Shall we venture downstairs to purchase some fireworks? The narrow alley was filled with the laughter of children, creating a lively atmosphere. Even at this hour, past 11, the sounds of fireworks and firecrackers echoed below. Splendid. Jiang Zhou glanced at Lin Jun, noting her expression seemed unchanged. Was this tactic ineffective against her? Mom, we wish to. Lin Jun seized the remote control, cranking the volume of the Spring Festival Gala to its maximum, abruptly rousing the slumbering Jiang Anha. What is happening? Everyone is leaving. I'm the only one left here, and you still choose to sleep? Rise and watch the gala. Jiang Zhou and Shumian continued their silent communication, interpreting their mother's words as permission for them to go out. Mother, let us withdraw for now. All right. Jiang Zhou swiftly led Shumian out of the room, as nimble as a mouse. You go ahead and watch the Spring Festival Gala. I shall rest a while longer, for I am utterly exhausted. Jiang Anhi flopped down, yearning for slumber, but was abruptly yanked up by Lin Jun, who insisted he must accompany her to watch the gala. They had promised to usher in the new year together. He could not simply drift off alone. Fine. I will keep you company. Satisfied, Lin Jun's face brightened with a smile. Jiang Zhou arrived at the small alleyway, extending her hand for payment. The money is here. I have already taken care of the matter for you. Jiang Zhou truly exemplified the notion of burning bridges, now choosing to part ways. Shumian, adept at countering her moves, knew that such tactics would not work on her. How can you act so ungratefully? We agreed on 200 once the task was complete. I did mention 200, Jiang Zhou replied, but I never specified when I would give it to you. Perhaps tomorrow, or next week, or even next year. Jiang Zhou pointed at the cunning old fox, lamenting her own impulsiveness. All right, here you go. Shumian ceased her playful banter and handed him a red envelope containing 300. Sister, why is there an extra 100? What? Are you dissatisfied? Not at all. I am immensely grateful. You are my most beloved sister. Jiang Zhou's face lit up with joy, and upon noticing Gu Yanzhi approaching, she tactfully withdrew. Shumian. She turned to see Gu Yanzhi walking towards her in a black woolen trench coat, his steps measured and calm. You even bought a fairy wand? Shumian instantly fixed her gaze on the fairy wand in his hand, a trinket she had longed for in her childhood but was denied by her mother. Left only to watch other children play with it. It was specifically purchased for you, he remarked. Shumian beamed with the exuberance of a child, the shimmering glow of fireworks reflecting upon her face, her eyes sparkling with delight. Where shall we go to watch the fireworks? Gu Yanzhi bent down, observing her with the tenderness one would reserve for a child, as she skipped about, clutching 2 fairy wands, indistinguishable from the other children in the narrow alley. I wish to see the fireworks from the overpass outside the city. Can you make that happen? The overpass she mentioned was a favorite spot for couples in the outskirts of NC City. Of course, wherever you desire, I shall take you, he replied, magically producing a set of car keys and waving them before her. This? When did you get your driver's license? Right after the college entrance examinations. Shumian trusted his driving skills and, unperturbed by the condition of his legs, climbed into the car. Chapter 118. The first kiss of the new year. Gu Yanzhi played some soft music as the vibrant city of Nanchuan illuminated the eve of the new year. Is this car your uncle's? She inquired. No, it's mine. Yours. You bought it yourself? How much did it cost? It must have been quite expensive. Shumian's eyes widened in astonishment as she stared at Gu Yanzhi, marveling at the fortune it must have taken. She reached out to touch the luxurious seat, glancing around in wonder, for this was her first experience in such an exquisite vehicle. Her gaze remained fixed on him, filled with curiosity. I'm just intrigued. Please don't take it too seriously. Having always been susceptible to motion sickness, she found herself seated in the passenger seat next to Gu Yanzhi, feeling inexplicably well. Could this be the power of love? As they arrived, Shumian glanced at the time. Only 5 minutes remained until midnight, and she needed to ascend the overpass swiftly. Hurry, time is running out. she urged, pulling Gu Yanzhi toward the overpass. The stairs were numerous, and Gu Yanzhi, with his mobility challenges, struggled to keep pace. In a moment of exhilaration, Shumian suddenly felt regret halfway through their ascent. We need not rush. Let us take our time. Gu Yanzhi smiled knowingly, aware of her concerns for him. It's all right. I can walk quickly. Not only that, he offered to carry her on his back, assuring her that ascending the overpass was no trouble at all. He wished to provide her with the romance that anyone else could, refusing to let his physical limitations rob her of such anticipation. Is your leg all right? Shumian felt a pang of worry. She understood Gu Yanzhi's intentions, but wished to avoid imposing too great a burden on him. Do you not trust your man? His words left Shumian blushing. When had he become a man? He was still a boy. Just 1 minute left? We are not late. Gu Yanzhi gently set her down and glanced at his watch. Shumian took his hand as they stood together on the overpass, surrounded by other couples, some of whom held bouquets of flowers. 10, 9, 8, she whispered, watching the countdown from the distant clock tower, tightening her grip on Gu Yanzhi's hand. The young boy gazed intently at her face, his small head harboring an immense magic that could ensnare his very soul. The resounding bursts of fireworks echoed, harmonizing with the chimes of the clock striking midnight, intertwined with Shumian's well wishes. Gu Yanzhi, Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Shumian. Gu Yanzhi enveloped her in his embrace, holding her tightly, and the warmth of his overcoat allowed her to feel the rhythmic beating of his heart. His fingertips brushed through her hair, the fragrant strands captivating him. Gu Yanzhi. Shumian rested her head against his chest, murmuring in a sweet, childlike tone that rendered him utterly unable to refuse. Do you have any New Year wishes? This question seemed familiar, as if she had posed it during their last encounter. Indeed, I do. Shumian promptly lifted her head, her eyes sparkling like two precious pearls. Fixated on him. What is it? Gu Yanzhi playfully ruffled her hair, his voice laced with affection. To be with an idiot forever. Who is the idiot? Shumian pouted, ready to hit him, only to have her wrist grasped firmly by him. Gu Yanzhi. Before she could finish her sentence, a kiss, imbued with a hint of chill, descended upon her. Gu Yanzhi's lips were slightly cool, enveloping her warm ones, gradually igniting into fervor. Shumian, this silly girl, was not adept at kissing. Even in the past, she remained stiff and motionless. Overwhelmed with nervousness, she stood frozen in the swirling snow. Chapter 119. How does one kiss? Shumian sat dazed in her bedroom, glancing at her phone to find no new messages. Throughout the sleepless night, her mind was consumed by a singular thought. How does one kiss? Surely, she couldn't expect Gu Yanzhi to always take the initiative, could she? Standing there like a wooden statue was simply too awkward. Yet, how did Gu Yanzhi learn these things? Was it truly a case of innate talent? She recalled a saying she had once heard from Hualing. Intelligent individuals do not require lessons in the art of kissing. Ding dong. A message from Rong Xiaoqian arrived. My darling, did you enjoy watching the fireworks with Gu Yanzhi last night? Wait, how did she know? Something felt amiss. How do you know? As Shumian read the words from Rong Xiaoqian, a rush of heat flooded to her face. I was also on the overpass last night and witnessed the entire scene. Shumian wished she could vanish into the ground. How would she face anyone at school after this? It was utterly mortifying. Oh, don't be shy, my darling. It's perfectly normal for couples to kiss. Rong Xiaoqian was already laughing uncontrollably, her laughter causing her stomach to ache. She could practically envision Shumian rolling about on her bed, overwhelmed with embarrassment. You stood there like a statue. Why not take the initiative? Rong Xiaoqian's subsequent remarks left her utterly defeated, as if she had been knocked out cold. Goodness, could you spare me some dignity? Then tell me, how does one kiss? How did you and Qinhua share your first kiss? Shumian, spurred by her friend's audacity, decided to take the plunge herself. In that moment, Rong Xiaoqian's typing came to a sudden halt, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. Repeated messages she sent were all deleted by her. Kissing is simple. One merely needs to watch some of Aunt Xiong Yao's television dramas. Is that so? Shumian questioned, pondering whether this fellow might be deceiving himself. Bragging pales in comparison to taking action. When one decides to act, they should do so, with little to occupy her at home and the television hardly being watched. Aside from the daily news broadcast, the television stood there like a widow, destined to be cherished solely by her. How fortuitous. Must it truly be this intense? Would it not be somewhat improper? Shumian, feeling embarrassed, hastily changed the channel, only to find several romance dramas in succession. Growing increasingly vexed, she ultimately turned off the television, dismissing it altogether. What a ridiculous notion, she muttered. That evening, alone beneath the covers, she turned on a drama. armed with only her phone, and spent the night watching Flowers Not Flowers, Mist Not Mist. Indeed, she felt a certain sentiment brewing within her, convinced that her theoretical knowledge had significantly enriched and that next time, she would surely take the initiative in a kiss. However, when theory was put into practice, it ended in utter failure. Gu Yanzhi covered his lips, which she had bitten, casting a dubious glance at the enchanting little vixen before him. Dare to bite me? Shumian had no time to explain that she had learned this from television dramas. Didn't the domineering CO always behave that way? Immediately thereafter, Gu Yanzhi swept her up and pressed her against the table, their soft bodies melding against each other. Gu Yanzhi, Shumian's lips were gently nibbled by him, serving as a reminder for her to understand that biting was unacceptable. Will you still bite? I won't dare. I didn't mean to. It's all from watching dramas. Oh, is that so? What else did the drama teach us? Gu Yanzhi gently placed her onto the soft bed, leaning down over Shumian. What do you intend to do? Shumian felt her heart racing, astonished by the rapid progression. After all, they were only in their freshman year. What do you think? Just teasing you. Go to sleep. Gu Yanzhi playfully provoked her. This little fox truly dared to imagine anything. Chapter 120. The walking garbage bin. With 3 days left before the semester began, Shumian sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, cradling a pillow as she observed the bustling pedestrians below. The fragrant aroma of the hotel often lulled her into a drowsy state. The lingering effects of motion sickness were still quite pronounced, and despite having rested for a day, she had yet to fully recover. Ding dong. I was worried you might not be accustomed to the hotel breakfast, so I went out to buy you something special. Gu Yanzhi had procured some oil-splashed noodles from somewhere. She hadn't tasted them in ages. This is delicious. Shumian's little mouth moved animatedly, resembling a little rabbit at mealtime. However, this rabbit could bite, and her lips still throbbed a bit. Shumian glanced up, noticing the swollen area on Gu Yanzhi's lips, which was rather conspicuous. Does it still hurt? She cautiously pointed at his lips, her cheeks slightly flushed. What do you think? Gu Yanzhi smirked mischievously, causing Shumian to hurriedly close her mouth in surprise. What should we have for lunch? With breakfast still lingering on her palate, she was already contemplating lunch. How insatiable could her appetite be? What do you wish to eat? I'll accompany you. All right, I want to eat fish. Gu Yan's tender touch caressed her small head as he observed her relishing her meal, awakening his own appetite. A sudden sneeze escaped him, perhaps due to the early spring chill and the air conditioning being set too low. Had he caught a cold? It was possible. He had kicked off the covers last night. This habit of hers had been ingrained since childhood, and it seemed unchangeable. What? Do you want me to come over and keep watch over you? Gu Yan teased her deliberately, causing Shumian's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Who needs your company? Gu Yan raised his gaze and accepted the soy milk that Shumian offered. I can't finish this. And so? Gu Yan raised an eyebrow, cradling the cup of soy milk as he fell into contemplation. You wouldn't mind, would you? Shumian was aware of his cleanliness obsession, yet she still hoped that Gu Yan would drink the soy milk. He took a half straw, and in one swift motion, gulped down the remaining soy milk she had left. Shumian shook the cup, confirming he had finished it before feeling relieved. Aren't you averse to germs? My aversion only applies to those outside of you. Shumian's eyes narrowed into slits of delight as her petite frame shifted to face Gu Yan, wrapping her arms tightly around him. You are the best. Her rare display of affection was reserved solely for Gu Yan, unlike her previously fierce and headstrong demeanor. Where do you wish to go? Gu Yan ruffled her hair, savoring her delicate fragrance. I want to eat something delicious. Did we not just eat? Girls have 2 stomachs, one for meals and another for snacks. Well, I am truly exasperated with her. Everything she says seems to possess an air of justification. The throngs in Taiku Li could easily crush her, compressing her into a slimmer silhouette. Am I here to suffer or to savor delicacies? Shumian grumbled while still indulging, her eyes lighting up at every edible sight, though she could hardly consume much. Gu Yanzhi, I can't finish this. Could you assist me? Gu Yanzhi, I wish to try that. Gu Yanzhi, please. In his hands, Gu Yanzhi held a plethora of snacks, all remnants of Shumian's feast. The uneaten and unappetizing portions were all his. Not a single delectable morsel was spared for him. It seemed he was merely a walking rubbish bin. Junior, what a coincidence to see you here. Hello, Senior, are you here to have fun too? Their acquaintance was but fleeting, yet upon reunion, they conversed as if old friends, igniting a twinge of jealousy in the ever-watchful Gu Yanzhi. Junior, is this your boyfriend? Ling Zhuo recognized him, a renowned genius from Sichuan University, admired by countless young women. Yes. Yu Shumian felt a swell of pride. This boyfriend was her badge of honor, a way to proclaim to the world that Gu Yanzhi was indeed taken. Chapter 121. Sleeping with wolves. After a satisfying feast, she felt utterly content, the spiciness of the hot pot causing a slight sheen of perspiration to grace her skin. Gu Yanzhi, however, was not accustomed to the flavor of hot pot, lingering behind even after the meal, the robust essence of the broth still clinging to him. Burp. Yu Shumian could not suppress a hearty belch, clutching her round belly, her eyes glimmering as she gazed longingly at a nearby barbecue stall. Still wish to eat? Not a chance. No more. Gu Yanzhi grasped her by the back of her collar and urged her forward, even as her belly seemed on the verge of bursting from her desire for a midnight snack. How could she possibly eat more? It was truly hard to fathom the capacity of her stomach. She had an insatiable appetite. Aunt Lin had certainly endured much to raise her, given her voraciousness. Ultimately, swayed by Yu Shumian's charming antics, Gu Yanzhi capitulated, agreeing to purchase only a modest amount, forbidding excess. Boss, I'll have 2 pieces of tofu skin, cauliflower, green peppers, pork tenderloin, and a handful of delicacies. And let us finish off with a grilled eggplant. Gu Yanzhi sighed, realizing she had foolishly trusted her. This order amounted to yet another hefty package. By the end of the day, Gu Yanzhi felt utterly exhausted, with a slight ache radiating from her right leg, compelling her to remove her prosthesis. Rubbing her thigh, she noticed that her leg had been somewhat uncooperative of late, leaving her occasionally weak in her strides. Knock, knock, knock. Unable to rise and open the door, she leaned against the wall and hopped to the entrance. Gu Yanzhi, I've cut some fruit for you. Just as Yu Shumian was about to enter, she caught sight of Gu Yanzhi's right calf missing. What happened? Why did you take it off? Yu Shumian promptly set down the fruit and rushed to support her, anxious to prevent any mishaps. Be careful, I've got you. She instructed Gu Yanzhi to grip her shoulder, wishing she could carry her to bed. Take care, sit down properly. After gently assisting Gu Yanzhi onto the bed, she returned to fetch the fruit. With practiced ease, Yu Shumian began to massage Gu Yanzhi's right thigh, her eyes filled with concern, pondering how he had endured such suffering in the past, surely bearing pains that would challenge the average person. It must hurt a lot, doesn't it? Gu Yanzhi was aware of her concerns and deliberately teased her, stating, I am not lacking in mermaids. How could I be in constant pain? From now on, you shall be my mermaid, and you must take good care of your legs. Do you hear me? Yu Shumian earnestly instructed him, and Gu Yanzhi obediently nodded, committing all her words to memory. I will indeed take good care of myself. Suddenly, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, prompting Yu Shumian to instinctively seek refuge in Gu Yanzhi's embrace. Since childhood, she had harbored a fear of darkness and thunder. On stormy nights at home, she would require lights to be on and would tightly wrap herself in blankets to find solace. Awakening from such nights often left her drenched in sweat, and it seemed a heavy rain was imminent. Do not be afraid. I am here, Gu Yanzhi reassured her, lifting her into his arms. I will always stay by your side. He gently caressed her hair and softly patted her back to soothe her anxiety. Gu Yanzhi. Yu Shumian kept her eyes shut, unwilling to glance at the window. The lightning was more terrifying than the thunder, and she was uncertain when the next deafening clap would occur, arriving without warning. Is it still lightning? Gu Yanzhi observed the sporadic flashes of lightning accompanied by distant rumbles of thunder outside, knowing how frightening it must be for her. You should sit on the bed for a while, he suggested, placing her gently down and covering her with a blanket. What are you doing? Where are you going? Yu Shumian asked, her voice tinged with anxiety at the thought of him leaving her side. All right, you can open your eyes now. Cautiously, Yu Shumian opened her eyes and, indeed, found the lightning had ceased. Gu Yanzhi. She extended her arms, seeking an embrace, still filled with trepidation. Hug me, Gu Yanzhi murmured, drawing her into his warm embrace. He marveled internally at how soft a girl's body could be, infused with a faint scent reminiscent of milk. Leaning closer, Gu Yanzhi buried his nose in the crown of Yu Shumian's head, captivated by the subtle fragrance of her shampoo, which was utterly delightful. I haven't washed my hair, Yu Shumian exclaimed, evading him, fully aware that her hair was likely saturated with the aroma of hot pot. She refrained from admitting she couldn't detect the hot pot scent at all, yet, upon reflection, it indeed lingered. I need to freshen up. A blush crept across her cheeks as she felt Gu Yanzhi's body radiating warmth. Suddenly, a thunderclap reverberated, striking directly overhead and extinguishing her thoughts of bathing. Gu Yanzhi. I'm scared, she confessed, clutching him tightly like a frightened little rabbit. Gu Yanzhi, unable to offer solace, suggested, "How about you fetch your clothes for washing? I'll keep you company outside." However, Shumian hesitated, considering she had never bathed in a boys' room before, despite being a couple. This was an unfamiliar territory for her. "What? Are you afraid I might devour you?" Gu Yanzhi teased, fully aware of her uncertainties. "Who knows?" Shumian retorted, her pride flaring. "Was it so wrong to be bashful? If you hesitate any longer, I might just take a bite out of you." Gu Yanzhi leaned closer, prompting Shumian to hurriedly dash out of the room to gather her clothes and toiletries. Gu Yanzhi settled silently outside, listening to the rhythmic patter of rain against the window and the gentle sound of water running in the bathroom. Emptying both body and mind, he listened intently. The sound of water in the bathroom drowned out the rain outside. The thunder had ceased, and the lightning had vanished. When the water finally stopped, Gu Yanzhi hurriedly sat down to steady his breath. Time seemed to stand still as his gaze remained fixed on the bathroom door. Anxiousness enveloped him, unsure of how to act, which only made him appear more natural, rather than deliberately waiting. With a soft creak, Shumian gently pushed open the door, glancing around until she spotted Gu Yanzhi standing by the window with his back to her. Neither spoke. He did not turn around, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. "Gu Yanzhi, I'm ready. Are you going?" He turned to nod, and she lifted her gaze to meet his, noticing a faint blush on his cheeks. "What's wrong? Are you coming down with something? Why is your face so flushed?" She instinctively reached out to investigate, only for him to grasp her hand firmly. "I'm fine. It's just a bit stuffy in here." "Is that so?" Shumian did not share his sentiment. In fact, she felt a slight chill. Gu Yanzhi urged her to leave, as her lingering presence only heightened the unrest in his heart. "All right." A quiet smile graced his lips as he watched her depart. Chapter 122. Sleeping enclosed, the noise grew increasingly louder, compelling her to bury herself beneath the covers. Wrapping her entire body tightly, her hair still damp from the shower. Boom. The thunder outside grew more intense. Gu Yanzhi, who was washing up in the bathroom, heard it too. He quickly turned off the shower, not even bothering to dry off before hastily donning his bathrobe. She hurriedly dashed to the door and rang the doorbell. Shumian. Faintly, she heard Gu Yanzhi's voice and swiftly leapt out of bed to open the door. "Gu Yanzhi." She embraced him tightly, completely oblivious to the fact that he was not wearing his prosthetic limb, nearly toppling to the ground. "I'm sorry. I momentarily forgot you. Are you scared?" "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Gu Yanzhi held her close. Shumian's cheek rested against his chest, and she could still feel the warmth radiating from his body, the droplets of water on his torso not yet dried. Had he rushed out without finishing his shower? "Did I disturb you?" A pang of guilt struck him. It should have been her caring for him, yet here he was, comforting her instead. How disappointing. "What are you saying?" "Don't overthink it. Dry your hair." Gu Yanzhi continued to dry her damp hair. The warm air from the hairdryer made Shumian's ears flush, her heart racing uncontrollably. The room was originally quite cool, yet they felt no trace of chill at all. It was as if a fire was igniting within them, threatening to consume the entire space. All done. Gu Yanzhi arranged her hair, satisfied with his handiwork, thinking it looked rather nice. She gazed at him earnestly, twisting to coax him to stay a little longer, fearing the sudden thunder outside. "Go to sleep. I'll stay with you." To reassure her, Gu Yanzhi moved a small sofa to the foot of Shumian's bed. He sat quietly on the sofa, observing Shumian lying on the bed, her lashes fluttering slightly, an exquisite sight indeed. After a long night of revelry, it was nearing dawn. If he did not rest soon, where would he find the energy for school the following day? Shumian lay on the bed, a twinge of guilt gnawing at her heart. He was so tall, confined to such a small sofa, it truly felt unfair to him. Should she invite him up? "Gu Yanzhi," Shumian called out to him softly. Gu Yanzhi, who had not yet drifted off, felt a tumult of emotions within him. At her gentle summons, his long lashes stirred, and he slowly opened his eyes to gaze at her. "What is it? Perhaps you should come up and sleep?" Upon hearing those words, a glimmer of hope ignited in Gu Yanzhi's eyes. Surely he and T misheard? "Aren't you afraid I might take advantage of you?" Shumian instinctively pulled the blanket over her, unable to meet his gaze, burying her entire head within its folds. What followed was an expanse of silence and stillness. Shumian's heart was a whirlwind of confusion, faintly perceiving the delicate sounds at the edge of the bed. Suddenly, Gu Yanzhi lifted the blanket that covered her head, and the girl turned crimson upon seeing him lying beside her. Feeling shy, Gu Yanzhi teased her, making her feel both bashful and flustered. "I'm going to sleep now. She hastily concocted an excuse, turning her face away. Gu Yanzhi chuckled softly, his gaze fixed on her back, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. He had anticipated this outcome long ago. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been characteristic of the little sheep. He understood perfectly what lay within her heart. Shumian's heart raced like thunder, seemingly echoing louder with each passing moment, almost bursting from her chest. An hour had drifted by, and neither of them felt the slightest inclination to sleep. Instead, they grew increasingly alert. The remnants of the evening's hot pot churned tumultuously in her stomach, intertwined with the lingering allure of barbecued delights, truly threatening her very existence. With Gu Yanzhi beside her, she hesitated to excuse herself to the restroom. Gu Yanzhi's gaze remained fixed upon her silhouette, as if counting each strand of hair, faintly aware of her restlessness. "Are you asleep?" Gu Yanzhi's voice whispered softly in her ear, causing her to blush furiously. "No." Shumian turned to meet his gaze, and after a brief pause, added, "I need to use the restroom." "Then you." Shumian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Wishing to find a crevice to hide in, she certainly did not wish to relieve herself in his bedroom, fearing it would leave a negative impression. "I'll go," she declared, swiftly throwing back the covers, seizing the room card, and dashing out without waiting for Gu Yanzhi to utter a word, the door closing with a crisp sound behind her. Gu Yanzhi shook his head in resignation, feeling the warmth lingering in the bed where she had just lain. He quickly covered up, ensuring that the spot remained warm. Anticipating her return, turning his gaze toward the outside, it seemed the storm had passed. 1 sheep, 2 sheep. Gu Yanzhi adhered to his habitual method of counting sheep to lull himself to sleep. Though it grew increasingly engaging, it was certainly preferable to staring blankly at the ceiling. 100 sheep. The door swung open, and Shumian, like the wind, dashed towards the grand bed. It was freezing, too cold. A brief trip to the restroom had left her trembling all over, momentarily erasing the constraints of decorum. Gu Yanzhi, witnessing this little lamb nestling into his covers, couldn't help but smile knowingly. Her actions were quite adept. He found it charming. However, she soon became aware of a pair of eyes fixed intently on her, unwavering from their gaze. Embarrassed, she slowly turned her head to face Gu Yanzhi. "You." Words eluded her, and she decided to let him speak. "Is it cold?" he asked with concern. The small nod of her head confirmed it. Without warning, Shumian was caught off guard as he reached out, encircling her delicate waist in his arms, gently binding her to him. "Is it still cold?" he inquired. Shumian, too shy to meet his gaze, nestled obediently against him, frozen in place. His chest was solid, and her mind played tricks on her, urging her to reach out and touch him, yet she restrained herself. The warmth emanating from him transitioned from a gentle heat to an increasingly intense warmth. Gu Yanzhi's body temperature threatened to melt her resolve, and in desperation, she sought to create a tiny gap to catch her breath, only to have her hands firmly held by Gu Yanzhi. Shumian, quick-witted, immediately stilled. "What's wrong?" A wave of pressure washed over her, rendering her speechless with fear. "I feel a bit hot," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, afraid of disturbing his sweet dreams. Gu Yan casually picked up the air conditioning remote and set the temperature to its lowest setting before enfolding her once more in his embrace. Chapter 123. The piano recital. As the new semester commenced, it seemed that everyone was poised with anticipation, adorning their desks with ambitious goals for the term. Yet, in reality, only a handful of these aspirations were ever realized. Some had even plastered their desks with 4 years' worth of aspirations to pass level 4. Only to find themselves still unaccomplished by graduation day. It was a joy to reunite with everyone. Among the dormitory residents, Hualing remained the most exuberant, immediately distributing an array of snacks and local delicacies upon entering. "Hualing, are you trying to make us gain another circle of flesh?" one might remark, having already put on a few pounds during the festive season. Shumian, enjoying the bounty, praised the treats while playfully teasing Hualing. In contrast, Yanzhi had changed somewhat. She had become quieter, maintaining her persona as the icy beauty. Last semester, she would at least engage in conversation with him, but now, upon returning to the dormitory, she offered little interaction. "Hey, what's up with Yanzhi?" Jiang Shui inquired of Hualing. "How would I know?" Hualing replied, glancing at the empty seat that had not been occupied for several days. "Oh, by the way, Shumian, our school will host a concert next month. You should consider participating." "Me? I'm not a professional. I'd rather not embarrass myself." "Shumian, you must have confidence in yourself. We all have high hopes for you." Jiang Shui encouraged, embellishing her words with flattery. It remains a mystery who spread the rumor that she could play the piano, claiming her skills were commendable. Was this not an attempt to embarrass her? Did she not possess an awareness of her own capabilities? She had merely acquired a smattering of knowledge from Gu Yanzhi's teachings. How could she dare to showcase her abilities in such a prominent setting? Qianqian, I need your assistance. Yu Shumian explained the situation to Rong Xiaoqian. She had been keeping an eye on the upcoming concert for quite some time, but solely for the purpose of appreciation. The thought of performing had never crossed her mind. She was content to be an audience member. Are you interested in attending? If so, I shall support you wholeheartedly. I only wish to listen. I never intended to perform. Rong Xiaoqian tapped her gently on the head, exuding a disapproving demeanor. Mian, you cannot neglect participation in university activities. With your piano proficiency, you are more than capable of performing. However, I fear I might embarrass myself. You are so talented. How could that be possible? You must have confidence in yourself. It seemed that everyone echoed this sentiment, including her dear friend Rong Xiaoqian. In contrast, Gu Yanzhi's advice was different. He encouraged her to do her best and to follow her heart. If she wished to go, he would accompany her. If not, he would remain by her side as a listener. Ding dong. Driven by curiosity, she felt compelled to see who would be participating. Department of Education. Class 1 of Higher Education, Yu Shumian. Upon seeing her name, a buzzing sensation filled her mind. Who had submitted her name? Yu Shumian. Have you seen the list in the group? At that moment, the counselor called to inform Yu Shumian that the list had been submitted by her. Following the recommendations of her classmates, it was inconceivable for the education department to be entirely unrepresented. Thus, she was merely needed to make an appearance. There were no additional demands, nor was there any expectation for her to secure an award. This situation felt akin to being thrust into the spotlight. She had no choice but to attend. Though it was merely a formality, it still pertained to the reputation of the education department, compelling her to adopt a serious attitude. The only person capable of facilitating her rapid progress in piano within such a short time was Gu Yanzhi. Yanzhi, please help me, sob. Chapter 124. The Scholar Couple's Duet. All small fortunes are nestled within every corner of life, ever present. Mian, the speed of your finger technique must be swift. A little faster now, and synchronize well with me. My hands are so fatigued. Can we take a break? Yu Shumian and Gu Yanzhi had been ensconced in the practice room for nearly 3 to 4 hours, tirelessly rehearsing without a moment's respite. The adage a strict teacher produces outstanding students holds true, but rest is equally essential. Gu Yanzhi glanced at his watch. It was time for lunch. Observing her exhaustion, he realized that continuing without a break would diminish their efficiency, so it was better to pause for a meal. Upon hearing Gu Yanzhi's request for her to return to the practice room in the afternoon, Yu Shumian couldn't help but voice her grievances. Who was it that begged me to assist you in the first place, insisting we perform a duet? Gu Yanzhi recalled her previous entreaties with clarity. Initially, she relentlessly insisted on being taught by him, claiming a long-standing desire to participate, yet now she appeared to be wavering. Gu Yanzhi, do you not feel exhausted? This is still less taxing than wielding a scalpel. In other matters, he could indulge her whims, but when it came to her passion for music, he would not permit her to possess a fleeting enthusiasm that waned with time. Indeed, her hands had never touched the spring water, and her skin was impeccably maintained. Gu Yanzhi, have there been any documents regarding major transfers in your medical department recently? Yu Shumian had previously asked when Yuan to keep an eye out for her, and she had been eagerly anticipating the opportunity to switch majors this semester. Have you truly contemplated this decision? Gu Yanzhi set down his chopsticks, uncertain whether to empathize with her or to dissuade her. He feared that Yu Shumian might regret her choice in the future, and he was even more apprehensive about the potential disappointment it could bring to her parents. I have long since made up my mind. It has never changed. Then let me ask you, did you choose this major because of your genuine interest, or was it solely to be closer to me? Yu Shumian blurted out. I like you, so I like this major. No, she had completely misinterpreted her own sentiment. Studying and being in love are two entirely different matters. Once she successfully transferred, there would be no opportunity for regret. Mian, I understand you wish to draw nearer to me. However, the curriculum of this major is extensive, demanding, and arduous. Gu Yanzhi earnestly attempted to elucidate the challenges of the semester, yet she refused to listen. We endured the hardships of high school. Can we not persevere now? Gu Yanzhi understood that she had firmly resolved to change her major. Further discussion would be futile. She was informed that there might not be any admissions for other majors this semester, and even if there were, the spots would be limited to just 1 or 2. It matters not. For you, I am prepared to endure any hardship. Besides, I do not perceive studying as a tormenting endeavor, Shumian declared. Upon hearing this, Gu Yanzhi could not help but chuckle softly. What folly was this young girl speaking? She did not consider studying a painful task. Was she not the one dragging him along to study endlessly, while he bore the brunt of the difficulties? Teacher Gu, you must teach me well when the time comes. Before he could agree, Shumian had already dubbed him her teacher. Gu Yanzhi found himself at a loss, and could only bestow a gentle peck upon her cheek as a playful reprimand. Chapter 125. Relentless Pursuit. Rong Xiaoqian's fingers glided effortlessly over the piano keys. Although her primary focus was the cello, as a prodigy from a family of musicians, mastering the piano was essential. The arts department had selected 3 students to perform at the upcoming concert, but her partner had injured their hand just 3 days before the competition, with no substitutes available. And considering the complexity of the piece, it seemed unlikely that anyone could familiarize themselves with it well enough to perform in such a short time. However, in this critical moment, she thought of someone who might be able to assist her. Professor Liu, someone is looking for you. Professor Liu Mincheng sat in his office, sipping tea when a colleague informed him that someone was seeking his presence. How curious it was. This reclusive man, who rarely left his abode, had an unexpected visitor at the school. Typically, the students he mentors are engrossed in the tasks he assigns, leaving them little time for leisure. Oh, it's you. Liu Mincheng felt a hint of surprise. She had actually taken the initiative to seek him out in his office. Is this a rare bloom from an ancient iron tree? I have something to discuss with you. Rong Xiaoqian, in need of assistance yet unsure how to articulate her request, felt as though she was imposing on him unethically. Whatever it is, speak freely. I shall do my utmost to assist you, he replied. Rong Xiaoqian led him to a secluded corner, where she elucidated her current predicament. She wished for him to collaborate with her on a duet piece. Had this been in the past, he would have eagerly agreed, yet Junhua's departure weighed heavily on him. On that fateful day, before the graves of Junhua and Renlan, he vowed never to touch the piano again, nor any of its associated artifacts. I fear I cannot assist you with this. Perhaps you should seek help elsewhere, Liu Mincheng said, his refusal sincere. Are you resolute in your decision not to help? This seems rather absurd. You played so beautifully before. Surely this cannot be an insurmountable issue. Or do you simply not wish to assist me? Rong Xiaoqian narrowed her eyes, leaning closer to him, exuding an air of pressure that enveloped him. Liu Mincheng instinctively leaned back until his entire being was pressed against the wall. He struggled to find the words to explain, as those memories were fraught with sorrow, and revisiting them felt pointless. It is not that I am unwilling to assist you. Rather, I genuinely cannot manage such difficulty. I don't believe you. Let us try it in the practice room. We shall see for ourselves, Teacher Liu. In a secluded corner, 2 individuals engaged in a tug-of-war, ultimately failing to reach an agreement. Rong Xiaoqian appeared somewhat irate, yet she instinctively recognized that she was imposing an unreasonable demand. She had no right to compel him to assist her in completing this recital. However, if no one could take her place as the pianist, her situation would become dire. Could she possibly conjure an additional pair of hands? Professor Liu, you must lend me your aid. Look at my pitiable state. As she spoke, she crouched down, feigning an attempt to cling to his leg, but he nimbly evaded her. In that moment, all of Rong Xiaoqian's social bravado was directed at Liu Mincheng, with students passing by, witnessing the peculiar scene. Liu Mincheng found himself unable to withstand such an embarrassing display and promptly lifted her up to prevent any further awkwardness. All right, I will assist you this time, but there will be no next time, Liu Mincheng declared resolutely. He truly ought to address her as Auntie. Thank you, thank you. I assure you there won't be a next time. Rong Xiaoqian chuckled, feeling a sense of triumph within. Mission accomplished. In the piano room, the melody of a duet resonated, with 2 distinct musical lines intertwining harmoniously. Hungarian Symphony, who was playing? Shumian paused her performance, perked up her ears, and listened intently. Indeed, it was that very piece. Just last week, it had not possessed such a charm. Today, it seemed as though a different musician was at the helm. In contrast, the piece she and Gu Yanzhi had played, F minor fantasy, felt far more subdued. Curious to know? Gu Yanzhi gazed down at her, his expression filled with curiosity, resembling a little mouse. As Shumian was about to rise, her thoughts were interrupted by Gu Yanzhi. It was Liu Mincheng. Chapter 126. You Shine Like the Stars. The 13th Dio Music Festival was held as scheduled at the Music Hall of Chuan University. Shumian, with her long hair cascading over her shoulders, had styled it into voluminous waves today. The wooden ring around her neck added a touch of innocence to her ensemble. The deep blue strapless gown sparkled like the night sky, reflecting the lights of the hall, adorned with what appeared to be crushed starlight, rendering her presence gentle and ethereal. "Are you nervous?" Gu Yanzhi, clad in a sleek black suit, gently adjusted her hair. "This is my first time on stage. Of course, I'm nervous," Shumian replied, taking deep breaths as her heart raced. The strapless gown made this traditional girl feel somewhat exposed. Unfortunately, Hualing and Jiang Shui had insisted on this outfit, leaving her with no choice. "You performed so well during the freshman speech," he reassured her. Shumian lifted her gaze to him, offering a faint smile. He inquired about the reason for her smile. "How do you know?" Gu Yanzhi revealed. "Did you receive the photos from last time?" Shumian suddenly realized that the photo had been secretly taken by him. "So it was you." Although she suspected it was a little surprise from Gu Yanzhi. Misunderstandings had lingered between them at that time. Gu Yanzhi, noticing Shumian's undivided attention on his face, wondered if he appeared unappealing today. "What are you looking at?" he asked. Shumian smiled gently, her sweet voice uttering a phrase that brought immense joy to Gu Yanzhi. "There are stars in your eyes." "Fool, those are yours." Gu Yanzhi playfully brushed her fingertips, a tender smile gracing his lips. "Next, we shall be treated to a performance by Shumian from the Academy of Heart and Gu Yanzhi from the medical department, a duet of the piece. The F minor fantasy, a manifestation of my dreams of you, intricately woven into the brilliance of my heart." Gu Yanzhi silently recited this in his mind, gentlemanly taking Shumian's hand as they made their way to the center of the stage. At that moment, the entire concert hall fell silent. All eyes fixed upon the radiant couple, the legendary academic couple, the talented pair of Nanchuan, finally united on this day. Together, they resembled the two most luminous stars colliding in the night sky, inevitably sparking a cascade of stellar brilliance. Adjusting their seats, they exchanged gentle smiles. Their gazes lowered to the 88 black and white keys, which had already melded into their hearts. Their connection, a natural artistry, required little adjustment. A profound understanding of each other's souls. On the stage, these two dazzling individuals captivated a throng of admirers, their fervent fans indistinguishable in gender. "Goodness, this makes me nervous." Behind the scenes, Rong Xiaoqian felt a twinge of anxiety, recalling that she had not felt this way even when performing at a European concert hall. Ironically, she found herself flustered at a school recital. What is there to be nervous about? You are a professional. What do you know? This isn't merely a matter of professionalism. Rong Xiaoqian found herself at a loss on how to explain, especially since they had only been practicing together for 4 days. "Today, I shall ascend the stage to perform, though I remain uncertain whether I might embarrass myself. Being a professional, the prospect of failure is all the more daunting. Do not fear. I understand your lack of confidence, but do you doubt me as well?" Rong Xiaoqian had never noticed how infuriating Lu Mincheng could be until now, as he displayed his true colors. "Could you perhaps utter a few less words?" Rong Xiaoqian reached out her hand to pinch him, but it halted midair. She thought of Qin Huai. Had he been present, she would have surely twisted his ear to alleviate her tension. Yet he was not here. A spark of inspiration struck. Rong Xiaoqian hurriedly opened her bag on the table, revealing a photograph taken with Qin Huai before his departure. This would suffice. Clutching the picture, she peered at the young man under the dim light. Lu Mincheng leaned closer and caught sight of the individual in the photograph. Her boyfriend, perhaps? He was undeniably handsome, albeit with a hint of rebellious charm. "It is our turn to perform," Lu Mincheng reminded her, prompting her to carefully stow away the photograph and tidy her appearance. A trace of confidence emerged as she donned a smile, linking arms with Lu Mincheng and striding toward the stage with her head held high. Meanwhile, Shumian and Gu Yanzhi, having just exited the stage, quickly retreated to the dressing room behind the curtain. At last, it was over. Shumian clutched her chest, while Gu Yanzhi glanced over, his face flushing at the sight of her barely concealed. What was happening? Gu Yanzhi swiftly removed his suit jacket and draped it around her, wrapping it tightly. "It is too cold. You must dress warmly." Shumian, puzzled, questioned. "Isn't the central air conditioning warm enough? Where is this chill coming from?" "I am warm, not cold." Shumian removed her coat, only to have Gu Yanzhi grasp her wrist, preventing her from proceeding with her action. "No removing it. Put it back on." "However." "There is no however." Gu Yanzhi pulled her into his embrace, tightly binding her. His thin lips brushed against her ear, exhaling a gentle breath of warmth. "If you dress like this again, You shall face my punishment. Yet, it was not her intention to dress this way. It was Hualing's influence. Suddenly, the calmness she had just regained ignited into a fiery blaze, crackling and sparking like embers bursting forth. Gu Yanzhi slightly parted his lips and gently bit her earlobe, his tongue tracing that tender spot, warm and moist. It was as though a colossal wave had swept her beneath the surface, leaving her breathless and her heart racing. He was indeed becoming more adept at seduction. However, he could only tease her. No other girl would suffice. Not even a little. Gu Yanzhi perceived that Shumian was now acting like a possessive fiend, frequently threatening him, forbidding him from gazing at other girls. You have become quite notorious. The female classmates around me are discussing you. From her tone, Gu Yanzhi detected a hint of jealousy. Are you jealous? Not at all. Then why not eat? Shumian hesitated on whether to confide in him. If she did, he would undoubtedly launch into a lengthy discourse. Are you wishing to discuss changing your major? He truly had an uncanny ability to predict her thoughts, knowing what she intended to say before she even opened her mouth. Has the list for the medical department been released? What is it? Have you compiled the list? Gu Yanzhi shook his head. He was too busy. And despite inquiring multiple times, there was no result. Nevertheless, once the examination period was over, one could prepare diligently. I am well aware of that, Gu Yanzhi chuckled, observing her proud little expression, and gently fed her a piece of meat. TSK, TSK, TSK. This little Shumian is truly remarkable, captivating the school heartthrob entirely. Hualing and Zhang Shui, seated in the back, gazed on with envy. Yuan Su, gripping her chopsticks, remained motionless. She too felt a pang of jealousy. Yet, what good was envy? Gu Yanzhi's affections lay solely with Shumian, and she feared she would never have a chance. Still, she pretended to be oblivious, fully aware of the hopelessness while incessantly striving to get closer to him. If only he could remember the name Yuan Su. Beyond that, she dared not harbor excessive aspirations. Chapter 127. A relentless struggle for major change in preparation for the transfer examination, Shumian toiled day and night, determined to succeed. Although she had previously been preparing, it had been a solitary endeavor, akin to a monk unable to grasp the essence. Now, with Gu Yanzhi's assistance, she was as if a fish returned to water, experiencing smooth sailing. As the evening moonlight draped over the treetops, only Gu Yanzhi and Shumian remained in the study room. She had grown somewhat weary from her studies and had unknowingly dozed off at her desk. Gu Yanzhi, however, chose not to disturb her, allowing her to rest for a while. Shumian still maintains the habit of journaling. Back in high school, he yearned to glimpse her diary. However, he hesitated to voice his desire, perceiving it as an intimate matter that might provoke her ire. As Gu Yanzhi fixed his gaze upon the blue checkered diary beside her elbow, a mischievous thought crept into his mind. A mere glance should pose no issue, right? After all, I am her boyfriend now. Surely she wouldn't be upset if I took a peek? As Gu Yanzhi wrestled with his conscience, he reached out for the diary. Must focus on my studies. Catch up to Gu Yanzhi. Shumian pouted slightly, shifting her body. He opened the diary, each page containing a handful of earnest sentences. On May 14th, Gu Yanzhi playfully tapped my head with his chopsticks during lunch, calling me a fool, just like in high school. On May 16th, he was asleep, his long, curved eyelashes resting upon his eyelids, utterly enchanting. Is he a lash prince? They seem even longer than they were in high school. A smile tugged at Gu Yanzhi's lips. What else had she observed about him while they sat together back then? Had she scrutinized even the length of his eyelashes? He turned to the most recent entry, pinned just yesterday. I genuinely aspire to study medicine, and I am truly dedicated. Yet, every time I quiet my mind and seek clarity, a flicker of doubt arises. Am I truly making the wrong choice? As Gu Yanzhi read those poignant words, a weight settled upon his heart, mirroring the gravity of her sentiments. If Shumian were to ask him how to choose, he would honestly admit he was at a loss. Since ancient times, loyalty and righteousness have been difficult to reconcile. Gu Yanzhi was unaware of when she had awakened, quietly observing him as he perused his diary, remaining silent. She did not wish to interrupt him, willingly waiting in silence for his reaction. Each turn of the page elicited a different expression from him, subtle yet perceptible, deeply etched in her heart. You're awake? For the first time in his life, Gu Yanzhi felt a tinge of embarrassment before her. It was as though he was peering into the innermost thoughts of another, feeling like a guilty child as he shyly closed the notebook and handed it to her. It's all right. Feel free to read it. It's not a secret. Will you not be upset? How could I be? If given the chance, I would love for you to see my high school diary, which is filled with entries about you. Yu Shumian smiled innocently, holding his hand tightly, reluctant to let go. It seemed she was reminiscing about those bygone days, as the thick volumes of diaries were all dedicated to him, to this very youth before her. She had never imagined that one day her wish would come true. Walking side by side with him, it appeared that a remarkable fate had woven their paths together, allowing them to connect and converge. Chapter 128. Rivalry turns to medicine. Gu Yanzhi intentionally set aside his work to accompany her outside the examination hall. Don't be nervous. Just relax and take it easy. Although it was merely a small examination for a major transfer, he understood profoundly what it represented in Yu Shumian's heart. I understand. One must do their utmost and leave the rest to fate. Yu Shumian reluctantly released his hand, shouldered her bag, and entered the examination hall. The annual transfer examination at Chuan University was held in the comprehensive building, quite distant from the cafeteria. Yuansu? Amidst the bustling crowd, Yu Shumian seemed to catch a glimpse of a familiar figure, yet she hesitated to confirm if it was indeed Yuansu. As the examination commenced, candidates were reminded to adhere to the rules of the testing environment. At that moment, all her focus converged upon the examination paper, leaving no room for extraneous thoughts. Following the conclusion of the exam, she anticipated a solitary meal in the cafeteria, only to her surprise, Gu Yanzhi, that considerate little prince, was waiting for her outside the examination room, bearing her favorite sushi. How about it? Are you hungry? Yu Shumian nodded, taking his hand as they hurried towards the cafeteria. Behind them, emerging quietly, was none other than Yuansu, observing the two figures, one tall and one short, gradually fading from her view. Gu Yanzhi. Why is it that she can, yet I cannot? That evening, in a foolish impulse, she sought out Gu Yanzhi to confess her feelings, fully aware of how foolish such an act would be, yet unable to restrain the longing that consumed her. Day and night, she bore this burden, driving her to the brink of madness. I'm sorry, throughout my life, I have only loved her, Yu Shumian, my girlfriend. Gu Yanzhi's rejection was so decisive, yet she stubbornly clung to various schemes to find a way to be with him, even if it meant quietly trailing behind, watching from a distance. No one would ever know that her first choice for the college entrance examination was the medical department of Sichuan University. Regrettably, due to her scores, she was ultimately not admitted. Yet this time, she was resolute. She had set her sights on the medical department for this semester. Human hearts are ever-changing. And during her 4 years at university, she found it hard to believe that they would remain inseparable forever. Who can truly predict the future? Yuansu. Why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry up and eat. Her dorm mates, Hualing and Jiang Shui, happened to pass by the comprehensive building and encountered her. It was Jiang Shui who reacted first. Isn't today the day for the major transfer examination? What are you doing here, Yuansu? Yuansu shook her head and managed a faint smile. Yes, indeed. Hey, why didn't you mention this before? Which department do you wish to transfer to? Hualing, ever curious, could not resist digging deeper into the matter, feeling a sense of satisfaction only when she uncovered the full story. The medical department. Didn't I mention it in the dorm? Yuansu's face bore a hint of pride, though in truth, she had never said such a thing in their room. It was merely a diversion. Really? I don't recall that at all. Whatever, let us just go eat. I'm so hungry. Jiang Shui seized the moment, pulling both Yuansu and Hua Ling toward the cafeteria. Hee, you're transferring to the medical department just for Gu Yanzhi, aren't you? Jiang Shui mused silently to herself. She could not guarantee that she possessed any foresight into the future, yet with her extraordinary ability to observe her surroundings keenly, she had long perceived that Yuansu harbored feelings for Gu Yanzhi. However, constrained by their shared dormitory and reluctant to divulge this to Yu Shumian, as it might appear she was undermining the camaraderie among her roommates, she kept this insight to herself. Chapter 129. He deserves more affection, Shumian. There is something I wish to discuss with you, though I fear it may not be well received. After a week, Jiang Shui could no longer contain herself, and one evening, discreetly led Yu Shumian to a secluded grove. She felt it imperative to share this matter, considering that Shumian was now Gu Yanzhi's girlfriend and thus entitled to this knowledge. Go ahead, what is it? Do you know why Yuansu has been virtually absent from the dorm since the beginning of the semester? Perhaps she is busy studying. I wouldn't want to pry into her affairs. Jiang Shui could hardly suppress her frustration at Yu Shumian's obliviousness. Why was she so slow to catch on? Did she not wish to inquire about Yuansu's whereabouts? Let me tell you, but do not be upset. Yes, please, continue. Yu Shumian observed her friend's expression shift from anxiety to conflict, her features contorting with concern. Jiang Shui wished she would be more straightforward. This tension only heightened her own agitation. She is indeed studying. Do you realize? Last week, I encountered her at the comprehensive building. She intends to change her major. And it's to the medical department. Though she felt a flicker of astonishment upon hearing those 3 words, she did not pursue that line of thought. What next? Could it be that Yuan Su harbored aspirations of studying medicine? Thus, her decision to change her major was hardly surprising. Perhaps Shumian was merely deceiving herself. It was difficult to imagine that such an aloof girl would engage in actions that might hurt others. Oh dear, could it be that you are utterly blinded by love? She entered the medical department for Gu Yanzhi. The mere notion of this sentiment sent tremors through her heart, transforming her fleeting worries into a burgeoning sphere of anxiety. Is it true? Yet she does not appear to be that kind of person. Perhaps you are the only one who thinks so. She had long since plotted this course of action. If you doubt it, you may inquire with her directly. Shumian sat there, her gaze vacant. Her heart thoroughly unsettled by these revelations. She was uncertain whether to seek out Yuan Su for clarification. I understand now. Thank you for sharing this with me. Jiang Shui shook her head helplessly, feeling that there was little more to say. It had taken her considerable time and inner turmoil to confide this matter to Shumian. Alone, Shumian sat on the stone bench of the campus corridor, gazing at the solitary moon suspended in the sky. In this unfamiliar city, her circle of friends was modest, with only Qian providing her enduring companionship. She felt content, yet the one person with whom she truly shared everything remained Gu Yanzhi. It seemed he was the only individual she dared to rely upon. Ding ding ding, the phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, it was a call from Gu Yanzhi. Mian, where are you right now? I'm in the dormitory. Why? Shumian lied, yearning for solitude, desiring to be undisturbed. Thankfully, he had recalled the words she had spoken months prior. Perhaps she was simply overthinking. She could not prevent others from harboring feelings for Gu Yanzhi. He was so remarkable that it was only natural for many girls to admire him. As long as Gu Yanzhi continued to cherish her, that was sufficient. Others were merely transient figures in the narrative of their love. Yanzhi, actually I'm not in the dormitory. Could you come out and keep me company? Hearing the melancholy in her voice, Gu Yanzhi unconditionally agreed and rushed to her side with utmost haste. Observing him, his brow glistening with sweat, Shumian couldn't help but smile knowingly. What a fool he was. Chapter 130. The contract of love. Even those in the throes of romance may experience moments of doubt, desperately wishing for their partner to belong solely to them, often succumbing to possessive thoughts akin to ownership. Do you have something on your mind? You can share it with me. Shumian nodded but hesitated to confide, feeling somewhat petty for her concerns. Yet, if she kept her feelings bottled up, the discomfort would become unbearable. Gu Yanzhi, if other girls were to like you, what would you do? Ah, so this was her worry. Did this fool still question his feelings for her? Fool, I only have eyes for you. Others may be beyond my influence, but my heart for you shall remain unaltered forever. Shumian smiled gently, extending her hand to his chest, feeling the fervent heartbeat beneath. What if that girl continues to harbor feelings for you? She was uncertain why such words escaped her lips, nor could she comprehend the source of her unease. Perhaps it was due to the undeniable fact that he was far more exceptional than herself, instilling within her a profound sense of insecurity. Fool, I will undoubtedly reject her unconditionally. I shall forever be yours, Gu Yanzhi declared as he deftly opened the sweet-skinned duck. Meticulously slicing it into bite-sized pieces with a small knife, his attentiveness evident in every gesture. This is what you promised, no changes allowed, for this entire lifetime. I am yours, and that shall never waver. Shumian felt genuine joy upon hearing those words, yet upon further reflection, she found them quite amusing, breaking into laughter. Gu Yanzhi, the phrase you just uttered resembles a contract of surrender. You may think as you wish. I have surrendered myself to you. How about that? Do you dare to claim me now? Gu Yanzhi, you scoundrel. Shumian playfully stuffed a piece of sweet-skinned duck into her mouth, its delectable sweetness bringing her immense satisfaction. To you, I am indeed a rogue. She playfully punched his chest with her small fist. He had become increasingly audacious, daring to utter any words. She wondered where the aloof Gu Yanzhi had gone, for now, he would say anything in her presence. The two sat side by side under the moonlight, each relishing the delightful sweetness of the duck. Ever since Shumian became aware of Yuan Su's affections for Gu Yanzhi, she has taken to retreating to her bed and drawing the curtains whenever Yuan Su is in the dormitory, as if she cannot confront her directly. She is uncertain of what exactly she fears, perhaps surrendering to despair. Little Shumian, my water card has run out of funds. Do you still have any balance on yours? Hua Ling, in the midst of her shower, was suddenly met with a cold cascade of water, a stark contrast that left her shivering. There should still be some left. You can check for yourself. Shumian called out towards the bathroom, reluctant to descend. The reason for her hesitation? Yanzhi was practicing yoga on the dorm floor, and crossing paths with her would surely be awkward. Little Shumian, I'm naked in here. How can I come out? If she could emerge. Hua Ling would eagerly storm out and deliver a couple of punches. All right, I'm coming. Just hold on. With a stealing resolve, she reluctantly pulled back the curtains and descended, carefully curling herself into a small ball, determined not to disturb the serene atmosphere of Yanzhi's immersive yoga session. Yet, her gaze inadvertently caught a glimpse of Yanzhi's exquisite figure, her perfect curves accentuating an almost ethereal beauty. The sight filled Shumian with a profound sense of inadequacy, particularly in contrast to the alluring attributes of Yanzhi. Little Shumian, hurry up. I feel like I'm freezing to death in here. Okay, I'm almost done. Shumian swiftly inserted her water card, and normalcy was promptly restored. She gazed at her reflection in the mirror, resembling a panicked mouse fleeing in haste. She had nothing to feel guilty about. Why should she fear Yanzhi? On the contrary, it was she who should be clinging to Gu Yanzhi, for she had the moral high ground. Wasn't she the one who could be considered relentless? Shumian, have some confidence. It's merely a mermaid line, and with practice, you too shall possess it. However, Shumian's enthusiasm waned swiftly. Her rigid, concrete physique offered no flexibility, and she surrendered within 3 minutes. No matter, I have Gu Yanzhi, and that is sufficient. She then reclined on her bed, resuming her habitual binge-watching of dramas. Chapter 131. Losing Makes One a Fool. Zhang Zhou's academic performance at Nanchuan High School truly embodied the commendable legacy of his sister, Shumian. He stood at the pinnacle, surpassing the second place by a remarkable margin of 60 to 70 points. Zhang Zhou, with such grades, you would surely secure a spot in competitions. What a pity. Mr. Wang lamented, clutching the report card, filled with pride. Perhaps he might even nurture 2 top scholars in his lifetime. Mr. Wang, I believe the opportunity should be afforded to those in greater need. My grades are decent enough. I don't require special admission, Zhang Zhou replied, a smug expression adorning his face. Mr. Wang felt a surge of joy at his confidence. Although this lad was a bit arrogant, he backed it up with results, albeit with minor missteps that left the teacher at a loss. With the college entrance exams approaching, do not cause me any trouble, Mr. Wang reminded him as usual. Also, I am confiscating this phone. Retrieve it from me after the exams. Zhang Zhou watched helplessly as his phone was tucked away into Mr. Wang's pocket, his heart aching at the loss. With the phone confiscated, he was unable to contact Qi Baixing. However, upon further reflection, he is not particularly pressed for time this month. Once he arrives at Sichuan University, he will have ample opportunity. Wang Ma is currently teaching the 3rd class of seniors. After the college entrance examination, Shumian transferred to Wang Ma's ordinary class, following Wang Ma's instruction of the exceptional student Shumian, for reasons unknown. He insisted on teaching in an ordinary class despite his previous experience in a key class. Consequently, Zhang Zhou decided to follow him and also transferred to the 3rd class of seniors out of respect for Wang Ma. Initially, the class was chaotic, with students presenting one demeanor in front of the teacher and another behind his back, severely impacting his studies. They were unruly, but he resolved to be even more so. Since Zhang Zhou's arrival, he has become Wang Ma's capable assistant. With this wild king among them, the rest seemed insignificant. Class leader, are we heading to the basketball court? Zhang Zhou was called by a few of his former classmates. It had been quite some time since he last played basketball. Never mind, you all go ahead. I have other matters to attend to. You always say that. What is the matter? Now that you're in an ordinary class, you won't play with us anymore. One tall individual, now the captain of the basketball team, had previously taken over the captaincy when Zhang Zhou was preoccupied with his studies. No. It's just that I haven't played in a while, and I've lost interest. Zhang Zhou's refusal was quite decisive, leaving the group feeling awkward, especially with some of their team's little fans nearby. Zhang Zhou, just go. If you don't, no one will come to watch us play. The basketball team once thrived on the popularity brought by Zhang Zhou, a living emblem of their success. However, times have changed, and the fervor has waned significantly. How could it be that the steadfast pillars of the team lack admirers among the younger girls? Zhang Zhou repeatedly declined, leaving the team captain feeling that Jiang was undermining his authority. Having lowered himself to plead, could Jiang truly desire to embarrass him? Jiang Zhou, we were once good friends. Can you not grant me this small favor? Jiang, sensing the captain's brusque tone, felt a surge of irritation. He had never favored being coerced, and this provocation ignited a flame of resentment within him. Shuiyu, I have already shown you considerable respect. My refusal stands. What more do you want from me? Jiang rose to face Shuiyu, towering over him slightly. Shuiyu pointed accusingly. So, you turn your back on us, do you? If it weren't for our support in making you captain, would you have enjoyed such glory? The others rallied behind Shuiyu, echoing his sentiments, like reeds swaying in the wind. Do you truly believe your backing alone made me captain? I rely on my own strength. Strength, indeed. Shuiyu incited him further, challenging Jiang to a face-off, promising that if Jiang lost, he would cease to disturb him. Let us compete, then. If I lose, I'll be your grandson. Chapter 132, The Audacity to Scheme Against You. A large crowd gathered around the basketball court, coinciding with the break between classes, as many flocked to witness the spectacle. The loser must shout Grandpa. Jiang taunted, reveling in the unfolding drama. Jiang Zhou, prepared to be thoroughly defeated. Shuiyu raised his middle finger in a gesture of mock respect. Both of them hunched like two majestic lions, poised and ready to spring into action. Begin. At the command, Shuiyu seized the initiative, claiming dominance, while Jiang Zhou remained unfazed. It was merely the beginning, and he would allow him a trifling advantage, only to later demonstrate his true prowess. He was all too familiar with Shuiyu's playing style, having once been his primary substitute. Even though he was no longer part of the basketball team, his skills surpassed Shuiyu's. Well, what do you think? Jiang Zhou signaled, glancing at the score display, which revealed that Shuiyu lagged behind by 2 3-pointers. Jiang Zhou, you have pushed me to this point. It is not my intention to embarrass you. Before the referee had even signaled the start, Shuiyu charged forward to snatch the ball from Jiang Zhou's hands, catching him off guard. In that split second, Shuiyu's elbow struck Jiang Zhou's abdomen, sending a wave of sharp pain that caused beads of sweat to form on his forehead. In the next moment, Shuiyu leapt and slammed the ball against the backboard, forcefully pushing Jiang Zhou out of bounds. The impact was not to be underestimated. How do you like that, grandson? Shuiyu reveled in his premature triumph, but his hasty actions had already resulted in a foul, witnessed by all present. You committed a foul. How dare he resort to such underhanded tactics? Shameless. Despite the jeers and endless accusations, Jiang Zhou, though sprawled on the ground, wore a triumphant expression. A petty individual. How can one revel in success this way? Grandson, is this how you plot against your grandfather? Jiang Zhou, supported by another, stood shakily. For a man's dignity must not be compromised. In his eyes, Shuiyu was nothing more than a petty opportunist. The basketball team's current plight was largely attributable to Shuiyu's actions. Jiang Zhou deeply regretted allowing Shuiyu to ascend to the captaincy without due consideration, which had led to their present predicament. Shuiyu, you have committed a foul. Everyone present witnessed it. If you wish to remain in Nanchuan, it would be wise to fulfill your promises. Otherwise, how will others perceive you? Jiang Zhou pressed forward, leaving Shuiyu speechless, unable to muster a single valid argument in his defense. Jiang Zhou, a loss is a loss. Stop making excuses. Jiang Zhou scoffed, his laughter laced with disdain. Had it not been against school regulations, he would have already retaliated. Indeed, a loss is a loss, and you dare not even utter grandfather. You, do not go too far. Jiang Zhou's lips curled into a slight smirk, his eyes revealing a hint of mockery as he stood there, watching Shuiyu continue his foolish charade. The public condemnation was sufficient to ruin Shuiyu's reputation at Nanchuan Middle School. No explanation would suffice. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhou's injuries were severe. In his determination to uphold his dignity, he had stubbornly refrained from expressing his pain. You have severely strained your ligament. You may find it difficult to engage in vigorous physical activity in the future. The doctor offered his candid and sincere advice. Hearing such a prognosis struck him like a thunderbolt. He had once taken great pride in his basketball skills. The only thing I excelled at. If I can no longer engage with it in the future, the fervor I once felt for Qian Baisheng gradually transforms into trepidation. Jiang Zhou, has your mind gone awry? Jiang Zhou delivered a resounding slap to his own face to regain clarity. Every time he reflects on this matter, his heart brims with boundless anticipation. He has even envisioned countless possibilities, yet alas, now,